Tang San, in his quest to find his beloved Xiao Wu, embarks on a journey through reincarnation alongside the Shrek Seven monsters after the amalgamation of the new divine realm, reborn upon the Douluo Continent. On Earth, situated within the 24th parallel universe, the world has succumbed to the apocalyptic cyber era. The protagonist, Chu Qingyun, one fateful day, finally completes his ultimate invention, the Yuan Core Ethereal Sphere, a relic imbued with horrifying energy capable of rejuvenating the Earth. Just as Chu Qingyun revels in his triumph, a gang of marauders bursts in, shattering the tranquility. They pierce his heart with a bullet, intent on seizing the divine artifact. Filled with regret, Chu Qingyun activates the self-destruct mechanism of the Yuan Core Ethereal Sphere. In an instant, the entire Earth is obliterated into the void. His soul, however, is whisked away by a mysterious force to the legendary realm of Douluo Continent, where he is reborn anew. Meanwhile, turmoil erupts at the core of the divine realm. As the mastermind responsible for the annihilation of the ancient divine realm escapes its confines and arrives at Douluo Continent. Merging with Chu Qingyun's being, the convergence of these two calamities, capable of wreaking havoc across worlds, poses an ominous threat. Chapter 1 Prologue. In the year 3037 AD, Earth within the 24th parallel universe has descended into chaos, with the environment deteriorating rapidly. Supernatural events occur frequently, and animals exhibit mutations, launching frenzied attacks upon humanity. In a desperate bid for survival, humanity accelerates technological advancement, ushering in a new epoch known as the Cyber Era. Within this high-tech era, two primary professions emerge, apothecaries and machinists, and Chu Qingyun possesses mastery over both. One fateful day, within his laboratory, Chu Qingyun finally completes his magnum opus, a machine capable of controlling the fluctuations of planetary energy, the Yuan Core Ethereal Sphere. This artifact is destined to become Earth's savior, and he shall reign as its sovereign. Just as he erupts into joyful laughter, an armor-piercing round suddenly pierces his chest. With a resounding crack, the laboratory door is violently blown open, and several cyborgs armed with specialized weapons storm in. The leader, a non-mainstream rooster-headed cyborg, grins malevolently and declares, "Haha, Chu Qingyun, I regret to inform you that your lifetime of research shall now belong to me, and you shall bid farewell to this world." Is that so? Chu Qingyun laughs heartily, knowing that his modified heart has been pierced, leaving him devoid of any hope for survival. Resolutely, he activates the Yuan Core Ethereal Sphere. Within this sphere lies the energy of half a planet, sufficient to obliterate the world. The cyborgs, witnessing this, abandon all rational thought and hastily flee. In his final moments, Chu Qingyun gazes at the artifact blossoming in his hand and chuckles self-deprecatingly. Alas, I have never been acknowledged in my lifetime. Who would have thought that I would finally have the chance to prove myself to the world, only to meet such an end? If there's a next life, With a thunderous roar, the Earth within the 24th parallel universe is instantaneously transformed into countless shattered meteors, adrift in the cosmos. At this moment, within the core of the new divine realm on Douluo Continent, the various divine kings suddenly experience a wave of unease. Among them, the emotion god Huiyuhao and Rong Yinbing, both highly sensitive to emotional fluctuations, exclaim in astonishment. This is a sensation of fear. A wave of anxiety washes over the divine kings. What kind of existence could evoke such trepidation? In an instant, several spatial rifts appear beside Huiyuhao, and the divine kings, having sensed the earlier presence, rush to convene a strategy. Observing the silent anxiety among the divine kings, Rong Yinbing, unable to contain himself, speaks first. Surely, everyone has felt that terrifying presence just now. Upon hearing someone voice the concern, the others fervently nod in agreement. Seeing this, Rong Yinbing continues, that presence, capable of instilling dread in even the foremost divine kings, undoubtedly poses a threat to the new divine realm. Thus, we must urgently return to our respective realms and unearth the source of it. The assembly of divine kings nod in consensus, and Huiyuhao, as the chairman, adds, "Everyone, we currently lack clarity on whether this entity is friend or foe, so I urge you all to refrain from acting rashly to avoid unnecessary complications." The divine kings are acutely aware that such a powerful presence must be eradicated in its infancy to prevent future calamities. Consequently, the likes of a Dui, Lai Yin, and Ji Dong each return to their respective realms to seek out this calamity. After their departure, Tang Wutong, with her flowing blue-pink hair, gracefully approaches Huiyuhao. Concern etched upon her face, she remarks, "I wonder if Father, Tang San, has found Mother, Xiao Wu, after being reborn on Douluo Star." With such a grave crisis looming over the divine realm, I truly hope he can maintain order. Hu Hao, perceiving his wife's anxiety, quickly reassures her, "My dear, fret not. Your father-in-law, Tang San, is exceptionally capable and will surely be safe. Moreover, our daughter is also on Tianluo Star. She will undoubtedly reunite with your father, Tang San, and return to the divine realm." At that moment, Chu Qingyun slowly opens his eyes, gazing at the snowflakes cascading from the sky. He reaches out to grasp them, only to be startled by his own infantile hands. Confused, he wonders, what is happening? Have I been reborn? Suddenly, a dark golden orb of light descends from the heavens, swiftly entering Chu Qingyun's brow and vanishing, its potent energy gradually clouding his consciousness. A tricycle laden with an assortment of vegetables halts before Chu Qingyun's cradle. From the vehicle emerges an elderly man clad in a thick cotton coat, who gently lifts Chu Qingyun and exclaims, "Alas, on such a frigid day, who could be so callous as to abandon a child here? Come, our meeting is fated. Let us return to the orphanage together." As the white-haired elder departs with Chu Qingyun in his arms, Hu Hao's formidable divine sense sweeps over the area, yet he finds nothing. Puzzled, he murmurs, "Strange? I distinctly sense the presence of that mysterious entity nearby just moments ago. Why has it suddenly vanished?" He contemplates, "I wonder, is its existence a blessing or a curse for Douluo Continent?" Chapter 2. Awakening of the Martial Soul. In the year 777 of the new Douluo era, within a dilapidated orphanage in the city of Douluo on the planet Tianluo, a group of 7 or 8-year-old children encircled the 6-year-old Chu Qingyun, mercilessly beating him. The reason for their cruelty stemmed from the fact that Chu Qingyun was not a native of the Douluo world, but rather hailing from the distant earth. In his previous life, Chu Qingyun was a peerless mechanic and alchemist, but his life was tragically cut short due to a treacherous attack by villains. To his astonishment, when he regained consciousness, he found himself transformed into an infant swaddled in blankets, later discovered and brought to the orphanage by its compassionate headmaster, who, moved by his plight, took him in. Under the care of the orphanage, Chu Qingyun grew steadily, retaining the memories of his former life, which instilled in him a profound curiosity about this new world. Upon inquiring with the elder residents of the orphanage, he learned that he resided in the legendary Douluo Continent. The city of Douluo, where he lived, was markedly underdeveloped, lacking advanced technology and powerful soul masters, struggling even for basic sustenance. The city was starkly divided between the opulent district, rife with indulgence, and the crime-ridden slums, where Chu Qingyun, dwelling in the latter, found himself ostracized due to his unconventional thoughts, which became the primary reason for the bullying he endured. At that moment, a commanding voice rang out from above, "Stop!" A dark figure leaped down from a tree, her waist-length azure hair glimmering with a hint of pink at the tips, her bright eyes and porcelain-like complexion exuding an air of exquisite beauty. She stood defiantly in front of Chu Qingyun, glaring at the crowd. Though she appeared petite against the chubby leader of the bullies, known as Ro, the latter and his companions were visibly intimidated, retreating in fear. For she had awakened her martial soul, establishing herself as a bona fide soul master. Ro, flanked by his followers, retreated in a fluster, threatening. "So what if you're a soul master? Just wait until tomorrow when we awaken our martial souls. We'll make you regret it." With that, they hurriedly fled, terrified of facing the wrath of this formidable girl. Chu Qingyun slowly lifted his head to address her, "My lady Huolinger, what brings you from the affluent district to this humble slum?" Huolinger turned to gaze at Chu Qingyun, whose face had been battered into a swollen mess, her large, glistening eyes welling with concern. Imitating a puffer fish, she puffed up her cheeks and placed her hands on her hips, exclaiming, "Humph! If I hadn't come, who knows what state you'd be in now, just standing here and letting them mock you." With a feigned expression of anger, Huolinger turned away, prompting Chu Qingyun to reach into his heavy winter coat and produce a steaming item, which he waved enticingly before her. Huolinger stole a glance and scoffed, "Huh? You think you can bribe me? This young lady is not so easily swayed." As Chu Qingyun unveiled a newspaper wrapping, revealing a hot, roasted sweet potato, Huolinger's eyes sparkled with delight, and she lunged for it, devouring it with an expression of pure satisfaction. Observing her, Chu Qingyun remarked with a hint of resignation, "Lucky you arrived early, otherwise that roasted sweet potato would have been snatched by Ro and his gang." Upon hearing this, Huolinger's eyes widened in surprise as she inquired, "They attacked you just for this roasted sweet potato?" Chu Qingyun nakwadili note that. Huolinger swallowed the last bite, rolled up her sleeves, and, filled with indignation, prepared to seek revenge. Chu Qingyun quickly interjected, No, I'm a boy after all. I can't just let you take the lead. Tomorrow, when I awaken my martial soul, they will no longer dare to bully me. Seeing his determination, Hualing'er smiled. I believe you will awaken a truly formidable martial soul. Flushed with shyness at her praise, Chu Qingyun asked, I heard that you awakened your martial soul at birth. May I know what it is? With a gentle smile, Hualing'er manifested her martial soul, a shimmering blue silvergrass, surrounded by a ring of yellow soul rings. Chu Qingyun carefully poked at the blue silvergrass, marveling, so this is blue silvergrass, the legendary martial soul of the sea god Tang San. Hualing'er burst into laughter, teasing, the sea god's martial soul is blue silver emperor, not to be confused with my blue silvergrass. Such ignorance. Embarrassed, Chu Qingyun scratched his head, acknowledging that the blue silvergrass of the sea god Tang San was indeed a powerful martial soul, enhanced through a second awakening, far superior to the ordinary variant. At that moment, Hualing'er patted his shoulder, declaring, it's getting late. I must return. You must strive to awaken a powerful martial soul tomorrow. And who knows, you might even gain admission to Shrek Academy. Chu Qingyun intelligent, realizing that even without a powerful martial soul, his extensive experience as a mechanic and alchemist from his past life would suffice to establish him as a formidable figure. However, recognizing that this world operated under the premise of martial souls, having a powerful one by his side could indeed be quite intriguing. With newfound confidence, Chu Qingyun assured Hualing'er, rest assured, I shall become a being that surpasses the illustrious Tang San. Hualing'er chuckled, you're getting ahead of yourself. She then added, by the way, there have been several tragic incidents in Douluo City lately. You must be cautious. Nodding, Chu Qingyun waved her goodbye, watching her retreating figure, his expression turning serious as he gazed skyward, declaring, since fate has granted me a second chance at life in this world, I shall live it to the fullest. Let the era of Douluo that rightfully belongs to me begin. Meanwhile, the 6 to 7-year-old children of the orphanage stood in a line in an open area, awaiting the ceremony for the awakening of their martial souls. It was a source of exasperation for Chu Qingyun that, despite the rapid technological advancements on the 3 major planets, the martial soul awakening had devolved into a mere ritual conducted with antiquated crystal testing methods, revealing the lack of expectation from the officials of the Spirit Transmission Tower regarding any prodigious talents emerging from their ranks. As a gasp echoed through the air, Chu Qingyun's heart sank. Ro has awakened the purple thunder-patterned pig with innate soul power of 6 and a mental strength of 35 in the spiritual realm. Among the 80 or so children, only Ro's qualifications and martial soul could qualify her as a soul master, while the rest were deemed failures. With an air of pride, Ro descended from the platform, shouldering Chu Qingyun to the ground, mocking him, you little brat, I'm a soul master now. Your protector can no longer shield you. Rising to his feet, Chu Qingyun clenched his fists, fixing a fierce glare upon Ro as he retorted through gritted teeth. Once I awaken my martial soul, I will teach you a lesson you won't soon forget, you arrogant fool. With determination, Chu Qingyun strode towards the platform, standing before the circular crystal, letting out a deep breath as he mentally urged, come forth. Let all those who once looked down upon me witness what it truly means to be strong. With that, he placed his left hand upon the crystal, and a brilliant golden light erupted forth, prompting the astonished soul master from the Spirit Transmission Tower to exclaim, Level 10. With an innate soul power and an astonishing mental strength of 50, he had reached the pinnacle of the spirit origin realm. Chu Qingyun's heart swelled with joy, convinced that he was destined to be the protagonist. However, before he could bask in his triumph, he was suddenly pinned to the ground by the surrounding soul masters, and the atmosphere grew tense. Chu Qingyun, filled with indignation, demanded, what are you doing? Why are you treating me this way? The leading soul master, with a grave expression, pointed towards the nearby black mist and declared, your martial spirit bears a striking resemblance to that of an evil soul master. We suspect you may be a dangerous individual and must conduct an inspection. Chu Qingyun gazed in shock at the fist-sized black mist swirling nearby. What was happening? Could it be that he was a villainous boss? Following a meticulous investigation by the Spirit Transmission Tower, it was revealed that Chu Qingyun was not a soul master at all. Rather, his martial spirit was a useless black smoke. Dejected, he returned to the orphanage. Feeling utterly disheartened, despite being endowed with such exceptional potential, he was cursed with a worthless martial spirit. Fate certainly had a twisted sense of humor. It seemed he would have to rely on his past life experiences to turn his fortunes around. As he returned to his dormitory, Roro immediately gathered a group to mock him. Oh look, the evil soul master is back. Come everyone, let us see what an evil soul master looks like. Ha ha ha. At that moment, Chu Qingyun lifted his head, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, as a few golden orbs slowly tumbled from his sleeves. The group instinctively recoiled in fear. Roro, feigning composure, urged, let us go, let us not bother with this useless soul master. Watching them depart, Chu Qingyun pulled the covers over himself and lay on his bed. Though his heart was bitter, not a single tear fell. Gradually, he succumbed to slumber. In his dreams, he found himself in an abyss of darkness, when suddenly a commanding voice beckoned. Come here. Following the sound, Chu Qingyun spotted a beam of light shining down from above, illuminating a stone chair upon which sat a mysterious figure cloaked in black. Summoning his courage, Chu Qingyun approached and inquired, Who are you? In an instant, a golden light pierced his forehead, revealing a dark golden wheel-shaped divine seal upon his brow. The mysterious figure let out a gleeful laugh and said, Hee hee, I am Mu Tian, the ancient god of reincarnation and immortality. From this day forth, you shall be the inheritor of the reincarnation divine position. Chapter 3, The First Trial. Chu Qingyun, flustered, touched the mark on his forehead and questioned the mysterious being. What ancient god? What did you just do to me? Mu Tian explained. I have planted my divine seed within your spiritual realm. In other words, you now possess the status of a divine soul master. Furthermore, I am the ancient god of reincarnation and immortality who has slaughtered the divine realm and brought ruin to the ancient god realm. Wazili, Chu Qingyun Zetponde. You don't sound like a good person. Let me warn you, if you dare to act recklessly, my senior in the divine realm will not let you go. Mu Tian, intrigued, asked, Oh, you know others in the divine realm? Huffing with pride, Chu Qingyun boasted before the mysterious figure, of course. The divine King Tang San, Hui Yuhao, and Tang Wulin, all of whom are supreme experts. If you dare to act foolishly, you have no idea how dire your fate will be. Ha ha ha. Mu Tian erupted into a fit of arrogant laughter, saying, Little brat, they are merely divine kings. With a single move, I could reduce them to ashes. Hurry up and become my disciple. I will teach you a few tricks to show off. Chu Qingyun scoffed, deriding you? What a blowhard. Feeling belittled, Mu Tian instantaneously appeared behind Chu Qingyun, and the surrounding space descended into chaos. In an instant, they found themselves in a realm filled with blood and bones. Chu Qingyun gazed in horror at the white-haired man seated atop a mountain of bones, trembling uncontrollably as he beheld the 12 blood-red divine rings floating behind him, 3 more than a divine king. Mu Tian, noticing Chu Qingyun se shock, Chuka, obsa. This is your first trial. This scene depicts the battle against the ancient god of death. If you can withstand the pressure of this battle, you will have succeeded. The ancient god of death brandished a gigantic scythe and charged towards Mu Tian, the terrifying aura of death tearing apart the surrounding space. Yet, Mu Tian remained unfazed, raising his hand to catch the oncoming scythe. With a resounding crack, the razor-sharp scythe shattered into fragments, leaving the ancient god of death momentarily stunned. The mere collision sent a wave of deadly energy coursing through Chu Qingyun, causing his complexion to pale and his teeth to clench as he struggled to remain standing. The ancient god of death, undeterred, summoned his divine rings, casting the entire space into a terrifying crimson hue. Death withers. The divine rings transformed into a colossal white skeletal reaper that roared into existence, its massive bony wings ablaze with blood-red flames, suffusing the air with an overwhelming aura of death. Boom! Behind Mu Tian, a total of 24 dark golden divine rings emerged. One of the rings glimmered dark gold, and Mu Tian's hands sparkled with a radiant dark golden light. In an instant, he unleashed a dark golden beam that shattered the skeletal reaper into pieces. The ancient god of death, sent soaring into the air, was swiftly obliterated by Mu Tian, leaving only a dark golden afterimage in his wake. Next, Mu Tian drew forth a dark golden greatsword, bellowing, Immortal Reincarnation. As the third dark golden divine ring shone brightly, the enormous sword gleamed with a dark golden edge, erasing the ancient god of death from existence. The fallen deity dropped 2 orbs of light, one blood red, the other ghostly green. Chu Qingyun immediately spat out a mouthful of blood, his mind exploding with pain. As he collapsed to the ground, gasping, "What are these 2 orbs?" Mu Tian reappeared beside him, stating, "These are the seeds of Ashura and Rakshasa deities." Hearing this, Chu Qingyun felt his blood boil, spewing another mouthful of blood. Even a divine king was no match for him, and this formidable being was truly terrifying. At that moment, Mu Tian forcibly extracted a blood-red soul ring and a bony wing from the ancient god of death, taunting, "So, you didn't tee wet your pants in fear? If you can stand up, kneel before me as your master, and this million-year soul ring will be yours." Gritting his teeth against the pain, Chu Qingyun stood up with great effort, swallowing the blood in his throat, and solemnly asked, "I have but one question. Why have you chosen me?" A fleeting glimmer of emotion crossed Mu Tian's eyes, but he maintained an air of nonchalance as he replied, "Because, like me, you possess the unique, law-martial spirit of this world." Seeing this, Chu Qingyun hesitated no longer. He knelt before the mysterious figure, proclaiming, "Master, please accept your disciple's bow." Mu Tian nodded in satisfaction and said, "Rise now, and prepare to refine this soul ring." A powerful mental shock rendered Chu Qingyun speechless. The mysterious figure stepped forward and gently tapped his brow, a wave of coolness instantly dispersing his pain. Chu Qingyun collapsed to the ground, feeling a profound sense of relief as he exclaimed, "Master, this is a million-year soul ring. Are you trying to blow me up?" His master, emerging from the enigmatic black robe, reached out and pinched his left cheek, saying, "Your mental power has ascended to the realm of spiritual connection, 120, after the recent ordeal. And with me here, what is there to fear?" Chu Qingyun struggled to push away his master's hand, retorting, "Even if I am at the spiritual connection level, absorbing a million-year soul ring is still perilous. If you end up killing me, I swear I will haunt you as a ghost." Mu Tian's ethereal form kicked Chu Qingyun in frustration, exclaiming, "You chatter too much. Hurry up." With that, Chu Qingyun nervously settled in front of the blood-red million-year soul ring and began the fusion process. As soon as he made contact with the soul ring, it erupted in a dazzling light, and the ancient god of death hidden within surged forth, intent on seizing control of Chu Qingyun's body. The disparity in their realms was immense. In an instant, the ancient god of death dominated Chu Qingyun's consciousness. Just as the god was about to invade the last remnants of his space, the divine seed concealed within Chu Qingyun's spiritual realm radiated a brilliant dark golden light. The mysterious figure appeared instantly, observing the oncoming ancient god of death with a cold snort, and a massive hand enveloped the goddess consciousness. With a sudden grip, the ancient god of death transformed into a resplendent light and vanished. At that moment, a dark golden soul ring enveloped Chu Qingyun and slowly ascended, while a pair of black bone wings unfurled behind him. Chapter 4. The Conspiracy of the Evil Soul Master. After a brief moment, Chu Qingyun rose to his feet, a wicked smile gracing his lips as he remarked, "What a splendid soul skill. But, what is this bone wing behind me? Have I mutated?" Mu Tian transformed in a black mist and surged into Chu Qingyun's brow, leaving behind a warning in the divine seed's realm. "The bone wing behind you is an external soul bone. Do not reveal it unless your life is in danger, or it will bring catastrophic consequences. Remember, never disclose our secrets in front of anyone. The repercussions would be dire. Additionally, I will impart to you a method to conceal your cultivation, allowing you to remain under the radar." The surroundings shifted, and Chu Qingyun found himself back in his dormitory, stretching lazily as he mused. "I never expected that was a temporal traversal." Master Mu Tian responded with keen interest. "Oh, for a lad like you, who has just awakened his martial soul to comprehend the art of time and space, is remarkable." Seeing this, Chu Qingyun proudly thumped his chest, declaring, "That's nothing. With enough materials, I could build you a time machine right away." Suddenly, a stream of bright red liquid began to flow in from the doorway, resembling blood. Confused, Chu Qingyun opened the door, only to be stunned by the gruesome sight before him. The orphanage was strewn with the bodies of orphans, blood staining the entire building. As he stepped over the blood and corpses, he found teachers and children alike lying lifeless, the entire orphanage resembling a hellish nightmare. Just then, a panic scream jolted Chu Qingyun from shock. It was him. He conspired with the evil soul master to slaughter everyone in the orphanage. Instantly, federal soul masters pinned Chu Qingyun to the ground. In disbelief, he looked at the accuser, asking, "What are you talking about? How could I possibly conspire with the evil soul master to massacre the orphanage?" The leading enforcer sternly replied, "Though this child is young, he cannot be ruled out as a suspect. We must take him in for thorough investigation. We cannot let the vile, evil soul master escape." In the examination room of the Donglan City Federation, a soul master with a rugged face and stubble interrogated Chu Qingyun. "Confess honestly. Why did you conspire with the evil soul master to harm the innocent in the orphanage?" Chu Qingyun, in a state of desperation, exclaimed, "What nonsense are you spouting? How can I harm my own family?" Bang! The stubbled soul master slammed the table, his 2 yellow and 2 purple soul rings materializing. The overwhelming pressure of a soul sovereign making it hard for Chu Qingyun to breathe. The enraged soul sovereign demanded, "Still not confessing? Then tell me, where were you and what were you doing when the evil soul master attacked the orphanage?" Chu Qingyun could not reveal this secret, and in that moment, he found himself at a loss for words, sitting there dumbfounded. The soul sovereign seized the opportunity. Can't come up with a response? Good. Let me show you the might of Li Chang'an. Bring in the torture instruments. Stop. A white-haired man dressed in fine garments, adorned with the emblem of the spirit tower, entered. The oppressive force bearing down on Chu Qingyun vanished instantaneously, and the rugged Li Chang'an knelt before him. Before the white-haired man could speak, Li Chang'an, braving the terrifying pressure, boldly declared, "Spirit Master, are you attempting to shield the accomplices of the evil Soul Master?" The white-haired man snorted coldly, and in an instant, 9 soul rings, purple, 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 black, 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 red, red, fiercely appeared. Chu Qingyun was astounded. The individual before him was indeed a titled Douluo. Without concrete evidence, you dare to jump to conclusions and lay such accusations against a 6-year-old child? Is this not a stain on the Federation's honor? Li Chang'an retorted arrogantly. If he is indeed an evil soul master, regardless of age, he deserves to be punished. Even if you're a titled Douluo, you must adhere to the Federation's regulations. If you dare obstruct our enforcement, I will report your actions to the higher-ups. At that moment, a familiar voice resonated from behind. What evidence do you have to prove he is an evil soul master? Your Federation is truly bold to wrongfully accuse a child. Since you deem him an evil soul master, let us take him to the Spirit Tower, where the Tower Master's divine statue can ascertain the truth. If he is innocent, Chu Qingyun turned in surprise. It was none other than Huolinger. He had not expected this little girl to be affiliated with the Spirit Tower. Huolinger fiercely removed Chu Qingyun's handcuffs, standing protectively in front of him, glaring defiantly at the federal officials. Li Chang'an seemed resolute in his belief that Chu Qingyun was an evil soul master, fearlessly responding, "Very well. If the Tower Master's divine statue deems this boy an evil soul master, then I expect an apology from you to our federal enforcement team." Chu Qingyun's my dit daifun. Such arrogance was astounding, demanding an apology from a titled Douluo to a soul sovereign. But then, a wave of unease washed over him. What if, during the divine statue's examination, Master was exposed? At that moment, the voice of his master echoed in his mind, "Do not worry, lad. You only need to provide a drop of blood from the girl beside you." Arriving at the Douluo City Spirit Tower branch, Chu Qingyun was astonished by the advanced technological soul devices before him, his mouth agape in awe. Huolinger, amused by his naive expression, chuckled and asked, "So, what do you think? Isn't our Spirit Tower impressive?" Chu Qingyun gave a thumbs up, responding, "Absolutely. To my astonishment, you are indeed a little wealthy lady. If you do not object, perhaps you might consider supporting me in the future." Ahem. The white-haired titled Douluo, upon hearing Chu Qingyun's words, cast a furious glare in his direction. Blushing, Huolinger retorted, "How dreadful, what are you saying? However, you shall become my little brother, and I shall protect you." Big brother. Observing her reaction, Chu Qingyun hurried over and whispered in her ear, "Then, big brother, could you grant your little brother a drop of your blood?" Ahem. The titled Douluo halted, his expression darkening as he fixed an intense stare upon Chu Qingyun, resembling a father-in-law scrutinizing his son-in-law. Huolinger, feeling shy, pushed him away and discreetly pricked her finger, tossing a drop of her essence blood to Chu Qingyun while chiding, "This is the Spirit Tower. Don't get so close in front of so many people. My master will be displeased." Chu Qingyun gazed at the drop of blood in his hand, breathing a sigh of relief. At that moment, the crowd came to a standstill as they beheld a towering statue ahead, which was none other than the Spirit Douluo, the founding figure of the Spirit Tower, the god of emotion, Liu Hao. The white-haired titled Douluo addressed Chu Qingyun, saying, "Kid, stand before the statue of the Tower Master and unleash your martial soul. The Tower Master will surely vindicate you. Go on." Chu Qingyun felt a wave of anxiety wash over him. Although his master had assured him that everything would be fine, he couldn't shake the unease. Should he fail, he would face the wrath of several god-level pursuers. He dripped Huolinger's essence blood onto the black mist in his hand, and instantly, countless blue-silver grasses emerged, enveloping him in a radiant blue light. At that moment in the divine realm, sea god Hu Hao looked up in astonishment, murmuring, "Oh, what an intriguing little fellow." The white-haired title Douluo exclaimed in shock. This kid has actually gained the Tower Master's recognition. Moreover, his martial soul is the blue silvergrass. Behind him, Hua Linger fervently denied. No, he is just like me. He possesses the blue silver emperor. Beside them, Li Changyan, utterly astonished, exclaimed, "No, that's impossible. The orphanage records stated your martial soul was the black mist. How could it have transformed into the blue silver emperor?" At that moment, Chu Qingyun slowly turned his head and, with an air of pride, declared, "Who told you I couldn't possess twin martial souls?" Chapter 5. A Night of Darkness and Wind. Li Changyan, in utter shock, collapsed to the ground, staring blankly at Chu Qingyun, while the onlookers cast him disapproving glances, condemning his abnormal behavior towards a mere 6-year-old child. At this point, Li Changyan had lost all previous arrogance. The white-haired man approached him, coldly stating, "Li Xuanzhang, what a grand display of power you have, falsely accusing a 6-year-old child and openly confronting a spirit master. Prepare to face a suspension investigation from the Federation." Li Changyan's face turned ashen as he swallowed hard, hastily kneeling before the white-haired spirit master and pleading for mercy. "Your Excellency Qingfeng, I only enforced such strict measures for the safety of the Federation. Please forgive me this once." The white-haired spirit master glanced towards Chu Qingyun, silently seeking his opinion. Noticing this, Chu Qingyun stepped forward with a mischievous grin and remarked to the kneeling Li Changyan, "Alas, Li Xuanzhang's intellect is even duller than a pig's, and his temper more obstinate than a donkey. It's only natural that he would be toyed with by the evil soul masters. Given this, I shall overlook your transgressions. But beware of the evil soul masters seeking revenge in the future." Li Changyan glared at Chu Qingyun in a fit of rage, feeling humiliated as a 4-ringed soul master, being mocked and threatened by a mere child who had just awakened his martial soul. However, realizing that refusing to submit would jeopardize his future career, he begrudgingly bowed his head in apology to Chu Qingyun, seeking his understanding. Seeing this, the spirit master Qingfeng displayed a look of disdain as he waved his hand at Li Changyan. The latter, seizing the moment, hurriedly led his companions away, casting a resentful glance at both Qingfeng and Chu Qingyun, silently vowing, "You two scoundrels, if I ever get my hands on you, I will make sure you wish you were never born." Once Li Changyan and the Federation patrol team departed, Qingfeng took out a cyan blue hair ribbon, elegantly raising his head to tie back his silvery locks. From a distance, Chu Qingyun observed Qingfeng's flawless skin and the delicate fingers gliding through his silver hair. Were it not for the prominent Adam's apple, he would never have recognized this figure as a man. After securing his hair, Qingfeng smiled and placed a hand on Chu Qingyun's shoulder, inquiring, "Chu Qingyun, I often hear Linger speak of you. The Tower Master's acknowledgement signifies your potential. I see great promise in you. Why not take me as your master?" Chu Qingyun, with a look of disdain, pushed his hand away and replied, without hesitation, "No." Qingfeng stood in shock, unable to fathom his refusal, incredulously asking, "Why? I am a titled Douluo of the 93rd rank, the spirit master of the Spirit Tower in Donglan City. Many would seek me in vain. Chu Qingyun vi soleti zito. It is precisely because of your androgynous appearance that I find it repugnant." The surrounding staff of the Spirit Tower could not contain their laughter. Chu Qingyun's words struck a chord with all present. Qingfeng, utterly flabbergasted, was left momentarily speechless. Sensing the awkward atmosphere, Chu Qingyun quickly shifted the topic, nonetheless. "I am truly grateful for your assistance today, Your Excellency Qingfeng. If you could kindly provide some design blueprints and materials for 2-word battle armor, I would be even more appreciative." Before Qingfeng could respond, a purple-robed spirit master interjected, "Absolutely not. The design blueprints for battle armor are classified secrets of all factions. Not to mention the materials are precious. Even the intricacies of the blueprints are beyond your mental capacity to comprehend." At that moment, Qingfeng raised his hand to halt the conversation, smiling warmly as he said, "It is commendable for a young person to be curious about high-tech soul-guided devices. Just provide him with a set of 2-word battle armor manufacturing documentation for him to observe. If he truly possesses potential, you can guide him properly." Seeing this, the purple-robed spirit master retrieved a set of 2-word battle armor design blueprints and handed them to Chu Qingyun. Elated, Chu Qingyun accepted them and became engrossed in the intricate and complex designs. Moments later, he smirked and confidently proposed to Qingfeng, "All right. According to the materials specified in this blueprint, procure 3 sets of materials for me. In 1 month's time, I shall deliver a set of 1-word battle armor. If I fail, I shall willingly take you as my master. What do you say?" "Oh, Qingfeng was aware of the challenges associated with one-word battle armor. Yet Chu Qingyun's confident request piqued his interest. He smiled and replied, "Very well. You shall have access to the manufacturing facility within the Spirit Tower for a month. Whatever materials you require, they shall assist you. If you succeed in creating a one-word battle armor, I, Qingfeng Duo, shall grant you the opportunity to select a spirit soul as a gift." How's that sound? With a sly grin, Chu Qingyun responded eagerly, "It's a deal." In the depths of the night, homeless Chu Qingyun was settled into a dormitory on the top floor of the Spirit Tower, gazing at the intricate blueprints before him. His master, the God Seed, sighed, "Alas, you little rascal, do not expect me to help you with the battle armor. I am utterly clueless." Chu Qingyun chuckled mischievously and replied, "A mere one-word battle armor is nothing. However, we are about to embark on a mission to kill." Chu Qingyun donned a long black robe, activated the mechanical door of his dormitory, and hurled several small black balls outward. Moments later, the black spheres transformed into a billowing cloud of transparent smoke and vanished. Cloaked in his black robe, Chu Qingyun strode confidently past numerous patrolling guards and unblinking surveillance cameras, making his way out of the Spirit Transmission Tower with audacity. At that moment, Li Chang'an was in a dimly lit secret chamber within the Federation, reprimanding Ro, "You incompetent fool. You can't even handle this trivial matter. And now I've lost face at the Spirit Transmission Tower." Ro, trembling, knelt before Li Chang'an, pleading, "My lord, please spare me this once. Grant me another opportunity to redeem myself for the organization." Just then, a deep voice resonated through the chamber. "You have no chances left." Li Chang'an and Ro hastily knelt on the ground, weeping in despair. "Lord Evil Crow, I was wrong. Please spare us." In an instant, a blade of wind struck their faces as Chu Qingyun emerged from the shadows, a wicked grin on his face. Brandishing a miniature camera in his hand, he extracted the memory card from the device and pocketed it, tauntingly saying, "Surprise. Did you ever think it would be me?" Furious, Li Chang'an lunged at Chu Qingyun, a grotesque blood crow bat manifesting behind him, adorned with 4 soul rings, 1 yellow, 2 purple, and 1 black. This was Li Chang'an's concealed second martial soul, a testament to his identity as an evil soul master. Blood crow like a prison, Li Chang'an sneered at Chu Qingyun, the purple-black 10,000-year soul ring glowing ominously behind him. The spirit of the blood crow bat released a piercing shriek, overwhelming Ro with its powerful sound wave, causing him to bleed from all orifices and faint on the ground. As the terrifying sound wave surged toward Chu Qingyun, he merely scoffed, enveloped in swirling black mist. As the dark golden million-year divine rings ignited behind him, Chu Qingyun roared, "Blood crow, like a prison, replicated." Instantly, the black mist coalesced before him, unleashing a familiar ultrasonic attack that collided with Li Chang'an's onslaught, nullifying it in an instant. Li Chang'an stared at Chu Qingyun in shock, tremblingly raising his index finger to point at the dark golden soul rings behind him, incredulously exclaiming, "A million-year soul ring." With a smirk, Chu Qingyun explained, "This million-year soul ring possesses 2 divine abilities. First, it allows me to extract a drop of the enemy's blood, enabling me to perfectly replicate one of their soul skills for half an hour, during which I cannot acquire another skill from the same individual. Second, if someone willingly offers a drop of their blood, I can refine it to replicate their primary martial soul for my own use, though it does not include their soul rings or skills, and its effects are permanent, with no limit on quantity, provided the blood is willingly given. Although these abilities may appear auxiliary, they're undeniably divine skills." Suddenly, Li Chang'an glanced toward the dark door behind Chu Qingyun, preparing to escape while the latter was distracted. However, as he stood, a wave of weakness washed over him, and he coughed up blood, collapsing helplessly to the ground, muttering, "You poisoned me." Chu Qingyun approached Li Chang'an slowly, a disdainful smile on his lips, and replied, "Poison? I scorn such things. The air is saturated with excellent restorative medicine, specially prepared for you." Li Chang'an's eyes widened in shock, and just then, a glint of cold light flashed from Chu Qingyun's hand, severing Li Chang'an's head from his body, extinguishing his life, perhaps in his final moments. Li Chang'an reflected on the absurdity of being toyed with and slain by a mere child who had just awakened his martial soul. Slap! Slap! Chu Qingyun mercilessly struck Ro, rousing him from unconsciousness. Upon awakening, Ro's gaze fell upon the decapitated corpse of Li Chang'an, his face frozen in terror. He panicked, pleading with Chu Qingyun, "Brother Yun, please, spare me. I was forced to join them for the sake of survival." Chu Qingyun regarded Ro with a sly smile. "Very well. Considering your youth, I shall grant you your life, but you must convey a message to the evil soul masters for me. He leaned in close, whispering with a wicked grin, causing Ro to break into a cold sweat. In a flurry of panic, he looked at Chu Qingyun and stammered this. Impatient, Chu Qingyun kicked him, saying, "Hurry and leave." Without a moment's thought, Ro scrambled out of the secret chamber, disappearing without a trace. After settling everything, Chu Qingyun left the Federal Bureau with composure. On his way back to the Spirit Transmission Tower, Elder Mu's voice echoed in his mind. Young man, indecisiveness in matters of life and death is not a virtue. With a smirk, a hint of peculiarity in his expression, Chu Qingyun replied, "Rest assured, master, you won't last much longer." Ding! As Chu Qingyun returned, swiping his room card to open the door, he was suddenly drenched in cold sweat. Huolinger sat at the edge of his bed, her eyes glinting with icy radiance. Where have you been? Chapter 6, Tension Mounts. On the morning of the same day, the area surrounding the Spirit Transmission Tower was besieged. Armed mechs and heavy weaponry from the Federation were deployed, creating an atmosphere of imminent conflict. As the head of the Spirit Transmission Tower in Donglan City, Douluo Continent rose, his 9 soul rings, 4 purple, 3 black, and 2 red, slowly ascending. The ruthless Douluo armor enveloped him in an instant, and a formidable wave of blue soul power enveloped the area as he bellowed with authority, "Impudent fools! Do you intend to rebel against the Federation of Donglan City?" At that moment, a soul Douluo adorned with 1 yellow, 3 purple, 3 black, and 1 red soul rings ascended into the air, clad in a 3-character armor, defiantly declaring, under Qingfeng's command, "We have come to investigate the circumstances surrounding the murder of our Federation's inspector, Li Chang'an." As he spoke, Ji Xuanyo, the president of the Donglan City Federation, gestured grandly, revealing a gruesome, severed head, its expression frozen in horror, as if it had witnessed something terrifying before death. Douluo Qingfeng snorted coldly, retorting, "Are you implying that I infiltrated your Federation and slaughtered Inspector Li, decapitating him to humiliate you?" Ji Xuanyo chuckled. "I have faith in your character, my lord. But there is indeed a killer." With a nod to his subordinates, a holographic projection activated, displaying the mutilated body of Li Chang'an beneath the fragmented characters of Qingyun. Ji Xuanyo stated solemnly, "I have heard that yesterday, Li Chang'an had a confrontation with a child named Chu Qingyun. I implore you, Lord Qingfeng, to bring him forth for questioning in front of us. Should we have misjudged the child, I, Ji Xuanyo, will certainly acknowledge my error to the Federation. However, if not—" "Ha ha!" Douluo Qingfeng burst into laughter at Ji Xuanyo's words, responding, "Chu Qingyun has only just awakened his martial soul and possesses neither soul rings nor spirits. If Li Chang'an were killed by a mere child who has just awakened his martial soul, then he deserves to die." "What did you say?" The Federation soul masters, upon hearing this, drew their weapons, tension palpable in the air. Though Douluo Qingfeng's words held some truth, honor was paramount. How could they allow Li Chang'an, a member of the Federation, to be so humiliated by the Spirit Transmission Tower? At that moment, the voice of Chu Qingyun echoed from behind Douluo Qingfeng. "Wow, what commotion!" Ji Xuanyo's subordinates quickly pointed at Chu Qingyun, exclaiming, "President, this is Chu Qingyun." Ji Xuanyo let out a cold snort, and the 7-star sword of his martial spirit appeared fiercely in his grasp, a formidable pressure enveloping Chu Qingyun as he demanded, "Chu Qingyun, confess honestly. Were you last night?" The imposing aura of Qingfeng Douluo immediately dissipated, and he spoke with utmost seriousness. "Impudent. While it is permissible to interrogate, is it not excessive to use pressure against a child?" At that moment, the voice of Huolinger resonated from behind the crowd. "Chu Qingyun was with me last night. I was in his room, and I can vouch for him." A warmth spread through Chu Qingyun's heart. In truth, when Huolinger discovered him drenched in blood upon his return, his master had immediately suggested silencing her, but he could not bring himself to do so. Thus, he disclosed all matters concerning the evil soul master to her. After learning the truth, Huolinger left his room in silence, and he had feared she might be angry. Yet he never anticipated her unwavering defense of him today, disregarding her own reputation. At that moment, Ji Xuanyo cast a menacing glare at Chu Qingyun, who felt a chill run down his spine, hastily stepping forward to clarify, "I'm the one who killed him. Sister Linger was unaware last night." The declaration stunned all present, and Huolinger rushed to his side, whispering anxiously, "You fool, why did you confess?" Chu Qingyun did not respond to her question, instead protectively positioning Huolinger behind him and resolutely stating, "Sister Linger, let me protect you from now on." Watching Chu Qingyun's back, Huolinger's eyes grew misty. At this juncture, Ji Xuanyou's furious voice thundered, "You little brat, how did you kill Li Chang'an?" A terrifying mental pressure surged into Chu Qingyun's mind, causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood as he staggered against a nearby soul-guided cannon for support. Before Qinfeng Douluo could intervene, Ji Xuanyo abruptly withdrew his mental force, fear etched on his pale face. In that fleeting moment, when his mental energy invaded Chu Qingyun's consciousness, he had sensed a profound aura of death. Had he not escaped swiftly, he might have been in grave peril. Gasping for breath, Chu Qingyun wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and managed a smile, saying, "Thank you, master." He then looked skyward and called out, "Elder, you have been here for quite some time. Why not show yourself?" No sooner had he spoken than Ji Xuanyo and Qinfeng Douluo abruptly looked up, startled to realize that someone was hiding under their perception. This individual's cultivation must be extraordinary. With a hearty laugh, a white-haired elder descended from the clouds. Stroking his beard with satisfaction, "Young man, do you wish to take me as your master?" Flanking him, Qinfeng Douluo and Ji Xuanyo hastily knelt before the elder, exclaiming, "We, the juniors Feng Buxiao and Ji Xuanyo, pay our respects to the Do God." This elder was none other than the Sea God Pavilion Elder of Shrek Academy, a 99th level ultimate Douluo and one of the top 10 powers of the Federation, known as Do God Ao Tian. Ao Tian paid no heed to the two, instead striding directly towards Chu Qingyun with an inquisitive gaze. Chu Qingyun turned to Huolinger, reluctantly shaking his head in refusal. "I'm sorry, elder. Wherever Sister Linger is, I shall be there as well." Ao Tian laughed heartily. "It is commendable for a young man to have someone he cherishes. Thus, I shall take both of you under my wing and lead you into Shrek Academy." His words left both Huolinger and Chu Qingyun blushing furiously. At that moment, a robust voice interjected, "Old man, these two children are for my Tianluo star. If they come, they shall come to my Tianluo Academy." Feng Buxiao and Ji Xuanyo exchanged glances, inwardly pondering, what day is it today? Even as the president of Tianluo Academy and one of the top 10 powers of the Federation, Xing Shun has come to snatch students. Shi Xing Aproshid Aoqiang, his 102nd level divine soul power reverberating throughout the vicinity, and provocatively queried, "Old fellow, after all these years, why are you still a 99th level ultimate Douluo?" Aoqiang stepped forward, unleashing his 99th level soul power, causing the heavens to tremble as his immense pressure threatened to rend the sky. In a fit of rage, Ao Tian retorted, "You old coot. If you're unconvinced, come and have a match." Despite Xing Shun having already transcended the limitations of dimensional laws, should the two truly clash, Ao Tian would undoubtedly have the upper hand. Observing the escalating argument, weaker soul masters around them began to vomit blood and faint, yet to Chu Qingyun's surprise, Huo Ling remained utterly unaffected. With his master guarding the mental space, how could she, a mere two-ring soul master, stand so composed? At that moment, Chu Qingyun bellowed, "Elders, please cease hostilities." Xing Shun and Ao Tian turned their puzzled gazes towards Chu Qingyun and Huolinger, remarking, "You two youngsters are indeed peculiar." Ji Xuanyo stepped forward, summoning his courage to say, "Elders, while these young friends possess extraordinary talents, I must investigate this matter thoroughly today. I ask for your understanding." Seeing Ji Xuanyo's earnest demeanor, Chu Qingyun nodded and tossed a storage chip to him, stating, "Chairman Ji, your diligence is commendable. I shall not conceal anything from you. All the answers lie within this chip." Ji Xuanyo, perplexed, instructed his subordinates to project the contents of the chip, revealing evidence recorded by Chu Qingyun the previous night, albeit with certain details redacted. Upon uncovering the truth, Ji Xuanyo bowed deeply to both Feng Buxiao and Chu Qingyun, sincerely apologizing, "I am truly sorry. It was my negligence that allowed the evil soul master's spy to infiltrate, and for that, I deeply apologize. I shall submit a report to the Federation and accept any punishment." Chu Qingyun understood that Ji Xuanyo was not a villain, merely a stubborn individual, and for the Federation, he was indeed a commendable candidate. Feng Buxiao helped him to his feet, gently patting his shoulder in reassurance, then turned to Chu Qingyun with a questioning gaze, "Young man, how did you manage to kill a four-ringed soul master and deduce that he was an evil soul master?" With a hint of pride, Chu Qingyun smiled and replied, "During the orphanage blood incident, Ro and Li Chang'an insisted I was in league with the evil soul master, even willing to offend you, my lord, to pin the blame on me. I know well that I am not an evil soul master, and the only participants were the three of us. If I am innocent, then they must be guilty. As for how I killed him, I simply administered a bit of poison and also this. Saying this, Chu Qingyun produced a button from his sleeve, pressing it gently. To his astonishment, the button began to rotate and transform, swiftly morphing into a hand cannon. Ao Tian immediately snatched it away, exclaiming in admiration, "My goodness, a spatial compression core array, a miniature energy compressor, and a beam diffusion core." As a divine craftsman, Ao Tian was thoroughly impressed. Suddenly, he aimed the hand cannon at Xing Shun, firing it in a swift motion. Caught off guard, Xing Shun was forced to retreat a step before effortlessly dissipating the incoming beam with a flick. Angrily, he admonished Ao Tian, "Old man, what are you doing?" Ao Tian chuckled mischievously, responding, "Alas, you mere god-level though, what harm could it possibly bring?" "Speak of your prowess," Xiang Tian, with a grave expression, remarked. "As long as the Soul Master remains unsuspecting, obliterating him poses no challenge whatsoever." At once, Ao Tian's eyes sparkled with excitement as he embraced Chu Qingyun, exclaiming, "Young man, did you accomplish this?" Chu Qingyun nodded, prompting Ao Tian to lift him with fervor, declaring, "Ah, splendid. I am a divine craftsman, and you, my boy, are a mechanical genius. We are indeed a perfect match. Come, join my ranks, and you may utilize any divine materials at your disposal." Xiang Tian, instantly displeased, summoned his martial soul, the Star Moon magic staff, and retorted angrily, "Old fellow, cease your nonsense. Chu Qingyun belongs to my Tianluo star. Do not attempt to seduce him again." In response, Ao Tian manifested his martial soul, the Haotian hammer, without yielding an inch. "Ah, today I shall carry this lad back to Douluo star, and I shall see who from your Tianluo star can hinder me." Chu Qingyun, bemused, pondered how both of these top-tier experts could so readily abandon their dignity. Observing the personnel from the Federation gradually retreating, a barely perceptible, sinister smile crept upon his lips. They could never fathom that the name Qingyun was inscribed by his own hand. Chapter 7. The Mutated Blue-Silver Emperor. Witnessing the imminent conflict between the god of battle and the star god over his own worth, Chu Qingyun sighed with resignation and said, "Esteemed seniors, please do not quarrel. I am willing to apprentice under the god of battle, Senior Ao." Upon hearing this, Ao Tian beamed with delight and danced with glee before Xiang Tian. Xiang Tian, however, maintained a serious demeanor. "Young man, think this through." Chu Qingyun, with a sense of inevitability, bowed and apologized. "My sincerest apologies, senior." With a huff, Xiang Tian turned away. Kneeling before Ao Tian, Chu Qingyun humbly proclaimed, "Master, please accept my bow." Ao Tian, satisfied, helped him to his feet, nodding approvingly. "Fear not, young one. With a master like me, you shall be invincible in the future." Chu Qingyun nodded thoughtfully, contemplating that it was time to equip his blue-silver grass martial soul with a soul ring. For relying solely on his laws was fraught with peril. Thus, he took the hand cannon from his master, approached Feng Buxiao, and expressed, "Your Grace, Qingfeng, I am grateful for your assistance. This suspended mirror gauntlet and its blueprints are but tokens of my appreciation. I shall forever remember your kindness." The members of the Spirit Transmission Tower were deeply moved, while the purple robe transmitter behind them eagerly accepted the blueprints, bowing repeatedly in gratitude. The value of these blueprints could significantly influence the future of battle armors and mechas. Chu Qingyun, however, was elated. This suspended mirror gauntlet was the fruit of his research from his previous life. This gauntlet, which barely represented a fraction of true strength, had been hastily crafted overnight. And in seizing this opportunity, he had acquired a wealth of precious materials and repaid a favor. Truly a double blessing. Feng Buxiao, acutely aware of Chu Qingyun's youthful age yet profound cunning, recognized that such magnanimity must harbor ulterior motives. He smirked and inquired, "Speak, what scheme are you plotting this time?" "Caught red-handed." Chu Qingyun scratched his head awkwardly and replied, "I wish to request that you find a blue-silver grass soul spirit with a primary focus on offensive attributes for my martial soul." Upon hearing this, Feng Buxiao furrowed his brow and stated, "Finding a soul spirit is certainly feasible. Coincidentally, Linger also seeks to acquire one, and you may do so together. However, a blue silvergrass with primary offensive attributes might be." Ao Tian stepped forward, his expression troubled. "Young man, a blue silvergrass with primary offensive attributes is likely non-existent even across the entirety of the Elven Star. If you seek a plant-type offensive soul spirit, I can take you to the ancient tree beneath the Shrek Academy to request a celestial herb." Chu Qingyun shook his head stubbornly, asserting, "I do not want celestial herbs. I only desire a strong offensive blue silvergrass. even if it is merely 10 years old. Witnessing his steadfastness, Feng Buxiao could only sigh in resignation. Very well. I shall, in my capacity as the Spirit Transmission Tower, beseech the newly appointed Blue-Silver Emperor of the Elven Star for assistance. Whether or not it comes to fruition depends on your luck. Upon hearing Feng Buxiao's response, Chu Qingyun finally exhaled in relief. Then, with a mischievous grin, approached Ao Tan and lamented, "Master, as a divine craftsman, you must be quite wealthy." A wave of anxiety surged through Ao Tan. Though he was both a god of battle and a divine craftsman, his wife was as fierce as a tiger. And the meager stash of personal savings he had painstakingly concealed was now at risk of being pilfered by his apprentice. Yet if he refused, how could he save face? After a prolonged internal struggle, Ao Tan reluctantly produced a federal gold card, tossing it to Chu Qingyun with a dismissive, "Scram, just go." Gazing at the gold card in his hand, a triumphant smile spread across Chu Qingyun's face as he seized the hand of Huoling'er, vanishing into the throng. At this moment, within a dim chamber in Donglan City, Ro knelt trembling on the ground, cold sweat beading on his brow, before a pale, hollow-eyed, an emaciated figure seated on a chair resembling a withered tree. The mysterious individual raised a hand, revealing a multitude of blood-red eyes that flocked to the chair behind him. Emitting a chilling cry, "Caw-caw!" Ro, trembling in fear, was met with the raspy voice of the mysterious figure. Interesting. A newly awakened martial soul master capable of slaying a four-ring soul sect member despite being 30 levels under. Go inquire whether he is willing to join our organization and become a holy son. Ro was utterly astonished. The title of Holy Son among evil soul masters held immense significance, as exemplified by the first master of the Spirit Transmission Tower, the Yu Hao, who was invited to join the organization and became a Holy Son. Eventually, Yu Hao obliterated the once thriving Spirit Transmission Tower and transcended dimensional limitations, becoming the god of emotion. Now, Chu Qingyun's potential to ascend to the rank of Holy Son left Ro gasping in disbelief. Just as Ro prepared to speak, a sudden spurt of blood erupted from his mouth, and he began to rot at an alarming rate. In a panic, he reached out to the mysterious figure for salvation. But the figure merely watched with a mocking expression as Ro writhed in agony. Unmoved, as Ro transformed into a pool of blood, the mysterious figure exhibited a glimmer of admiration, praising, "A 6-year-old child can be so merciless. I am increasingly fond of you, ha." In an instant, the figure seated upon the withered tree morphed into countless red-eyed black crows, dispersing into the ether. At dusk, Feng Buxiao and Ao Tan stood before the entrance of the Federation's interstellar shuttle, awaiting Huoling'er and Chu Qingyun. Noticing Chu Qingyun's tardiness, Ao Tan grew anxious. Pacing back and forth, sensing his distress, Feng Buxiao quickly reassured him. "Old Ao, do not fret. The two youngsters must have gone to the auction." No sooner had he spoken than Chu Qingyun and Huoling'er appeared within their line of sight, and upon observing the several space rings in their possession, an unsettling feeling washed over Ao Tan. As expected, Chu Qingyun sheepishly produced the gold card, confessing with a hint of guilt, "Master, I spent it all." The weight of those 3 words struck Ao Tan like a thunderbolt, elevating his blood pressure to alarming levels as he nearly stumbled. Feng Buxiao hastily steadied him, while Ao Tan wept profusely, lamenting, "I saved for over 70 years, and you squandered it all in a single afternoon. You prodigal child." Observing Ao Tan's disheveled appearance, Feng Buxiao could only shake his head in exasperation. For the sake of mere riches, the illustrious battle god had abandoned his dignity. Chu Qingyun, filled with guilt, scratched his head and apologized. "I'm sorry, master. I will repay you in the future." Noticing the awkward atmosphere, Feng Buxiao quickly interjected, "You 3, stop lingering. Let us board the interstellar shuttle and head to the Elven Star." Upon boarding the interstellar shuttle, Feng Buxiao assumed the 2 youngsters would be filled with curiosity. However, to his surprise, the duo, who had never ventured far, remained remarkably composed. Chu Qingyun was engrossed in examining a projected virtual blueprint, while Huoling'er held a delicately crafted phoenix hairpin, her gaze fixed on it in blissful delight. At that moment, Mu Tian, wearing a grave expression, inquired, "Little girl, from where did you acquire that hairpin? May I have a look?" Huoling'er, puzzled, handed the hairpin to Mu Tian. Her cheeks flushed as she explained, "This is a gift from Qingyun. Is there a problem, senior?" Mu Tian scrutinized the hairpin for a considerable time before raising his gaze to meet that of Chu Qingyun. The two exchanged a knowing glance, and Mu Tian revealed a cryptic smile before returning the hairpin to Huolinga, saying, "It's nothing. This hairpin is exquisitely crafted and undoubtedly precious. You must take good care of it." Huolinger nodded earnestly, while Chu Qingyun broke into a cold sweat. The hairpin was the most prized creation from his past life, one he had longed to give to the most significant person in his life. But fate had not allowed it until now. It seemed that destiny had intertwined their paths, as the hairpin had accompanied him into this new world. The hairpin possessed formidable powers, and from Mu Tian's discerning gaze earlier, he had surely perceived its hidden secrets. The interstellar shuttle sped through the cosmos, and within a night, they arrived at the vibrant elven star, which felt akin to stepping into the starry great forest. Feng Bushao led the group cautiously through the woods, explaining, "Though the relationship between humans and soul beasts is currently peaceful, the territorial instincts of soul beasts are still strong, so it's prudent to remain vigilant." The group nodded in agreement. After traversing the dense forest, they emerged into a vast plain adorned with lush blue silvergrass. Chu Qingyun and Huoling instinctively released their martial souls, feeling an affectionate resonance emanating from the surrounding blue silvergrass. At that moment, the blue silvergrass began to coalesce, and in the blink of an eye, a stunning beauty with flowing blue hair and clad in a white gown appeared before them. Adorned with a blue silver crown, she spoke with elegance and authority. "I did not anticipate that both of you possess the blue silver emperor as your martial soul." Chu Qingyun stared in astonishment at the blue silver grass in his hand, incredulously exclaiming, "My martial soul is the blue silver emperor?" Huo Linge stepped forward, pointing at the faint golden patterns on the blue silver emperor, and stated, "I am recognized by the previous blue silver emperor, although your leaf vein patterns appear dim. There is no doubt that you too are a blue silver emperor." Stunned, Chu Qingyun regarded Huoling with newfound respect. Originally, he had intended to use this blue silver grass to disguise himself and act inconspicuously, but it seemed Huolinger's identity was far from ordinary. At that moment, Feng Bushao courteously bowed, saying, "Senior, these two youngsters have come to undergo the blue silver emperor's trial, and one seeks a powerful attack-type blue silver grass as a soul spirit. I humbly request your assistance." The blue silver emperor scrutinized Chu Qingyun, her expression laden with curiosity. "Why do you seek a powerful attack-type blue silver grass as a soul spirit?" With a determined smile, Chu Qingyun replied, "Because I aspire to become a formidable force." The blue silver emperor fell silent for a moment, and the surrounding blue silver grass began to emit a shimmering blue light. She then addressed Huoling, "Follow the guidance of the blue silver grass, and you shall enter the blue silver emperor's trial." Turning to Chu Qingyun, she spoke coldly, "Come with me." A tendril of the blue silver emperor slowly entwined around Chu Qingyun's arm, and in an instant, the scenery transformed, bringing them to a space enveloped in a chilling aura. Chu Qingyun gazed in astonishment at the blue silver emperor before him. Gone was the vitality she once possessed, now replaced by an overwhelming aura of death. In a hoarse and weakened voice, the blue silver emperor uttered, "Young man, the deathly aura surrounding me is a result of divine blood that fell from the sky not long ago. I have exhausted 5 million years of cultivation to barely suppress the malevolence within it. This divine blood has also mutated my body, granting me terrifying offensive power. Yet if you merge with me, your survival rate is less than 1 in a billion." At that moment, Mu Tian's voice echoed in Chu Qingyun's mind. "Young man, you are fortunate that divine blood belongs to me. Others would certainly perish upon merging, but you will face no issues." Chapter 8. The Fierce Battle Against Tang San. Everyone expected Chu Qingyun to back down, but unexpectedly, a more terrifying black mist erupted from his being, and dark golden soul rings began to materialize behind him. The blue silver emperor gazed in shock at the soul rings, exclaiming, "A 999,000-year soul ring. Even the beast god Emperor Tian could not have reached such heights before ascending. Yet this child before me is indeed fearsome." Chu Qingyun's eyes transformed into a dark golden hue as a hoarse, deep voice emerged. "The divine blood within your body cannot be refined, and moreover, it clashes with you. In less than 10 years, you shall surely perish." Mu Tian's words struck at the heart of the blue silver emperor's predicament. Should she fail to harness the power within herself within 10 years, her demise was inevitable. In that moment, the blue silver emperor relinquished her pride. Kneeling on one knee before Chu Qingyun and implored, "Please, esteemed senior, bestow your guidance upon me." A beam of dark golden light shot forth from Chu Qingyun's brow, and in the depths of his subconscious, it seemed he beheld a conversation between the blue silver emperor and his master. Moments later, he regained consciousness. The Blue-Silver Emperor stepped forward, lifting Chu Qingyun's chin with her hand and leaning in closer, saying, "I did not expect this newly awakened martial soul child to possess such a powerful divine status. Prepare yourself. It may hurt a bit." Without waiting for Chu Qingyun's consent, the Blue-Silver Emperor cupped his face and kissed him. Instantly, a surge of potent soul power coursed into Chu Qingyun's body, cleansing his very foundation. The gentle soul power enveloped his limbs and bones in a soothing embrace, but then something strange surged through his blood, causing him excruciating pain as he fell to his knees. At that moment, Mu Tian's voice resonated. "Endure, young man. This is enhancing your bloodline power. If you let it out, you will forever remain a worthless being." "Aya!" Chu Qingyun's anguished roar echoed through the space. Min Vila, Huoling Aya, guided by the blue-silver grass, arrived in a hidden realm, where an abundance of lush blue-silver grass flourished deep within. Huolinger slowly released several tendrils of her martial soul, the Blue-Silver Emperor, causing the surrounding blue-silver grass to emanate a sense of submission. Huolinger sat cross-legged atop the blue-silver grass, quietly absorbing the life energy emanating from the grass. Outside the cave, a youth with striking blue hair, appearing contemplative, remarked, "Someone is undergoing the Blue-Silver Emperor's trial within the Blue-Silver Secret Realm. It must be that little girl Ling Er." At that moment, a red-haired youth, exuding an aura of hesitation, replied, "Third brother, I wonder how Ling Er is faring. She used to love coming to play with me when she was younger." Suddenly, an elderly man with a white beard sprang forth from the side, eagerly chiming in, "Indeed, third brother, shall we not wait here for Linga?" Tang San nodded in agreement. As Ling Er's grandfather, he too yearned for her presence. Thus he decided to linger a moment longer with Ma Hongjun and the others. A day later, Hua Linger bounded out of the secret realm, having successfully completed the trials of the Blue-Silver Emperor and acquired the legendary Blue-Silver domain. As she emerged from the secret realm, she was greeted by the sight of Tang San and his companions waiting outside. She rushed towards Tang San with excitement, enveloping him in a warm embrace, exclaiming, "Grandfather, what brings you here?" Ma Hongjun, Dai Mu Bai, and the others gathered around, affectionately ruffling Huolinger's hair, saying, "Of course, we missed our little princess." Huolinger puffed up her cheeks, feigning anger as she retorted, "I don't wish to be a princess. I want to be a monster. A member of the Shrek Seven Monsters." Upon hearing the mention of the Shrek Seven Monsters, the group exchanged knowing glances, each one resonating with cherished memories. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun sat cross-legged in a mysterious space, surrounded by fresh bloodstains, as the figure of the Blue-Silver Emperor had long since vanished. In its place, two black and gold soul rings materialized behind him. Chu Qingyun gasped for breath. After merging with the Blue-Silver Emperor, his soul power had reached the pinnacle of a 21st level soul master, his mental prowess exceeding 300. More importantly, his bloodline had been elevated. He gazed at the black and gold Blue-Silver Emperor in his hand, and at his own robust physique, a wry smile spreading across his face as he remarked, "Sisterine, this isn't just a little painful. It nearly cost me my life." At that moment, the Blue-Silver Emperor, adorned in a flowing black lace gown, appeared behind him. She had completed the fusion of divine blood, transforming into a formidable, offensive incarnation of the Blue-Silver Emperor. Wearing a black crown, her grace had evolved from elegance to seduction. Leaning close to Chu Qingyun's ear, she whispered, "You're taking advantage of me and then playing coy. The first soul ring exceeds 1,000,000 years, and you awaken your martial soul with such divine power. Even in the realm of gods, there are none like you." Overwhelmed by her fervent attention, Chu Qingyun hastily pushed Sisterine away, reproaching her. "Sisterine, let us not discuss this now. Why did you kiss me while merging the soul rings?" "That was my first kiss, and I had plans." Upon noticing Chu Qingyun's bashful demeanor, Sisterine unconsciously licked her lips, seemingly savoring the memory, and then chuckled softly. "You're quite knowledgeable for a little one. However, I suggest you hurry outside. Your little girlfriend is about to be whisked away." Skeptical yet curious, Chu Qingyun exited the space, following the guidance of the blue-silver grass to the location of Huolinger. There, he witnessed a young man with long hair tenderly stroking her head. Enraged, Chu Qingyun bellowed, "You there, take your hands off her." His thunderous voice interrupted the gathering. Huolinger, alarmed by Chu Qingyun's bloodied appearance, rushed forward, asking with concern, "What happened to you?" Ignoring her, Chu Qingyun stormed past Huolinger, his demonic blue-silver emperor manifesting behind him, accompanied by the rise of two black and gold soul rings. Dai Mu Bai and the others, their expressions grave, exclaimed, "A million-year soul ring." Chu Qingyun's once brown hair transformed into an inky black. His demeanor darkened as he shouted, "Unyielding domain, activate." Instantly, the surrounding blue-silver grass turned as black as ink. Then, the first soul ring behind Chu Qingyun glowed, and a spear entwined with dark gold-blue-silver emperor materialized. First soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. Chu Qingyun gripped the spear tightly, leaping forth to thrust it towards Tang San. Unfazed, Tang San summoned forth 6 soul rings, 4 red and 2 gold, responding with equal fervor. Blue-silver domain, activate. Fifth soul skill, blue-silver overlord spear. In an instant, their spears clashed, with Tang San, a 6-ring soul emperor, swiftly overpowering Chu Qingyun. In response, Chu Qingyun's right arm revealed a soul bone, doubling, breaking army. These 2 formidable skills stemmed from a million-year soul bone granted by the blue-silver emperor. The first doubling enhanced his attack power by 50% for half an hour, while the second, breaking army, passively inflicted a defense-breaking effect. Originally wielding only a fraction of his strength, Tang San was suddenly pushed back by Chu Qingyun's explosive power. Sensing the surge of soul energy, Feng Buxiao and Ao Lao rushed over. Hua Linger, anxious to intervene, was restrained by Ao Lao, who solemnly warned, "The 6 of them are the previous generation of Shrek S7 monsters, and Chu Qingyun is a once-in-a-million talent from our Haotian sect. This is a rare opportunity for him. Do not interfere." Rest assured, Tang San knows his limits. Meanwhile, the master residing within Chu Qingyun's spiritual space waved a hand, sealing his martial soul to restrain his strength. As Tang San, momentarily staggered, shot forth several hidden weapons and dragon whisker needles to impede Chu Qingyun's advance. Chu Qingyun merely scoffed. Hidden weapons, how quaint. With a disdainful huff, Chu Qingyun activated a brilliant blue magnetic shield, causing any metallic projectiles entering its space to be disintegrated into molten iron. Swiftly closing the distance, he unleashed a powerful strike, activating his second soul ring, blue-silver prison kill formation. Countless sharp blue-silver grasses erupted from the ground like deadly spikes, hurtling toward Tang San. With a smirk, Tang San began to move with an ethereal grace, employing the Tang sect's ultimate technique, Ghost Shadow Misty Steps. As Chu Qingyun's eyes narrowed, he realized the formidable prowess of his opponent. If only he possessed a more powerful weapon, the situation would not be so precarious. Suddenly, Tang San's eyes gleamed with a purple light, purple extreme demon eye, his overwhelming mental force plunging Chu Qingyun into a state of disarray. Subsequently, Tang San's hand transformed into a white jade-like form, mystical jade hand, channeling his soul power, a formidable pull drawing Chu Qingyun closer, controlling the crane and capturing the dragon. Followed by a black talisman, Yama's talisman, soaring towards him. Every attack from Tang San flowed seamlessly, as if choreographed, and with Sister Yin's assistance. Chu Qingyun snapped back from his mental turmoil. Faced with the imminent threat of the Yama's talisman, laden with thousands of lethal toxins, Chu Qingyun dared not be complacent. He swiftly consumed a copper-hued pill, choosing to endure the onslaught with his physical form. His reckless act left the onlookers aghast, as the terrifying poison coursed through Chu Qingyun's body, inducing excruciating pain, yet he persevered. With the poison's effects merely a fleeting discomfort, Chu Qingyun closed the distance, aiming the blue-silver overlord spear toward Tang San's throat. As the sharp spear threatened to pierce through, Tang San revealed a triumphant grin. 8 spider lances unleash. 8 deep blue, razor-sharp spider legs shot forth from Tang San's back, converging upon a single point, instantly deflecting the blue-silver overlord spear and targeting Chu Qingyun's brow. With the 8 spider lances mere inches away, Chu Qingyun's pupils dilated in realization. This adversary was terrifyingly formidable, surpassing him in combat experience and strategic acumen. With no escape in sight, Tang San prepared to withdraw, only to be met with surprise as an all-too-familiar scent emanated from Chu Qingyun. With no other choice, Chu Qingyun resolved to activate his final ace. Chapter 9. The 12 Offerings of the Evil Spirit. Although Tang San had suppressed his realm to match that of his opponent and was utilizing only a single soul skill, it was undeniable that Chu Qingyun's combat experience was lacking. Observing from the side, old Ao felt a sense of satisfaction as he witnessed Chu Qingyun battling against Tang San, the genius of Haotian's sect, who was said to appear once in a million years to such a stalemate. Just as he was about to intervene, a fierce black flame erupted rapidly behind Chu Qingyun. Harnessing the intense heat of the flames, he spun swiftly, forcing Tang San to retreat. As the raging black flames dissipated, a pair of terrifying skeletal wings, wreathed in black fire, unfurled from behind Chu Qingyun. Tang San, having regained his footing, was astonished to sense an aura emanating from the external soul bone behind Chu Qingyun that bore resemblance to that of the Azure god. The onlookers widened their eyes in disbelief. When had Chu Qingyun acquired such an external soul bone? Even Ma Hongjun, Oscar, and Dai Mu Bai, who stood behind, exclaimed in unison. What a little monster! Tang San's prowess was well known. As a member of the Shrek Seven monsters of the same era, they were acutely aware that even when united, they had been no match for him before achieving divinity. Yet, this child before them was able to contend with him on equal footing at the same realm, indicating an extraordinary level of strength. At this moment, panting, Tang San scrutinized the boy before him, noting the calm demeanor that seemed far beyond his years. Could it be that he, like Tang San, had also traversed through time and been reborn? With these thoughts swirling in his mind, Tang San prepared to take action, conjuring the Hao Qian hammer, which manifested with 4 red and 1 gold soul rings. He charged forward, wielding the colossal hammer. Chaotic dance of the hammer. As the Hao Qian hammer struck repeatedly, Chu Qingyun struggled to defend himself with the black flame wings behind him. Yet with each blow, Tang San's strength multiplied exponentially. Gradually, the skeletal wings began to fracture under the relentless assault, and the excruciating pain caused blood to flow from Chu Qingyun. Behind him, Huolinger was overwhelmed with sorrow, tears streaming down her face as she was about to rush forward to intervene, only to be halted by a mere glance from Tang San. As Tang San's flurry of strikes reached the 24th hammer, it was expected that Chu Qingyun would falter, yet he instead revealed a wicked smile. A wave of unease washed over Tang San as he hastily used the 8 spider lances to propel himself backward. Boom! A terrifying mushroom cloud erupted between the two, and the powerful shockwave sent them both flying. The onlookers rushed forward in desperation, only to be stopped by a voice amidst the smoke. Don't come any closer. This is a rebound bomb. The more people approach, the greater its power. As the smoke cleared, a massive blue-silver prison emerged before them. Chu Qingyun spat out a mouthful of blood, realizing that his most formidable weapon had failed to inflict any harm on this adversary. From the very beginning of the battle, Chu Qingyun had known he was no match for the figure before him. He had meticulously laid a trap, step by step, allowing Tang San to lower his guard and enter this space, preparing to launch a surprise attack. But in that moment, as he caught sight of Huolinger's concerned gaze directed at Tang San, a profound sense of despair welled up within him. With his heart heavy with disappointment, he summoned the last vestiges of his soul power and sprinted deep into the Stardow forest. As he raced through the forest, tears streamed down his face. The person who mattered most to him had shown him such indifference. This overwhelming sense of loss felt like a knife to his heart. At that moment, the voice of his master echoed within his spiritual realm. Boy, feeling helpless, are we? You believed yourself a prodigy, invincible in this world, yet here you are, facing such a complete defeat. Indeed, Mu Lao's words cut deep. Chu Qingyun had thought that with the memories of his past life and his invincible martial soul, he would surely be the chosen one in this realm, the protagonist of this world. However, upon encountering Tang San, everything had changed. As he continued to run, Chu Qingyun gradually came to a halt, a fierce glint flashing his eyes as he declared, in this era, only one strong individual can ascend to the peak. Therefore, I must eliminate you. Moments later, Tang San slowly retracted the blue-silver prison, and the anxious crowd surrounded him, inquiring about the situation. Tang San coughed up a mouthful of blood, joyfully proclaiming, what an extraordinary little fellow. Given another 10 years, I might have lost. This assessment left Dai, Mu Bai, Ma Hongjun, and the others in shock, setting aside the fact that Chu Qingyun had indeed managed to wound Tang San with that last attack. Had Tang San not reacted swiftly to lift the realm restrictions, he might have truly sustained serious injuries. Old Ao gestured for Feng Buxiao to follow Chu Qingyun, to prevent any unexpected incidents, while Huolinger anxiously asked, Grandfather, he is not a bad person. Why did you have to be so harsh? At that moment, Tang San revealed a fond gaze. Speaking gently, Linger, I saw his potential and wanted to test his limits, but this lad seems to have mistaken me for a rival. Upon hearing Tang San's words, Huolinger blushed fiercely and hurriedly retorted, No way. He is bullying me with his martial soul. Tang San shook his head in exasperation. He was certain of his judgment. This boy undoubtedly harbored feelings for his granddaughter. With a deep breath, he made a significant decision within his heart. Linger, listen closely. No matter what, you must not reveal our true relationship to this boy. His potential far surpasses that of your father and me. So he must undergo rigorous training to stand tall in this world. Let me take on the role of the villain. Let him continue to misunderstand. At this moment, Linger was utterly astonished. Her grandfather never praised anyone. Yet now he was exceptionally complimentary of Chu Qingyun. Tang San then stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, saying, "First, let the boy calm down and analyze the battle that just occurred. I'll take you to find a suitable spirit for yourself." Hu Lingyan nodded, her gaze drifting unconsciously towards the direction of Chu Qingyun, an unsettling feeling forming in her heart. The group traversed the blue-silver plain until they arrived at a dense grove of ancient trees. There, a magnificent ancient tree, shimmering with a soft white light, captivated their attention. Tang San pointed at the tree, saying, "This moon resident's soul tree, aged 90,000 years, perfectly aligns with your auxiliary blue-silver emperor path. Go ahead." Huolinger earnestly nodded and approached the moon resident's soul tree respectfully, saying, "Senior, I, Huolinger, wish to request you to become my second soul spirit. Please test me." At that moment, the feeble voice of the moon resident's soul spirit responded, "I'm sorry, little girl. I recently failed my tribulation and may not have much time left. If you wish, you may take my soul ring." Upon hearing the moon resident's soul tree's response, Huolinger resolutely shook her head, stating, "Now, the humans coexist peacefully with soul beasts. I cannot harm you for my own desires, even if you are nearing the end of your life." Ha ha ha. The moon resident's soul tree chuckled upon witnessing such a compassionate girl. Subsequently, the leaves of the tree transformed into specks of white light that cascaded down, enveloping Huolinger in a cocoon of light as she began to ascend gently into the air. Tang San, witnessing this scene, felt his eyes moisten, and with a hoarse voice, he murmured, "This is a sacrificial offering." Memories of the past flooded back into his mind, and tears began to trickle down as he hollowly uttered, "Xiao Wu, where are you?" Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun lay exhausted on a patch of open ground within the Stardow forest, completely drained of soul power and unable to move. Caw-caw. At that moment, several crows flew overhead, and a raspy voice echoed, "Chu Qingyun, I finally found you." As Chu Qingyun struggled to turn his head, a mysterious figure with a pallid complexion and a gaunt frame came into view. He coldly chuckled, "Lord Evil Crow, might I inquire as to the purpose of your visit?" The Evil Crow, perplexed, replied, "Oh, you know me?" Extending his slender fingers, he pinched Chu Qingyun's cheek, scrutinizing the young man before him. Suddenly, a fierce blade of wind surged from behind, prompting a smirk from the Evil Crow. An ominous crow burst forth from behind, colliding with the wind blade, resulting in a vanishing act of both forces. A voice filled with fury echoed, "Evil Crow, release him." The Evil Crow hoisted Chu Qingyun onto his shoulder, while countless crows lifted the pair into the air, surrounded by 3 black, 5 red, and 1 black golden soul rings, slowly ascending. With a disdainful laugh, the Evil Crow proclaimed, "Qing Feng Doa, as one of the 12 guardians of the evil spirit sect, I have long entered the realm of the limit Douluo. If you wish to obstruct me, you might as well summon the god of battle." Ha ha ha. The two were taken aback, realizing he knew that the god of battle, Mu Lao, was present. Had he been here during the previous battle with Tang San? At that moment, the words Qing Feng and Ruthless manifested as a battle armor. While the Qing Feng winged wolf spirit behind Wind Bu Xiao roared in preparation. Wind Bu Xiao's expression turned grave. As a titled Douluo, he was certainly no match for the Evil Crow, yet he could not simply allow him to abduct Chu Qingyun, just as he resolved to fight to the death. A deep voice resonated, "Fear not, this is my territory." The Evil Crow's demeanor shifted to one of seriousness as a colossal, imposing dark golden fear claw bear emerged from the woods. Wind Bu Xiao hastily greeted, "Junior Wind Bu Xiao pays respects to Lord Bear." The newcomer was none other than the formidable Bear Lord, a third-tier powerhouse of the Elven Star. The Evil Crow snorted disdainfully, stating, "The evil spirit sect has no quarrel with your Elven Star. If you wish to tread in these treacherous waters, you should consider the repercussions." The temperamental Bear Lord roared in fury, scoffing, "I was not raised to be intimidated. Watch how I tear you to shreds." With a thunderous roar, the massive Bear Lord's body turned a vivid crimson, his sharp dark golden claws extended as he charged at the Evil Crow. As a control-type Soul Master, the Evil Crow could not withstand the Bear Lord's wrathful assault, and with Wind Bu Xiao poised to strike, he was clearly outmatched. However, the Evil Crow wore a calm smile at that moment. A sudden wave of unease surged within Wind Bu Xiao when a resounding voice boomed behind him. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. 8th Soul Skill, Hungry Ghost Path. In an instant, the attacks of both the Bear Lord and Wen Buxiao were absorbed, forcing them to retreat hastily as they beheld the figures floating before them. Wen Buxiao's eyes were filled with despair as he trembled. Evil Ghost, Evil Crow, Evil Flame. The sight of the 12 extreme Douluo of the evil spirit sect, clad in variously colored black robes, surrounded them ominously. But the darkness did not cease. From the void emerged Hades, one of the 6 offerings of the evil spirit sect, a being of transcendent power. The overwhelming pressure sent chills down the spines of both Wen Buxiao and the Bear Lord. Wen Buxiao fumbled in his pocket, retrieving a jade tablet engraved with a wolf insignia, only to shatter it in vain. The evil crow's mocking laughter rang out. Ha ha ha. Did you think we would make no preparations before daring to invade the Elven Star? Wen Buxiao realized with dread that they must have long since set up a barrier, severing all divine senses. He glanced at Chu Qingyun slumped over the evil crow's shoulder and resolutely stood, declaring, "What does your evil spirit sect intend to do? For the sake of a mere 6-year-old child, you mobilize a divine offering and 12 guardians." At that moment, Hades sneered, extending a hand to immobilize the feeble Chu Qingyun before him. Suddenly, a fist surged forth, piercing through Chu Qingyun's chest. In that instant, Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief. He never anticipated meeting his end in such a manner. Gradually, he succumbed to unconsciousness, while Wen Buxiao and the Bear Lord stood up, roaring in defiance, only to be met with Hades' chilling words. The evil spirit sect will not permit a second Huiyuhao to arise. Chapter 10. The Evil Spirit Holy Sun. As blood dripped from the heights where Chu Qingyun lay, Wen Buxiao was consumed by rage. His 4 purple, 3 black, and 2 red soul rings illuminated the air. Bolstered by his 4-character battle armor, he resolved to reclaim Chu Qingyun's corpse at any cost. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. 9th Soul Skill, Wrath of the Wind God. Wen Buxiao's Qingfeng winged wolf fused with him, wildly flapping its wings to form a massive tornado, sweeping toward the evil soul masters. Observing this, the Bear Lord unleashed a tremendous dark golden energy sphere from his gaping maw, which rapidly merged with the tornado, creating a colossal dark golden phantom of the fear-claw bear within the tempest. Witnessing their combined assault, Hades scoffed, "Do not be hasty. I have prepared gifts for you as well." A gigantic dark red Cosmic King-class interstellar battle armor, Cosmic Yuan, Cosmic Holy King, tore through the air. In an instant, a 12th-level god-slaying soul cannon shell shot forth, rending the surrounding space asunder. Hades coldly remarked, "This howling mad dog is a present for you too. As for Chu Qingyun's corpse, we shall ensure it is put to good use as a puppet." With a thunderous roar, the area within 100 miles was instantly obliterated. As a terrifying mushroom cloud rose, and the powerful beings deep within the Elven Star immediately spread their divine senses. Meanwhile, behind Huolinger, a white-black soul ring appeared, intermixed with a hint of red, as her blue-silver spirit transformed into a dim, lifeless seed. Observing this scene, Tang San pondered, "It seems your blue-silver emperor spirit has begun a second mutation." Everyone gasped in astonishment, realizing that Huolinger's blue-silver emperor spirit, granted by her ancestral grandmother, had undergone a second mutation, indicating that her own martial soul would subsequently change as well. Just as the crowd reveled in this joyous atmosphere, a deafening explosion abruptly jolted them back to reality. The 12th-level cannon shell's terrifying power caused the ground to crack, extending even to where Tang San stood. 100 miles away, gazing at the rising mushroom cloud, Huolinger's heart skipped a beat as she anxiously exclaimed that is the direction Qingyun ran towards. Tang San reacted swiftly, urgently calling out, "This is bad." The group, not daring to hesitate, rushed in that direction. At that moment, Master Ao appeared behind them, anxiously stating, "Grab onto me." The others nodded, clutching Mu Lao's garment, and in an instant, the scenery around them shifted wildly as they traversed space to the explosion's epicenter. In the Elven Star, it was forbidden for any human title Douluo or above to utilize spatial secret arts for traversal, yet for the safety of his disciple, Master Ao disregarded this rule. At that moment, Bai Ji, the Elven Queen, the king of 10,000 beasts, and various powerful beast entities had transformed into human forms and surrounded the area. Observing Wen Buxiao, barely conscious, and the severely injured Bear Lord within the crater, the group fell into silence. Huolinger, tears streaming down her face, rushed to Wen Buxiao, weeping over the shattered remnants of his battle armor scattered around him. Master Ao approached the Bear Lord, solemnly asking, "Where is my disciple?" The transformed bear lord, in shame, covered his face, weakly replying, "The malevolent deity, Hades, accompanied by the 12 guardians, launched a sudden assault. We initially sought assistance, yet they were already prepared. A colossal, king-class battleship materialized from thin air, followed by a divine-slaying missile. That young man was pierced through the chest by Hades' fist, his lifeless body taken away to be transformed into a puppet." What? At that moment, behind the god of battle, 10 blood-red soul rings slowly ascended, and the Xiao hammer in his grasp expanded to an immense size. A terrifying surge of soul power erupted instantaneously as he furiously declared, "Evil spirit sect, I shall annihilate your entire clan." In an instant, he shattered the ground beneath him with a single step and charged towards the heavens wielding the colossal Xiao hammer. At the same time, Tang San's expression grew grave. It was evident that Chu Qingyun had posed a severe threat to the evil spirit sect, prompting such a grand display to deal with him. However, had he truly perished? At that moment, a golden vertical eye phantom materialized upon Huolinger's forehead, her form levitating as if she had lost consciousness. Seeing this, Tang San rushed forward to seal her with a secret technique. Nearby, Oscar sighed and remarked, "What a pity, such a gifted little prodigy, to meet such an end." Meanwhile, Dai Mubai and Ma Hongjun clenched their fists, but Tang San couldn't help but smile slightly, saying, "Fear not, that lad will never simply die." 7 years later, within a combat pod, a young man with long black hair, Chu Qingyun, removed his VR helmet with a sigh. His visage had matured, shedding the innocence of youth, now imbued with a steady and composed demeanor, albeit tinged with a hint of anguish. His golden pupils shimmered captivatingly under the lights. A nearby maid offered him a cold drink, inquiring with fascination, "Dear saint, why the sigh?" Rising from the combat pod, Chu Qingyun stretched lazily, bypassing the two maids as he strode through the dim corridor. 7 years prior, the evil crow had employed a unique martial soul illusion technique to feign death before Feng Buxiao and Xiong, while he, the king of the underworld, was taken back to the headquarters of the evil spirit masters. Observing the multitude of formidable figures within the headquarters, he realized escape was futile, leading him to submit to the evil spirit sect and become the saint's son. Throughout these 7 years, he had never stepped beyond the headquarters doors, spending each day within the federal virtual combat pod, mercilessly defeating the so-called elites and geniuses from various academies, while also engaging in minor technological developments, living like a mere shell of his former self. Yet he secretly sought tidings of the outside world after his supposed demise. The god of battle had gone on a rampage, ruthlessly slaughtering every evil spirit master stronghold, regardless of age or gender, all met with his hammer's wrath. Tang San and the other 6 had successfully broken through to title Douluo, joining the War God Hall to become the youngest 6 war gods, battling against foreign invaders. As for Huolinger, she had joined Shrek Academy, where, given her talents, she should have already risen to prominence. Chu Qingyun missed her dearly, his mind filled with her image and smile, yet he could only bury those feelings deep within. Lost in thought, a shadow suddenly rushed towards him. A stunning red-haired beauty with an alluring figure clung tightly to Chu Qingyun, her voluptuous form brushing against his face as she provocatively asked, "Brother Qingyun, did you miss me?" With his face flushed, Chu Qingyun hastily peeled the clingy girl off him, while the 2 maids behind him quickly bowed. "We greet you, holy maiden." The holy maiden, however, glared jealously at the maids, stating, "Brother Qingyun, I envy those 2 for being by your side. Perhaps I should ask my mother to let me serve you instead? How about it?" Gazing at the holy maiden's breathtaking beauty and voluptuous figure, Chu Qingyun swallowed hard, quickly replying coldly, "No, I am unworthy." This holy maiden, the daughter of the Pope of the evil spirit sect, named Beidang Hongyu, known as the Witch, could enchant countless souls with her presence. Anyone daring to tease or pursue her met a gruesome fate, and her strength was formidable enough to defeat a 6-ring soul emperor at the Soul King level. Yet, this assertive witch was infatuated with Chu Qingyun, a sentiment stemming from their first encounter when he, as a great soul master, had bested her, a soul sect member, changing the way she viewed him entirely. From that moment on, she regarded him as her prey, marking the beginning of their twisted fate. Observing Chu Qingyun's unwavering rejection, Beidang Hongyu's fury boiled over, her finger pointed accusatorily at him. "I fail to understand why you so despise me. Is it my appearance?" Chu Qingyun simply could not tolerate her peculiar gaze and seductive aura, leaning closer to whisper, "I prefer mature women, like your mother." Upon hearing this, Beidang Hongyu erupted in anger, stamping her foot as she yelled at him. I am my mother's biological daughter. If you prefer maturity, you can marry me first and wait a few years. If necessary, I could learn. With a mischievous grin, Chu Qingyun turned without a backward glance, vanishing down the corridor. The maids quickly reassured. Holy maiden, do not fret. After all, the Pope has long intended to betroth you to the Saint's son. It is merely a matter of time. Their conversation left Beitang Hongyu blushing, shyly responding. You are right. I must hasten to learn from my mother how to become a mature woman before marrying him. Watching the holy maiden skip away, the two maids exchanged glances, speechless. At that moment, Chu Qingyun entered the opulent hall, respectfully kneeling on one knee as he addressed. Your Holiness, may I inquire why you summoned me? Pope Beitang Lini, adorned in luxurious attire and stepping gracefully in crystal shoes, approached, playfully pinching Chu Qingyun's cheek, commanding, Call me mother. Huh? Chu Qingyun looked at the Pope in bewilderment, inwardly thinking, what is wrong with these two? So peculiar. As he caught the Pope's captivating gaze, he quickly averted his eyes, awkwardly uttering, Mother. Ha ha ha. Beitang Lini clutched her cherry-red lips, laughing joyfully. I have heard you are an orphan. Now that you have called me mother, I shall not neglect you. From this day forth, I shall betroth that girl, Hongyu, to you. She is now your fiancée. Just then, Beitang Hongyu happened to arrive and overheard this proclamation, rushing forward to embrace Chu Qingyun excitedly, exclaiming, Thank you, mother. Let us enter the bridal chamber now. Chu Qingyun's heart skipped a beat at the unexpected turn of events. What was this old hag planning? To his surprise, Beitang Lini bellowed, Nonsense. You clearly lack modesty. Recalling her vow to learn how to be a mature woman, Beitang Hongyu promptly leaped away from Chu Qingyun, lowering her head to awkwardly adjust her clothing. Beitang Lini, with a serious demeanor, stated, I understand you two have been childhood sweethearts. But Chu Qingyun has a vital task ahead. Thus, your marriage must be postponed for now. However, I assure you that upon his return, we shall host a grand wedding for you both. Beitang Hongyu nodded despondently, while Chu Qingyun, puzzled, inquired, Might I ask, Your Holiness, what is this task? With a sly smile, Beitang Lini replied, Upon entering the prestigious Shrek Academy and becoming a member of the Shrek Seven Monsters, Chapter 11, the challenge of new students unfolded. The prospect of going undercover at Shrek Academy filled Chu Qingyun with elation. However, Beitang Hongyu, standing nearby, expressed her concerns, saying, No, mother. The academy is teeming with formidable experts. If his identity is discovered, Brother Qingyun will be in grave peril. Beitang Lini regarded the two with a serious demeanor and remarked, The former Chu Qingyun is now the holy son of the evil spirit sect. Your current name is Tang Buhua. Noticing the hesitation in Chu Qingyun, Beitang Lini continued, If you have any requests, speak freely. I shall ensure they are met. With a mischievous grin, Chu Qingyun replied, I desire a soul master with the Haotian hammer as their martial soul, who will willingly offer their blood, along with the presence of the evil crow as my liaison. Without hesitation, Beitang Lini nodded in agreement. Consider it done. I will arrange everything. And the evil crow will serve as your subordinate. Then, Beitang Lini turned to Hongyu, grasping her arm and leading her toward the exit while admonishing, You should not be idle. Go and immerse yourself in cultivation. Hongyu struggled to escape her mother's grasp and hurried to present Chu Qingyun with a grotesquely crafted doll. Her eyes sparkling with anticipation as she said, I made this with my own hands. Observing the doll with its pink hair, Chu Qingyun recognized it as a representation of Beitang Hongyu, noticing the traces of blood on the doll. A pang of sorrow struck him as he reflected on the wounds that marred Hongyu's hands, typically so carefree. He gently placed the doll into his pocket, turning to shield her from the gaze of the Pope. Subsequently, he lifted her bangs and tenderly kissed her forehead, causing Hongyu's face to flush crimson as she hurriedly pushed him away and fled the Grand Hall, while the Pope displayed a hint of satisfaction. Half a month later, in a guest room within the Shrek city of Douluo Star, the frail evil crow entered with a respectful demeanor, kneeling as he declared, I, evil crow, pay my respects to the Holy Son. Chu Qingyun, seated on the bed while toying with the Haotian hammer, waved his hand dismissively, saying, No need for such formalities. Please rise, Lord Evil Crow. The extreme respect shown by Evil Crow, a limit de law, stemmed from the Pope, revealing to Chu Qingyun the methods to utilize the restrictions placed upon him. Every member of the evil spirit sect was bound by a restriction implanted in their spiritual space by the Pope, ensuring that any treachery would lead to their untimely demise at the Pope's will. With his life now in the hands of this young man, Evil Crow felt compelled to comply. Rising to his feet, he approached Chu Qingyun and informed him, Holy Son, I have gathered the necessary intelligence. The time for Shrek Academy's recruitment of new students is imminent. Please prepare yourself. Behind Chu Qingyun, 4 soul rings appeared, 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple, an outcome achieved at great cost by the Evil Spirit sect. Under Evil Crow's guidance, they infiltrated the Xiao sect, using illusions to persuade an intersect soul master to willingly offer their blood. However, on their return, they were discovered by a formidable elder, leading to a frenzied pursuit in which countless evil soul masters sacrificed their lives to bring back that precious drop of blood. Witnessing the configuration of soul rings on Chu Qingyun's Xiao hammer, Evil Crow couldn't help but grimace, lamenting, "Holy Sun, with such a soul ring configuration. Is it not a bit precarious to enter Shrek Academy?" In an instant, Chu Qingyun's demeanor shifted. He delicately activated the restriction within his spiritual space, causing Evil Crow to clutch his heart and collapse in agony. Chu Qingyun coldly admonished, "How dare you question my strength?" Evil Crow, in distress, hastily pleaded for mercy. "I dare not, my lord. Spare my life." With a disdainful snort, Chu Qingyun relented slightly, advancing toward Evil Crow and stating, "Mind your own business and refrain from unnecessary interference. Once I enter Shrek Academy, do not contact me unless it is urgent." Evil Crow, pale and trembling, nodded fervently, wiping the cold sweat from his brow as he watched Chu Qingyun depart. At that moment, Chu Qingyun arrived at the gates of Shrek Academy, gazing at the throngs of people with a sigh. Though the Academy's once great reputation had been overshadowed by the emergence of Douluo Academy, its motto, "Only monsters are accepted, not humans," still inspired longing among many. As he queued for the preliminary aptitude test, Chu Qingyun was startled by a robust boy with a shock of red mohawk hair who squeezed past him, beaming, "Bro, are you here to sign up too?" Chu Qingyun replied with a hint of irritation, "No, I'm here for a meal." Instantly, the atmosphere grew awkward, prompting the boy to divert the conversation. "My martial soul is a Bai Fong, a level 32 agility attack type battle spirit. What do you think?" A magnificent phoenix ablaze with flames materialized behind the boy, its long brows trailing to its tail, radiating a soft azure light, its fiery plumage strikingly beautiful. The appearance of the boy's martial soul astonished the crowd. For divine beast martial souls were exceedingly rare, drawing everyone's attention. Chu Qingyun, observing the boy's quivering form as he walked, incredulously asked, "You are an agility attacker?" The boy awkwardly nodded, aware that his physique often led to misunderstandings. Out of courtesy, Chu Qingyun summoned the Xiao hammer, causing an uproar among the onlookers. Disciples of the Xiao sect were known for their formidable prowess, and the emergence of the Xiao hammer incited feelings of envy among the crowd. Meanwhile, the boy, in a sudden burst of enthusiasm, leaped forward to embrace Chu Qingyun's leg, exclaiming, "Big brother, from now on, I, Su Sansuan, will recognize you as my elder brother. You must protect me at the academy." The name Su Sansuan evoked laughter from the crowd, as it was indeed rather peculiar. Chu Qingyun awkwardly pushed him away, hastily replied, all right, get up." Had it not been for the embarrassment of the situation, he would have promptly refused, for how often does one see a pig take flight? At that moment, a robust voice resonated as an elderly man, weathered and sporting a goat-like beard, emerged from the academy, announcing loudly, "Everyone, please form an orderly queue and submit 100 gold soul coins for the initial aptitude test." The crowd, bustling with anticipation, quickly formed a long line. And soon it was time for Su Sansuan and Chu Qingyun. Et certainly, Su Sansuan ap votek, placing 200 gold soul coins on the table and eagerly releasing his martial soul and soul rings. Observing the 3 purple soul rings on the boy, the configuration appeared acceptable. The evaluating instructor, rising to pinch the boy's facial structure, shook his head in resignation after a moment and disdainfully remarked, "Why are you so plump? I can't even feel the bones." Seeing Su Sansuan cast a desperate glance in his direction, Chu Qingyun could only shake his head in exasperation. In these times, sophisticated soul guidance devices were employed to assess aptitude, who still relied on such antiquated methods. It was no wonder Shrek Academy had been overtaken by Douluo Academy. Fortunately, having been a top-tier apothecary in his past life and well-versed in human anatomy, Chu Qingyun suggested, "Elder, you might consider feeling along his spine." Upon receiving a reminder from Chu Qingyun, the Academy's testing teacher suddenly comprehended the situation, nodding in realization before hastily pressing down on Su Sansuan's spine. "Moments latte." The Academy instructor, stroking his beard with satisfaction, proclaimed, "Congratulations, you have passed." Su Sansuan, upon hearing this, leaped up in exhilaration, while the eliminated soul masters nearby cast him murderous glares. At this juncture, the academy teacher kindly gestured to Chu Qingyun, who approached respectfully and clasped his fists in greeting. Junior Tang Buhua pays his respects to the esteemed elder. My martial soul is the Haotian hammer. As he spoke, Chu Qingyun summoned a small dark golden hammer into his hand. The academy teacher examined the patterns on the hammer, confirming its identity as the Haotian hammer. However, upon witnessing the soul rings that rose behind Chu Qingyun, the elder shook his head in disappointment. Waving his hand towards the back, he indicated the slogan, stating, "The motto of Shrek Academy is to accept only monsters, not humans. Your qualifications are insufficient. Please leave." Indeed, the configuration of 1 white, 1 yellow, and 2 purple soul rings was lamentably low. Yet, undeterred, Chu Qingyun boldly inquired, "So all I need to do is prove that I am a monster?" The academy teacher looked at him quizzically and nodded in confusion. With a mischievous grin, Chu Qingyun turned back and shouted with all his might, "Then I shall defeat all the new students present for this assessment." This declaration abruptly silenced the crowd, as the thousands of soul masters present contemplated the audacity required to utter such words. Behind him, Su Sansuan quickly covered Chu Qingyun's mouth, awkwardly nodding to the onlookers. Whispering urgently in his ear, "Boss, have you lost your mind? There are countless soul masters here. Even if you are strong, we will be exhausted." This was indeed one of Chu Qingyun's plans. He disdainfully brushed Su Sansuan's hand away, retorting, "If you're scared, then keep your distance." Turning his gaze back to the crowd, Chu Qingyun bellowed, "I am not jesting. All you trash present, feel free to come at me. I will show you what it means to be a monster." His words ignited the fury of the entire assembly, and without hesitation, everyone unleashed their martial souls and soul rings, charging at Chu Qingyun. At that moment, the small Haotian hammer in his hand rapidly expanded, and all 4 of his soul rings ignited. First soul skill, stacking. Second soul skill, stacking. Third soul skill, stacking. Fourth soul skill, stacking. Chu Qingyun's 4 soul skills provided boosts of 0, 5x attack power, 1x attack power, 1x attack power, and 1, 5x attack power, respectively. With the powers compounding, considering Chu Qingyun's current strength, his attack was amplified 4-fold, making the force of his strike no weaker than a full power blow from a 6-ringed soul emperor. Should he have the assistance of a support soul master, even facing a 7-ringed soul sage would be within reach. Chapter 12, Shrek Academy. Behind Chu Qingyun, 4 phantoms of varying sizes resembling titan ants materialized. These 4 creatures, possessing identical skills, were painstakingly procured by Chu Qingyun. Despite their low soul spirit levels, the terrifying power derived from the quadruple attack amplification was undeniable. Observing the silence as Chu Qingyun's soul rings melded into the Haotian hammer, Su Sansuan seemed to have made a resolution, decisively standing beside Chu Qingyun and declaring, "Boss, count me in for the challenge against all the new students." Chu Qingyun nodded in approval, and in an instant he soared into the sky, lifting the enormous Haotian hammer above his head, proclaiming loudly, "Fatty, prepare to deal the finishing blow." With a resounding boom that echoed through the heavens, the shockwave exploded among the crowd, sending the incoming new students flying within a 1,000-meter radius. Third soul skill, Endless Rain of Fire. At this moment, Su Sansuan leaped high, the phantom of the Baifeng emerging behind him, as his third purple-black soul ring illuminated. The Baifeng erupted in the air, transforming into countless fierce torrents of fire that rained down upon the masses. The searing flames ignited a wall of fire surrounding Chu Qingyun, eliciting cries of agony from those caught within. Su Sansuan jumped to support the exhausted Chu Qingyun, realizing that while their combined might was formidable, the soul power consumption was exponentially high, and with Chu Qingyun's current level, that strike had pushed him to his limits. Su Sansuan, brimming with excitement, exclaimed, "Boss, I've never felt this powerful before. This is incredible." Chu Qingyun managed a weak smile, feeling a sense of camaraderie with his loyal companion. The instructor responsible for the qualification test was astonished as he counted the number of participants. Approximately 9,000 had registered, and their combined strike had rendered around 6,000 new students unconscious, with the rest sustaining minor injuries. Meanwhile, within the Sea God Pavilion, the 24 elders were seated at a table, silently observing the unfolding spectacle. At the center of the long table, the Sea God Pavilion's master and Shrek Academy's principal, the Dragon Emperor Dong Yuling, spoke solemnly. "Elders, what are your thoughts on the qualifications of these 2 new students?" The eyes of the 24 elders inevitably drifted toward the scene, as such promising talents were coveted by all. However, they feigned indifference, maintaining an air of restraint. At that moment, a voice emerged from the remaining 3,000 individuals. They are already exhausted. Let us all attack together. The crowd snapped back to reality, furiously charging at Chu Qingyun and Su Sansuan. Noticing Su Sansuan's trembling legs, Chu Qingyun patted his shoulder reassuringly, saying, "Don't worry, nothing will happen." Su Sansuan looked at him in confusion, only to see Chu Qingyun slightly twist the iron ring in his hand as countless droplets of liquid alloy enveloped him, swiftly forming a dazzling set of two-character battle armor. This two-character battle armor rapidly activated its fire control systems, with mini rockets on the shoulder pads and terrifying weapons like core hand cannons glowing white, all aimed at the approaching throng. The once menacing new students halted in their tracks, staring in shock at the fully armed Chu Qingyun, their anger boiling over. Beside him, Su Sansuan's eyes sparkled with excitement, mouth watering as he exclaimed, "Boss, this is two-character battle armor made of the legendary nano-liquid alloy. This is absolutely amazing." Chu Qingyun scoffed, replying, "If you like it, I might gift you a set when I have time." Su Sansuan immediately erupted in joy, dancing with excitement, realizing he had chosen the right boss. This was truly worth it. At that moment, the Sea God Pavilion was abuzz with astonishment. The rarity of liquid alloy needed no elaboration, but crafting two-character battle armor from it was extravagantly lavish. Nearby, the Iron Fist Douluo nudged the battle god Out Yin, teasingly asking, "Old fellow, how does this kid's talent compare to that of your disciple?" The other elders, sweating profusely, were alarmed. Since Chu Qingyun's demise, this topic had become a sensitive subject. Anyone who dared to utter Chu Qingyun's name in the presence of the Iron Fist Douluo would undoubtedly face his wrath. Thus, the name Chu Qingyun had become one of the 8 taboos of Shrek Academy. The audacity of the Iron Fist Douluo to mention it publicly was indeed a bold move, showcasing the perils of having a formidable ally versus a foolish opponent. However, to everyone's surprise, Out Yin remained unperturbed. With a cold snort, he remarked, "Humph. Even if this little brat possesses a fraction of my disciple's talent, it is still insufficient." Leaving those words behind, the proud elder swept away, leaving the crowd astonished as they gazed at his departing figure, perplexed by his unusual calmness today. Perhaps only he understood the truth within his heart. At that fleeting moment, he truly saw the shadow of Chu Qingyun in this Tang Bua. At this juncture, Dong Yuling, the master of the Sea God Pavilion, wore a subtle smile as his divine consciousness enveloped the entire plaza in front of Shrek Academy, where he proclaimed loudly, "Any who can defeat these two today shall be exempt from the remaining examination procedures and gain immediate admission to Shrek Academy, along with a soul bone as a token of reward." Upon hearing these words, the atmosphere ignited with fervor. As the saying goes, a great reward will surely attract brave souls. Just moments ago, those who were apprehensive of Chu Qingyun were now rushing forward with fierce determination, their eyes aflame with fervor, as if they wished to tear him apart. Witnessing this scene, Chu Qingyun erupted in anger. "Which old fool is meddling here?" Meanwhile, the academy teachers behind him broke into a cold sweat, their thoughts racing. Goodness, this has even stirred the master of the Sea God Pavilion. As the throng surged forward, Su Sansuan anxiously inquired, "Boss, what should we do?" Chu Qingyun sighed deeply, imparting gravely, "Fatty, the moment for you to make a name for yourself has arrived. Buy me a minute." "What?" Before Su Sansuan could react, he was suddenly hurled into the fray by Chu Qingyun. Instantly, the furious assaults of the new students rained down upon the unfortunate Fatty like a torrential downpour. Unable to bear witnessing such brutality, Chu Qingyun hastily turned away, covering his face. Moments later, Su Sansuan's originally plump cheeks appeared even more bloated. After venting their frustrations on the Fatty, the crowd redirected their ire toward Chu Qingyun. At that moment, a newcomer shouted, "Brothers, there's that bastard. Let's take him down together." With his back turned to them, Chu Qingyun slowly raised his right hand, extending 3 fingers while donning a wicked grin. 3, 2, 1. As the final finger fell, the incoming new students suddenly convulsed, foaming at the mouth. The academy teachers behind rushed forward to check on the situation, anxiously asking, "What have you done to them?" Chu Qingyun leisurely approached Su Sansuan, helping him to his feet, and chuckled, "Oh, nothing much. Just slipped a little poison onto the Fatty. They shouldn't have laid their hands on him." Su Sansuan recalled the moment Chu Qingyun had tossed him, realizing he had been used as bait for the poison. Chu Qingyun removed the iron ring from his hand, placing it into Su Sansuan's grasp, saying, "This is for you." Su Sansuan gazed at the 2-word battle armor in his hand, nearly brought to tears by the gesture. Such precious liquid alloy was bestowed upon him so casually. He excitedly began to fiddle with the ring. Yet the next moment, he froze in place as the ring unexpectedly activated, projecting the battle armor onto the ground. Embarrassed, Su Sansuin gave Chu Qingyun a thumbs up for this impressive maneuver. Meanwhile, the individuals within the Sea God Pavilion were left both amused and exasperated, cursing, "This little rascal is treating us like monkeys." Indeed, who could have anticipated such a clever diversion? At this juncture, the Iron Fist took the initiative, stating, "Everyone, such a wicked little brat should be trained rigorously under my sect. I shall reluctantly take on this trouble for you all." In a swift retort, Titan Luoyuan in Yunqing countered, "Why should such a promising talent belong to you? You already have a little monster disciple, and now wish to hoard more. Shameless." At that moment, Ocean Chun Shengjie slammed his hand on the table, pointing at the two and vociferously rebuking, "Have you no shame? Each of you present has a monstrous disciple, yet you still bicker over this." Chun Shengjie, claimed these two youngsters. "Anyone who dares contest me shall face my wrath." The crowd, incensed, retorted, "Oh, Chun Shengjie, do you think we fear you? If you dare, let us settle this with a competition." As tensions escalated, the pavilion master Dong Yuling interjected with a thunderous shout that quelled the tumult with his formidable presence. "Enough! Tang Buhua and Su Sansuin shall enter the Outer Academy to train together and participate in the Federal Youth Soul Master Competition in 3 years." Upon hearing the Master's decree, the crowd felt a mix of regret. Such fine talents would not become their disciples, but the Master's intention was to provide these youngsters with an opportunity, a chance to become part of the Shrek 7 monsters. At this moment, in the plaza before Shrek Academy, a breathtaking beauty clad in a flowing white dress and draped in long blue-pink hair descended gracefully from above. Chu Qingyun stared at the familiar silhouette, his heart suddenly quaking. For the newcomer was none other than his long-cherished dream, Huolinger. With a courteous smile, Huolinger addressed Chu Qingyun and Su Sansuin, saying, "Gentlemen, you have successfully passed the Academy's assessment and are now permitted to study in the Outer Academy. This soul bone is a reward from the Academy." Huolinger's smile melted the hearts of everyone present, yet Chu Qingyun stood entranced before her, gazing in a daze. Su Sansuin hurriedly stepped forward to jolt him back to reality, and upon regaining his senses, Chu Qingyun noticed his own hand raised, drenched in cold sweat. He quickly seized the soul bone from her hand, awkwardly nodding in gratitude. "Thank you, senior sister." Having uttered those words, Chu Qingyun hastily grabbed Su Sansuin and rushed into the academy, disappearing from sight. After running for quite some time within the academy, the two finally paused. Su Sansuin panted heavily, collapsing on the ground. "Big brother, do you fancy her? Your face is all red." Chu Qingyun felt a surge of panic. Had he lingered any longer, he would have inevitably revealed his true identity. To prevent Su Sansuin from harboring suspicions, he feigned embarrassment, tossing the soul bone to him, saying, "Stop babbling. This soul bone is the fire-blazing right arm, a treasure fitting for your martial spirit. Quickly refine it." Su Sansuin, tears streaming down his face, embraced Chu Qingyun in gratitude. "Thank you, boss." "Woo." Chu Qingyun, looking thoroughly exasperated, pushed him away, declaring, "I have matters to attend to. I'll come find you later." Bidding farewell to Su Sansuin, Chu Qingyun strolled along the path of Shrek Academy, revealing a sly smile. "Let the operations commence, master." Chapter 13, Undercover. That night, the proud elder returned home inebriated, only to be met by his wife, Lung Ningxiang, who seized his ear and scolded, "Old fool, how many times must I tell you not to drink?" The proud elder made no effort to resist, and upon noticing the tears at the corners of his eyes, Lung Ningxiang was taken aback and quickly released her grip. Having known Ao Yin for centuries, she had never witnessed him shed tears before. The proud elder grasped her hand tightly, saying, "Today, during the recruitment, I encountered a little monster." The arrogance in his tone was strikingly reminiscent of that boy. "Qingyun, do you think, had he not perished, he would have grown to be the same height?" Lung Ningxiang shook her head helplessly. The couple had no children, and thus over the years, the proud elder had cherished the memory of the deceased Chu Qingyun as if he were his own son. His sorrow today was undoubtedly a reflection of memories stirred by the scene. With tenderness, Lung Ningxiang guided the proud elder to a chair in the study, gently patting his shoulder, saying, "Do not be sorrowful. I shall fetch you some water." Old Ao wiped away a tear, and at that moment, an envelope resting on the desk caught his attention. In a daze, he opened the envelope and scoffed. Who writes letters these days, and in such an atrocious handwriting? Little did he know, the next second, a tremendous sound erupted in the study. Boom! The cold and graceful Ling Frost, who was pouring water, rushed over. Upon seeing the chaotic state of the study, she instinctively crushed the teacup in her hand and exclaimed, "Old man, what madness has overtaken you?" To her surprise, old Ao stepped forward, embraced Ling Frost, and kissed her. Ling Frost struggled to push him away, her face flushing with embarrassment as she scolded, "At your age, how can you not feel ashamed?" Unfazed, old Ao presented the letter to her, tears of joy streaming down his face as he declared, "I knew it. This lad is not so easily defeated." Ling Frost, puzzled, took the envelope and read the note, which stated, "Master, I hope you are well. The money in this card is my way of repaying the hidden stash you once kept." Old Ao, brimming with excitement, inquired, before I returned, "Did anyone visit our study?" Ling Frost shook her head helplessly, saying, "I don't know. I just returned from the lab not long ago." Old Ao, with a furrowed brow, fell into deep thought, muttering to himself, "This lad managed to bypass the inner courtyard guards and infiltrate. It seems he is now within Shrek Academy." Ling Frost snatched the federal black card from his hands, pulling his ear in reprimand. "How dare you hide private funds behind my back, hum?" Old Ao, frightened and flustered, perspired profusely. Ling Frost, with a hint of melancholy, urged, "What are you standing there for? Quickly go find your precious disciple. Once you find him, I shall settle the score with you." Old Ao nodded vigorously and stumbled out of the house. Meanwhile, in the Sea God Pavilion, Dong Yuling was instructing her adopted daughter, Huoling in her cultivation when old Ao burst in, grabbing Huoling and pulling her outside. Dong Yuling, displeased, blocked their path and scolded, "Out Yin. I was just teaching Ling, what are you doing?" Old Ao, in a frenzy, brandished the envelope and exclaimed, "My disciple, Chu Qingyun, is alive. He has returned and is right here in the academy." Upon hearing this, Huoling hastily snatched the envelope from old Ao's grasp, her eyes welling with tears as she read the crooked handwriting, stammering, This is exactly like his writing from 7 years ago." Dong Yuling, intrigued, inquired, "Are you suggesting that this Chu Qingyun has become a student of Shrek? Among the tens of thousands in the inner and outer courts, who might he be?" Huoling, equally curious, cast a questioning glance at old Ao, who pondered aloud, "Today's newcomer, Tang Buhua, bears a striking resemblance to him in mannerisms. However, if he refuses to acknowledge his identity, there must be some pressing reason." Huoling recalled Tang Buhua's peculiar behavior earlier that day and suggested, "Perhaps I should test him tomorrow?" Old Ao eagerly agreed, while Dong Yuling, feeling a twinge of jealousy, remarked sourly, "Ah, truly, a girl must not be kept too close. Go on, just hearing this makes me angry." Later that night, Chu Qingyun returned to his dormitory in the outer academy. As he opened the door, he found Su Sansuan grilling a large piece of dragon horse meat with his soul bone. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun, Su Sansuan eagerly led him to the bed, joyfully announcing, "Big brother, I've gathered all the intel on that beautiful girl from this morning." Hearing Huoling's name, Chu Qingyun looked at him quizzically, and Su Sansuan shook his head, explaining, "Alas, the girl's name is Huoling. She is the most beautiful being in all of Shrek Academy. Her adoptive father is the Sea God Pavilion's master, and she is also the young leader of the Tang sect. She has countless admirers, among them the formidable Zishi, the eldest disciple of the Iron Fist Douluo, who at a young age has already reached the 6th ring, becoming the strongest among Shrek's younger generation. However, it is said that Huoling had a childhood sweetheart with extraordinary talent, who was taken as a disciple by the god of battle, but was tragically killed by an evil soul master at a young age. It is rumored she has never forgotten him, which is why she has rejected Zishi's advances." Chu Qingyun sighed, realizing she still remembered him. Coming back to himself, he noticed Su Sansuan's worried expression and kicked him out, saying, "Get lost. Don't make that glum face. It makes me feel like I've been dumped. This is bad luck. If you have nothing to do, stop gossiping and go to sleep." With that, Chu Qingyun sat cross-legged on the bed to meditate, while Su Sansuan, dejected, returned to his bed and fell asleep. The following morning, both Su Sansuan and Chu Qingyun were assigned to Class 9 in the Outer Academy. Chu Qingyun surveyed his classmates, who appeared lethargic and devoid of motivation. He asked Su Sansuan, "Given our performance, how do we end up in such a class? Look at these people. They're all problem children." His words immediately drew peculiar glances from the surrounding students. Su Sansuan quickly covered his mouth, awkwardly chuckling and whispering, "Boss, these are all repeat students. The talented freshmen from the previous year, except for Huoling, Zishi, and Yuan Ntingting, all perished during missions. The remaining upperclassmen, who had decent potential, were left traumatized after the virtual selection round of the Federal Youth Competition by the Holy Son of the Evil Spirit Sect. Their cultivation is unlikely to progress further, which is why Class 9 was formed to select from these problem children to become the new Shrek 7 monsters. He added, that holy son of the evil spirit sect is quite formidable. He kills not just physically, but mentally. All the talented students from various academies who faced him have lost their confidence, like walking corpses. Chu Qingyun could only smile wryly, knowing that the holy son he spoke of was sitting right beside him. If only he knew the truth, one could only imagine the expression on his face. At that moment, a disheveled man, reeking of alcohol, stumbled into the classroom and collapsed onto a chair, dozing off, while the students below continued their ruckus. Chu Qingyun, asked, is this our teacher? Su Sansuan, equally astonished, nodded and stood frozen, questioning life itself. With a look of despair, he said, big brother, with such classmates and such a teacher, are we doomed? Thus, the two spent the entire morning doing nothing, despondently making their way to the outer academy cafeteria. Their previously lost confidence reignited, they charged towards the serving counter like hungry wolves. Moments later, Su Sansuan returned with a heaping plate of grilled soul beast meat, while Chu Qingyun sat before a towering pile of food, relishing every bite. Su Sansuan couldn't help but exclaim, big brother, I never thought you could eat even more than I can. Chu Qingyun, feeling helpless, acknowledged that his appetite had significantly increased since awakening his bloodline 7 years ago after absorbing Silver Sister's essence, transforming him into a glutton often ridiculed by others. Indeed, the outer academy cafeteria soon became a spectacle as they attracted the attention of many, with comments flying around. Sigh, have these new students never eaten before? Look at that slender figure. While he possesses a certain handsomeness, his eating habits are rather unrefined. If he were to attend the Sea Gods matchmaking event, I doubt anyone would choose him. As the crowd engaged in their discussions, a commotion erupted behind them. It was the ethereal and graceful Huolinger, adorned in a pristine Shrek Academy uniform, gliding through the throng to sit beside Chu Qingyun. With a sweet tone, she inquired, Qingyun, are you eating? Caught off guard while attempting to savor his meal, Chu Qingyun dropped his spoon in shock, his mind racing. What is happening? Have I been exposed? Striving to maintain his composure, he forced a smile and replied, Senior sister, you must have mistaken me for someone else. I am Tang Buhua. Seeing the flustered expression on Chu Qingyun's face only reinforced Huolinger's suspicions. With a cool demeanor, she retorted, is that so? Then why do you avoid meeting my gaze? The onlookers collectively swallowed hard. Their aloof goddess had never spoken to anyone in such a manner before. Struggling to swallow his food, Chu Qingyun mustered the courage to turn and meet Huolinger's gaze. Yet just a heartbeat later, his face flushed crimson, and he awkwardly averted his eyes, stammering, Senior sister, you are stunningly beautiful, a natural beauty. Please, do not jest with me. Beside them, Su Sansuan, witnessing this unexpected display of affection, felt his own meal lose its appeal. Just last night, he worried whether his older brother might succumb to despair. Yet today, the girl had approached him unprompted. How ironic that he, the fool, had been the one to worry. Sensing the awkwardness, Su Sansuan discreetly lifted his bowl and slipped away. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun, feeling the piercing gazes of the surrounding crowd, shot them a fierce glare that sent chills down his spine, prompting him to rise and flee. Quick-witted Huolinger seized Chu Qingyun's arm, her mischievous smile revealing her intentions. Tonight, I shall treat you to dinner. I will come and pick you up at your dormitory later. Do not be late. Chu Qingyun was drenched in cold sweat. It was clear this girl had recognized him, and he felt his undercover mission crumbling. Faced with such an awkward scenario, he reluctantly acquiesced. All right, I will be there. Upon receiving his response, Huolinger released him, and in an instant, Chu Qingyun vanished into the crowd. Observing his hurried departure, Huolinger smiled subtly, murmuring, Humph, since you wish to play a part, I shall indulge you. Chapter 14. The Feast at Hongmen. Escaping the cafeteria, Chu Qingyun found himself besieged by the hostile glares of his peers. Today's events had rendered him a public enemy, and while the academy forbade private duels, the intensity of their stares was profoundly unsettling. In desperation, Chu Qingyun retreated to his dormitory. As he pushed the door open, he found Su Sansuan feasting on a large bucket of fried chicken, indulging without restraint. Gurgle! Chu Qingyun's stomach betrayed him with a loud growl. He strode over and snatched the bucket from Su Sansuan's grasp. The latter looked at him with pleading eyes and said, Boss, why are you here stealing my fried chicken instead of going on a date with the goddess? Without a word, Chu Qingyun dragged Su Sansuan to the window and flung it open. Below, a throng had gathered, all eager to challenge him to a duel. The murderous intent emanating from their gazes sent a shiver down Su Sansuan's spine. Frantically, Su Sansuan slammed the window shut, perplexed. Boss, are you truly not the Chu Qingyun she mentioned, who vanished for so long? In response to Su Sansuan's skepticism, Chu Qingyun countered, do I resemble him? After a moment of contemplation, Su Sansuan solemnly declared, not in the slightest. Chu Qingyun was at a loss for words. Should he remark on Su Sansuan's poor eyesight or his naivete? With a sigh, he finally said, my dear prince, could you fetch me something to eat? Originally jovial, Su Sansuan's expression turned serious as he asked, how did you know? Chuckling softly, Chu Qingyun explained, from your accent, your usual mannerisms, and the storage ring you wear. It all points to the Tiando royal family. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's deduction, Su Sansuan sighed. Indeed, I am the 240th descendant of the Tiando royal family, born of the union between Hui Yuhao and Juzi. However, my mother came from humble origins, so I am not recognized as an heir. Seeing the disappointment in Su Sansuan's eyes, Chu Qingyun placed a reassuring hand on his shoulder. Thus, you came to Shrek Academy to grow stronger, with the intention of returning to the royal family to prove your worth? Su Sansuan shook his head, stating, I felt no warmth within the Tiando royal family. My purpose at Shrek Academy is to one day rescue my mother from that cold palace, devoid of compassion. It was evident that Su Sansuan harbored profound disillusionment with the Tiando royal family, prompting his candid admission. Chu Qingyun exhaled deeply, smiling as he said, rest assured, I promise to help you grow stronger. Su Sansuan, inspired by the glimmer of hope emanating from Chu Qingyun, nodded firmly, exclaiming, boss, from now on, we are brothers. Chu Qingyun chuckled and patted his shoulder, affirming indeed. As dusk descended, the male dormitory of the outer academy buzzed with excitement. Curious, Chu Qingyun opened the window to peer outside, only to find Huolinger waiting below, clothed in a delicate cerulean gown. Upon spotting Chu Qingyun peeking from the window, Huolinger greeted him enthusiastically, accompanied by the envious gazes of onlookers. In a flurry, Chu Qingyun turned, donned his outer academy uniform, a murky green, and rushed out of his dormitory. He knew not what fury awaited him should he hesitate any longer. In a panic, he approached Huolinger, awkwardly greeting her, senior sister, good evening. To his surprise, Huolinger grasped his hand, joyfully leading him towards the inner academy, inciting a wave of envy and jealousy among the spectators. They could hardly fathom that the academy's foremost goddess would actively pursue a mere freshman. Holding Huolinger's delicate hand, Chu Qingyun felt his heart race as they made their way into the inner academy, finally stopping at a quaint courtyard. Before him stood the residence of the esteemed old AO. Chu Qingyun's inner voice cautioned, this could very well be a feast at Hongmen. Lost in thought, Chu Qingyun was suddenly pulled inside by Huolinger and forcibly seated at a table. The serene and lovely Lung Ningxue approached carrying a platter of fish, smiling warmly as she took a seat. Old AO followed, bringing with him a fine bottle of wine. Huolinger, sitting beside Chu Qingyun, with tears glistening in her eyes, said, classmate Bua, these two venerable figures beside you are Elder AO of the Sea God Pavilion and his wife, Lung Ningxue. They once took on a disciple named Chu Qingyun in the early years on Tianluo Star, but tragically, that disciple was murdered by a malevolent soul master and departed this world. Since then, the two elders have yearned for him as their own son. Recently, Elder AO saw you during the entrance exam and was struck by your resemblance to his disciple. Hence, Chu Qingyun mused inwardly, though this is true. What are they truly after? Are they attempting to test me? No, I must take the initiative. Chu Qingyun net gulim. Suddenly kneeling before the venerable AO Lao and the graceful Lung Ningxuang, tears streaming down his face. This unexpected display left the three in utter bewilderment. AO Lao communicated telepathically with the others. What game is this boy playing? Lung Ningxuang replied in a similar manner. I do not know. Let us observe his intentions. Indeed, Chu Qingyun, with a choked voice, expressed, though my martial soul is the Haotian hammer, I am but an abandoned child of the Haotian sect, having grown up in an orphanage devoid of familial love. I am deeply moved that you both are willing to accept me as your son, and I vow to care for you in your old age as a filial son. The three exchanged awkward smiles, finding his exaggerated theatrics rather cringeworthy, leaving Huolinger and AO Tian momentarily at a loss for words. However, Lung Ningxuang, with tears streaming down her face, assisted Chu Qingyun to his feet, sobbing as she said, my child, fret not. I shall be your mother from now on. While you are at Shrek Academy, who would dare to bully you? Seizing the moment Chu Qingyun turned his head, Huolinger and AO Tian discreetly gave Lung Ningxuang a thumbs up, silently mouthing, best actress. After the meal, Chu Qingyun declined Huolinger's kind offer and returned alone to the outer courtyard. The three remained seated at the table, pondering aloud. Is this boy truly Chu Qingyun? A.O. Lao hesitated. His demeanor, actions, and even his appearance resembled that of his childhood. But what of his martial soul? Huolinger asserted with conviction. Perhaps he has employed some special means to disguise himself, but I am certain this is him. Subsequently, the three shared a conspiratorial smile and spoke in unison. It seems we must administer a potent remedy. Ashu. Just as Chu Qingyun reveled in his success, an unsettling chill ran down his spine, a sense of foreboding rising within him. At that moment, he noticed a commotion nearby, curious to discover who would dare to engage in a private brawl within the academy. Oh no! A familiar voice cried out, prompting Chu Qingyun to rush forward, only to find Su Sansuan being soundly reprimanded by a fiery-haired girl. Observing this, Chu Qingyun swiftly summoned the Haotian hammer, activating 4 soul rings that fused into the hammer. Haotian hammer, 4 rings combined. With a resounding shout, he surged forward to attack the red-haired beauty, who smirked as 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 purple, materialized behind her, with a swirling vortex forming in her hands. Second soul skill, Cloud Vortex, second form. Instantly, a colossal phantom of a titan great ape loomed behind her, and with a deafening roar, its right fist coalesced into a whirlpool, crashing against Chu Qingyun's Haotian hammer. Boom! The violent impact sent the 3 of them flying 100 meters away. As both Chu Qingyun and the red-haired beauty coughed blood from the explosive force, the beauty felt her energy surging backward and hastily began to regulate her breathing. Coming to his senses, Su Sansuan hurried over to assist Chu Qingyun, whispering anxiously, "Boss, your soul power is depleted. We must flee." Chu Qingyun forced a smile, gesturing toward the fiery-haired girl, and replied, "This is Yuan Ting, one of Shrek Academy's top 3 young combatants. What do you suggest we run?" At that moment, Yuan Ting wiped the blood from her lips and mockingly remarked, "You're already out of steam? Are you even a man?" Fury ignited within Chu Qingyun. For nothing stings a man's pride more than having his masculinity questioned. He stormed forward, 2 dark gold soul rings appearing behind him, as he conjured a sharp blue-silver emperor spear in his hands, brimming with murderous intent as he declared, "Today, I shall prove to you whether I am a man." The sight of the 2,000-year soul rings behind him instilled a sudden fear in Yuan Ting, causing her to take a step back. Suddenly, the once aggressive Chu Qingyun retracted all his soul power and feigned unconsciousness on the ground. Yuan Ting stared at him in confusion, just as a commanding voice resonated. "Ting, you are misbehaving again." The Titan Yuan Yunsheng, an elder of the Sea God Pavilion, arrived just in time to avert Yuan Ting's predicament. She protested, "Father, this guy ate my food, and he attacked me without provocation." Yuan Yunsheng coldly scoffed and walked past her, delivering a light kick to the sprawled Chu Qingyun, saying, "Stop pretending. I've never seen anyone faint while still projecting their spiritual energy, you rascal." Embarrassed, Chu Qingyun stood up, realizing he had forgotten to retract his spiritual power despite Mu Lao's timely reminder in the spiritual realm. Yuan Ting questioned, "My father's spiritual power has reached divine level. How did you perceive that?" Chu Qingyun feigen non zhang, zeppling, in tu ti no. This flimsy explanation was met with skepticism. Yet Yuan Yunsheng appeared to have other intentions, feigning great anger as he declared, "You 3 have violated academy rules. You are hereby sentenced to clean the outer courtyard for a month and must present a self-reflection before all faculty and students tomorrow." Before the 3 could protest, he vanished from their sight. Chu Qingyun, exasperated, chastised, "Su Sansuan, is it not shameful that you fell into this predicament over a mere meal?" Su Sansuan lowered his head in embarrassment, attempting to explain, "I simply mistook my seat while dining outside and accidentally ate her noodles. I had no idea she was so violent." Yuan Ting retorted angrily, "You ate my noodles, yet you call me violent. You fatso." Amidst their quarrel, a young man clad in the white uniform of Shrek Academy's inner courtyard approached, his bronze-toned physique and handsome features causing Su Sansuan to gulp nervously. He strode up to Chu Qingyun, laced with provocation, stating, "Tang Buhua, I shall await you at the outer courtyard's martial arena tomorrow. The loser must leave Huolinger." Chapter 15, Battle against Bading. Chu Qingyun regarded the arrogant figure before him, pondering in silence for a moment before questioning. "Who is this black egg?" Unable to contain herself, Yuan Ting burst into laughter, exclaiming, "This black egg is none other than the foremost combatant of the younger generation at Shrek Academy, the youngest 6-ring soul emperor, Ji Zishi." Chu Qingyun felt perplexed, initially assuming this unassuming black egg was merely a jealous passerby, only to discover he was the inner courtyard's senior brother, unfazed by Chu Qingyun's impolite demeanor. Ji Zishi coldly replied, "As a man, I hope you will not be absent tomorrow. I will restrain my power during our duel to ensure fairness." With that, Ji Zishi turned and departed, while Yuanyuan Tingting shook her head, mockingly advising, "Rivals meet, and the tension is palpable. I suggest you refrain from attending tomorrow, lest you embarrass yourself." Chu Qingyun snorted in disdain, gritting his teeth as he declared, "I, Tang Buhua, have no habit of retreating in the face of battle." As noon approached, at the outer courtyard duel arena of Shrek Academy, Ji Zishi sat cross-legged above, adjusting his soul power, while below, students gathered to cheer for Ji Zishi as he prepared to teach a lesson to the pretty boy, Chu Qingyun. Certainly, the masterminds behind this battle, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, had long since veiled it in their divine consciousness, secretly observing the contest unfold. At this moment, amidst the watchful eyes of the crowd, Chu Qingyun, disheveled and covered in dust, rushed onto the competition stage, panting heavily. With a grin, he declared, "My sincerest apologies for the wait, everyone. Yesterday, I violated school regulations and was punished to clean the outer courtyard. After finally tidying up, I hurried here to confront him." A chorus of jeers erupted from the audience, chastising Chu Qingyun for his audacity and arrogance. At this juncture, Ji Zishi, seated at one end, rose and spoke gravely, "Junior, please proceed." Instantly, 6 soul rings, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, materialized behind Ji Zishi, representing the pinnacle of soul master configurations. As a practitioner of the body sect, his martial soul was none other than his own being, also known as the Dominator. Gazing at the imposing figure behind Ji Zishi, Chu Qingyun refused to back down. Several golden gears manifested behind him, turning in perfect harmony, his martial soul, a manifestation of the laws, making its debut before the crowd. Within the Sea God Pavilion, the elders were taken aback. They had never encountered such a martial soul before, and thus communicated telepathically, urging Ji Zishi to probe into its attributes and power. Acknowledging their request, Ji Zishi nodded, and the first purple ring glowed, slowly integrating into his martial soul. First soul skill, Demon Seed. Suddenly, the golden phantom behind Ji Zishi sprouted fangs and demonic horns, its golden sheen shifting into a swirling purple mist as massive demonic wings unfurled and charged toward Chu Qingyun. As Ji Zishi's onslaught approached, Chu Qingyun's martial soul transformed into the Haotian hammer, enveloping the arena in a radiant golden light. "Reincarnation domain, activate," he proclaimed, layering his first soul skill. In an instant, the two forces collided, yet astonishingly, it was Ji Zishi who was sent hurtling backward, while Chu Qingyun staggered only a few paces. This was the passive skill of the Reincarnation domain. Should an opponent's attack exceed 5 times his own damage, their offensive powers would be exchanged. Thus, in that moment, Chu Qingyun had inadvertently inflicted harm upon himself, while Ji Zishi had likewise taken the brunt of his own strike. A profound silence enveloped the arena, with the iron fist Douluo within the Sea God Pavilion widening his eyes in disbelief. As the dust settled, Ji Zishi rose, somewhat disheveled, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth. The previous strike had caught him off guard, leading to his current predicament. He commended Chu Qingyun's performance, saying, "Your peculiar domain is indeed impressive." However, Ji Zishi's 3rd, 4th, and 5th soul rings illuminated simultaneously, the ethereal shadows melding into his being, causing his soul power to vanish instantaneously. Even Mu Lao, residing in the spiritual realm, urgently cautioned, "Be wary. This lad is far from simple." 3rd soul skill, Frenzy. 4th soul skill, Dominator's Might. 5th soul skill, Duel. In an instant, Chu Qingyun felt his domain retract within him, unable to reactivate. In a flash, Ji Zishi appeared before him, delivering a strike devoid of soul power that propelled him hundreds of meters away. Cough. Chu Qingyun spat blood from the crater he had landed in. That seemingly ordinary blow had wreaked havoc on his internal organs. Gritting his teeth against the pain, he rose and murmured, "It seems he has utilized some ability to seal my domain, while simultaneously amplifying his own power." Indeed, Ji Zishi's 5th soul skill was designed to prohibit an enemy's domain while enhancing his own, while the 3rd and 4th skills rendered him impervious to pain and increased his attack by 30% and enhanced his physical prowess by 80%, respectively. As a defense-oriented battle soul master, he was undoubtedly a formidable adversary. The reputation of the Dominator was well-deserved. The audience erupted in fervent cheers for Ji Zishi. Yet he remained serious, demanding, "Show me your true capabilities. Let me witness your strength." With a smirk, Chu Qingyun summoned 2 dark golden soul rings that slowly ascended behind him. The spectators of the Sea God Pavilion leapt to their feet in astonishment. These exceedingly rare million-year soul rings had manifested on a mere 15-year-old boy, a revelation that would surely send shockwaves throughout the Soul Master community. Suddenly, the previously raucous crowd fell silent. The million-year soul rings symbolized absolute power. First soul skill, replication. In an instant, Chu Qingyun's first soul ring transformed into a black 10,000-year soul ring. With a mighty roar, he surged toward Ji Zishi. Replication of Dominator's might. In that fleeting moment, Chu Qingyun infused all his soul power into his body, achieving an overall enhancement of 80%. Coupled with the 2 formidable abilities of his blue-silver Emperor Soul Bone on his right arm, his overall attack power escalated by an astonishing 130 times. As Chu Qingyun barreled toward him, Ji Zishi did not dare to underestimate the threat. Channeling all his strength, he met the oncoming assault with a fearsome punch. Boom! With a thunderous crack, Ji Zishi transformed into a shadow, crashing against the formidable quantum shield at the edge of the arena. The crowd erupted into chaos, utterly astonished that the seemingly invincible Ji Zishi had been sent sprawling by a single punch from Chu Qingyun, an unfathomable turn of events. As the dust settled, Ji Zishi disheveled, pushed aside the debris that had pinned him down, breathing heavily as he locked his gaze onto Chu Qingyun. He had never anticipated that a mere 4-ring soul master could so thoroughly embarrass him. Reluctantly, he activated his first soul ring once more. First soul skill, Demon Seed. Utilizing the Demon Seed in his Dominator form was a manifestation never before witnessed by the students of Shrek Academy. Before long, Ji Zishi morphed into a purplish-red demon, his massive demonic wings unfurling behind him. With a thunderous explosion of energy, he shot forth as a streak of purple light, claws poised to meet Chu Qingyun's iron fist, generating a catastrophic shockwave. Within the Sea God Pavilion, the Iron Fist Douluo was astounded. Using the Demon Seed under Dominator mode could render Ji Zishi unconscious, posing a considerable risk. Yet it was precisely this that made him evenly matched with Chu Qingyun, a truly terrifying prospect. While Ji Zishi's transformation yielded equal striking power, his speed granted him a decisive advantage over Chu Qingyun. The audience, initially expecting Ji Zishi to dispatch Chu Qingyun with speed, was left flabbergasted as an astonishing scene unfolded. Chu Qingyun surged from the ground, enormous bone wings ignited with golden flames erupting from his back. Whoosh! He transformed into a streak of golden light, colliding with Ji Zishi. The 2 figures merging into a tempest of purple and gold, their fists meeting with explosive force. The audience, witnessing this visceral clash, was left speechless until suddenly a student exclaimed, "Why does this figure of Tang Buhor resemble that of the evil spirit Saint Sun so closely?" At his remark, the surrounding students from both inner and outer academies nodded in agreement, acknowledging the striking similarity. Amidst the barrage of blows, Chu Qingyun's blue-silver Emperor right arm soul bone began to wane, its effects nearing their limit. His attacks grew less effective, leading the crowd to speculate that his stamina had reached its peak, rendering him unable to withstand Ji Zishi's onslaught. However, to their astonishment, he inexplicably accelerated in mid-air, skillfully evading the pressure. The seasoned student suddenly exclaimed in astonishment, "Observe the trajectory of his movements and the nature of his attacks. This is the dance of the windstorm." Indeed, after a staggering 81 punches, Chu Qingyun's offensive prowess gradually returned to its former glory. Within the Sea God Pavilion, Titan Douluo and Yin Chung displayed a hint of satisfaction, yet scolded, "This little rascal is truly wicked." As the 2 exchanged blows, night fell, and the elders of the Sea God Pavilion had gathered in the sky above the arena. An audience of faculty and students surrounded the outer courtyard, eager to witness which of the formidable talents from Shrek Academy would emerge victorious. At this moment, both combatants were already clad in tattered garments, their bodies marred by wounds. With each relentless strike, their breaths became increasingly labored, and their attacks began to slow, as their stamina had been pushed to its limits. Suddenly, a delicate voice rang out from the sky, interrupting the duel. "Enough!" Hualing'er, having concluded her seclusion, rushed to the scene. Behind her, a colossal spectral eye materialized, and with 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 red, hovering in the air, she appeared as if a deity had descended. Then, Hualing'er's 4th soul ring illuminated. Third soul skill, Soul Shock. In an instant, A beam of white light shot forth from the spectral eye behind her, swiftly merging into the foreheads of the two combatants. Instantly, they collapsed to the ground like deflated balloons. The prolonged intensity of their battle had completely drained their energy, and they had been holding on only by sheer willpower. Huolinger hurriedly rushed forward to support Chu Qingyun, concern etched across her face as she inquired about his condition. At that moment, Ji Zishi realized that she had utterly lost. Just then, the weakened Chu Qingyun abruptly enveloped her in an embrace, exhaling a sigh of relief as he shouted, "Sister-linger, I, Chu Qingyun, have returned." As he held Huolinger tightly, it felt as though his heart had been revitalized. This proclamation served as a declaration of his sovereignty, announcing to the world that he had indeed come back to life. The onlookers from the Sea God Pavilion were left in stunned silence. They had intended to recruit him after this battle, only to discover that he was already a disciple of Ao Tian. Meanwhile, the elder Ao, tears streaming down his face, muttered, "You little rascal, you've finally returned." The audience below was equally astonished, realizing that the childhood friend Huolinger had spoken of was none other than Tang Buhua. Huolinger understood that Chu Qingyun's reluctance to acknowledge his identity must have stemmed from burdens he could not articulate, and that his decision to cast everything aside was undoubtedly for her sake. Overwhelmed by emotion, Huolinger could no longer restrain herself. She cupped Chu Qingyun's face and kissed him. Witnessing her tear-filled eyes, Chu Qingyun was instantly flustered, his heart racing as if it might leap from his chest. At that moment, a resounding applause erupted from the crowd, filled with heartfelt blessings. Yet the master of the Sea God Pavilion, Dong Lingyu, clenched his fists in frustration, muttering, "I really want to go down there and give that little brat a beating." The elders exchanged glances, speechless. If he could set aside his pride, he could easily confront him, but the repercussions would tarnish Shrek's reputation. After a prolonged moment, Huolinger, her cheeks flushed, lowered her head and softly said, "You understand my meaning, don't you?" At this juncture, Chu Qingyun stood frozen, utterly bewildered, while Ji Zishi beside them wore a look of exasperation. Feeding the crowd, such romantic drama was indeed excessive. A moment later, regaining his composure, Chu Qingyun shyly took Huolinger's hand. Instantly, a wondrous sensation surged through both their hearts. Their blue-silver emperor martial spirits spontaneously manifested, intertwining into a magnificent fusion, and a divine figure clad in black veil and white gown appeared in the air. The beauty of this goddess captivated everyone's gaze. Yet within the depths of Chu Qingyun's spiritual sea, tumultuous waves surged as the divine seed above radiated with intense light. Elder Mu, filled with excitement, exclaimed, "I never expected to find you after so many lifetimes. You have remained here." Gazing upon the goddess before him, Chu Qingyun felt an inexplicable familiarity. Suddenly, a violent tremor coursed through his spiritual realm, causing the already exhausted Chu Qingyun to faint. Elder Ao rushed forward to catch him, satisfied as he remarked, "You two little ones are truly fated. Who would have thought you would possess a martial spirit fusion technique?" In his unconscious state, Chu Qingyun found himself within the confines of a spiritual sea, where he looked at Elder Mu in confusion and asked, "Master, what has happened?" Elder Mu's raspy voice resonated. "Young man, the goddess manifested during your martial spirit fusion technique is my daughter Muzhua, and she is the reason for my slaughter in the divine realm." Chu Qingyun was filled with bewilderment as Elder Mu extended his right hand, and a shimmering white soul began to rise slowly. "This is your third trial. Prepare yourself." In an instant, Chu Qingyun's soul was transported to an execution ground, where a woman, shackled by heavy iron chains piercing her collarbone, was none other than Muzhua. Young Elder Mu surged through the crowd, angrily demanding, "Eternal, what crime has Zhuirer committed to deserve this?" An elderly figure with white hair lazily lifted his eyelids and replied, "As the goddess of chaos, allowing threats to the divine realm to arise within her jurisdiction is a capital offense." On the execution platform, Muzhua protested defiantly. The Core Ethereal Sphere is a beacon of hope to save the divine realm from crisis. Its existence is not a threat, but a promise. The eternal ancient god scoffed, and in an instant, countless god-slaying nails shot toward Muzhua. Her mother, the fate goddess, rushed forward to shield her, but the terrifying force of the nails pierced through them both. As their souls and divine powers scattered, Elder Mu howled to the heavens, sweeping their energies into himself. The supreme energies of fate and chaos merged within him, birthing a formidable power of reincarnation and immortality. Through gritted teeth, Elder Mu vowed, "I will ensure the entire divine realm pays for their lives." At that moment, Everything faded into oblivion, and Elder Mu appeared before Chu Qingyun, stating, "Do you understand? This is merely the beginning." Yet, Chu Qingyun, his expression darkened, lowered his head, and replied, "The core ethereal sphere is my invention, and the death of your kin is inextricably linked to me." Noticing the guilt etched on Chu Qingyun's face, Elder Mu recognized that he was not jesting. His emotions, a volatile mixture of excitement and fury, enveloped Chu Qingyun in an instant. Elder Mu tightened his grip around Chu Qingyun's neck, furiously demanding, "Why? Why did you develop such a thing?" With a face turning purple, Chu Qingyun gasped, "Because the planet I inhabit faces the same crisis your divine realm once did." Just as Chu Qingyun felt on the verge of suffocation, Muzhua's fragmented spirit emerged from his soul space, urgently interjecting, "Father, stop. The development of the core ethereal sphere was encouraged and aided by me. You cannot blame him." Seeing the remnants of Muzhua, Elder Mu reached out with trembling hands, gently caressing her youthful visage, while Chu Qingyun experienced a surge of familiar memories. In a previous life, during a period when my research had reached an impasse, that Muzhua unexpectedly appeared by my side, offering unwavering encouragement and assistance. The hairpin she gifted a Huolinger was originally meant to be a present from Chu Qingyun. Unfortunately, just as the success of the Yuan core ethereal sphere was imminent, she vanished without a trace. Chu Qingyun stepped forward, feeling a wave of guilt as he spoke. "I never imagined I would be the one to bring you harm in the end." Muzhua floated gracefully before him, revealing a gentle, healing smile as she replied, "You mustn't blame yourself. All that has transpired is the result of fate. If you still feel remorse, then take good care of Linger in the future." Observing their closeness, Mu Lao awkwardly cleared his throat. "Ahem, that's enough. Since it is all a misunderstanding, I shall not hold it against you, you little brat." At this moment, Muzhua nodded with a smile towards Mu Lao and instantly melded into Chu Qingyun's being, transforming into a black and white soul ring within his law martial soul. Mu Lao approached Chu Qingyun, his demeanor turning serious as he stated, "Listen, lad. A disciple is like a child to me. For Zhure's sake, you must promise me one thing." Noting the grave expression on Mu Lao's face, as if entrusting him with a fragile secret, Chu Qingyun immediately understood his intent. He resolutely declared, "Rest assured, Master, I vow to assist Mu Zhua in her resurrection, bringing her back to this world." Mu Lao shook his head with a smile, saying, "What I mean is that once she is revived, you must marry her and take good care of her on my behalf." That seems inappropriate. I already have Linger. Are you not concerned that they might become rivals and provoke jealousy?" Mu Lao shot him a glare, responding coldly, "That is your problem. However, if you refuse, I will not hesitate to end you." Chu Qingyun quickly nodded in agreement. "All right, you truly are something else, targeting familiar faces." Mu Lao retorted with a hint of annoyance. "Do you think I take pleasure in this? Look at Zhure's eyes. It's clear she is reluctant. Otherwise, do you think you could ever aspire to be my son-in-law? Dream on." At that moment, Chu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes to find Su Sansuan sobbing uncontrollably at the edge of his bed. Witnessing his pitiful state, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of frustration. "I'm merely exhausted, not on the brink of death. Why are you crying?" Su Sansuan awkwardly wiped his tears and nervously asked, "Boss, how can you be so easily fatigued?" Moments later, sporting a bruised face, Su Sansuan looked at Chu Qingyun with a sly grin. About to speak when Chu Qingyun interrupted, "Hold on. Think before you speak. I lack the energy to educate you further." After a brief silence, Su Sansuan firmly stated, "Boss, please teach me how to grow stronger." Chu Qingyun regarded Su Sansuan's earnest gaze, realizing he was not jesting. He tentatively asked, "Are you infatuated with that fierce girl? And after confessing to her, were you ruthlessly rejected, thus seeking motivation to improve?" Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's conjecture, Su Sansuan chuckled awkwardly, as his thoughts were entirely laid bare. He explained, "Today, during the competition, I summoned the courage to confess to Yuan in Tingting, inspired by your declaration to Huolinger. However, she was too busy admiring you, turning away without a second thought, saying, 'When can I become strong like you? Promise me.'" Listening to Su Sansuan's words, Chu Qingyun scrutinized him closely. Su Sansuan looked at him with eager anticipation, only to receive a discouraging response. "Sigh. Give it up. It's impossible." In Chu Qingyun's view, given Su Sansuan's potential, becoming strong was not an insurmountable feat. However, reaching the heights of someone like himself was utterly unattainable. Seeing the despair in Su Sansuan's eyes, a raspy voice emerged from the window. "Perhaps I can assist you." Both turned towards the source of the voice to find a man with fiery red hair. adorned in a long red robe emblazoned with a phoenix pattern, seated by the window. The newcomer was none other than the once second-tier deity, Phoenix, Ma Hongjun. Chapter 17, Devilish Training. Chu Qingyun instantly recognized him as the companion, surnamed Tang, who had humiliated him 7 years prior. His sudden appearance here indicated that the past was resurfacing. Ma Hongjun, noticing Chu Qingyun's anxious demeanor, waved his hand with a smile. Relax. As members of the previous generation of the Shrek 7 monsters, we have been entrusted by the Academy to come and instruct you little ones. Chu Qingyun scoffed disdainfully. You think that guy can teach me? In your dreams. I would rather jump from here than allow him to instruct me. Ma Hongjun found himself speechless. He had originally come to escort the 2 young ones to the Sea God Pavilion, but judging by their attitude, it seemed a challenging task. At that moment, A.O. Lao entered, placing a hand on Chu Qingyun's shoulder. Enough of this nonsense. There must be some misunderstanding regarding the events of the past. Let me take you to sea, and you will understand everything. With that, A.O. Lao seized Chu Qingyun, flying towards the Sea God Pavilion. Regardless of how much Chu Qingyun struggled to escape his grasp. Moment later, Su Shankun, ZZC, Huolanga, Chu Qingyun, and Yuan and Tingting gathered in front of the Azure Sea God Pavilion, where the previous generation of Shrek 7 monsters, Dai Mubai, Tang San, Oscar, Ma Hongjun, Ning Rongrong, and Zhu Zhuqing had all assembled. The Sea God Pavilion Master, Dong Lingyu, solemnly introduced. Dear little monsters, standing before you are the previous generation of the Shrek 7 monsters. Aside from a valiant Bai Qi, these are all the members of the Shrek 7. As soon as Dong Lingyu finished speaking, Chu Qingyun angrily shouted at Tang San. You, Dang, I lost in our last battle, but this time, let us compete once more, life and death be damned. Beside him, Yuan, Tingting blushed, casting an admiring glance at Chu Qingyun as she quietly remarked, how brave to challenge the strongest senior of the previous generation to a life and death duel. Huolinger swiftly grasped his ear, pulling him aside to whisper, you should be quiet. He is my grandfather and the former sea god, Tang San. The 6 individuals beside him are the original Shrek 7 monsters. Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in disbelief as he confirmed. Is that true? So Tang San is your grandfather, and Hui Yuhao is your father? Why didn't you tell me sooner? Huolinger, her face flushed, retorted. Who knew you'd be so jealous? I didn't even have a chance to explain, so deal with the mess you created yourself. Don't expect my help. Chu Qingyun's face turned ashen, looking utterly defeated. Behind him, Oscar and Dai Mubai exchanged amused glances, whispering to Tang San. Little San, look at his disheveled appearance. He must have realized the truth. Let's make sure to give this arrogant brat a good scare. Before long, Chu Qingyun, trembling, approached Tang San and, on impulse, knelt before him, clasping his legs as he wept. Grandfather, I was young and reckless. I was disrespectful. Please, show mercy and forgive me this time. Witnessing Chu Qingyun's display, the others were left speechless. Where had that earlier bravado gone? Now, he was pleading like a relative? What a disgrace. Tang San awkwardly helped Chu Qingyun to his feet and communicated telepathically. Awaken, for beneath a man's knees lies gold. How can one kneel frivolously? Chu Qingyun, seizing the moment, rose and embraced Tang San, exclaiming, Senior, I acknowledge my past faults. Come now, indulge in my torment. A burst of laughter escaped Huoling, who could not contain herself upon witnessing Chu Qingyun's antics, while those around them, bewildered, felt a wave of revulsion. At that moment, even the elder Mu within the spiritual realm could no longer bear the sight, urgently remarking, Enough, lad, this is truly nauseating. Unfa, Chu Qingyun zito, now setting. If I don't embrace the discomfort, I might lose my wife. Embarrassed, Huolinger stepped forward, pulling Chu Qingyun away with a smile, signaling for everyone to continue. Dong Lingyu cleared his throat and addressed the assembly. You are all the creme de la creme of Shrek Academy's younger generation. Thus, the purpose of your gathering requires no elaborate introduction. Over the next 3 years, you shall train alongside your respective mentors. In 3 years' time, you will form groups of 7 to compete against another set of 7 prodigies cultivated by the Academy. Victory will earn you the illustrious title of Shrek 7 Monsters and a place in the Federation's Soul Master Tournament. Defeat will relegate you to the status of substitutes. Instantly, a fire of ambition and hope ignited within the hearts of the crowd. To emerge from thousands of new students bearing the honor of representing the Academy was already a monumental privilege. At this juncture, Ning Rongrong voiced, In that case, let us proceed with the selection. Nods of agreement followed as Ning Rongrong approached Huolinger, smiling as she took her hand and led her aside. Ma Hongjun then stepped up to Su Sansuan, gravely stating, "My martial soul is the phoenix. We are fated to be together. Join me in training at the Seven Sacred Abyss." Upon hearing the name of the Seven Sacred Abyss, Su Sansuan's face paled. Those words were a source of dread for every member of Shrek Academy, an indelible shadow in the hearts of all faculty and students alike. Observing Su Sansuan's lackadaisical demeanor, Ma Hongjun recalled his own past and resolved that he would not allow his tragic fate to replay through Su Sansuan. "Hipo Josao, Su Shankun," he vowed. Next, Oscar, Daimu Bai, and Zhu Zhuqing approached Ji Zishi and Yuan Intingting, earnestly declaring, "We three shall be your specialized training instructors. Brace yourselves for rigorous training." Noticing that no one had chosen him, Chu Qingyun awkwardly scampered over to Ning Rongrong, grinning as he said, "Sister Rongrong, I believe I am best suited to train with you." It was clear to all that Chu Qingyun's intent was to remain close to Huolinger. At that moment, Tang San stepped forward, seizing the collar of Chu Qingyun's garment and leading him deeper into the Sea God Pavilion, a mischievous smile upon his lips as he remarked, "You can't escape. Our debts have yet to be settled." With a wry smile, Chu Qingyun watched as Huolinger called out, "Chu Qingyun, 3 years hence shall be your time to ascend to greatness." In response to Huolinger's hopeful words, Chu Qingyun raised his right fist triumphantly, affirming, "That is a certainty." After bidding farewell to the group, Tang San escorted Chu Qingyun to the seaside and earnestly inquired, "You do not hail from this world, do you?" Chu Qingyun's heart raced. Meeting Tang San's deep blue gaze, he knew he could not conceal the truth, and thus he candidly confessed, "Indeed, I come from another realm and retain the memories of my past life." Tang San did not press further, but shifted the conversation. "What is that mysterious martial soul of yours?" Chu Qingyun swallowed hard before responding. "It is a unique law martial soul. Whatever laws I comprehend, I can harness their powers, though the risks are substantial." Tang San was taken aback. The emergence of such an extraordinary martial soul in the Douluo realm left him pondering whether it was a blessing or a curse. Observing Chu Qingyun's anxious expression, Tang San playfully asked, "Do you harbor feelings for Linga?" In the face of Tang San's seemingly casual question, Chu Qingyun responded with utmost seriousness, "Through life and death." Unwavering. With that, he was abruptly kicked into the sea by Tang San, surfacing in a disheveled state, bewildered as he exclaimed, "What have you done?" Tang San, wearing a mischievous grin, replied, "To love someone, one must possess the strength to protect them. I shall await you on the island across the sea. Swim there on your own. Oh, and I forgot to mention, this ocean is home to 10,000-year-old beasts, notoriously violent. Do remember to stay safe." Watching Tang San's retreating figure, Chu Qingyun shouted, "You truly bear a grudge, you petty man." As his words faded, a 10,000-year fish dragon leapt from the depths, its razor-sharp teeth lunging toward Chu Qingyun. He dared not underestimate the threat. Conjuring 4 soul rings, 2 white, 1 yellow, and 1 purple, he unleashed the 4-fold enhanced Haotian hammer, augmented by the blue-silver emperor's right arm and the doubling skill, charging at the colossal fish dragon. With a resounding crash, man and beast collided. Yet the 10,000-year beast's formidable might sent Chu Qingyun flying. Struggling to rise, he felt an excruciating pain coursing through his insides. At that moment, the figure of Elder Mu echoed in his mind, "Lad, though you have faced countless battles, you have never truly encountered life and death peril. I shall seal your other martial souls, leaving only the blue-silver emperor to hone your skills. Fight with all your might to survive." Before Chu Qingyun could respond, his remaining martial souls were sealed. He gazed at the distant island, millions of miles away, and the approaching fish dragon, feeling the weight of pressure. This trial not only tested his allocation of soul power, but also his judgment and adaptability in the face of danger. A single misstep could lead to his demise. As the fish dragon charged, Chu Qingyun felt no room for negligence. The silhouette of Silver Sister manifested behind him, and he commanded, "Silver Sister, conserve soul power." With arms outstretched, Silver Sister enveloped the fish dragon in a golden light, declaring, "Chaos Domain." In an instant, Silver Sister transformed into the ancient god Muzhua, encircling him. As the fish dragon bore down upon them, Chu Qingyun vanished from sight. Moments later, he found himself transported to the depths of the ocean, his complexion pale as he lamented, "Why did you unleash your full power, Silver Sister? Now, not only have we failed to escape, but I have also exhausted my soul power." Silver Sister, with a look of disdain, replied, "The Chaos Domain can only be used once. Given your current cultivation, it is difficult to withstand a blow from that behemoth. Random teleportation was the best option. Who told you to be such a jinx and end up in this dreadful place? As their banter continued, a terrifying vertical eye suddenly opened in the pitch-black depths, glaring menacingly at them. Meanwhile, on the island's shore, Tang San's expression turned grave as he remarked, "This is a million-year ferocious beast." Chapter 18. Battle with the Ferocious Beast. At this moment, Tang San felt no room for complacency. He swiftly employed a secret technique to forcefully connect with the sea god, Huiyuhao, above the divine realm. Upon seeing Tang San's ethereal form reappear in his consciousness, Huiyuhao expressed his surprise and inquired, "Father-in-law, how fare you?" Tang San replied with utmost seriousness. The moment was not one for idle chatter. "Swiftly, employ your divine consciousness to search the nearby ocean depths for any previously unseen million-year soul beast. Your son-in-law is currently in peril." Huiyuhao, perplexed by the sudden mention of a son-in-law, felt compelled to comply with his father-in-law Tang San's urgent request. "Father-in-law, it appears there is an unknown sea soul beast of 999,000 years lurking 2,000 miles away, radiating a potent aura of wrath." Tang San's pupils dilated instantly. A million-year soul beast was no trifling matter, especially one on the brink of divinity. He urgently instructed, "Quickly, link your divine consciousness to mine, and let us rescue your foolish son-in-law." Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun found himself entangled within a dark, fleshy wall, exclaiming, "Sister Een, it seems we have been consumed." At that moment, the blue-silver emperor in his grasp unleashed a multitude of razor-sharp vines, piercing the digestive tract of the soul beast. Moments later, Sister Yin's voice echoed, "Congratulations, young man. This is indeed a million-year soul beast, currently undergoing its final tribulation." Hearing this, Chu Qingyun lost his composure. Reduced to mere sustenance, he was being congratulated? If the soul beast were to successfully transcend its final tribulation, he would become nothing more than its excrement. And should it fail, he too would be reduced to char. Was there any escape from death? In the depths of despair, the voice of Elder Mu re-emerged. "Fear not, there exists a solution. Why not have this million-year soul beast serve as the third and fourth soul rings for your blue-silver emperor?" Chu Qingyun, astonished, had thought he was doomed. Yet here was a chance at a million-year soul ring without cost. Just then, Tang San, having fused with a fragment of Huiyuhao's consciousness, arrived at the scene, ready to intervene. As they prepared to act, a fierce bolt of heavenly lightning struck down. Boom! The powerful thunder forced them back, and Huiyuhao gravely remarked, "This ferocious beast has initiated its tribulation. If we intervene recklessly, we shall be ensnared as well. Given your current condition, father-in-law, you would not withstand such a strike." Tang San calmly assessed the situation. He should remain relatively unharmed within. You must find a way to notify Tang Wulin for assistance, and send a fragment of your consciousness to inform him of the external circumstances. In an instant, two beams of golden light shot forth from Tang San's forehead, one ascending into the heavens, the other swiftly penetrating the body of the million-year sea serpent. Moments later, Huiyuhao and Tang Wulin's souls returned to Tang San's side, and Huiyuhao, with a grave expression, reported, "In that young man's spiritual realm lies a powerful soul that has kept me at bay. I cannot enter." Tang San, puzzled by Huiyuhao's words, wondered what could be more powerful than a divine king. At that moment, Tang Wulin recalled the upheaval in the divine realm from years prior and quickly shared his suspicions with them. Witnessing the ferocious sea serpent breaking through the ninth heavenly tribulation, Tang San no longer hesitated and decisively declared, "I will investigate this matter later. Our immediate priority is to save that young man before the 12th dragon transformation tribulation." Roar! As the three prepared to act, the sea serpent let out a pained roar, struggling in agony before plummeting into the ocean due to the impact of the 10th bolt of lightning. Realizing what Chu Qingyun was attempting, Tang San quickly instructed, "Yuhao, when the sea serpent breaks free from the tumult, use the infinite windstorm to halt it mid-air. Wulin, seize the moment to pierce its body at the 6-inch mark with the golden dragon spear." Both nodded in agreement. At that moment, the sea serpent's insides were filled with countless dark golden blue-silver grass, these razor-sharp tendrils mercilessly perforating its innards, spreading through its blood vessels. The suffering sea serpent, unwilling to relinquish its final chance, leapt toward the horizon, bracing for the last tribulation. The fierce lightning struck the sea serpent as powerful bolts coursed through its body. Chu Qingyun hastily summoned the black flame bone wings to envelop himself, instantly engulfed in the storm of thunder, the searing pain forcing his nails into his flesh. The lightning surrounding the sea serpent gradually dissipated, its scales evolving into golden ones, transforming its entire form into that of a true dragon. The auspicious clouds swirling around it attesting to its extraordinary essence. Infinite Windstorm, Hui Yuhao's sole avatar, wielding the golden trident of the sea god, slowly traced a circle. In an instant, a golden-blue halo enveloped the sea serpent, suspending it in mid-air. Unexpectedly, within half a second, the sea serpent broke free from its restraints, roaring as it charged toward Hu Yuhao. Roar. You are the sea god, yet I fear you no longer. I have transcended to become a divine entity myself. Whoosh! A sound of slicing air erupted behind it, as the golden dragon spear, imbued with devastating power, pierced through its body. The sea serpent, already gravely injured, could not withstand this lethal strike. The poor sea serpent would never have fathomed that two mighty divine kings from the divine realm would conspire to end its life. Such absurdity. At that moment, a dark golden light burst forth from the sea serpent's body, revealing a battered Chu Qingyun in midair, his black flame-bone wings entwined with golden lightning, exuding an aura of divine majesty. However, Chu Qingyun's brown-black hair and eyebrows had been singed away, leaving him resembling a light bulb. The cool breeze brushing against his scalp prompted him to instinctively touch his head, only to panic upon realizing he was completely bald. Hu Yuhao, unwilling to concede, approached Tang San, confirming, "Father-in-law, is this fellow truly Ling'er's boyfriend?" Tang San, with a mischievous grin, nodded in response, relishing Hu Yuhao's crestfallen expression. At last, this young man understood his prior sentiments. Just then, the beleaguered sea serpent opened its eyes with ferocity, lunging at the airborne Chu Qingyun. In the face of the dying serpent's desperate counterattack, the others were caught off guard. Chu Qingyun swiftly activated his bone wings to evade the serpent's lethal strike. However, as he evaded, the sea serpent's maw ensnared his left arm. As Tang Wulin rushed forward to deliver a finishing blow, Chu Qingyun intercepted him, saying, "Senior Wulin, it has lost the power to resist. Please allow me the chance to deliver the final blow." At that moment, Hu Yuhao and Tang San closed in, and seeing the calm determination in Chu Qingyun's eyes, Hu Yuhao felt a sense of satisfaction. He extended his hand, gently sealing the blood vessels in his left arm with divine energy to halt the bleeding. Chu Qingyun looked upon the figure before him, resembling the first-generation master of the spirit transmitting tower, Spirit Ice Douluo Hu Yuhao. He knelt before him, tears streaming down his face, exclaiming, "Father, I have finally met you. I have longed to hear your stories from Ling'er since childhood. I never thought today would finally come." Before he could finish, Hu Yuhao, visibly annoyed, tossed him before the sea serpent, sternly commanding, "Enough with the pleasantries. Quickly absorb the soul ring." Chu Qingyun muttered under his breath, "Why so cold? It seems this father-in-law is not easy to please." Shaking his head, he then sat cross-legged atop the sea serpent, calling out, "Sisterine, let us commence." In an instant, the enchanting blue-silver emperor summoned countless vines that pierced through the body of the sea dragon, which roared in defiance, "You insolent brat! I have transcended the tribulation and ascended to the third rank of divinity, yet I never anticipated my demise at your hands. I vow that you shall not have an easy fate." With a smirk playing on his lips, Chu Qingyun's companion, Silver Lady, coldly interjected, "Alas, we have no intention of absorbing you into our spirit." In that moment, the blue-silver emperor severed the sea dragon's life, and two blue-gold million-year soul rings floated in the air. Exhaling deeply, Chu Qingyun commenced the process of refinement, while Silver Lady's vines absorbed energy from the dragon's lifeless form. Witnessing Chu Qingyun employ such ruthless measures, Tang San's eyes glinted with a cold light as he addressed the two beside him. "You should return. If this boy proves to be a harbinger of calamity, I shall not shield him." As the avatar of Hu Yuhao faded from view, it unconsciously drifted towards Chu Qingyun, who was entwined in the chain of soul rings. Though he harbored deep disdain for the lad, he did not loathe him. He merely hoped that such formidable power would not lead him astray, ultimately becoming an adversary. At this moment, within Chu Qingyun's mental realm, an intense battle raged, as the resentment of the sea dragon within the soul rings sought to erode his psyche. Meanwhile, Silver Lady was independently enhancing her strength outside, leaving behind 4,000 gene ants and Master Mu's soul barrier to guard the last vestige of space. Chu Qingyun's mental energy had already reached the spiritual sea realm, and the fierce struggle pushed his mind to the brink of collapse. Just then, Master Mu's solemn voice resonated. "Boy, carve out a space in your forehead and prepare to condense your first spiritual core. if Master Mu forcibly intervened to suppress the dragon. His overwhelming mental force would surely shatter Chu Qingyun's mental realm. Thus, the only viable option was to take a monumental risk and forge an unprecedented spiritual core to overcome the crisis. Understanding Master Mu's intentions, Chu Qingyun sat cross-legged without hesitation. As a terrifying mental vortex began to coalesce at his brow, I carry the hopes of many upon my shoulders. Thus, I cannot afford to falter here. Bring it on. In Chapter 19, condensing the soul core, Chu Qingyun began to gather the spiritual core at his brow, a daring act that left Tang San astounded. Within the mental realm, Master Mu launched a counteroffensive, continually channeling divine power to transmute the sea dragon's resentment into spiritual energy that infused Chu Qingyun's core. The sea dragon resisted fiercely, causing violent tremors in his spiritual ocean. The intense turbulence made Chu Qingyun bleed from his 7 orifices, and the condensing spiritual core at his brow became chaotic. Observing this, Tang San sat behind him, utilizing the Xian Tiangong to guide external forces, while Master Mu sternly cautioned from within the mental realm, "Boy, you must quickly adjust your mental energy, or you'll become a fool." At this juncture, Chu Qingyun had already exerted all his strength, biting his tongue to stimulate his spirit. However, the sea dragon had completed its metamorphosis, its resentment now wielding the power of a second-rank deity. And coupled with the constricted spiritual aperture at his brow, he simply could not withstand such overwhelming energy. Suddenly, Chu Qingyun coughed up blood, and the pea-sized soul core at his brow instantly dissipated. Tang San's expression grew grave as he murmured, "Have we failed?" At this moment, Chu Qingyun's spiritual ocean had turned into a sea of blood, and he lay there, barely clinging to life, lamenting, "Have I lost? I'm sorry, Lingia. I've let you down this time." His spiritual essence began to disintegrate into dust, and without it, his future would be that of a fool. Just then, a familiar voice rang out. "To give up so easily is not the Chu Qingyun I know." In his mental realm, Chu Qingyun looked up in astonishment to see Huolinger descending from the heavens, clad in a flowing white gown, akin to a celestial being, bringing with her a radiant glimmer of hope. "You, what brings you here?" he stammered, astonished and exhilarated. Huolinger smiled, grasping his hand, and as his rapidly dissolving form regained its integrity, her pure right hand merged with Chu Qingyun's dark golden blue silver emperor. The figure of the chaos goddess Mu Zhua materialized, explaining, "I summoned her to assist," apprising her of the situation. Huolinger, glancing back at the goddess with a hint of jealousy, cupped Chu Qingyun's face and kissed him. In that instant, they radiated a golden brilliance, akin to the sun and moon, as their formidable powers calmed the tumultuous spiritual sea. Chu Qingyun gasped, "What is this?" Huolinger, Herzflushed, wiped the corner of her mouth and replied, "This is the enhanced version of the sun and moon reflection, a forbidden technique my father used to save my mother. With my modifications, we are now united in spirit, bound by life and death." Upon hearing Huolinger's words, Chu Qingyun broke down in tears, while Huolinger pouted and glanced at the fuming Mu Zhua, gently reassuring him, "Do not cry. Let's first resolve the crisis at hand." Chu Qingyun not dead, tightening his grip on Huolinger's hand, as their spiritual essences emitted a blinding radiance, causing Mu Zhua to grow immensely. Martial soul fusion. The law of chaos is deprived. Instantly, the sea dragon's resentment was severed from its formidable mental force, and together, they cried out, "Judgment of the chaos goddess." A colossal, obsidian sword, entwined with the power of white laws, swiftly transformed the sea dragon's resentment into nothingness, as their combined martial soul fusion technique obliterated the formidable beast. Externally, Chu Qingyun's body radiated a resplendent golden light, and a snow-white spiritual core rapidly formed at his brow. Tang San, taken aback, observed the scene, muttering, "Sun and moon reflection. It seems Linger has intervened." However, the operation of this core, indeed, Chu Qingyun's spiritual core was unlike any other, while others revolved in a regular manner. His core spun chaotically, devoid of any discernible pattern. Subsequently, 2 golden soul rings adorned with dragon and cloud patterns emerged from behind him, 2 dark gold and 2 gold. All genuine million-year soul rings. Meanwhile, Huolinger slowly opened her eyes, revealing a dark golden chaotic spiritual core at her brow, leaving Ning Rongrong and Oscar perplexed by this unprecedented core. Within Chu Qingyun's mental realm, Master Mu's weakened voice echoed, "Boy, Xiao Yin has absorbed the sea dragon's energy, and her power has reached the divine level. However, should you both attempt to transcend the tribulation now, you would surely face annihilation. Therefore, I have forcibly suppressed her abilities, temporarily sealing her strength, but this has taken a toll, and I may have to remain dormant for a while. Chu Qingyun tearfully embraced the lingering spirit of Muzhua, sorrowfully declaring, Master, do not worry. I will honor my promise and take good care of Muzhua. Master Mu erupted in fury, bellowing, You rascal. I am merely recovering from exhaustion, not dying. And you little scoundrel, remove your hand from my daughter's waist at once. If you dare to take advantage of the situation again, I will make you pay. Chu Qingyun awkwardly chuckled, but being one who preferred softness to hardness, he naturally did not take kindly to threats. Thus, he tightened his embrace around Muzhua and provocatively retorted, Master, regardless of the inevitable encounter with Zhe, what harm is there in a brief embrace? When you have recovered, I assure you, I will not act upon her whims. The remnants of Muzhua's soul linger within the mental space of Chu Qingyun, who, possessing dominion over this realm, is free to indulge in reckless abandon. Yet, this statement undeniably incensed the elder Mu, who bellowed, Boy, is it I who can no longer wield the blade, or are you simply too arrogant? As the furious Mu charged forth, Muzhua hastily intervened, exclaiming, Enough. Indeed, as a devoted father, Mu's disdainful huff dissipated as he retorted, Humph. You young folks can settle your own affairs. As he departed, Muzhua, visibly perturbed, leaned closer to Chu Qingyun and challenged him. Do you favor me slightly more? Or is it Huolinger? Or, if we were both to fall into a river, whom would you save first? Faced with such a perilous inquiry, Chu Qingyun felt a cold sweat trickle down his brow. Awkwardly swallowing, he replied, Both of you are indispensable to me, and my feelings for each are genuine. Please, believe me. With that, he took Muzhua's hand and placed it over his heart, gazing earnestly into her eyes. Embarrassed, Muzhua lowered her gaze, but suddenly, she gripped him tightly, drawing him close for a deep kiss. Moments later, as Chu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, a radiant smile illuminated his face. Tang San tossed a fragment of soul bone towards him, saying, Consider yourself fortunate, stop grinning foolishly, and hurry to refine this soul bone. Examining the hefty blue soul bone of the right leg in his hands, Chu Qingyun remarked disdainfully, At least it's a dragon. I expected a torso soul bone. A flash of blue light caught his attention as he was taken aback by the formidable abilities this soul bone bestowed. The first skill, Skytreader, allows him to leap into the air, creating a seismic shockwave that affects multiple targets. The second skill, Earthshaker, enables him to unleash a power-packed blow that launches foes skyward without consuming soul power. When combined, these two skills form a seamless chain of attacks, kicking an enemy into the air, then stomping them down, all while setting traps with blue-silver prism beforehand. An effortless takedown. Observing Chu Qingyun's foolish grin, Tang San coldly interjected, Cease your foolishness. Your grueling training has only just begun. Meanwhile, Ma Hongjun led Su Sansuan into the seven sacred abyss. And upon witnessing Su's trembling form, Ma Hongjun sneered, Fear not, for the seven ghosts no longer haunt this place. They have long since ascended. The one to test you is me. As Ma's menacing demeanor loomed, Su Sansuan nearly lost his composure, hastily turning to flee. At that moment, Ma Hongjun's lips curled into a smirk as 9 soul rings, 4 black, 4 red, and 1 golden, materialized behind him. He leaped into the air, the first 7 soul rings glowing brightly. 7th soul skill, Martial Spirit True Body. 1st soul skill, Phoenix Fireline. In an instant, a wall of flames erupted, severing Su Sansuan's escape route, while Ma's taunting voice echoed, Little Chubby, let me explain the rules. For the next 3 months, I shall pursue you. Your only escape is within this space. If I catch you, prepare to become a roasted delicacy. With the game now afoot, Su Sansuan, daunted by Ma's terrifying expression, wasted no time, hastily waddling towards the distant woods. Transforming into the fiery phoenix, Ma Hongjun circled above the lush forest of the 7 sacred abyss, scanning for his prey. Meanwhile, Su Sansuan, concealed beneath a vast, leafy tree, gasped for breath. He could not fathom why the mere presence of this senior elicited such tremors within him. A primal fear seemingly woven into his very being. Suddenly, Ma Hongjun's ominous voice resonated. Little Chubby, do you think hiding will suffice? 5th soul skill, Phoenix Meteor Shower. Countless searing fireballs rained down like meteors upon the grove where Su Sansuan hid, igniting the entire forest in flames. Moments later, a rotund figure dashed from the foliage, frantically patting out the flames on his rear while wailing, It's burning me alive. Observing Su's desperate flight, Ma Hongjun shook his head in disappointment. His intent in training Su was not to encourage reckless evasion. Chapter 20. Crossing the Forbidden Zone. Watching Su Sansuan's frantic escape, Ma Hongjuan's pursuit grew increasingly fierce. In Su's cowardly retreat, Ma perceived a reflection of his former self, once filled with disdain and devoid of ambition. In a fit of rage, Ma thundered, Su Sansuan, are you a man? Do you believe that someone as timid as you would appeal to Yuan? Intingting? Look at you, trembling with every step. Your flabby physique hinders not only your speed, but your strength as well. A man without strength can only watch helplessly as loved ones, friends, brothers, drift away, while he cowers in the shadows. Gradually, Su Sansuan halted, lifting his head and clenching his fists. He roared, I, Su Sansuan, am not a coward. From this day forth, I shall no longer flee. Even in the face of failure or death, I will not retreat a single step. I will rely on my strength to protect those most dear to me. The phantom of the Baifeng emerged behind Su, accompanied by the appearance of 3 purple soul rings. In that moment, his heart surged with newfound strength. First soul skill, Fire Shadow. Second soul skill, Cloud Piercing Strike. Third soul skill, Endless Fire Rain. In that instant, Su Sansuan transformed into countless Baifeng apparitions, encircling Ma Hongjun, unleashing a torrent of flames upon him, pouring forth all the pent-up fury within. Ma Hongjun, however, would not sit idly by. Transforming into a phoenix, he emitted a resounding cry, and the surroundings morphed into a realm of fire. Nirvana Domain. Indeed, this was the reborn Ma Hongjun, having comprehended the divine domain through rigorous training. This realm absorbs all fire-based attacks, converting them into his own energy. As long as the flames of the domain endure, he shall remain unscathed. Su Sankun, witnessing Ma Hongjun's arrival as if a fire deity, felt his legs quaking, not merely from the overwhelming power, but from the suppression of martial spirits. As a phoenix, Ma's spirit naturally wielded absolute authority over all avian spirits. Observing Su's trembling form and the glimmer of battle intent in his eyes, Ma Hongjun expressed satisfaction, saying, Kid, you have passed the test. Confused, Su Sansuan inquired, but I was captured by you. How could I have passed? Before he could finish, Ma Hongjun coldly elucidated. What I see in your eyes now is the result I sought. Come, let us find Lihua Xingjiashu to complete the next phase of your training. Meanwhile, Dai Mubai, Zhu Zhuqing, and Oscar guided Jizi, Shi, and Yuan and Tingting to the northernmost edge of the Elven Star, standing before the extreme northern Forbidden Zone. Dai Mubai spoke with utmost seriousness. The notorious name of the extreme North Forbidden Zone that lies behind me is undoubtedly known to you all. The 2 of you are tasked with traversing this perilous region within a month, while the 3 of us shall await your arrival at the opposite end. Ji Zishi and Yuan In Tingting replied with unwavering confidence. We shall ensure the completion of our mission with resolute steps. The 2 ventured boldly into the icy expanse of the Forbidden Zone. Observing their retreating figures, Oscar expressed his concerns. Dai Lauda, within this Forbidden Zone, the number of 10,000-year-old beasts is countless, and several million-year ferocious beasts reign supreme. One of them is a presence that even the new beast god of the Star Doe Forest regards with trepidation. What if these 2 young ones inadvertently intrude upon another S territory? Pushing Oscar aside, whose stubble brushed too close for comfort, Dai Mubai reassured him, Fear not. This trial has been meticulously arranged by Xiao San. Furthermore, Chu Qingyun has already entered half a month in advance. They shall encounter no peril. Having journeyed for 2 hours across the boundless snowy expanse, Ji Zishi and Yuan and Tingting found themselves beset by a snowfall that thickened the air. Battling against the biting wind and snow, they pressed on. Suddenly, Ji Zishi's expression changed as he exclaimed, Something is amiss. There's a scent of blood wafting through the snowstorm. Just as he finished speaking, a 10,000-year ice stinger scorpion erupted from beneath the heavy snow, its venomous tail poised to strike at them. With a swift movement, Ji Zishi evaded the attack, and in an instant 6 soul rings, 2 purple, 3 black, and 1 red, manifested around him. Aware of the threat posed by the 10,000-year beast, he did not dare to be careless. The 6 soul rings shimmered simultaneously. 3rd soul skill, Rampage. 4th soul skill, Dominance. 5th soul skill, Duel. 1st soul skill, Demonic Seed. 2nd soul skill, Golden Body. 6th soul skill, Fire Fist. At this moment, Ji Zishi unleashed his full power, transforming into a purple demon soaring through the air, a muscular gray-white snow hair appearing behind him. Together, they unleashed a terrifying fire fist that enveloped the Ice Stinger Scorpion. Yet, the Ice Stinger Scorpion, being of the same lineage as Hui Yuhao's Ice Emperor, was not to be underestimated. The creature bared its fangs and shot forth a beam of blue light, instantly freezing the formidable fire fist, before it lashed out with its tail towards Ji Zishi. Ji Zishi and the Soul Spirit, the dominant demon rabbit, were propelled 100 meters back, the immense force causing them to spit blood, yet they managed to halt the massive scorpion's tail. At that moment, Yuan Ting summoned forth a titan giant ape behind her, 5 soul rings, 1 purple and 4 black, flashing in unison. A terrifying cyclone spiraled around her fists, forming 2 ferocious lion heads. Cloud Vortex 5 styles, Awakening Lion. In an instant, the 2 roaring lions unleashed a thunderous roar, charging towards the Ice Stinger Scorpion's icy carapace with her punch, resulting in a violent explosion. Boom! The explosion sent thick snow clouds soaring. And seizing the moment of obscured vision, Yuan Ting employed her purple extreme demon eye and ghostly shadow steps, rapidly dashing to Ji Zishi's side, grabbing his collar, and sprinting away. Let go of me. My master taught me that in battle, one must never retreat an inch. I shall not be a coward. Yizixi protested, struggling. Yuan Ting, however, did not relent, retorting angrily, "You fool. With our strength, we cannot inflict even a scratch upon it. If you seek to court death, do so somewhere I cannot see." No sooner had she spoken than the Ice Stinger Scorpion emerged from the snow, frantically pursuing them. At that moment, Ji Zishi suddenly broke free from Yuan Ting's grasp, outpacing her as he sprinted further away. Watching Ji Zishi sprint ahead with such velocity, Yuan Ting was nearly a loss for words. What had happened to his earlier bravado? Roars echoed around them, startling Yuan Ting. Turning to look back, she was horrified to see dozens of 10,000-year soul beasts converging and pursuing them madly. In their frantic flight, they had unwittingly encroached upon the territories of numerous 10,000-year soul beasts, provoking their wrath. Ultimately, they were no match for the soul beasts, and after a prolonged, aimless dash, they found themselves disoriented and nearly depleted of soul power. Collapsing to the ground, they gazed despairingly at the encroaching beasts, slowly closing their eyes. "Black Egg, Violent Girl. Are you two just sitting here watching the snow?" A familiar voice called from behind them. They turned in astonishment to find Chu Qingyun approaching, looking disheveled and unkempt, his left arm trailing uselessly in the wind. Seeing Chu Qingyun in such a state stirred a pang of sympathy within them. As the ferocious beasts loomed, Chu Qingyun's eyes transformed into a golden hue, and he bellowed, "Get lost!" The ferocious beasts scattered in fear, unable to confront the overwhelming pressure emanating from his human-like beast. Once the beast had retreated, Yuan Ting curiously inquired, "Kidney deficient man, what are you doing here? What happened to your hand?" Chu Qingyun retorted angrily, "Don't call me kidney deficient man. If it weren't for me, you 2 fools would have long since perished in this forbidden zone." Seeing the fierce look on Chu Qingyun's face, Yuan Ting lowered her head in trepidation, while Ji Zishi stepped forward and said, "Thank you, Brother Chu, for saving our lives. However, may I ask why you are here and how you managed to evade the pursuit of those ferocious beasts?" With a sigh, Chu Qingyun recounted the tale of how he had been led astray by Tang San, ending up in this desolate place, and then produced a yellowed parchment, stating, "The task that brought me here was to locate the 6th partner. However, after searching for what felt like an eternity, I have seen not a single soul. The cold here is unbearable, and the soul guide locator is rendered useless. This map is the result of my explorations over the past half-month, and it outlines the route you 2 have just taken." As he spoke, Chu Qingyun traced a line on the map, revealing that each of their frantic escapes had precisely intersected the heart of the territories of these 10,000-year beasts, explaining their relentless pursuit. Realizing their reckless actions, Ji Zishi and Yuan Ting exchanged embarrassed glances, and Chu Qingyun shook his head in exasperation. Suddenly recalling something, he quickly added, "By the way, you 2 are just in time. Although there has been no progress in locating the 6th partner, I have discovered a wealth of rare metal veins. While a million-year soul beast guards them, I believe the 2 of you can handle it together." Instantly, their eyes sparkled with excitement. Rare metals are a precious commodity across planets, essential for crafting battle armors, mechas, and weapons. One would be foolish to forego such an opportunity. Yuan Ting joyfully leaped into the air, exclaiming, "Then what are we waiting for? Let us set off at once." Crack! A sharp sound rang out, and Yuan Ting cried out in pain as she stumbled to the ground, clutching her foot. The 2 rushed over to inspect her injury, discovering her delicate foot swollen like a dumpling. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun shook his head in resignation. With his remaining right arm, he scooped Yuan in Tingting up, saying, "It seems I shall have to venture forth with Black Egg alone." Yuan in Tingting's face flushed with embarrassment as she protested. "I can still walk. Put me down so we can go together." Jeezy, she sighed and said, "Could you please refrain from calling me Black Egg?" Chu Qingyun ignored the two and guided them into the ice house he had constructed. After outlining the action plan, he stepped out with Jeezy, she, and advised, "Violent girl, take a good rest here and be sure to keep an eye out for any signs of others." Watching Chu Qingyun's retreating figure, Yuan in Tingting shyly clutched her pounding heart and murmured, "I didn't expect him to be not only manly, but also quite gentle." Just as the love-struck Yuan in Tingting was lost in thought, Chu Qingyun unexpectedly returned, startling her. With her face flushed, she asked, "Kidney-deficient man, why are you back?" To her astonishment, Chu Qingyun wore a mischievous grin as he began to remove his clothing, lewdly stating, "I want to show you just how deficient I am." Chapter 21. The Invasion of the Underworld. With an alluring demeanor, Chu Qingyun slowly approached Yuan in Tingting. Flustered and at a loss, she retreated until her back met the wall, at which point he executed a wall slam. Finally, gathering her courage amidst her racing heart, Yuan in Tingting whispered, "If Linger finds out about this, she'll be furious." In a domineering manner, Chu Qingyun pinched her cheek and pressed his lips against her crimson ones. After a passionate kiss, Yuan in Tingting ceased to resist. Suddenly, she noticed that there was no Adam's apple on his neck. Alarmed, she pushed him away, and to her astonishment, he sighed as his dark brown hair transformed into long crimson locks, his visage becoming utterly enchanting. Yuan in Tingting gazed in terror at the woman before her. With a playful flick of her hair, licked her lips adorned with lipstick. Her crescent-like eyes met Yuan in Tingting's as she said, "Are you disappointed?" Recalling their earlier actions, Yuan in Tingting's face flushed crimson, and she stammered, Who are you, and why are you impersonating someone else?" The captivating woman stepped closer, lifting Yuan in Tingting's chin and whispering seductively in her ear, "Humph, I am Beitang Linya. Why bother with a stinky man when you could follow me instead?" With a gentle breath, Yuan in Tingting felt her knees weaken, hastily pushing Beitang Linya away and awkwardly moving aside, exclaiming, "I don't need to tell you who I like. You pervert. Get out of here, or I won't be polite." As she spoke, 5 soul rings of purple and black arose behind her, her gaze filled with embarrassment and fury. Fixated on the enchanting woman before her, Beitang Linya erupted into a melodious laugh, her charming voice echoing within the ice house. "Oh, but I heard that Chu Qingyun already has a partner back at Shrek Academy. You wouldn't be the legendary third wheel, would you?" Yuan and Tingting, both embarrassed and furious, retorted, "It's not wrong to like someone. If you meddle further, I won't hold back." Her words inadvertently struck a chord within Beitang Linya, who sighed, turning to leave. Her voice tinged with disappointment. "Alas, I had intended to teach you a few tricks to help you win over your beloved, but it seems you have no need for my assistance now." Suddenly, Yuan in Tingting called out to her, lowering her head shyly and murmuring, "If it really works, please, I would appreciate your guidance." Seeing Yuan in Tingting's earnestness, Beitang Linya revealed a smirk of satisfaction. Leaning closer, she whispered something in Yuan in Tingting's ear, and moments later, Yuan in Tingting looked up in astonishment, awkwardly asking, "Isn't that a bit too much?" At that moment, Chu Qingyun and Jeezy, she had arrived at the edge of the abyss of the Forbidden Zone, gazing at the numerous rare metals glinting at the abyss's edge. They could hardly contain their drool. Chu Qingyun then produced a blood-red pill and handed it to Jeezy Shi, advising, "This pill will significantly enhance your attributes for a short time, but the side effects are quite pronounced. Unless your life is at stake, do not use it." Jeezy, she examined the pill in her hand, a stiff smile forming on her lips. Smiling was a difficult task for the serious Jeezy Shi, yet her unwavering gaze revealed her trust in Chu Qingyun. She descended slowly into the abyss, her mission to lure the century-old ferocious beasts guarding this territory to another area, thus buying Chu Qingyun time to mine. However, upon reaching the abyss's bottom, she found it utterly empty, devoid of even a single hair. She promptly returned to the cliff's edge to inform Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun rubbed his chin in contemplation, muttering to himself, "This shouldn't be the case. Century-old soul beasts are territorial and typically wouldn't leave unless something extraordinary occurs. It's rather peculiar for them to be absent today, isn't it?" Fixating on the dazzling ores, he clenched his fists and declared, "People die for wealth, birds perish for food. For the sake of the battle armor, I shall risk the trap. With that, Chu Qingyun retrieved 2 sets of mining equipment, and he and she cautiously began to extract the ores. In the blink of an eye, the 2 bandits had emptied the abyss of its various rare minerals, returning with gleeful, mischievous smiles. Chu Qingyun then placed a manuscript upon the snow and announced, "This is the battle armor I designed for you. Yours will be crafted from divine forged vibrating gold. Though it appears heavy, it is remarkably lightweight. Additionally, the unique properties of vibrating gold allow it to absorb a certain amount of impact and convert it into energy. With this armor, Black Egg Sr. will become the most formidable defensive soul master." Listening to Chu Qingyun's grand vision for their future, she set aside her previous discontent, realizing that someone like him was indeed more suited for Linger. Suddenly, a tremor shook the ground, startling the 2, who initially feared that the century-old soul beast had discovered their theft and come to exact vengeance. However, upon witnessing the scene before them, they were rendered speechless. A massive spatial rift loomed not far ahead, continuously spilling forth undead creatures. The soul beasts throughout the Forbidden Zone united in a collective effort to repel the invasion of these undead beings. Stunned by the scale of the battle unfolding before them, the 2 stood frozen in awe until a familiar figure emerged from the throng of beasts. It was the Bear Lord, who had once rescued Chu Qingyun in his youth. Observing the retreating soul beasts, Chu Qingyun resolutely shouted, "Black Egg Sr., I must help them. That Bear Lord saved me. So you go back and find reinforcements." Just as Chu Qingyun was about to charge in a battle, she stopped him, a stiff smile on her face as she sternly stated, "Shrek Academy does not abandon its comrades." With that, she's 6 rings flare behind her as she charged into the fray alongside the Ba Ding magic rabbit. Seeing the 2 unexpected humans join the fight, the Bear Lord looked on in confusion as Chu Qingyun extended his right hand, smiling warmly. "Xiong, it is a pleasure to see you unharmed." Gazing upon that familiar visage, Xiong was instantly flooded with memories, and he pointed in astonishment at Chu Qingyun, exclaiming, You scoundrel, are alive." With a swift movement, Chu Qingyun evaded an incoming spear and replied with gravity, "This is a long story. What is the current situation here?" At that moment, a white-haired youth rushed to Chu Qingyun's side, trembling as he spoke. "I do not know who has opened a rift connecting to the realm of the undead, but these undead creatures relentlessly assault us in overwhelming numbers, and we cannot withstand their onslaught." Observing the cowardice of the 10,000-year soul beast, Chu Qingyun suddenly had a realization. Could this 6th companion be a soul beast? He then turned to the youth and firmly placed a hand on his shoulder, saying, "Listen closely. The undead beings are classified into 4 tiers, from weakest to strongest. White bones, soul sovereign. Black bones, soul emperor. Immortal bones, soul and undying monarchs below divine rank. Currently, the monarch-level entities on the battlefield are to be restrained by Xiong and his kin, while I require your assistance to ambush those commanding the white and black bones." Thus turning the tide of battle. As the 10,000-year Icefield Bear King transformed into a human, he timidly shook his head. Seeing this, Xiong sighed and remarked, "The Icefield Bear King lineage consists of born warriors. Alas, his parents and kin were ambushed and perished before his eyes, leaving a deep-seated trauma in his heart. Nevertheless, young one, I am grateful for your noble aid. As for tactics, I have never considered them. We shall charge forth with brute force." With a thunderous roar, Xiong unleashed his unique ability, known as Wild Roar. This mighty bellow invigorated the surrounding ferocious beasts, enhancing their attributes exponentially. Witnessing Xiong, like a berserker, lead the multitude of fierce beasts in a battle against the undead, Chu Qingyun could only shake his head in resignation. He then turned his gaze to the blood-stained ice hammer beside the Icefield Bear King and said solemnly, "The Icefield Bear King lineage is comprised of invincible warriors of the tundra. Look at the blood on that weapon. It stands as proof of the Bear King's legacy. Do you wish to tarnish the honor of the Icefield Bear King with your cowardice? If you are a warrior, seize that weapon and join me in battle. Let us drive these undead creatures back." Chu Qingyun's fervent shout ignited a fire within the heart of Bear Xiao Bai, who lifted the massive hammer. 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 purple, materializing behind him. These were the gifts of power bestowed upon him by his kin. With a fierce roar, Bear Xiao Bai swung the colossal ice hammer with tremendous force. With a resounding crash, Bear Xiao Bai's tremendous strike shattered the immortal bone that was shuddering before Zishi. The sheer force catapulting Zishi away. The towering immortal bone, akin to a 100-meter colossus with bones as tough as adamantium. was utterly pulverized by Bear Xiao Bai's wrathful blow, sending tremors through the ground. This 10,000-year soul beast was truly formidable. Gasping for breath, Bear Xiao Bai turned to Chu Qingyun, brimming with fierce determination, and declared, "Who shall we confront next?" Chu Qingyun stepped forward, extending his right fist towards the two, excitedly proclaiming, "Today, let us three brothers unite. Senior Heidan will select suitable immortal bones while Xiao Bai and I will shatter them." The trio of Ji Zishi and Xiao Bai exchanged knowing smiles, simultaneously extending their right fists to collide with Chu Qingyun's, shouting in unison, "Let us do this!" Chapter 22. The Undead's Conspiracy with Fierce Momentum. The three of them maneuvered through the battlefield, selecting various immortal bones for ambush. Ji Zishi stealthily infiltrated the ranks of the undead army, catching an unsuspecting immortal bone commander with a punch before fleeing in a frenzy. The low-witted immortal bone, naturally enraged by this provocation, would charge out alone in pursuit of revenge. Meanwhile, Bear Xiao Bai lay in wait, adhering to the principle of delivering heavy blows with his massive hammer, striking fiercely. With the assistance of Chu Qingyun and Ji Zishi's follow-up attacks, an immortal bone would soon be reduced to mere ash. However, due to the unique nature of the undead, their true strengths remained undetectable by spiritual force, resulting in the presence of some exceptionally powerful or mutated variants, thwarting the trio's efforts. Yet, this mischievous trio would not remain idle. They would continue to attack, provoking their foes to draw them closer to Xiong. As the colossal Xiong grappled with the undead monarch, he deftly used his feet to stomp the immortal bones that the trio led his way into oblivion. Under the relentless efforts of the three, the once scarce immortal bones began to dwindle rapidly. With the commanders absent from the battlefield, the undead army's formation began to collapse. The three undying monarchs soon took notice of the trio's antics and ordered their forces to surround them. On their side, apart from Xiong, a million-year soul beast, there was also an ice crystal snow toad and an ice emperor scorpion, each a 100-year ferocious beast, making both sides evenly matched. With top-tier combatants restraining each other, neither could intervene in the battle, meaning the outcome would hinge on the 10,000-year ferocious beasts led by Chu Qingyun. The undead army outnumbered Chu Qingyun's forces 2 to 3 times. Although these fierce beasts could contend with 100 foes each, the undead's resilience, remaining alive without suffering devastating blows, was exceedingly troublesome. As he witnessed the relentless fall of both fierce beasts and the undying, Chu Qingyun sensed a dreadful realization. He hastily summoned his soul power and shouted, "Cease fire immediately. Withdraw from the Forbidden Zone. These undead creatures are invoking a greater presence through sacrificial offerings." Chu Qingyun's urgent warning brought the battlefield to a standstill. The fierce beast pondered seriously, recognizing that if this human's conjecture were true, the consequences would be dire. Suddenly, a sharp gust of wind sliced through the air, heralding the approach of an undead monarch wielding a massive sword. Clearly, Chu Qingyun's words had unveiled their sinister plot, inciting the creature's wrath as it charged to kill him in fury. Caught off guard by the oncoming blade, Chu Qingyun's pupils dilated in shock when, unexpectedly, a powerful force shoved him aside. In midair, he turned in astonishment to find Ji Zishi, who had just saved him, being flung away by an overwhelming force, blood cascading from his wounds. Xiong finally regained his senses, glaring at the assailant with unbridled fury as he unleashed his sharp, dark gold claws, tearing into the enemy's midsection, reducing it to fragments. Xiong roared, "All forces retreat from the Forbidden Zone immediately." The fierce beasts, understanding the gravity of the situation, hastily fled towards the exit of the Forbidden Zone. Chu Qingyun rushed to Ji Zishi's side, examining his condition, and saw a deep gash marring his right eye. Blood splattered across his body. Observing the guilt-ridden expression on Chu Qingyun's face, Ji Zishi, with a smile, gave him a thumbs up. Witnessing the Exixius Diminor. Chu Qingyun's eyes brimmed with emotion as he clenched his fists and shouted, "Xiao Bai, carry him out of the Forbidden Zone. I will go save the others." Despite his desire for vengeance for Ji Zishi, his own strength was lacking, and moreover, Yuan and Tingting awaited rescue. He could only opt for the path of minimal casualties. Rushing toward Yuan en nothingness direction, Bear Xiao Bai transformed back into his original form, hoisting the barely conscious Ji Zishi onto his back as he charged towards the exit of the Forbidden Zone alongside the majority of soul beasts. At that moment, a blizzard swept through the Forbidden Zone, and Yuan and Tingting stood outside her icy abode, gazing at the distant blood-red sky, a sense of unease stirring within her heart. Amidst the tempestuous blizzard, a shadowy figure abruptly emerged, and upon recognizing it as Chu Qingyun, Yuan Intingting's cheeks flushed a deep crimson. As she gazed at the approaching Chu Qingyun, her face aflame with embarrassment. She was about to extend her greetings when he scooped her up effortlessly and continued to sprint forward. From her vantage point on his shoulder, Yuan Intingting noticed his battered form, covered in scars and gasping for breath, and realized the gravity of the situation. In a flurry of concern, she urgently inquired, "What has happened? Where is Ji Zishi?" Chu Qingyun, panting heavily and in a state of disarray, replied, "An invasion by undead creatures occurred. Ji Zishi was gravely injured while trying to save me. I entrusted him to a friend among the soul beasts and departed with the main force. We must also retreat from this forbidden zone immediately, for it seems a formidable presence from the realm of the undead is on the verge of awakening." Crack! Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, both Chu Qingyun and Yuan Intingting plummeted into the abyss below. As they fell, Chu Qingyun twisted in midair, catching Yuan Intingting in his arms, but he landed hard on the ground beneath. Moments later, despite the pain, Yuan Intingting managed to sit up and was met with the sight of Chu Qingyun bloodied and unconscious. In a panic, she called out to him, "Chu Qingyun, you must not leave me." No matter how she shouted or shook him, Chu Qingyun remained unresponsive. Desperate, Yuan Intingting sought to retrieve their storage soul guide for treatment, only to find that their soul rings had been rendered useless by the freezing conditions. Tears streamed down her face, marking the first time in her life she had cried. As she looked at Chu Qingyun's pallid complexion, frantically, she hoisted him on her back, dragging her injured ankle deeper into the abyss, choking back sobs as she declared, "Chu Qingyun, you must hold on. I haven't confessed my feelings to you yet. You cannot die." Yuan Intingting slowly moved forward along the abyss, and soon the chilling darkness transformed into an unbearable cold. Before her, on a stone platform not far away, a snow-white ice lotus emanated a fragrant glow, a miraculous ice mountain snow lotus that had existed for millennia. Instantly ignited with hope, she gently laid Chu Qingyun down and exclaimed, "Chu Qingyun, you are saved. Hold on." As she staggered toward the ice mountain snow lotus, a voice warned her, "Halt. I'm not the snow lotus you seek. I'm an ice heart lotus. My formidable energy can indeed save this boy, but it will simultaneously turn you into an ice sculpture." Reluctantly glancing back at Chu Qingyun, Yuan Intingting resolutely knelt before the ice heart lotus and declared, "Elder, I must save him, no matter the cost, even if it means sacrificing my life. For I love him." After a moment of silence, the ice heart lotus floated toward her brow and began to merge with her. An overwhelming chill enveloped her. Yet she persevered, approaching Chu Qingyun. The biting cold sealed his wounds, stirring him back to consciousness. As he beheld Yuan Intingting trembling under the frost, he quickly removed his garment to drape over her, anxiously asking, "What has happened to you?" Upon seeing Chu Qingyun awake, Yuan Intingting managed a faint smile and gathered her strength to say, "You must treat Ling Er well from now on." With those words, she succumbed to unconsciousness. Chu Qingyun, filled with despair, called out, Old Mu, please help me." At that moment, Old Mu was deeply ensconced in slumber, oblivious to Chu Qingyun's cries for help. Meanwhile, Mu Zhua, standing nearby, interjected with a sardonic tone, "If you wish to save her, it is not impossible, but..." Upon hearing Mu Zhua's suggestion, Chu Qingyun shook his head vehemently in refusal, exclaiming, as the saying goes, "One must not take advantage of friend's wife. Since Yuan has always had feelings for this fierce woman, how could I exploit her vulnerability in such a manner?" Mu Zhua's face flushed with indignation. Hands on her hips, as she pointed accusingly at Chu Qingyun, "You can allow others to love her, but she cannot love you? Let me remind you, she just selflessly sacrificed her life to save you, the heartless cad." In that moment, Chu Qingyun's heart was torn asunder, yet gazing at Yuan Intingting, who was gradually freezing into an icy form, he clenched his fists and muttered, "Forgive me, San Yuan. If I do not save her, I would be utterly inhumane." With a blush creeping onto his face, he retreated, shedding their garments, and tightly embraced the frigid Yuan Intingting, biting his tongue and kissing her deeply. The divine blood within Chu Qingyun surged through to Yuan Intingting's mouth, and in an instant, her body began to warm, an intense heat enveloping her. Though her consciousness had yet to return, a roar erupted, startling Chu Qingyun. He beheld Yuan Intingting's soul spirit manifesting behind her, and to his astonishment, the once mighty Titan great ape had mutated. The robust figure had become slender, its fur transformed from dark brown to pure white, adorned with a tuft of golden hair, radiating the dual forces of extreme ice and extreme fire. Indeed, the already formidable Titan Great Ape Spirit had undergone a second transformation due to the millennial divine herb and Chu Qingyun's divine blood, now aptly named the Ice Flame Spirit Ape. As Yuan in Tingting began to regain consciousness, her face flushed a vibrant red upon witnessing the scene. Chu Qingyun, noticing her reaction, quickly released her embrace and stepped back, nervously stammering, "Don't misunderstand. I did it to save you." With a gentle smile, Yuan in Tingting responded, "Thank you." Meanwhile, the army of soul beasts had escaped the Forbidden Zone, encircling by Ji, who was anxiously watching over Ji Zishi, still receiving treatment. His gaze inadvertently drifted toward the border of the Forbidden Zone, murmuring, "I wonder how Chu Qingyun is faring. I hope he is not in any danger." Chapter 23. Surrounded by Adversity. Chu Qingyun and Yuan in Tingting hurriedly adjusted their clothing, the atmosphere in the dimly lit space thick with awkwardness. In an attempt to break the tension, they simultaneously spoke. Upon realizing they had both spoken at once, they instantly averted their gazes. Yuan and Tingting, gritting her teeth and summoning her courage, said, "You go first." Clearing his throat, Chu Qingyun muttered softly, "I only acted to save you earlier. If I inadvertently offended you, I am willing to make amends, though I hope this remains between us." Upon hearing his words, Yuan in Tingting felt a pang of disappointment. She had intended to seize this moment to confess her feelings. Just then, a childish voice piped up, "You ungrateful little brat, do you realize?" Before the mini Ice Heart Snow Lotus could finish, Yuan in Tingting swiftly covered its mouth, fully aware that Chu Qingyun had never belonged to her. Chu Qingyun approached in astonishment, gazing at the 6 soul rings, 3 black, 2 red, and 1 blue, surrounding Yuan in Tingting, utterly flabbergasted. So, the terrifying energy contained within this millennial-old divine herb not only transformed your martial soul, but also elevated your soul ring levels. You have truly turned misfortune into fortune. Gazing at Chu Qingyun's face, so close before her, Yuan in Tingting hurriedly pushed him aside and exclaimed, "Ah, the man with renal deficiency. Let us hasten to find an escape." Suddenly, Chu Qingyun wrapped his arms around her slender waist, prompting her to stammer, "What are you doing?" With the dark flames of his thunder wing unfurling behind him, he flashed a wicked smile and declared, "I shall take you to the heavens." Boom! With a thunderous roar echoing through the skies, Chu Qingyun soared upwards, cradling Yuan in Tingting in his embrace. As they ascended, a mysterious figure clad in black robes emerged from the pitch-black abyss, his raspy voice resonating. "Chu Qingyun, cherish the moment before you. This moment marks the true beginning of your destiny." His words dripped with a sense of desolation and sorrow. Slowly, he raised his golden left arm, unveiling his hood, revealing a visage strikingly identical to Chu Qingyun's, albeit marred by stubble and hollow eyes. Bursting forth from the abyss, the two beheld the sky above the North Forbidden Zone, now painted a deep crimson. At the boundary of the Forbidden Zone, 5 immortal overlords, the Heavy Sword-Bone King, the Mountain Corpse King, the Blood-Winged Bone Dragon King, the Iron-Blooded Headless Night King, and the Hellhound, were leading their legion of countless undead in a frenzied assault on the border. In stark contrast, on the side of the Elven Star, the new Beast God, the White Tiger King, alongside the Bear Monarch, the Emerald by G, and the King of 10,000 Beasts, rallied their forces of soul beasts, vowing to resist to the death. At that moment, Chu Qingyun's peripheral vision caught sight of a human army amidst the soul beast legion. The very human army that had re-established its post at the Spirit Transmission Tower, led into battle by the long-absent Qinfeng Duo, Feng Buxiao. Despite the burns adorning his face, Feng Buxiao had astonishingly surpassed the super Douluo level, engaging simultaneously against 3 formidable mutated bone creatures, exhibiting no signs of yielding. Suddenly, 3 ferocious heads of the Hellhound unleashed 3 terrifying fireballs, hurtling directly toward Feng Buxiao. Chu Qingyun realized that Feng Buxiao, as a super Douluo, would undoubtedly be unable to withstand such a divine strike. He swiftly raised his hand, crushing a blood-red pill, transforming into a black-golden arc that streaked across the battlefield. "Old Mu, lend me a hand." 3 soul rings, 2 dark gold and 1 black and white, materialized behind Chu Qingyun, with the second dark gold ring shimmering. Second soul skill, Immortal Golden Body. Boom! A dark golden light exploded before Feng Buxiao, stirring a thick cloud of dust. As the 3 fireballs raced toward him, Chu Qingyun pivoted on 1 foot, and the golden domain instantly expanded. The formidable energy impact crashed against Chu Qingyun, capable of wreaking havoc, yet the effect of his second soul skill, Immortal Golden Body, granted him 3 seconds of invulnerability, albeit at a tremendous cost. However, 3 seconds was ample time for Old Mu to seize control of Chu Qingyun's body, merging the 3 fireballs imbued with hellfire and sending them back. Boom! The massive fireball, formed from the fusion of the 3, hurtled back toward the Hellhound, sending it flying for thousands of meters and erupting into a cloud of darkness. The sudden turn of events startled both sides into momentary stillness, with the Bear Monarch witnessing everything, reverting to his human form, raising his hand in excitement, and choking out, "Master." The preceding spectacle bore an uncanny resemblance to the former beast god, Emperor Tian. However, as the dust settled, Chu Qingyun appeared bloodied and battered. Yet he managed to prop himself up and turned to Feng Buxiao, saying, "Your Excellency Qin Feng, I'm glad to see you well." Feng Buxiao, astonished, raised a trembling hand, pointing at Chu Qingyun and stuttering, "You brat, you're not dead." At that moment, Chu Qingyun's body was rapidly withering, resembling a ghastly corpse. The emerald glow from Baiji swiftly enveloped Chu Qingyun, urgently exclaiming, "Old tree of 10,000 beasts, please assist." The king of 10,000 beasts placed a leaf imbued with his life force into Chu Qingyun's mouth, and instantly, his body regained its vitality. At this juncture, Old Mu's voice resonated within his mind. "You reckless brat, you've gone too far. Had I not awakened in time, with the aid of those 2 great beast spirits, you would now be but a corpse." With a pale smile, Chu Qingyun weakly replied, "Uncle Feng saved my life. I cannot rest easy without repaying this debt." As Chu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, he noticed that Yuan in Tingting's foot injury had also been miraculously healed by Baiji. Observing the scene before him, he inquired, "What are the 10 great beasts of the Elven Star? Why is their strength so lacking?" At that moment, the beleaguered Hellhound combined its strength, enveloped in hellfire, and roared toward Chu Qingyun. The other fierce beasts re-engaged in battle with the undead. Feng Buxiao approached Chu Qingyun, placing a hand on his shoulder, and said, "The battlefield of the Elven Star is not confined to this one area. In the southern region of the Elven Star, the 11 offerings of the Evil Spirit sect have suddenly unleashed a barrier and launched an attack against us. Fauten Di, Tang San, Zai Mubai, and the others escaped before the barrier was erected. If we can just hold on a little longer, the reinforcement from the Federation should arrive." Crack! A thunderclap shattered the silence as a blood-red black hole materialized, drawing the blood energy from the battle array into the air. The undead beings gradually ceased their fighting, kneeling on one knee to welcome its arrival. The terrifying pressure emanating from this mysterious entity was not inferior to that of the super-god-level beast god before them. Witnessing such a daunting spectacle, Chu Qingyun solidified his suspicions and sternly proclaimed, "There will be no reinforcements. This is all part of the Evil Spirit sect's scheme. Tang San and the others must be obstructed outside. We are now surrounded, as anticipated, beyond the Elven Star, at a distance of 50,000 light-years. The 2 premier interstellar fleets of the Federation and the Battle God Temple, the Sea Goddess Trident and the Blood Owl, were embroiled in a fierce clash against the interstellar fleet of the Spirit Hall, led by the King of the Underworld, Hades, and the Star King, Corifit. Although the Federation and Battle God Temple's fleets outnumbered the Evil Spirit sect, the latter's separation-type electromagnetic space cannon and strong magnetic shield rendered the interstellar fleet nearly defenseless, transforming the Federation into living targets. Boom! Under the relentless bombardment of the Evil Spirit sect's Xiao-Wu-class battleship, the Federation and Battle God Temple's vessels began to vanish, their devastating weapons crafted by none other than Chu Qingyun himself. At that moment, the commanding officers of the Battle God Temple, 5th Battle God Tang San, 6th Battle God Dai Mu Bai, 7th Battle God Oscar, and 10th Battle God Zhu Zhuqing, were anxiously observing the battlefield from the command room of their mothership. Dai Mu Bai, donned in a pristine military uniform with short yellow hair, gazed at the current dire situation and anxiously said, "What should we do, little San? If this continues, we may perish alongside the Elven Star before reinforcements arrive." Tang San, his brow furrowed, replied, "As long as that brat Chu Qingyun is there, the Elven Star should be safe. However, we have already lost this battle." Oscar, his face etched with worry, chimed in, "Third brother. Regardless of the validity of placing our hopes on a child, waiting idly is not your style." Tang San exhaled deeply, his gaze hardening as he coldly stated, "Who said I would sit and wait? Though the fleet has lost its combat capability, we can still strike at the heart of the enemy. Moments latte." The 2 formidable interstellar fleets, the sea god's trident and the blood owl, gradually relinquished their attempts at retreat, clad in the 5-character battle armor. 4 individuals emerged from their mothership, with Tang San standing at the forefront, cupping his fists in a respectful salute. He addressed them politely, saying, "I, the 5th war god of the Blood God Palace, am honored to once again encounter the esteemed king of the underworld and the Star King. Your illustrious names resonate throughout the martial world, and I hope to engage in another round of sparring with the 2 esteemed seniors. I humbly seek your guidance." Ha! The audacity of this young lad. With your mere cultivation just above level 90, you dare to challenge me? Very well, I shall indulge you. Indeed, 2 figures, one clad in black and the other in purple, swiftly charged from the mothership towards them. Observing their trap being sprung, Tang San couldn't help but smirk. Indeed, those skilled in combat often harbor a degree of arrogance. Dai Mubai grasped Zhu Zhuqing's hand, and together they rushed towards the Star King, proclaiming, "Leave the Star King to us, Xiao San." Martial Soul Fusion, Netherworld Sacred Tiger. Roar. With a thunderous roar that sent chills down spines, Dai Mubai and Zhu Zhuqing transformed into a colossal Netherworld Sacred Tiger, engaging in fierce combat with the Star King. Tang San smiled and called out, "Xiao Ao, focus. Their martial souls have undergone mutations. There will be no issues. Our opponent is none other than the human butcher, Hades." At that moment, above the northern forbidden zone of the Elven Star, tumultuous winds and thunder erupted. Above the black hole floated a blood-red demon, towering over 10,000 meters. Its sharp demonic horns and colossal wings blotting out the sky. The overwhelming power it exuded was even a notch above the new beast god, the Tiger King, and it bore the name of the ancient hellish demon, the ruler of the undead, Jerusalem Satan. In Chapter 24, A Glimmer of Hope, the new beast god, Tiger King, roared in fury upon beholding the ruler of the undead. Who dares to intrude? Get out of the Star-Do Great Forest at once. Satan, rather than responding with anger, laughed derisively. He he he. How amusing. Little kitty, in the realm of the undead, power reigns supreme. If you wish for me to heed your words, then show me your true prowess. With a resounding roar that announced the commencement of war, the new beast god charged forth, fiercely lunging at the controlling Satan, who instantly ignited the hellfire from within his demonic horns. In an instant, he transformed into a flaming demon, confronting the beast god head-on. The collision between a super god level and a divine king level being unleashed a tremendous force that swept across the entire Star-Do Great Forest. Several weaker soul beasts and undead were instantly knocked unconscious by the sheer terror of the atmosphere. At this juncture, the voice of Elder Mu resonated within the mental realm. Young one, this battle has transcended the realm of humanity. Unless a deity of level 1 or higher intervenes, the downfall of the Soul Beast Legion is inevitable. Observing the dying soul beasts, Chu Qingyun clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he uttered, "Master, must we truly accept defeat?" Elder Mu sighed deeply and replied with a grave tone, "There is hope." After the demise of the ancient divine realm, numerous powerful beings emerged across the myriad realms. Among them is one whom even I hold in high regard. He is the ruler of Undeath, Ilex. Upon hearing this name, Chu Qingyun involuntarily swallowed hard. This was a figure he often heard Hollinger speak of during his childhood, and he had thought such characters existed only in tales. Confused, Chu Qingyun asked, "But I recall hearing from Linger that he had long since passed away?" Elder Mu pondered for a moment before responding. The essence of his divinity may have been shattered, and in many respects, he is indeed dead. However, he is intrinsically linked to the undead, and his soul is remarkably unique. In the ancient divine realm, there existed a forbidden technique that allows one to resurrect a deceased individual with just a fragment of their lingering soul, albeit with a mere 3% success rate. Clenching his fists tightly, Chu Qingyun resolutely declared, "Even a 3% chance is worth pursuing. I cannot allow these undead beings to breach the Elven Star. Whatever it takes, I shall act." Elder Moon nodded in satisfaction and said, "When the undead plane was opened, I sensed it was the work of the evil spirit cult. 3 fragments of divine artifacts are key to opening the plane's rift, and they're the handiwork of that scoundrel Ilex. These artifact fragments contain a trace of his lingering soul, and your mission is to locate those 3 pieces. I suspect they have already fallen into the hands of the evil spirit cult." With determination, Chu Qingyun activated his black flame, purple wings, and, leaving behind a resolute statement, soared swiftly towards the southern region of the Elven Star. "Everyone hold on. I will return with reinforcements soon." Transforming into a streak of black light, Chu Qingyun soared through the skies, flying for nearly 2 hours. As he crossed the Douluo Great Forest, he sensed the sound of battle growing increasingly intense. It appeared he was nearing the battlefield. At that moment, a beguiling voice emerged from below. "My holy son, were you rushing off to in such haste?" This familiar voice sent shivers down Chu Qingyun's spine, causing him to break out into a cold sweat. With a heart full of trepidation, he descended slowly into the camp. Inside, he beheld the Pope of the evil spirit cult, Tang San, adorned in an elegant black lace gown, delicately swirling a glass of blood-red wine in her slender hand. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qingyun knelt before her on one knee, stating, "I pay my respects to the Pope. I implore you to withdraw your forces and prevent further casualties." Tang San set down her wine glass and lifted Chu Qingyun's chin, speaking sternly. "After spending a few days at Shrek Academy, you've grown quite bold, have you? No longer even calling me mother?" Chu Qingyun was instantly drenched in cold sweat, hastily stammering, "Mother, I dare not." Satisfied, Tang San released her grip and said in a low voice, "The ruler of the undead is indeed a part of the evil spirit cult's plan, but it does not heed my command. What I can tell you is that this battle is merely a drill for the evil spirit cult, and you cannot alter its course. Let it go." Summoning his courage, Chu Qingyun proclaimed, "Mother, the soul beasts of the Douluo Great Forest have saved my life. I cannot stand idly by and watch them face annihilation. Please, command the evil spirit cult to retreat." Oh, the atmosphere in the tent turned frigid as Tang San frowned, clearly displeased. "As the holy son of the evil spirit, you should have the authority to command your subordinates. Go on, I neither support nor oppose this action. As long as they listen to you, you may order them to cease hostilities. However, I must say, your character has changed significantly during your time at Shrek Academy. You seem to have developed feelings." A sudden chill ran through Chu Qingyun at her words. For Tang San had repeatedly emphasized that unnecessary emotions must not exist within the evil spirit cult. Her warning struck him deeply. With a panicked gulp, he quickly made his exit. "Thank you, Pope, for your mercy." As he departed, Tang San wore a cold smile, lifting her wine glass to drain its contents, saying, "My holy son, the methods of the evil spirit cult are beyond your imagination. I hope your actions do not disappoint me." At that moment, the Demon Queen, the One-Eyed Tyrant, the Xianming Overlord, and the Human-Faced Spider Emperor, four of the most formidable million-year-old killers, were engaged in fierce combat against the 11 offerings of the evil spirit cult. "Stop!" Dressed in a black robe, Chu Qingyun suddenly charged into the midst of the battlefield, interposing himself between both sides. The 11 offerings, upon witnessing this, simultaneously exclaimed, "We pay our respects, Holy Son." Chu Qingyun produced the Holy Son's order and proclaimed loudly, "Transmit my orders. Immediately arm the forces of the Dark Spirit cult and withdraw from the interior of the Elven Star, ceasing all hostilities at once." The 11 acolytes exchanged hesitant glances, and at that moment, the cunning dark demon interjected, "Your Holiness, the assault on the Elven Star was commanded by the Pope. If you wish to retreat, you must present the papal edict." "Impudence! Are you plotting rebellion?" Chu Qingyun, realizing their defiance, abruptly shifted his demeanor and bellowed with authority, "Dark Crow, come forth and assist me in apprehending these traitors." Caw! Caw! In an instant, countless dark crows soared to Chu Qingyun's side, their forms materializing ominously. The dark demon scoffed, "I have shown you courtesy out of respect for your status as the Holy Son, but I advise you not to spurn my goodwill." At that moment, surrounding the dark demon were 6 formidable acolytes: Dark Corpse, Dark Phoenix, Dark Fly, Dark Sword, Dark Bone, and others. Chu Qingyun responded with a dismissive smirk. Summoning his own allies, Dark Crow, Dark Demon, Dark Flame, Dark Phantom, Dark Spike, and Dark Spear, who surged forth to confront their adversaries. Observing the escalating conflict, the Soul Beast army was utterly bewildered. Chu Qingyun turned to them, saying, "Esteemed elders of the Soul Beasts, leave this to me. You must retreat to the northern Forbidden Zone." The Soul Beasts exchanged glances, uncertain of the sudden reinforcements. If they retreated now and lost their territory, they would be caught in a precarious pincer movement. At that moment, the deep voice of the Xian Gui resounded. "The Elven Star is facing an unprecedented crisis. In such dire times, I am willing to take a gamble and trust this young friend." Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun discreetly gestured to the bear Xiao Bai below, who instantly understood and stepped forward, proclaiming with authority, "Fellow soul beasts, I pledge my honor as the Snowfield Bear King that this human is worthy of our trust. Please, follow me to support the northern Forbidden Zone." Instantly, the soul beasts turned and headed northward. Watching them depart, Chu Qingyun exhaled a sigh of relief. With the audience gone, He could finally unleash his full potential. At that moment, Master Mu's voice echoed. Young man, first seize the gray crystal on the Dark Demon's wrist. Chu Qingyun nodded and swiftly tossed 6 pieces of equipment towards the Dark Crows and the others, shouting, Acolytes. Immediately remove the milk bottle thrusters from your battle armor and equip these new quantum jet devices to help me capture the Dark Demon. The 6 nodded earnestly. They were well aware of Chu Qingyun's capabilities, and what he offered would undoubtedly be of great value. Boom! With a resounding explosion. The first to don the new equipment, the Dark Demon, materialized before the Dark Demon. 9 soul rings, 2 purple, 4 black, and 3 red, appeared, and the transformed martial spirit. 6-path demon shield, manifested in his hands. I've long harbored disdain for you, you yin-yang wretch. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body. 8th soul skill, beast path. With a pained cry, the Dark Demon was sent flying by the 6-path demon shield, which transformed into a raging bull. Just then, the Dark Phoenix let out a piercing cry, morphing into a black flame phoenix to provide support. 7th soul skill, martial spirit, true body. Dark fire phoenix domain ignites. 5th soul skill, phoenix soars to heaven strike. As the Dark Phoenix launched itself, the dark flame coldly scoffed, with his soul power surging. The quantum jet device instantly powered up, flashing to the Dark Phoenix's side. Upon seeing the dark flame appear before her, the Dark Phoenix's pupils constricted. In the past, as a powerful assault-type spirit master, I could never catch up to you, a swift attack type. You often mocked me, but now prepare to face my wrath. 9th soul skill, flame lion roar. Alas, the scene was devastating as the Dark Phoenix was struck down, and Chu Qingyun, unable to bear the sight, approached the Dark Crow with a mischievous grin. Do you wish to become the leader of the 12 acolytes? The Dark Crow's eyes widened in surprise, nodding vigorously, Master. As a fellow control type, I have always been overshadowed by the Dark Demon. Under his oppression, my life has been quite wretched. If I have the chance to teach this scoundrel a lesson, I would be satisfied, though I dare not aspire to be the leader. Chu Qingyun slowly produced a radiant red lotus flower, handing it to the Dark Crow and whispering conspiratorially in his ear. Understanding Chu Qingyun's plan, the Dark Crow turned pale. Will this directly kill him? Chu Qingyun playfully smacked the back of his head and replied, He is an ultimate Douluo. It won't be that easy to kill him. Don't worry, he will only be rendered an idiot. Upon hearing this, the Dark Crow mustered his courage and stepped forward, declaring, Everyone, stand back. Today, I shall personally deal with the Dark Demon. Instantly, both sides of the fierce battle halted, incredulous gazes fixed on the Dark Crow. Among the 12 acolytes, he ranked the lowest in strength, while the Dark Demon was at the pinnacle. Now, with such bold words from the Dark Crow, they wondered if he had lost his mind or if the Dark Demon was too weary to wield his blade. Chapter 25. The death of Bear June. As the dust settled, the Dark Demon struggled to push aside the heavy tree that had pinned him down. Wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, he furiously shouted, You are utterly ignorant of your own limits. If you seek death, I shall oblige. 7th soul skill, Nightmare True Body. 9th soul skill, Nightmare Ghost Hand. A colossal purple-black ghostly hand erupted from the ground, seizing the airborne Dark Crow. However, instead of the anticipated bloodshed, the Dark Crow vanished without a trace. Caw! Caw! At that moment, countless shrieking crows circled above, diving towards the Dark Demon. The crows passed through the Dark Demon's ethereal form, coalescing behind him into the figure of the Dark Crow. Doof! A pair of purple-black, ghostly hands pierced through the Dark Crow's chest. As he felt his life ebbing away, the Dark Demon, reveling in his triumph, suddenly sensed something amiss. He quickly turned to see the Dark Crow grinning wickedly at him, the 9th 10,000-year soul ring radiating a brilliant red light. 9th soul skill, Izanami. This was a confrontation between 2 top-tier control-type soul masters, and from the earlier exchanges, it was evident that the Dark Demon was at a disadvantage. The Dark Demon looked at the Dark Crow in disbelief. In no way. How did your spiritual power ascend to the divine realm? It was I whose spiritual power was closest to the divine realm among the 12 of us. Why were you able to step into that realm first? The Dark Crow brandished a crimson pill, shaking it before him triumphantly. Thanks to the Holy Sun's guidance, I was able to reach the divine realm of spiritual power in a short time to contend with you. As soon as he finished speaking, the quick-witted Dark Demon snatched the pill from the Dark Crow's hand, popping it into his mouth and laughing maniacally. Haha, thank you, Holy Sun, for this gift. Now you are doomed, Dark Crow. At this, Chu Qingyun clapped his hands and smiled. Ah, the Dark Demon truly has astonishing speed. even a soul-dispelling pill. A potent poison, you hastily consume it? Ha ha ha. The dark demon, observing Chu Qingyun's demeanor, became frantic. In that moment, his spiritual realm trembled violently. An agonizing pain causing blood to pour from his 7 orifices as he collapsed to the ground, convulsing in torment. The dark crow slowly approached, transforming the crow in his hand into a sharp dagger, ready to strike at the dark demon. Beside them, the dark fly shouted fiercely, "You dare!" 7th soul skill, fly's true body. 8th soul skill, fly of death and corruption. The malevolent fly's soul ring materialized behind it as it instantaneously transformed into a diminutive fly, its 6 legs ensnared with lethal toxins, darting towards the evil crow. Beside it, the 7th soul ring of the evil spike flickered to life, instantly morphing into an inflated, spiked pufferfish, interposing itself before the evil crow. In swift succession, the evil spear unleashed its 9th soul skill, the Spear of Destruction. With a force akin to a thunderous onslaught, the blood-red spear pierced through the fly's cranium, extinguishing its life. Enough! A voice of authority thundered from the heavens. Pope Beitang Linya, grasping a purple crystal staff, descended slowly, prompting the remaining 10 offerings to hastily kneel in reverence. Ignoring the assembled crowd, Beitang Linya coldly remarked, "My dear son, what remarkable prowess you exhibit, causing one to perish and another to be rendered useless among the 12 offerings of the evil spirit sect. Truly, what a grand spectacle." Chu Qingyun, sensing the murderous intent emanating from Beitang Linya, promptly knelt before her, clinging to her leg and lamenting, "Mother, mother, it was the evil spirits who instigated me first. As the holy son of the evil spirit sect, if I lose face, how shall I command the congregation in the future? I acted to establish my authority." With a disdainful huff, Beitang Linya replied, "Humph. Only now do you call for your mother, after causing trouble? Where has your earlier bravado gone?" Chu Qingyun awkwardly raised his head, feeling a profound bitterness. It was imperative to show humility when necessary. This woman's wrath was terrifying. He could hardly fathom which brave soul had once won her favor. With a swift kick, Beitang Linya sent him sprawling, her soul power surging as she drew 3 crystal stones into her grasp. She lifted her leg, pressing her stiletto heel against Chu Qingyun's chest, tilting his chin upwards as she declared, "You seek these little stones, do you? I shall grant them to you. For I am most curious to see how you intend to halt this battle." Beitang Linya tossed the crystals onto Chu Qingyun's chest and turned to address the 12 offerings, stating, "Lift these 2 useless waste into the air and accompany this palace to witness the ensuing drama." Yes, the 10 offerings, sweating profusely, hurriedly hoisted the dim-witted evil spirit and the headless evil fly onto their shoulders, following the Pope as she departed. Chu Qingyun, in a state of disarray, clambered to his feet, retrieving the crystals from the ground. He glared at Beitang Linya's retreating figure, muttering curses under his breath, "Madwoman. One day I shall ensure you regret this." Meanwhile, on the battlefield of the Northern Forbidden Zone, the Tiger King clashed with Satan in the skies. The significant disparity in their realms rendered the Tiger King somewhat overwhelmed. Below, the Bear King valiantly fought against the 3 formidable undead sovereigns, the Headless Knight, the Hellhound, and the Mountain Corpse King. Though covered in wounds, its ferocious assault showed no signs of abating. To the side, the King of all beasts and BG struggled to contain the Heavy Sword Bone King and the Bloodwing Bone Dragon King. At that moment, a golden light streaked across the sky, piercing through the Tiger King's left shoulder. As the Tiger King lost balance and began to fall, the ferocious beast was struck with shock, for the one who had just attacked was none other than his brother, the dragon god Lan Xuanyu. Taking the form of the Tiger King's blue butterfly, roar. With a thunderous shout, the Bear King sent the 3 undead sovereigns reeling with its dark golden claws, bellowing in rage. "Lan Xuanyu, you ungrateful wretch. In this dire hour, you dare to add insult to injury." In the sky, Lan Xuanyu surveyed the soul beasts below with a vacant expression, as if they were strangers to him. The Tiger King, now in human form, clutched at his grievous wound, gritting his teeth as he remarked, "This is not Brother Lan. The aura he exudes indicates he is but a clone." Well versed in the intricacies of such matters, BG immediately grasped the gravity of the situation. The cloning technology was a top-secret project of Shrek Academy's core research department, and its leakage to the evil spirit sect posed a catastrophic threat to the entire soul master community. She gazed in terror at the clone of Lan Xuanyu, feeling an overwhelming sense of despair as the super god level pressure it emitted weighed heavily upon her. with one super god and one god king level presence. This battle seemed to offer no chance of victory unless a divine being intervened. Boom! At that moment, the ground trembled with a series of rumblings as Xianming the Overlord, the Demon Queen, the One-Eyed Tyrant, the Human-Faced Spider Emperor, the Ice Emperor Scorpion, and the Ice Crystal Snow Frog led their legions of soul beasts into the fray. At this juncture, the 10 fearsome beasts of the Spirit Star gathered together. Faced with the invading enemy, they chose not to retreat, but rather to unite, casting aside their enmities to confront the threat collectively. As the beast god, the blue butterfly gathered its light and dark energies, exclaiming, "Even if I perish today, I shall not tarnish the dignity of the Star Doe Forest." Instantaneously, the blue butterfly's snow-white wings unfurled, soaring to confront Satan and Lan Xuanyu. While the Bear King faced off against its old adversary, the Heavy Sword Bone King, the fearsome beasts each selected their opponents, rallying the Soul Beast army for a fierce battle. The Spider Emperor's venomous spear, sharp beyond measure, suddenly pierced the Bear King's heart from behind, while the Heavy Sword Bone King seized the opportunity to channel necromantic energy, penetrating the Bear King's demon core. The unexpected turn of events left everyone stunned. Xianming and the other soul beasts erupted in fury, launching a united assault against the treacherous human-faced Spider Emperor. Emerald Domain, Xuanming's Ice Line, the wrath of the Ice Emperor. In an instant, a colossal magical eye appeared before the human-faced Spider Emperor, intercepting the combined force of the fearsome beasts. Meanwhile, the Tiger King, Blue Butterfly, was caught off guard and was struck in the ground by a punch from Lan Xuanyu. Rushing back to the battlefield, Chu Qingyun witnessed this scene unfold. Enraged, he approached the Bear King, shouting, "You bastard, I will make you pay." Old Mu's voice echoed, "Kid, do not act rashly." To resurrect the necromantic catastrophe, a vast number of souls are required. The evil spirit sect has already consumed a significant portion when summoning the necromantic sovereign. You must wait until 2/3 of the souls are replenished before you can begin the summoning. Chu Qingyun clenched his fists as he gazed at the soul beast behind him, contemplating the monumental cost of summoning the necromantic catastrophe, Ilex. Nearly half of the soul beasts would have to sacrifice their innocent lives, a price far too steep. Unless... Old Mu's gaze inadvertently drifted towards the Bear King, who was barely clinging to life. Its powerful spiritual energy could perfectly compensate for the missing souls. After a moment of silent contemplation, Chu Qingyun resolutely made up his mind and began to walk towards the Bear King with heavy steps. The Bear King recognized the dilemma Chu Qingyun faced and smiled wryly. "Kid, if you need my strength, take it. It seems we are fated, and to become your spirit is not beneath the reputation of my tyrant Claw Bear." Chu Qingyun nodded, his eyes filled with determination as he replied, "Rest assured, I promise to help you resolve this crisis." With that, Chu Qingyun settled into a meditative posture, his mental soul ring glowing at his brow. The Bear King's form transformed into shimmering light, merging into the Haotian hammer. Moments later, Chu Qingyun opened his bright eyes, and the Haotian hammer in his hands sprouted sharp edges, as he had yet to reach the 60th level of soul power. The Bear King's strength was infused into the preceding 1000 gene, and Chu Qingyun's Haotian hammer martial soul now boasted a soul ring configuration of 2 black, 2 red, 1 dark gold, and additionally, he acquired an external attached bone known as the Tyrant Claw. With a heavy heart, Chu Qingyun strode confidently towards Satan, coldly declaring, "Necromantic Sovereign, today I shall show you what a god truly is." The necromantic sovereign Satan, gazing at this diminutive soul king before him, burst into laughter. "A mere ant dares to provoke me?" Empowered by the strength of the Bear Monarch, Chu Qingyun has ascended to level 57 in soul power, with his mental strength surpassing the confines of the Spirit Abyss realm, causing his mental soul ring to double in size, a feat unprecedented in the annals of Douluo Continent's history. He cast 3 crystals, gray, gold, and white, into his mental soul core, and an overwhelming force erupted forth as torrents of blood energy began to coalesce around him. However, the terrifying cost of this forbidden technique rendered him a ghastly husk. Witnessing this, the Tiger King merged light and dark elements in his hands, channeling a potent chaos energy into Chu Qingyun's body, while Muzhua, sensing the unity of powers, commanded the Blue-Silver Emperor to merge with the mental soul ring core. The arrogant Satan, finally grasping the gravity of the situation, shouted in a frenzy, "Hurry, stop him. He must not succeed in summoning." With a deafening roar, the amalgamation of gray, white, and gold light erupted into the sky. Yet the Undead Legion was a moment too late. At that moment, a venerable elder with a weathered visage, clad in an opulent black robe adorned with golden runes, appeared in the heavens. Over this robe, he wore a white cloak that starkly contrasted with the darkness beneath it, the hood drawn over his head. In his right hand, he wielded a staff, 2 meters longer than his own height, composed of a triad of entwined colors, gray, white, and gold. Atop the staff sat a colossal crystal, intricately carved into a skull shape, gleaming white. The elder raised the skull staff high, his consciousness enveloping the entire elven star as he proclaimed, "With the sun and moon in hand, I am unparalleled in this world." Chapter 26. The Catastrophe of the Undead. Ilex's roar echoed, announcing his return to the world. The undead sovereign Satan felt the oppressive aura emanating from the revenant before him, causing his very soul to tremble. He had never imagined such a being could exist in this realm. At this moment, Chu Qingyun was utterly exhausted, clinging to the last vestiges of his awareness. He weakly implored, "Predecessor Ilex, I beseech you, eradicate these undead beings and avenge my friends." Ilex nodded, astonished that this child, possessing merely the power of a soul king, could employ such a forbidden technique to resurrect himself, an achievement unfathomable for one so young. Nearby, the blue butterfly, cradling the unconscious Chu Qingyun, gracefully descended and entrusted him to Yuan and Tingting and Xiong Xiaobai before flying back to Ilex's side, saying, "Predecessor, your spirit is incomplete. Let us join forces against them." Ilex waved his hand with a smile, replying, "Though my strength is but a fraction of my former peak, it suffices to deal with these undead. The human on that side is yours to handle." Enraged, Satan charged forward, bellowing, "You pretentious wretch, do you truly consider yourself formidable?" Instantly, hellfire enveloped Satan, surging towards Ilex. Unhurried, Ilex raised his left hand to grasp the void, and a formidable force instantaneously stripped the hellfire from Satan. Suddenly bereft of power, Satan halted his advance, defiantly summoning the undead giant axe, his body once more engulfed in a more terrifying hellfire, causing him to grow immensely. The fiery demon Satan swung the colossal axe towards the airborne Ilex. With a scoff, Ilex effortlessly intercepted the massive flaming weapon between his left index and middle fingers, halting it in midair. Satan's eyes widened in disbelief as Ilex's right hand, gripping the skull staff, began to radiate brilliant golden light. Judgment of the holy light. A blinding beam shot forth, hurling the massive Satan thousands of meters away to a snow-capped mountain, leaving all spectators in awe of the sudden turn of events. Satan, staggering to his feet, found his left flank a mangled mess, and the purifying force of the light rendered him incapable of hastily mending his wounds. At last, Satan recognized that the oppressive presence before him was not something he could contend with, and he hastily cried out, "Retreat, quickly," as if driven by panic. The legion of undead fled like frightened dogs into the depths of the northern Forbidden Zone. Ilex, wielding the skull staff now aglow with golden light, conjured a colossal sphere of energy, merging gray, white, and gold, which swiftly enveloped Satan. As the terrifying energy sphere was poised to strike Satan, the heavy sword-bone king behind him pushed him aside, cloaking him in a dreadful aura. Boom! The immense radiance erupted, illuminating the obsidian night sky. And as the smoke dissipated, the undead legion, Lan Xuanyu, and Ilex vanished without a trace, leaving only the remnants of the heavy sword-bone king in the vast pit. At that moment, the awakened king of myriad beasts roared, "Come, let us all join forces to eliminate this traitor." Meanwhile, on the battlefield beyond the Elven Star, Tang San and the hellish sacred tiger collaborated to confront 2 god-ranked guardians, their disparity in realms placing them at a disadvantage. Boom! A level 14 Doomsday soul cannon erupted from the evil spirit cult's mothership, obliterating the Federation's flagship. Witnessing this, Tang San shouted in fury, "Predecessor, you are truly dishonorable. You promised a fair duel, yet allowed your fleet to ambush us." Hades, the king of the underworld, laughed heartily, as a bone dragon wreathed in blue flames appeared behind him. Suddenly, his expression turned cold. "Tang San, I was once recognized as one of the top 10 Dragon Knights by the Federation, renowned for my valor and countless achievements. However, during a mission along with my fellow Dragon Knights, Water Dragon Knight and Fire Dragon Knight, found ourselves trapped in an otherworldly battlefield for days, only to be abandoned by the Federation. My 2 brothers sacrificed themselves to ensure my escape, and when I sought answers from the Federation, they labeled me a spy and sought my demise. Tell me, what honor did they ever uphold?" In response to Hades' accusations, Tang San passionately retorted, Yet those soldiers are innocent. Entangling your wrath with the lives of so many innocent souls makes you no different from them. Behind Hades, 10 soul rings, 4 black, 4 red, and 2 blue golden, spiraled into the air, symbolizing divine rank and power. Hades coldly declared, "Proving your words requires strength. Do you possess it?" In reply, Tang San summoned the colossal Xiao hammer, with 8 red and 1 golden soul rings manifesting behind him, cloaked in the blood-red realm of the killing god, enveloping Hades. At that moment, Oscar concentrated his soul power, exclaiming, "Seventh soul skill, true form of the god of food. 5th soul skill, reproduction, domain of the god of food." Instantly, Oscar conjured another Xiao hammer, augmented by the god of food's domain, rendering their attack terrifyingly formidable. With a roar, Tang San unleashed a devastating explosion of his 9 rings. And alongside Oscar's assistance, the Xiao hammer, imbued with fearsome energy, soared towards Hades. 8th soul skill, flower of the underworld river. The bone dragon spirit behind Hades unleashed a torrent of deep blue dragon flames, igniting the blood-red flower of the other shore. Boom! With a thunderous roar, the combined assault of Tang San and Oscar collided with the flower of the other shore, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that illuminated the sky. The Bone Dragon King lifted its skeletal wings, shielding Hades from the impending assault, while Tang San and Oscar were violently thrown aside. In midair, Tang San channeled his soul power into the quantum thruster behind him. Boom! With a resounding explosion, Tang San suddenly appeared behind Hades, brandishing the blue-silver Emperor Spear that unleashed a golden halo, enveloping the Lord of the Underworld. Subsequently, his pupils gleamed with a purple light. Unfixed point wave. Purple extreme magic eye. Vastness. The 2 formidable skills were unleashed simultaneously, instantaneously immobilizing the Bone Dragon and Hades in midair. Tang San then hurled forth a lotus flower. Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, heavy particle. Boom! A resplendent fire lotus erupted magnificently before Hades. This variant of the Buddha's Wrath Tang Lotus, modified by Chu Qingyun, combined the terrifying foundational power with a compressed core formation and heavy particle theory, rendering its might no less than that of a level 14 Doomsday soul-guided artillery shell. Meanwhile, the Star King, engaged in a fierce struggle with the Netherworld's sacred tiger, was startled by the sudden tremor, gazing in shock at Hades, whose mouth was bloodied and whose 5-word battle armor was riddled with cracks. Suddenly, the Netherworld sacred tiger, flapping its pristine white wings, charged toward the beleaguered Hades, poised to deliver a finishing blow. Observing this, the Star King bellowed in fury, "You insolent wretch!" The 6th and 5th soul rings behind him glowed, and 2 colossal meteors materialized beside the Netherworld's sacred tiger, hurtling toward the trapped creature. Boom! A thunderous roar reverberated as the impact struck before Hades, the immense force sending him sprawling. The Netherworld sacred tiger, initially set to strike, now found itself beside Tang San, having executed the martial soul fusion technique. Netherworld clone and Netherworld phantom. Coming back to his senses, Hades cast a resentful glance at the Star King, feeling utterly humiliated at being toyed with. The Star King, his eyes ablaze with murderous intent, fixed his gaze upon the group of young ones, the esteemed 4 great protectors, reduced to mere playthings for these youngsters, an intolerable affront. As the Star King lunged forward, the 4 sensed a grave threat. Although they had previously outmaneuvered their foes through clever tactics, the chasm of power between them was insurmountable by mere trickery. In an instant, a black flash surged forth, and the massive Xiao hammer sent the approaching Star King flying. Hades swiftly evaded, catching the airborne Star King, his voice cold as ice. "God of battle, I see you have come unscathed?" The one who had arrived was none other than Chu Qingyun's adoptive father and master, a being ranked among the top 3 in the Federation's might, the god of battle, Ao Yin. Though Ao Yin had yet to ascend to the divine level, that single strike had caused the divine Star King to spit blood, his insides trembling violently. Ao Yin hoisted the Xiao hammer, which was twice his size, onto his shoulder, disdainfully declaring, "Do not rejoice too soon. I am not alone in my arrival." Crack! Suddenly, from the rear of the evil spirit church fleet, the sound of space tearing echoed as the Shrek fleet, finally arriving to provide support, encircled the Lord of the Underworld and the Star King, with the Iron Fist Daw, Ocean Daw, and Titan Daw standing resolutely on the Cosmic King-class mothership. Witnessing the rapid shift in the tide of battle, Hades assisted the Star King, revealing a sinister smile as he proclaimed, "To have stalled for such a duration is already more than sufficient." In an instant, the 2 retreated to their mothership, seemingly intending to tear through space in front of everyone and escape. But unexpectedly, the entire evil spirit church fleet was suddenly cloaked in a cosmic shroud, vanishing from sight. Observing this astonishing turn of events, Ao Yan's pupils quivered in disbelief as he exclaimed, "The nano-wormhole traversal system. How could the evil spirit church have developed it before us?" This groundbreaking invention, which allowed for traversing without tearing through space, relied solely on nanocoding to summon wormhole travel, was indeed a masterpiece born from Chu Qingyun's ingenuity. At that moment, Tang San hastily urged, "Quickly, breach the barrier and support the spirit star." Meanwhile, the traitorous Spider King, abandoned by the ruler of the undead, gasped for breath as it fled from the pursuit of the soul beasts, seeking refuge in a dark cavern to recuperate. Just as it began to relax, a voice resonated mysteriously within the cave. "You have finally arrived." The Spider King immediately turned alert, eyeing the depths of the cavern where Bei Tang Lin Yi emerged, clad in exquisite six-character battle armor, wielding a massive lance as he approached. Sensing the ominous aura emanating from Bei Tang Lin Yi, the Spider King stammered in terror. "How do you possess the power of the Rakshasa god?" Chapter 27. The Late Support. As the group broke through the barrier of Spirit Star, they beheld the Star Do great forest engulfed in smoke and littered with corpses, a deep unease rising within them. Ao Yan circled anxiously in the air, calling out Chu Qingyun's name repeatedly, and when there was no response, the iron-willed Ao Yan felt tears welling in his eyes. At that moment, the ethereal voice of the blue butterfly reached them. "Friends from the Starry Federation, the Temple of War, and Shrek Academy, please gather at the Fountain of Life in the heart of the Star Do Great Forest." With the reassurance from the Tiger King Blue Butterfly, the group hurriedly flew toward the Fountain of Life at the core of the Star Do Great Forest. The first to arrive, Ao Yan and the Iron Fist Douluo, gazed in silence at the 8 great soul beasts, battered and bruised, seated beside the Fountain of Life. Suddenly, Ao Yan anxiously inquired, "Where is Chu Qingyun? Where is that brat?" Beside him, the Emerald BG exhaled deeply, her expression forlorn as she replied, "Chu Qingyun, he is the hero of Spirit Star. Without him, this battle would surely have become a grave for the soul beasts." The death of Xiong struck deeply at the heart of the frequently pursued Emerald BG. And witnessing her grave demeanor, Ao Yan was thunderstruck, collapsing to the ground in despair, weeping uncontrollably. At that moment, the Tiger King Blue Butterfly, unable to bear Ao Yan's lamentations, reprimanded him sharply. "Why weep? The boy is not dead. He has merely suffered a severe loss of soul power, mental strength, and vitality, plunging him into a deep coma. I have already placed him in the Fountain of Life to recuperate." Learning that Chu Qingyun was not in peril, Ao Yan's heart lightened, and he quickly ceased his disgraceful behavior, discreetly turning away to wipe the tears from his eyes. At that juncture, covered in blood and bearing a terrifying scar above his left eye, GZ she approached. Supported by Yuan, In Ting Ting, and Xiong Xiaobai, the trio had collectively vanquished 24 immovable bone undead, hundreds of black bone undead, and thousands of white bone undead through sheer force of will, earning the illustrious reputation of the Shrek 7 monsters. GZ Shi, seeing her master, managed a bittersweet smile as she remarked, "We have won this battle, yet the cost has been devastating." Titan Douluo and Iron Fist Douluo stepped forward, embracing the 3 wounded young monsters tightly, tears brimming in their eyes as they exclaimed, "Children, well done. You are the pride of Shrek." In that moment, Xiong Xiaobai inexplicably felt a long-lost sense of kinship, and suddenly, with uncontainable joy, he declared, "Surely you all do not know? In this battle, my brother Yin single-handedly turned the tide, unraveling the undead schemes from the Northern Forbidden Zone, disguising himself as the Evil Spirit Saint, inciting infighting among the 12 offerings of the Evil Spirit Church, and ultimately summoning the remnants of divine souls with his own power to shift the balance." If this were to spread, just as the group basked in pride and admiration for Chu Qingyun, a glint of coldness flickered in Tang San's eyes, his heart silently murmuring, "In this battle, the weaponry employed by the fleet of the Evil Spirit Sect appears strikingly familiar. Could it be that the holy son of the Evil Spirit Sect and that scoundrel Chu Qingyun are indeed the same individual?" At this moment, within the confines of Chu Qingyun's spiritual realm, his consciousness gradually awakens after being bathed in the energies of the Fountain of Life. Observing Mu Zhua's mournful expression, Chu Qingyun cannot help but feel a profound sense of bewilderment. Suddenly, Mu Zhua strides forward and grabs Chu Qingyun by the ear, admonishing him in a furious tone. "What have you done this time? If it weren't for the beast god timely infusing the primordial chaos energy into your body to sustain the forbidden technique, you would have long since been reduced to a mere desiccated corpse. Gazing at the spiritual core hovering in his spiritual space, now no larger than a grain of rice. One can only imagine how perilous the previous situation had been. At this moment, the voice of the undead calamity, Ilex, emanates from the golden, gray, and white spheres of light in the spiritual realm. Chu Qingyun, I have heard of your experiences from the esteemed Mu. I find your clear-cut disposition and shrewdness quite appealing. If you do not mind, I would like to linger in your spiritual space for a while. Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun's heart swells with joy at the prospect of a formidable being taking residence in his spiritual realm. He hastily replies, "It would be an honor for me to have Elder Ilex safeguarding my spiritual space. It is a blessing I could hardly have hoped for." Ha ha ha. Suddenly, in his exuberance, Ilex presents a sphere the size of an apple before Chu Qingyun. Regarding the floating object with curiosity, Chu Qingyun inquires, "What is this?" Ilex's raspy voice responds, "Undead beings can defy death because they concentrate all their power in their core. As long as this core endures, they can recalibrate their strength and resurrect. This core of the heavy sword bone king has been specially processed by me, purging its residual malevolence, and you can assuredly refine its contained power. Consider it a token of our meeting." At this moment, Elder Mu expresses his satisfaction. "You, my boy, are indeed fortunate. With Elder Ilex's support, your future prospects are boundless." Ha ha. Chu Qingyun, beaming as he holds the core, is soon joined by Xiong and Sister Yin, who come forward to offer their congratulations. "You, lad, have innate talents that are already monstrous, and now, with Elder Ilex's protection, this is an extraordinary opportunity." Observing the familiar visage of Xiong, a flicker of guilt passes through Chu Qingyun's heart. Sensing his unease, Xiong steps closer, patting his shoulder reassuringly. "Kid, do not feel sorry for me, for you are far more ferocious than a beast. Following you guarantees my gain." To Xiong's unwavering trust, Chu Qingyun resolutely replies, "Brother Xiong, rest assured, once I ascend to divinity, I shall find a way to resurrect you." At this moment, Sister Yin's enchanting voice calls out from the side, "Enough of your flattery. Come here, little bear, and give this empress a shoulder massage." Upon hearing this, Xiong rushes behind Sister Yin, cautiously massaging her shoulders. Observing this scene, Chu Qingyun is rendered speechless, despite Sister Yin being a formidable spirit beast nearing a millennium. What of your dignity as one of the 10 fierce beasts? Having been unconscious for nearly 2 months, Chu Qingyun slowly opens his eyes, only to see Xiong Xiaobai's large face drawing near. Slap! Startled, Chu Qingyun instinctively reacts, delivering a crisp, resounding slap to Xiong Xiaobai. The latter, appearing pitiful, transforms into human form and squats in a corner, lamenting, "Brother Yun, why did you hit me?" Coming to his senses, Chu Qingyun awkwardly chuckles and tosses the heavy sword bone king's core to him, asking, "Take this core and refine it." What of Ji Zishi and Yuan Intingting? The one flaw of all bear-type soul beasts is their poor memory, especially regarding matters unrelated to food. After ruminating for a time, he finally recalls Tang San's instructions before leaving. They accompanied Dai Mubai for the next trial. And there was also a person named Tang San who instructed me to conceal my identity and join the Dragon Knight Corps for the trial. Understanding the situation, Chu Qingyun nods. It seems this battle has inflicted considerable losses on the Federation, and Tang San must have returned to investigate the circumstances. At this moment, within the conference hall of the evil spirit sect, everyone sits around the table in silence. Upon witnessing the disheveled appearances of the king of the underworld and the Star King, Beitang Linya cannot suppress a mocking laugh. "My 2 esteemed guardians, have you suffered at the hands of those young brats from the Battle God Temple?" The Star King, infuriated, slams his palm down, shattering the table before him, and bellows, "Those scoundrels employed underhanded tactics against me. It's utterly despicable. If I ever get my hands on them, humph." As he speaks, Corifer clenches his fist with a sinister grin, exuding an aura so terrifying that the 10 offerings nearby break into a cold sweat. Enough! The king of the underworld, Hades, rises to reprimand. "Corifer, do not be disrespectful before the Pope. A loss is a loss. Do not seek excuses for failure." Beitang Linya elegantly raises his left hand, halting Hades' scolding, and remarks nonchalantly, "It matters not. It's not just you who has faced defeat. I too have encountered failure. As long as our objectives are achieved, it cannot be deemed a loss." Hades and Corifer gaze at the Pope in shock, incredulous as they ask, "How could the Pope's plan, so meticulously crafted, possibly fail?" Was it the intervention of some divine being? Beitang Linya shakes his head, dismissing their conjectures. What shattered my plan was our holy sun. He forcefully invoked forbidden techniques to summon the undead calamity, Ilex, which severely wounded Satan, preventing the elite forces of the Elven Star from being diminished as per our calculations. Upon hearing the Pope's words, the remaining 10 offerings tremble, cold sweat cascading down their brows. They had witnessed the Holy Sun's display of power firsthand, and the overwhelming pressure was etched into their very souls. The King of the Underworld and the Star King exchange glances, pondering aloud. This setback is also due to that Tang San, who suddenly produced a new type of Tang sect hidden weapon. It feels as if there is a significant influence from the Holy Sun within that weapon. Could he be a mole? Hearing the suspicions from the two guardians, the offerings begin to murmur amongst themselves. Beitang Linya, observing this, coldly asserts, "The affairs of the Holy Sun are mine to manage. You all should focus on advancing the plans for the Soul Master Tournament in 2 years." With the Pope's words hanging in the air, none dare to voice further doubts, and everyone promptly rises to bow in unison. "We shall abide by the Pope's decree." Roaring with a thunderous cry, Xiong Xiaobai, in the process of refining the heavy sword bone king's core, feels a surge of terrifying death energy coursing through him. His spine erupts with numerous thick, sharp ice spikes, and his eyes, now suffused with the essence of death, glow a haunting crimson. Sharp bone spikes burst forth from his wrists, giving him an undeniably fearsome appearance. At this moment, the blue butterfly, drawn by this energy, hastens to the scene, gazing in confusion at Xiong Xiaobai's transformed state, and poses the question, what has happened to him? Chu Qingyun, witnessing this, feels his face flush with embarrassment and expresses awkwardly, "I instructed him to refine the core of the heavy swordbone king, and it should have now mutated into a new soul beast, the Icefield Ghost Bear. Additionally, I express my gratitude for assisting me in changing my attire." Observing Chu Qingyun's lecherous demeanor from the side, Blue Butterfly hastily clarified with disdain, "Do not overthink it. The one who has been meticulously caring for you is a young girl named Yuan Intingting. It is evident that the affection reflected in her gaze is unmistakable. Do not betray her sincere feelings." Upon hearing Blue Butterfly's response, Chu Qingyun stood frozen in place, heaving a sigh. How could he not perceive Yuan Intingting's true affection for him? Yet, Chu Qingyun sighed again, a look of melancholy etched across his face. Unfortunately, the traitor who ambushed Brother Bear will ultimately evade retribution. Blue Butterfly furrowed her brow and remarked, "The cunning Spider Emperor was discovered dead a few days ago, and her demise was exceedingly tragic, reminiscent of a horrifying torture." Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment. The manner of her death felt eerily similar to that of that terrifying woman. Suddenly, Blue Butterfly recalled something and swiftly exclaimed, "Your master, the Dough God, has communicated that the core cloning technology of Shrek Academy has been leaked. He suspects there may be spies within the academy, so you must exercise caution." A wave of panic surged within Chu Qingyun. The cloning technology from the core research department of Shrek Academy was precisely what he had stolen on the night of his entrance into the academy and subsequently perfected before handing it over to the evil spirit sect. The loathed traitor was none other than himself. At that moment, the excited Bear Xiaobai, having completed his absorption, patted Chu Qingyun's shoulder and exclaimed, "Brother Yun, let us hasten to complete our trials." Chu Qingyun looked at him in bewilderment and inquired, "Do you truly wish to leave your homeland so eagerly?" Bear Xiaobai replied awkwardly, "My relatives and parents have long since passed. I have never ventured beyond the Elf Star and wish to accompany you to experience the adventures of the outside world." Faced with the pitiful Bear Xiaobai, Chu Qingyun could only smile and say, "Very well, let's head to the legendary Dragon Knight Core and create some mischief." However, what Chu Qingyun did not anticipate was that upon arriving at Dragon Horse Star, the two were immediately halted at the entrance by the guards of the Dragon Knight Core. "Join the Dragon Knight Core? Do you two children possess a dragon? Stop making a fuss here." Chu Qingyun and Bear Xiaobai could only shake their heads in resignation. They had no dragons, but they did have a bear. Upon seeing the two without a dragon, the arrogant guard impatiently waved his hand, dismissing them. "Without a dragon? What business do you have at the Dragon Knight Core?" Scram! After being expelled from the Dragon Knight Core, Chu Qingyun and Bear Xiaobai wandered the streets with expressions of helplessness. Bear Xiaobai, dejected, said, "Brother Yun, where shall we find a dragon? If all else fails, you can ride on me." Suddenly, Chu Qingyun had a thought and grinned mischievously. "I have heard that on Heavenly Dragon Star there lies a place known as the Valley of 10,000 Dragon Burials, where numerous dragon eggs are buried. We could take advantage of the cover of night to steal a couple of dragon eggs. Chapter 28, Space Pirates. In the dead of night, Chu Qingyun and Bear Xiaobai donned Black Knight gear, stealthily making their way into the core forbidden area of Heavenly Dragon Star, the Valley of 10,000 Dragon Burials. Under the veil of darkness, quietly retrieving their detector, Bear Xiaobai, gazing into the immense gorge, trembled in fear at the countless dragon remains that lay in slumber, and anxiously said to Chu Qingyun, Brother Yun, is it really appropriate for us to rob graves? What if? Chu Qingyun, fiddling with the detector in his hands, replied, oh, they're already dead. It would be better for us to excavate them and use bionic reconstruction technology to revive them, thus leaving behind a token of respect. Beep. Chu Qingyun excitedly pointed to a spot not far ahead, saying, found it, found it. Quickly start digging. The two picked up their shovels and, at the designated location indicated by the detector, began to toil diligently. After a short while, Chu Qingyun and Bear Xiaobai emerged, covered in dirt, holding 2 dragon eggs, their faces betraying a sly grin. What are those little thieves up to? Suddenly, they were drenched in cold sweat, realizing they had been caught red-handed. Turning around awkwardly, they saw a child clad in tattered clothing and wearing a baseball cap. Observing the diminutive child before him, Chu Qingyun let out a sigh of relief and impatiently waved him off. Shoo shoo, what business do you have meddling here? Go away and mind your own affairs. Just as the child was about to retort, a small, entirely golden and adorably charming piglet emerged from the backpack behind him. Upon seeing the palm-sized, utterly delightful golden pig, Bear Xiaobai exclaimed with excitement, is that a treasure beast? Hearing Bear Xiaobai's outburst, Chu Qingyun gazed at the little golden pig in astonishment. Such a treasure beast was exceedingly rare. Noticing the glint of greed in their eyes, the child hastily concealed the trembling little golden pig in his sleeve, asserting, so what if it is a treasure beast? I warn you, do not harbor any thoughts of it, or else. Whoosh whoosh. With a series of whooshing sounds, the child leapt down from the cliffs of the Valley of 10,000 Dragon Burials, pressing his hands firmly over the mouths and noses of the two, pinning them to the ground to evade detection. Boom! With several loud crashes, 3 wyverns descended upon the gorge. Cursing, the scent was definitely coming from this direction. How could it suddenly vanish? Hurry, we must find that little thief who stole the clan's treasure. If we do not locate it before dawn, who knows how the clan leader will deal with us? Subsequently, the 3 wyverns spread their wings and took off into the distance. Once the coast was clear, Chu Qingyun pointed at the child with his left index finger and said with a smile, I never imagined you were also a little thief. Upon having his identity revealed, the child removed his cap, revealing a cherubic face adorned with exquisite twin ponytails. Gulp! Seeing such a cute little girl, Chu Qingyun and Bear Xiaobai couldn't help but swallow hard. She angrily placed her hands on her hips and exclaimed, that treasure was originally mine. How can you call it stealing? As for you two, were you scheming by sneaking into the Valley of 10,000 Dragon Burials in the middle of the night to pilfer 2 dead eggs? Dead eggs? Chu Qingyun, get the goal. Produced the detector, and as it emitted a low hum, he stood frozen in disbelief. Bear Xiaobai awkwardly asked, Brother Yun, should we still take these eggs? Chu Qingyun retorted with annoyance, take them? Are you planning to fry them for breakfast? These 2 eggs are stillborn. Even with genetic recombination, they could never hatch successfully. Their value upon return would be negligible, aside from perhaps making a meal. At that moment, the little girl observed their intentions and calmly stated, what you really want are 2 dragons to join that Dragonite thing, right? If you help me evade the pursuit of the Wyvern clan, I will help each of you select one. Chu Qingyun and Bear Xiaobai exchanged glances, dismissively waving their hands. We'd rather you stay wherever it's comfortable. Witnessing their dismissive attitude, the little girl felt her temper flare. She furiously exclaimed, in the celestial realm of Tianlong Star lies a hidden sanctuary known as the Dragon God Temple, where the valiant souls of countless dragon kin rest in eternal slumber. Should one earn the acknowledgement of these esteemed dragon spirits, the egg in your possession shall serve as a conduit, enabling the resurrection of the illustrious ancestors of the dragon race. And it is my family that stands as the guardian of this sacred place. Upon hearing her words, Chu Qingyun began to deliberate the intricate web of consequences. Moments later, he exchanged a knowing glance with Xiong Xiaobai, and together they declared in unison, let us do it. As the sun gradually ascended from the horizon, its blazing rays caused Xiong Xiaobai to pant heavily. Observing this, the petite girl beside him remarked disdainfully, oh dear. Anyone who knows you're a bear might think you're just a scruffy dog. Both Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai gaped in disbelief at the girl's audacity. incredulously asking, "Child, can you discern his true form?" The little girl puffed out her cheeks in irritation, hands on her hips, and stomped her foot, exclaiming, "The scent is unmistakable. How could you possibly miss it? By the way, my name is Bai Lin. Don't call me a child." Chu Qingyun, taken aback, thought to himself that discerning people by scent was more befitting a dog than a human. Amused by Bai Lin's feisty yet adorable demeanor, he replied with a mischievous grin, "All right then, little brat." Just as Bai Lin was about to confront Chu Qingyun for his teasing, a shrill cry pierced the air, disrupting their light-hearted banter. Caw-caw. 3 patrolling wyverns had spotted Bai Lin in the distance and were hastily swooping down upon them. Alarmed, Bai Lin turned to Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai, asking, "What should we do?" Chu Qingyun recalled having seen these avian wyverns in the Soul Beast Compendium. Although their attacks were relatively weak, equivalent to that of a 6th-ring agile soul emperor, these creatures were social beasts. When faced with an opponent they could not overpower, they emitted a piercing distress signal, which could swiftly summon thousands of their kin, creating a tempest that would rend their adversaries asunder. Thus, these soul beasts represented a formidable threat that should never be trifled with, given their sheer numbers. The trio sprinted across the desolate expanse of the vast desert, aware that the wyverns were closing in rapidly. Roar! Xiong Xiaobai unleashed a resonant roar, transforming into his true form, the ice-field ghost bear. He swiftly hoisted both companions onto his back and bolted away. Glancing back at their relentless pursuers, Chu Qingyun urgently urged Bai Lin, "Quickly, think of anywhere with caves or canyons where we can lose these bothersome creatures." "I've got it," Bai Lin exclaimed, pointing to the northwest. About 6 kilometers ahead lies a canyon called One Line Sky. Its narrow terrain and the jagged stones above make it a forbidden zone for flying soul beasts. "Let us go." Xiong Xiaobai, head towards One Line Sky. Xiong Xiaobai, panting, complained, "Brother Yun, do you really see me as a mount?" With a swift gust, they raced towards the canyon, only to find that the wyverns could not follow them inside. Exhausted and panting, Xiong Xiaobai collapsed to the ground, his thick fur ill-suited for the scorching desert environment. Suddenly, a bewildering scene unfolded before them. The 3 wyverns, flapping their wings, were sprinting madly on the ground towards the trio. Amused by the sight, Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai burst into laughter. "Huh, what on earth did you steal from them to elicit such embarrassing antics?" Bai Lin, flustered and at a loss, scolded, "Stop laughing. Do you not realize the urgency of our situation?" Suddenly, Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai's expression shifted. The colossal manifestations of the fearsome claws and the ice hammer materialized behind them as they leapt into action, shouting, "These feathered nuisances think they can intimidate us. Allow us to demonstrate the might of my 5th soul skill." With the activation of their powers, Chu Qingyun unleashed the Tyrant Earth Splitter. A massive, illusory bear descended, its tremendous force obliterating the rocky ground beneath it. The crimson blood of the wyvern splattered onto Chu Qingyun, the foul stench nearly causing him to retch. Alarmed, the remaining 2 wyverns hastily retreated. In that moment, Xiong Xiaobai's eyes glowed with a terrifying red light as 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 red, materialized behind him. Empowered by the might of the Bone Sword King, Xiong Xiaobai's strength surged to an unprecedented level. 5th soul skill, Ghost Bear Roar. With a thunderous crash, sharp bone spikes erupted from the ground, and in a swift combination of attacks, the fleeing wyverns were reduced to nothing but pulp. As the 3rd wyvern realized escape was futile, it emitted a piercing distress signal. An unsettling feeling crept into Chu Qingyun's heart. Within moments, the sky darkened as thousands of wyverns circled ominously above them. Bai Lin, trembling alongside her treasure-hunting beast, chastised them in a panic. "This is all your fault. You've attracted a whole swarm of wyverns here." Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai exchanged awkward glances, acknowledging that their earlier actions had indeed been excessively forceful, sealing their fate as marked targets of the Wyvern clan. At that moment, the Wyvern clan leader, the purple-winged fiend bird, approached with regal strides and declared, "Considering your youth and ignorance of our customs, if you return the stolen treasure of the Wyvern clan, we shall let this matter rest." In unison, Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai turned to Bai Lin, who, sensing their strange gazes, retorted angrily, "You're mistaken. The 100-Dragon's soul pearl is a cherished treasure of my clan. I was tasked with guarding it, but out of sheer boredom, I slipped away from home. When I rested, this shameless rogue took the opportunity to steal it. How dare you claim it as yours? You have no shame." With a disdainful snort, the Wyvern clan leader seethed, "You dare to defy us? Eliminate them." Instantly, the Wyvern horde unleashed a cacophony of cries, spiraling into a whirlwind of fury. How about it? Surrender now. Under the might of the Wyvern clan, you shall soon be reduced to mere flesh and bone. Observing the clan leader's smug demeanor, Chu Qingyun muttered under his breath, if not for the overwhelming odds, I would relish the chance to teach her a lesson. In that instant, a colossal and awe-inspiring Taotai interstellar transport mothership appeared in the sky, unleashing two 12th-level god-slaying fixed artillery shells that swiftly decimated a substantial number of the wyverns. In an instant, more than half of the pterosaurs lay dead or injured. Witnessing the blood rain descending from the sky, the pterosaur chief frantically organized the remaining pterosaurs to retreat. Observing the sudden appearance of unexpected reinforcements, Xiong Xiao Bai and Bai Lin exclaimed in delight, is this a celestial savior? A true savior. However, Chu Qingyun shook his head solemnly, dismissing their naive notions. No, the Taotai transport ship's cargo movement speed is unparalleled. But it is inconceivable that such a large-scale destructive weapon could be mounted on a mere transport vessel. These individuals are undoubtedly suspicious. Indeed, at that moment, a plump man with a scruffy beard plummeted from the sky, wearing a dejected expression as he lamented, what bad luck. 2 cannonballs fired, and hardly any soul bones emerged. What a loss, what a loss. Suddenly, he spotted the invaluable treasure beast hidden in by Lin's sleeve, and with a predatory glint in his eye. She hastily concealed it in her bosom, warily asking, what do you intend to do? At that moment, a charming voice emanated from a communicator strapped to the plump man's chest. Fatty, bring all 3 of them aboard my mothership. Receiving the command, the man brandished his weapon with a sly grin, saying, come along, little friends. Upon boarding the transport ship, Chu Qingyun found himself face to face with a woman clad in a purple lace miniskirt. Though her skin was dark, her beauty was undeniable, and a black eye patch covered her right eye, resembling a pirate. She smugly lifted Bai Lin's chin, proclaiming, I presume you have all guessed correctly. Indeed, we are the renowned Red Sun interstellar pirate crew. Sighing in resignation, Chu Qingyun thought this was merely escaping the wolf's den, only to fall into the tiger's mouth. Chapter 29. Drawing the tiger from its den, haha. Upon hearing the name of this interstellar pirate crew, Chu Qingyun erupted into laughter. Observing his unusual reaction, the plump man aimed his gun at Chu Qingyun's head, demanding, what are you laughing at, you brat? Tears of laughter streamed down Chu Qingyun's face as he replied, what Red Sun interstellar pirate crew? I have never even heard of you. I assumed you were elite pirates like the Skeletal or the Wanderers, but it appears you are merely a band of small fry. Infuriated by what they perceived as the taunts of a child, the crew members loaded their soul-guided electromagnetic guns and pressed them against Chu Qingyun's forehead, shouting angrily, you little brat, how dare you look down on us? Tonight, we'll show you just how formidable the Red Sun's guns are. Stop. Hold your fire. Just as the plump man and the pirates were about to shoot, their captain intervened, nonchalantly waving her hand and stating, the Red Sun is indeed a third-rate pirate crew. Why bother quarreling with a child? However, she pinched Bai Lin's soft face and leered, such a beautiful young lady. Why not come and keep me company tonight? With that, the pirate captain hoisted Bai Lin onto her shoulder. Unable to speak due to being gagged, Bai Lin struggled desperately, her eyes pleadingly fixed on Chu Qingyun. Bang! In an instant, Chu Qingyun freed himself from the electromagnetic handcuffs on his wrists and dashed behind the captain, pressing a sharp dagger against her throat, threatening, release my sister. If you dare lay a finger on her, I will send you straight to hell. Immediately, the pirates, realizing what was happening, aimed their electromagnetic weapons at Chu Qingyun, frantically shouting, let go of our captain. Captain Xiao Wu scoffed, then replied, you dare threaten a pirate? Do you think I fear that? Fire. Just as the pirates prepared to shoot Chu Qingyun into a sieve, he swiftly tossed a walnut-sized blue triangle he had concealed in his sleeve to the ground. Instantly, the blue triangular object emitted a powerful vibration, a flash of blue light enveloping the entire ship, causing the magnetic energy and the weapons in everyone's hands to become utterly useless, reduced to mere scrap metal. With a wicked smile, Chu Qingyun announced, my apologies, everyone. I have taken the liberty of confiscating your weapons. Now, please line up, as I am about to commence my robbery. Ha ha ha. Xiao Hongri burst into laughter, clearly amused, remarking, this little one has some spirit. It's the first time I've heard of a robbery against pirates, but suddenly 5 soul rings, 3 purple for black, and 2 red, manifested behind Xiao Hongri, her overwhelming soul power pinning Chu Qingyun's right arm beneath his leg, forcing him to the ground. However, it appeared he did not realize that I am a 97th level super Douluo. Chu Qingyun found himself firmly pressed against the ground, unable to move. Although he had temporarily neutralized the pirates' weapons, he overlooked the fact that they were all soul masters. As the saying goes, a hero does not suffer immediate losses. One must know when to yield. Chu Qingyun's attitude pivoted 180 degrees as he cheerfully said, "Sister, dear sister, I was blind to your greatness. Please, do not hold this against your younger brother. If you wish for company tonight, well, that plump, fair one over there has such a delightful, soft touch." In the blink of an eye, Chu Qingyun had thrown Xiong Xiaobai under the bus. Hearing this, Xiong Xiaobai lamented, "Boss, that's not fair. You're not supposed to sell me out like this." With a heavy sigh, Chu Qingyun replied, "Alas, I have no choice. Bai Lin is so young. If she were to experience such things, and it left her with psychological scars, it would be your fault." Fuming, Xiong Xiaobai retorted, "Then why don't you accompany her yourself? Aren't you a man?" Seeing the situation, Chu Qingyun grinned mischievously and replied, "Oh, you don't understand. I have long since pledged my heart to another. For the sake of my purity and innocence, I would rather die than commit such an unspeakable act." Enough. The banter between the two had surely irritated Xiao Hongri. She fumed. "Is it just letting you go? Fine. But this brat must become the vice captain of my Red Sun interstellar pirate crew." At her words, all the pirates were taken aback. The plump man beside her quickly stepped forward to dissuade her, saying, "Captain, you should find a strong individual to take on the vice captain position. I have no objections." But a mere child, Chu Qingyun, pinned to the ground, was deeply reluctant. In his previous life, he had perished at the hands of such wicked organizations, and thus held a strong aversion to them. He defiantly retorted, "You can forget it. I would rather die than sink to your level." Despite Chu Qingyun's firm stance, Xiao Hongri merely smiled wickedly and said, "Oh, then take him to my quarters. Tonight, let us have a little chat." Wait. I agree. Everyone was left speechless. What happened to the bravado he had just displayed? How shameless. Xiao Hongri, visibly irritated, demanded, "What do you mean? Am I that terrifying?" Chu Qingyun awkwardly chuckled, dusting himself off, and stated seriously, "I can agree to become your vice captain, but I have one condition." Xiao Hongri, intrigued, replied, "Speak." "As long as it is not an excessive request, I can comply." Chu Qingyun earnestly stated, "The name Red Sun is far from appealing. Henceforth, our pirate crew shall be known as the Spirit Hull Starship Treasure Raiders. Moreover, ensure that provisions are prepared for us." The corpulent man, visibly disgruntled, stepped forward to voice his discontent. "You insolent brat, what is wrong with the illustrious name of Red Sun? Why must you rename us to the Spirit Hull Starship Treasure Raiders?" Bang! Before he could finish his tirade, the powerful magnetic shield on the ground exploded, restoring functionality to all equipment aboard the ship, and the irate man dared not utter another word. Moments later, he approached Xiao Hongri with a face full of despair, exclaiming in panic, "Big sister, you must intervene. Those three little rascals have nearly consumed all the food on the ship. It is as if they are feasting upon our very souls." Xiao Hongri, with a scowl of displeasure, retorted, "What is wrong with eating? Can our Spirit Hull Starship Treasure Raiders not even afford sustenance? Furthermore, should you dare to disrespect the vice captain again, you shall be punished with the task of scrubbing all the toilets aboard." At that moment, Chu Qingyun pushed aside the towering pile of bones, his ample belly swaying as he ambled over. Wiping the grease from the corner of his mouth with his sleeve, he expressed his dissatisfaction at still feeling hungry. "Sister Hongri, please instruct them to prepare more food. This colossal transport ship should not merely be used for storing worthless items. Also, inform the brothers to ready themselves. In half a month's time, we shall raid the Dragon Knight Corps." The crew gasped in astonishment. The Dragon Knight Corps was a formidable force, rivaling even the War God Hall. To suggest a raid was a reckless gamble, even for a first-rate pirate crew. Yet, Xiao Hongri clenched her fists, gritted her teeth, and chose to trust Chu Qingyun. She had an unwavering belief that this young lad would not let her down, and thus she resolved to stake her entire fortune on this venture. All members of the Spirit Hull Starship Treasure Raiders, heed the call. Support the vice captain with all your might. Should anyone disobey, they shall be cast out to feed the black hole. Understood. Faced with Xiao Hongri's audacious gamble, none dared to question her. In their hearts, they held profound admiration for this iron-willed female commander. Half a month later, the financial officer, a lanky monkey, tearfully approached Xiao Hongri, lamenting, "Big sister, it's over, we are finished. Our pirate crew has been utterly bankrupted by the vice captain. Decades of savings have been squandered." What? Xiao Hongri could no longer remain composed. The entire crew was devoid of funds, and the wealth she had painstakingly accumulated over the years had been entirely squandered by that boy. At that moment, her patience reached its limit. Just as she was about to confront Chu Qingyun in anger, he suddenly appeared before her, delivering a swift kick that sent the frail monkey flying, cursing, "You miser. Did I not merely spend a little money? Look at how stingy you are." After half a month of secluded research, Chu Qingyun had replaced his left arm with a prosthetic made from over 300 rare metals, a limb of immeasurable worth. Xiao Hongri, her expression fraught with concern, said, "Qingyun, spending some money is certainly not an issue, but this is my hard-earned savings accumulated over a lifetime." Without a word, Chu Qingyun scooped Xiao Hongri into a princess carry and strode toward the ship's control room. Blushing at his sudden display of affection, she stammered, "What are you doing?" With a mischievous grin, he replied, "I shall show you what a true first-rate pirate ought to be." As the core control room opened, Xiao Hongri was left astounded by the transformed space. Having witnessed the control rooms of various esteemed pirate crews, this one was unparalleled. With unwavering confidence, Chu Qingyun declared, "A pirate ship must be fast, spacious, and formidable. Hence I have modified it with a nanomolecular wormhole core, a negative ion energy shield, a turbo compression thruster, and a heavy particle cannon. To put it simply, if you were to sail this Black Pearl to the Federation headquarters and fire a shot, they would never catch you." Xiao Hongri's eyes widened in disbelief at Chu Qingyun's earnest demeanor. He was surely not jesting. If what he claimed was true, the expenditure was indeed worth it. Observing her astonishment, Chu Qingyun inquired, "Sister Hongri, how are the brothers preparing? I believe we can raid the Dragon Knight core tonight." Xiao Hongri's eyes widened even further. Panic in her voice, "You truly intend to do this? I thought you were joking." Chu Qingyun calculated his strategy. His reasoning for targeting the Dragon Knight core stemmed from the disdainful glances of their two guards. Moreover, with the undefeated Dragon Knight stationed at the Federation, the remaining 4 had been dispatched on missions, leaving only the less formidable Fire Knight and Thunder Knight stationed at the base. Such a golden opportunity was not to be missed. Xiao Hongri hesitated, pondering the audacity of provoking the Dragon Knight core, an action that even the evil spirit sect might hesitate to undertake. "However, I thought you were merely jesting. But if you are determined, then let us proceed." Boom! The sudden cannon fire shattered the tranquility of the Dragon Knight core. The Fire Knight, Jianghua, and the Thunder Knight, Kai Su, rushed out of their tents, alarmed by the news from a messenger. "Not good, sirs. A group calling themselves the Spirit Hall Starship Treasure Raiders has launched an unexpected attack on our base, shattering the outer level 14 soul-guiding defense shield with a single shot. And they are now bombarding the camp." The Fire Knight, Jianghua, cursed vehemently. "Which pirate crew dares to provoke the Dragon Knight core? I shall go meet them." In an instant, a magma dragon surged forth, transforming into a streak of red light, racing toward the battlefield. The Thunder Knight, equally hot-tempered, mounted his thunderstorm dragon and shot forward like a lightning bolt, cursing, "Old Jiang, you rascal. After all this time, you dare to seize my chance to strike." Boom! Before Kai Su could finish his sentence, Jianghua and the Inferno Dragon King, having already lunged ahead, were struck in the face by a heavy particle energy sphere. Observing his partner in distress, Kai Su dared not take the situation lightly. His 6 soul rings glimmered, and he conjured a lightning blade from the surrounding energy. Thunder. Flame burst. With a fierce roar, Kai Su unleashed several terrifyingly powerful lightning spheres that rapidly struck the Black Pearl under Chu Qingyun's command. Thick black smoke billowed, and Kai Su stood atop the lightning, wildly celebrating his anticipated victory. Boom! Within mere seconds, another heavy particle energy sphere struck, sending Kai Su crashing to the ground. Though the impact posed minimal harm to the two clad in forward battle armor, being publicly humiliated in front of their subordinates was a significant disgrace. At this moment, Chu Qingyun, sporting a playful mask, strode onto the ship's deck, mockingly taunting, "What is this? The esteemed Dragon Knight core displays such feeble abilities? Forgive my bluntness, but in my eyes, you are all nothing but trash." His words ignited the pride of every member of the Dragon Knight core, and they swiftly mounted their dragons, roaring as they charged toward Chu Qingyun. The two who had been knocked underground transformed into streaks of purple and red light, racing ahead to confront the Black Pearl once more. At this moment, Chu Qingyun waved his hand, and the Black Pearl swiftly turned its bow. The turbo-compressed thrusters at the stern erupted instantaneously. Standing on the deck, Chu Qingyun mischievously patted his backside, continuing to draw hate. As they watched the large contingent of troops depart, Xiao Hongri, Xiong Xiaobai, Bai Lin, Fatty, and the Slim Monkey stealthily entered the Dragon Knight core base, led by the treasure-hunting beast, embarking on a grand heist. Chapter 30, The Interstellar Pirate Carnival. Under the playful antics of the racing king, Chu Qingyun, 2 Dragon Knights returned to their base, covered in dust and humiliation. only to find the Dragon Knight core stronghold ransacked, resembling a desolate ruin. Jianghua and Kai Ursa were fuming with rage. Who is it? Which scoundrel dares to toy with us like this? Their embarrassment deepened as they beheld the large red-painted words in the command center. Soul Hall Interstellar Treasure Stealing Team. Here to visit, leaving a memento. With the astonishing treasure-hunting beast in their midst, how could they possibly return empty-handed? At that moment, a trembling guard came forth to report, "My lord, I've just assessed the losses and our Dragon Knight core has suffered tremendously. Various rare metals, soul-guided weapons, high-grade medicinal materials, and even our backup rations have all been looted, with losses amounting to over 10 billion gold soul coins." Jianghua's blood pressure soared. Stealing weapons and treasures is understandable. But to rob us of our food supplies as well, what kind of madness is this? Beside him, Kyrus sighed and calmly analyzed. Clearly, the enemy was well prepared. We've fallen for their ploy to draw us away. Now we must think of how to contain this news to avoid further embarrassment. Contain? Jianghua retorted sharply. Even if we manage to keep the news under wraps, won't those pirates just spread rumors? Damn it, we were made fools of last night. And now our home has been robbed. When the boss returns, who knows how he will berate us for our incompetence, if I ever catch that little scoundrel. As he spoke, Jianghua clenched his fists, his face flushed with anger. Meanwhile, aboard the Black Pearl, everyone was gathered in celebration, reveling in the success of their operation. Fatty and Slim Monkey rushed forward, eager to toast Chu Qingyun. "Brother Yun, we were previously short-sighted, failing to recognize your prowess. This operation represents a significant portion of our life's efforts, and we've made quite a name for ourselves. Now, who would dare to underestimate our Soul Hall Interstellar Treasure Stealing Team?" Chu Qingyun swirled the red wine in his glass, a knowing smile gracing his lips. "These rare metals we've acquired would be wasted if sold. Why not hand them all over to me?" In order to realize his ambitions, these precious metals were indispensable, and he needed to gather resources by any means necessary. After witnessing Chu Qingyun's capabilities, none dared to voice dissent. They quickly nodded in agreement with his request. At that moment, Xiao Hongri approached with a rosy complexion, expressing concern. "Brother Qingyun, what are your plans for the next step?" Chu Qingyun took the megaphone and explained, "We have undoubtedly slapped the Dragon Knight core in the face, and they will surely seek revenge. Unable to find us, they will redirect their fury onto the unfortunate souls at the Interstellar Pirate Carnival a month from now. At that time, I will strike at the opportune moment, using the Dragon Knight core to unify the pirates and establish the largest interstellar treasure alliance." The crowd erupted in cheers. Chu Qingyun's scheme was indeed flawless. However, Xiong Xiaobai and Bai Lin pulled him aside, their faces etched with concern. "Brother Yun, are you really prepared to sink to the level of these pirates and engage in such morally reprehensible deeds?" With a mischievous smile, Chu Qingyun produced a small black pill. "I've already warned them not to commit arson, murder, or robbery, nor to bully the weak, and I made them swear on the spot, forcing them to consume this. If they violate the rules, they will turn to pus on the spot." Upon hearing such ruthless intentions from Chu Qingyun, the two exchanged glances, Bai Lin exclaiming, "You are even more vicious than the pirates." Indeed, facing their disdain, Chu Qingyun shrugged, closing his eyes in resignation. The Pope Beitang Linya had unknowingly implanted a deadly poison within him, leaving his life precariously in her hands. In light of this situation, he would inevitably have to confront the evil spirit cult. Thus, he must continually amass his own power to have leverage when facing them in the future. At this moment, Chu Qingyun slowly closed his eyes, stepping into his mental space, where he approached Elder E with respect. "Daddy, the Dragon Knight core will undoubtedly mobilize heavy forces at the Interstellar Pirate Carnival after their defeat. Our current soul-guided devices will not suffice against them, so I seek your assistance." Instantly, a fragment of memory entered Elder Yi's mind, consisting of pieces from Chu Qingyun's past life, leaving Elder E astonished. "Young lad, what an ambitious plan." A smile crept onto Chu Qingyun's face as he contemplated. In his previous life, he was not only a mechanic but also an alchemist, mastering the art of poison among other disciplines. This time, the grand gift he prepared for the Dragon Knight core would be his alchemical prowess from that world. Meanwhile, the undefeated Dragon Knight Su Jie was seething in his office, pointing an accusatory finger at Jianghua and Kai Ursa. "You two useless fools, always so arrogant. And now look at this. I took a brief trip to the Federation, and our home was robbed, and the Dying Star Core is gone too. Do you realize the gravity of the disaster you've caused? The Dying Star Core was the heart of a dying planet, containing horrific dark energy. If processed, it could undoubtedly become a weapon capable of destroying a quarter of a planet." As Su Jie raged, Jiang Hua stood awkwardly, muttering under his breath. If it weren't for those scoundrels' weapons being so sinister, I wouldn't have been provoked. Bang! Enraged, Su Jia slammed his palm down on the desk, shattering it to splinters. He stormed over, pointing at Jiang Hua's head, berating him. You fool. If you weren't so belligerent, would you have been so easily duped and made a fool of? Jiang Hua and Kairsa stood there, berated mercilessly, while the other 4 Dragon Knights nearby wore expressions of schadenfreude, making the two feel increasingly uncomfortable. Su Jia, in his fury, shifted his ire to the 4 bystanders, coldly declaring, I know you 4 are reveling in this misfortune. Do you think this is something to be proud of? The 4 hastily shook their heads in denial. Su Jia continued his tirade. As the top 10 Dragon Knights, do not forget the knightly principles you are sworn to uphold, nor the honor that comes with being a knight. In 3 days, all interstellar pirate teams will gather at the Black Triangle for the Pirate Carnival. The Soul Hall treasure-stealing team is highly likely to appear, and this is your chance to redeem your honor. You 6 will lead your respective Dragon Knight Corps to this event. You must not fail again. Bang! The 6 Dragon Knights clenched their right fists, resolutely striking their left chests, then knelt on one knee, performing a standard knightly salute. 3 days hence, the Pirate Carnival shall commence in the fabled cosmic junkyard, cradled within the embrace of 3 formidable black holes. The vicinity, replete with a myriad of celestial debris, is a haven deemed impenetrable by the Federation and other powers, thus rendering it a sanctuary for the nefarious interstellar pirates who gather annually to revel in debauchery. The assembled pirates are categorized into 6 primary factions: the Wanderers, the Bones, the Ghosts, the Vultures, the Orcs, and the Unvanquished of Stars. Additionally, there are approximately 20 secondary pirate crews and hundreds of tertiary factions gathering in this treacherous triangle, numbering no fewer than 100,000 souls. As the revelers clink their goblets and engage in spirited discussions of their annual exploits and treasures, Bones boasts, last month, we intercepted a commercial transport vessel belonging to the Federation, and the bounty aboard was simply magnificent. Ghost retorts, what you claim is trivial. Not long ago, we were tasked with intercepting the little princess of Tianluo Star, and the inept Federation could not even lay a finger on us. The old king of Tianluo was left green with rage, ultimately compelled to pay a ransom. Ha ha ha. Just then, Wanderers recalls an alarming incident. Have you heard? Recently, a treasure-hunting band from the Hall of Martial Souls brazenly assaulted the Dragon Knight stronghold, absconding with their treasures without leaving a trace. Ha ha ha. The gathering scoffs at the mention of the Hall of Martial Souls, noting that their origins lie in a third-rate pirate crew led by the level 91 control-type Soulmaster, Xiao Hongri, who possesses neither the means nor the courage to confront the Dragon Knights. Should she dare to provoke them, we would gladly call her grandmother. Ha ha ha. Suddenly, amidst their raucous laughter, a thunderous explosion jolts the assembly from their revelry. Thousands of Dragon Knights, mounted upon their draconic steeds, traverse the vicinity of the pirate vessels, unleashing terrifying dragon flames upon the ships, igniting a series of catastrophic explosions. The Dragon Knight's unexpected assault catches the pirates off guard, leading some factions to retaliate while others flee in sheer panic. The mobility of the Dragon Knights, coupled with the chaos of the surrounding debris, swiftly turns the tide against the pirates, with some unfortunate souls colliding with space refuse, losing power and falling prey to ambushes. In the midst of the turmoil, the Vulture leader, Yuan Ji, regains his composure and hastily organizes a structured resistance among the pirates. Yet, the Dragon Knights arrive fully prepared, and with their agility, the pirates find themselves thoroughly subdued. A voice resonates from the encircling Dragon Knights, declaring, Hall of Martial Souls treasure hunters, surrender at once. You are surrounded. The bewildered pirates soon realize that the Dragon Knights are not targeting them, but are instead seeking vengeance upon the Hall of Martial Souls, who have not even graced the event with their presence. Thus, these unfortunate pirates must bear the brunt of the Dragon Knight's wrath. As the casualties among the pirates approach 1/3, despair reigns. Some curse the Hall of Martial Souls, while others kneel in fervent prayer for a miracle. At that moment, a voice envelopes both the Dragon Knights and the pirates. Dragon Knights, you are now encircled by the Hall of Martial Souls treasure hunters. Surrender your weapons or face annihilation. The atmosphere erupts in disbelief. The audacity of the Hall of Martial Souls to counter-surround the Dragon Knights is nothing short of astonishing. The 6 Dragon Lords, perplexed, survey their surroundings but find no sign of their adversaries. Anger flares as they exclaim, Foolish children, dare you reveal yourselves? Hiding in the shadows and playing tricks is no true skill. At that instant, the hull of Marshal Soul's flagship, the Black Pearl, tears through the fabric of space, materializing behind the Dragon Knights. Clad in a black robe and donning a tongue-out white mask, Chu Qingyun stands on the ship's deck, radiating an ethereal glow, Ilex control, and exuding an air of superiority. Upon witnessing this infuriating figure, Jiang Hua and Kai Ursha seethed with rage, simultaneously declaring, "You wretched scoundrel. Earlier, you toyed with us at the base, employing the tactic of drawing us away while you stealthily infiltrated and plundered our resources. Today, we shall ensure you pay for your transgressions." In an instant, the 6 Dragon Lords and their draconic mounts transform into streaks of radiant light, charging fiercely toward Chu Qingyun. However, with a disdainful snort, Chu Qingyun stands unfazed, his own energy intertwining seamlessly with the radiant hues of gray, white, and gold behind him, akin to a divine manifestation. He extends his right hand, cradling a small orb of gold and black, a core forged from a dying star. "Behold the might of the highest alchemical arts," he proclaims. "Go forth and create worlds anew." In a flash, the orb emits a blinding golden light. The 6 Dragon Lords, sensing the overwhelming energy within, swiftly redirect their trajectories and unleash their respective dragon flames upon the orb, attempting to neutralize this latent threat. Yet, the infusion of 6 elemental flames only intensifies the orb's brilliance, causing the surrounding 3 colossal black holes to converge upon it like magnets. Standing upon the deck, Chu Qingyun laughs heartily. "Thank you, esteemed Dragon Lords, for your generous energy contributions." Ha ha ha. Upon hearing this, the Dragon Lords' eyes widen in horror, realizing that their cautiousness has inadvertently empowered their foe. Before they can react, a suffocating sensation grips them, a feeling mirrored by the Dragon Knights and pirates alike, growing stronger with each passing moment. As they gaze at the unperturbed Chu Qingyun, the realization of his cunning dawns upon them. The 6 Dragon Lords, now drenched in cold sweat, recognize that this is no mere alchemical experiment. Rather, Chu Qingyun is harnessing the laws of the 3 black holes and the dark energy of the dying star core to forge an entirely new dimensional realm. Understanding the peril of their situation, the Dragon Lords instruct their subordinates. All forces retreat immediately in the face of this dimensional amalgamation. They are uncertain of how the Hall of Martial Souls has managed to subvert the conflicting laws. Remaining in this state would leave them bereft of the strength to escape, rendering them mere prey to their adversaries. With resentment in their eyes, the Dragon Lords brush past Chu Qingyun standing aboard the Black Pearl, refraining from launching an attack. Leaving behind a vow, "Young one, we 6 shall stake our honor as knights on the promise to bring you to justice." As the Dragon Knights gradually retreat, a smile graces Chu Qingyun's lips. Every action taken today has been meticulously orchestrated within his grand design. Observing the emergence of a new triangular dimension, he reveals a satisfied grin. This represents the pinnacle of the alchemical mastery he had aspired to in his past life. Fortuitously, with Ilex's assistance in this life, he has finally resolved the conundrum of dimensional law rejection, and the newly birthed realm before him is a testament to his creation. At this moment, the despairing pirates in the distance fell to their knees, fervently pleading for assistance. Observing this scene, Chu Qingyun turned to the figure behind him, Xiao Hongri, and declared, "Sister Hongri, we may commence the next phase." Draped in a white cloak and clad in a form-fitting black leather suit, Xiao Hongri ascended to the deck of the spaceship and spoke with an air of authority. "I apologize, esteemed colleagues, but from this day forth, all pirate factions shall fall under the auspices of our Wuhuan Temple's treasure-hunting division, unifying into a grand interstellar treasure fleet. Those who acquiesce may approach us to receive pills that will help them adapt to the new regulations." In an instant, all the pirate factions surged forward, eagerly vying to obtain the pills. Once ingested, the suffocating sensation dissipated, along with their previous loyalty. Li Tu, the leader of the Vulture Pirates, was the first to voice his dissent, exclaiming, "Damn it! You Wuhuan Temple treasure hunters are truly unscrupulous. You provoke the Dragon Knights, and then expect us to take the blame. Now you dare to seize our opportunity amidst the chaos. I tell you, the Vulture Pirates will never recognize this woman as our superior." Bang! With a mere thought, Chu Qingyun detonated Li Tu's head, transforming it into a dazzling display of fireworks. The others, who had also contemplated rebellion, swallowed hard upon witnessing the splatter of blood. Immediately kneeling before Xiao Hongri, trembling in fear. Feigning regret, Chu Qingyun remarked, "Oh, I forgot to mention, the antidote contained a considerable amount of poison and mental restraints. So, I advise you all to be cautious with your words henceforth. Should you unwittingly utter a misstep, the next explosion could very well be yours. Gulp. The pirates anxiously swallowed, realizing the ruthlessness of the situation. A single miscommunication could lead to their demise. At this point, Xiao Hongri coldly instructed, since everyone is now aware of the circumstances, kindly sit quietly and allow the fatty and the slim monkey to elucidate the rules of the treasure-hunting division. The pirates, with their hands clasped behind their backs, resembled obedient children as they listened to the animated presentation by the fatty and the slim monkey. Moments later, as the duo finished their explanation, Huang Hu, the half-orc leader of the Beastmen pirates, timidly raised his hand and mustered the courage to ask, "Great leader, how are we to survive if we do not rob?" At this, Chu Qingyun stepped forward, placing a reassuring hand on his shoulder. "Excellent question. Allow me to address your concern. You pirates need not resort to plundering. Instead, you can organize teams to seek rare minerals scattered across various planets, process the extracted metals, and sell them. Furthermore, with the new dimensional laws in place, only we shall have access. We can establish our own empire within the Devil-esque Triangle, while outside we can create the largest trade zone in the galaxy. Should any Federation dare to attack, you can swiftly retreat into the dimensional realm, leaving them empty-handed." Chu Qingyun's ingenious proposal left the crowd astounded. At that moment, the Vulture's vice-captain, a bald man, boldly raised his hand and said, "Boss, we appreciate your suggestion, but most of us pirates, aside from skeletons, are utterly clueless about machinery." The pirates nodded in agreement, and witnessing the Vulture pirates' collective ignorance, Chu Qingyun could no longer contain his amusement and exclaimed, "Fear not. I shall impart to you the ancient art of alchemy, and even if you cannot forge, you will still be able to refine divine-level metals. As for those who cannot grasp it, they may be assigned to execute external tasks." At that moment, Chu Qingyun removed his comical mask, and the ever-inquisitive wanderer Lu Qing raised his hand, incredulity written all over his face. "You are the one who single-handedly resolved the crisis on Elven Star and thwarted the Dark Spirit sect's conspiracy, aren't you?" Chu Qingyun? Feeling somewhat embarrassed, Chu Qingyun nodded. Originally aiming for discretion, he decided to be forthright upon witnessing the astonished expressions around him. "Well, since you've recognized me, I shall be candid. Indeed, I am one of the 7 monsters of Shrek, the disciple of the god of battle, Ao Tan." Chu Qingyun. Xiao Hongri's eyes widened in disbelief. She had assumed he was merely a seasoned anomaly, unaware of the depth of his background. At that moment, the pirates before them suddenly knelt in reverence, declaring, "Wanderer Lu Qing, Skeleton Smith, Vulture Yuan Dan, Beastman Huang Hu, Phantom Go Shadow, the eternal unconquered star, Xiao Hongri pledges allegiance to Chu Qingyun, unifying and merging all factions to become a part of the Wuhuan Temple's interstellar treasure division, vowing eternal loyalty." Overwhelmed by their sincerity, Chu Qingyun responded passionately, "Very well. From today forward, the Wanderers shall be the Information Technology Department, the Beastmen and Phantom Star Combat Department, the Skeletons will form the Core Technology Research Department, and the Eternal Unconquered shall handle combat support and operations, all overseen by Sister Hongri. Thus, the organization shall henceforth be known as the Wuhuan Temple." The once mighty Wuhuan Temple, which had reigned 6 million years ago, was reborn today. The hearts of those present surged with excitement, aligning with such a remarkable individual promised unimaginable elevation in their status. At this moment, Bai Lin nudged Xiong Xiaobai, questioning, "Are you truly from Shrek Academy? Doesn't he appear to be a mere cult leader? Does he?" Observing Chu Qingyun's flamboyant demeanor in the foreground, Xiong Xiaobai awkwardly explained, "Whether I am from Shrek Academy is debatable, but Brother Yun indeed hails from Shrek Academy." Boom! Suddenly, a colossal figure roared behind Chu Qingyun. "That insufferable fellow dares to bellow on my turf." Before he could finish, the Dreadlord Satan's eyes widened in shock, momentarily frozen in place. Chu Qingyun, with a wicked smile, coldly remarked, "What a coincidence. Little Satan, you've come knocking at my door. Let us settle the score for the Elven Star incident." In an instant, Chu Qingyun radiated a triadic glow of gray, white, and gold, and the crystal skull staff materialized, hovering as if a deity had descended. The menacing presence of Satan and his cohorts, the Mountain King of Corpses, the Bloodwing Bone Dragon King, the Headless Night King, and the Hellhound, immediately recoiled, trembling in fear atop a desolate mountain. Witnessing the once mighty undead beings cowering in the corner, the pirates cast admiring glances at Chu Qingyun. In truth, the energy of the Elder had long since waned from its initial potency. Now, Chu Qingyun merely exploited the dread instilled by the undead to project an image of ferocity. As Chu Qingyun approached, Satan, filled with trepidation, nearly wept, discarding all pride as he fell to his knees before Chu Qingyun, pleading, "Please spare us. We were misled by the Dark Spirit sect into attacking Elven Star." Since fleeing Elven Star, severely wounded, Satan had hidden within a black hole in the Black Triangle, nursing his injuries in secrecy. Yet, within a mere month, this nemesis had arrived uninvited, brandishing a weapon before him. It was a torment beyond measure, observing the 5 undead beings before him. Chu Qingyun's eyes gleamed with a predatory glint as he licked his lips. Ah, the core of a top-tier undead being. How tantalizingly tempting. At that moment, the voice of Elder E resounded. "Young one, do not be too hasty in slaying them. I possess a method to transform them into your summoned beasts." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun stroked his chin thoughtfully, his gaze unwittingly drifting towards the side where Bear Xiaobai stood. These undead creatures were indirectly responsible for Bear Xiaobai's demise. If he were to let them go unpunished, it would be unthinkable. Bear Xiaobai, understanding Chu Qingyun's silent inquiry, sighed and smiled. "Brother Yun, my family perished while defending the honor of the Icefield Snow Bears. Moreover, my vengeance was already exacted back on the Elven Star. As for their fate, Brother Yun, I leave that to your discretion." Observing Bear Xiaobai's magnanimity, the myriad undead creatures cast grateful glances, while Chu Qingyun's expression darkened as he continued to threaten. "My brother may have spared you, but that does not mean I will do the same. If you wish to survive, surrender your powers to me." Witnessing Chu Qingyun's fierce demeanor, even Satan was nearly brought to tears, pondering who the true demon was. His ruthlessness was quite alarming. However, given that he was inherently restrained by such undead beings, Satan reluctantly acquiesced. "My lord, you may do as you please. Just release that divine power from your body." Chu Qingyun, with a mischievous grin, closed his eyes, and suddenly a hoarse voice echoed, "Offer a portion of your soul's flame." As his spiritual core manifested at his brow, soul rings adorned with circles of Sanskrit enveloped it, instantly drawing the soul flames of the undead creatures into his core. A wave of terrifying death energy surged into Chu Qingyun's soul space, an overwhelming sense of suffocation causing him to lose consciousness and collapse to the ground. Within the mental realm, Elder E floated in the air, observing as Chu Qingyun's soul core fused with the soul flames of the undead beings, while reminding him, "Do not resist. Endeavor to refine this death energy." Chu Qingyun, adhering to Elder Yi's guidance, ceased his struggle against the horrifying death energy, sitting cross-legged and allowing it to cleanse his soul. Outside, onlookers were alarmed to see a layer of frost forming around Chu Qingyun's body, emanating an aura of dread. The pirates whispered among themselves in confusion, wondering if their leader might inadvertently bring about his own demise. Meanwhile, the undead creatures were keenly aware of Chu Qingyun's intentions. He sought to transcend the realms of life and death with a living body, forging a path to contract and summon them from the netherworld. Suddenly, Chu Qingyun abruptly opened his eyes, his golden irises shifting into silver, and his formerly short hair cascading down to his waist, transforming into a cascade of silvery white locks. Undead Summoner, ruler of the undead. As he stood atop a stone, striking an ostentatious pose, the bewildered audience below felt a wave of embarrassment wash over them. At that moment, Elder E could no longer bear to watch. Covering his face with his hand and turning away, he spoke in a low voice. "Enough. What exactly are you attempting to accomplish?" Chu Qingyun, perplexed, inquired. I merely wish to test the summoning effect of my fourth martial soul, the Lord of the Silver Moon, but why has nothing manifested?" Elder E sighed, expressing his exasperation. "Because Satan and those undead creatures are already in your proximity. The summoning distance is too close for it to be effective. Furthermore, summoned beings do not retain their original power level, but are instead determined by the strength of the summoner. And for heaven's sake, cease that embarrassing display. My dignity is nearly as compromised as yours." Realizing the peculiar gazes from those around him, Chu Qingyun felt an acute sense of embarrassment, yearning for a fissure in the ground to swallow him whole. It was indeed a scene of social death. 3 months later, the affairs of the Spirit Hall had settled into a routine. As he gazed upon the majestic palace and royal city before him, Chu Qingyun felt a profound sense of relief. Observing the flourishing Spirit Hall, Balan and Bear Xiaobai exchanged anxious glances, voicing their concerns. "Do you think that establishing such a large-scale force poses a significant danger to this world?" Presently, the Spirit Hall boasted 3 titled Douluos, 2 super Douluos, 5 sets of 4-character battle armor, 3 crimson mechas, alongside 5 divine undead beings and an undead army, which undoubtedly constituted a formidable threat to the Federation. Chu Qingyun sighed resolutely, declaring, "Under my stewardship, the Spirit Hall shall never become a weapon that threatens the common people. I vow this with my life." Inspired by his unwavering determination, the two placed their trust in his oath. At that moment, Chu Qingyun addressed Balan. "Little one, although we've delayed for several months, it is time to send you home. Let us depart for the Dragon God Temple." Chapter 32, titled Douluo of the Celestial Realm. After bidding farewell to the members of the Spirit Hall, Chu Qingyun discreetly set off with Balan and Bear Xiaobai, piloting a small spacecraft back to the Heavenly Dragon Star. This time, guided by the treasure-seeking beast's precise directions, the trio landed accurately on a plane before the territory of the Wanlong clan. Greeted by the chubby treasure-seeking beast squeaks of humph, humph, a sly smile crept across Chu Qingyun's face as he remarked, "You little rascal, with your humph, humph sounds. I shall henceforth call you Suumph." The duo and the pig stared at him in confusion, questioning, "Why call it Suumph?" Chu Qingyun replied proudly, "Because it has a brother named Su Sansuan, haha, achoo." Far away in an unknown star system, engulfed in the inferno of hell, Su Sansuan suddenly sneezed, perplexed as he rubbed his nose and muttered, "Strange, it's so cold here, why do I feel a chill? Could it be that someone is thinking of me?" Observing Su Sansuan's self-assured demeanor, Ma Hongjun shook his head in disbelief, realizing this fellow was even more shameless than he had been in his youth. At that moment, following Balan's guidance, Chu Qingyun arrived at a place known as the 100 Dragon Garden, comprised of countless intricately carved stone sculptures. As he examined the diverse statues, a frown creased his brow. These seemingly innocuous sculptures, when placed together, appeared to form a formidable compression array. Just then, a slender wooden stick was abruptly thrust against Chu Qingyun's throat. As a bearded man with a lazy demeanor declared, "This is the forbidden ground of the Dragon Clan. No trespassers are permitted." Ah! Infuriated by the audacity of the man, Chu Qingyun rolled up his sleeves, adopting a defiant posture as he retorted, "Do you know who I am? Allow me to tell you, I am Bang." Before he could finish his sentence, the man lightly tapped his wooden stick against Chu Qingyun's chest, sending him hurtling backwards several hundred meters. Witnessing this unexpected turn of events, Bear Xiaobai's eyes widened in disbelief, realizing that the man had not even utilized his soul power. The man then stood, took a swig from his wine flask, and coldly stated, "I shall say this only once. Leave the forbidden ground of the Dragon Clan, or face death." Balan hurriedly shook the man's arm, pleading, "Uncle Qiqian, they are my friends. If not for their help, I wouldn't know where I would be. Please, allow them to enter." Before the uncle could refuse, Chu Qingyun, still disheveled from his fall, wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth and glared with murderous intent. "Damn it, I despise those who dare to flaunt their superiority before me. Today, I will show you just what I am capable of." In an instant, a spectral figure of Silver Sister materialized behind Chu Qingyun, accompanied by 4 soul rings, 2 black gold and 2 blue gold. Grasping the sharp blue-silver Emperor Spear, he charged forward fiercely. Second soul skill, blue-silver prison killing array. Countless sharp blue-silver Emperor vines erupted from the ground, lunging towards the Elder. The Elder merely smirked, tapping his wooden staff against the earth, propelling himself into the air, narrowly evading the lethal vines. Observing the Elder hovering above, a wicked smile crept onto Chu Qingyun's face. Subsequently, the 3rd and 4th soul rings illuminated in succession. 3rd soul skill, Sky Treading. 4th soul skill, Earth Shattering. In a flash, wielding the blue-silver Emperor Spear, Chu Qingyun appeared above the Elder. Sensing the impending danger, the Elder swiftly raised his staff overhead, yet the earth-shattering force emanating from Chu Qingyun, derived from the Millennium-old Sea Dragon Soul Ring, overwhelmed him, driving him into the ground. As the Elder plummeted from the air, he caught sight of the sharp blue-silver grass below. A glint of cold light flickered in his eyes as he infused his left foot with robust soul power, shattering the blue-silver grass and the ground beneath it effortlessly. Realizing that the Elder could easily neutralize his assault with mere soul power, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of trepidation, acknowledging the formidable strength of his adversary. At this moment, Xiong Xiaobai, no longer a mere spectator, summoned a colossal ice hammer, revealing 5 soul rings, 4 black and 1 red. The 5th soul ring integrated seamlessly into the massive ice hammer. 5th soul skill, Ghost Bear Roar. 4 rings combined. Blue-silver Emperor's breaking army doubled. 5th soul skill, Tyrant's Earth Cleaving Slash. Together, Xiong Xiaobai and Chu Qingyun coordinated their attacks, one from the left and one from above, targeting the elder. Suddenly, a flash of realization crossed the elder's face as his staff traced a swift arc. First soul skill, breaking sky's bright moon. In an instant, the staff transformed into a crescent moon, sending Xiong Xiaobai hurtling hundreds of meters away. After launching Xiong Xiaobai, the assault of the staff showed no signs of abating. As the staff shadow rushed toward him, Chu Qingyun hastily activated his domain. Reincarnation domain, activate. A layer of golden light enveloped the two, and Chu Qingyun's strike collided with the elder's staff. In a split second, Chu Qingyun was also sent flying while the mysterious elder staggered back a step. Both men lay on the ground, gasping for breath, and coughed up blood. It became evident that their combined strength was no match for even a single attack from the elder, although they were unaware of the extent of his power. The methodical precision of his strikes was utterly terrifying. The elder stood with his staff propped behind him, his expression dark as he approached the fallen Chu Qingyun, seemingly preparing to deliver the final blow. Roar! At that moment, Bai Lin unleashed a furious roar, transforming into a pristine white dragon that instantly positioned itself before Chu Qingyun. With her dragon eyes gleaming, an overwhelming aura emanated from her, instilling reverence in all who beheld it. Uncle Chi Tian, please spare them. They are my friends and truly are not bad people. The elder lifted his gaze, remaining silent as he scrutinized Bai Lin. In an instant, she shivered and found herself involuntarily shifting aside. The elder continued his advance towards Chu Qingyun, overwhelmed by the oppressive force exuding from the elder, found himself immobilized. In his spiritual realm, Master Mu urgently urged, "Kid, quickly relinquish control of your body to me. You're no match for him." In that instant, Chu Qingyun's pupils shifted to a mysterious gold, and his aura transformed into something terrifying. Suddenly, the elder extended his left hand and lifted Chu Qingyun effortlessly. He handed over a flask from his waist, mocking, "So, even you have your moments of weakness. How refreshing." Huh? Chu Qingyun, bewildered, gazed at the elder, whose tone resembled that of a long-lost friend. Tentatively, he inquired, "Do we know each other?" The elder sighed, tilting his head to gaze at the sky at a 45-degree angle, enigmatically stating, "You do not know me now, but in the future, you shall be my friend." Upon hearing the elder's cryptic words, Chu Qingyun found himself even more perplexed. It felt as if the elder had spoken in riddles, leaving him in a state of confusion. At this juncture, Bai Lin reverted to her human form and assisted Xiong Xiaobai, introducing them. "This is the Federated Recognized Top Powerhouse, Chi Tian Doa Sun Chi Tian, known as the foremost figure beneath the divine, who pledges allegiance to no faction, solely serving to guard the Dragon God Hall." Chu Qingyun, bewildered, asked, "Such a formidable being, why would he protect the Dragon God Hall?" Bai Lin, suddenly animated, excitedly explained, "Uncle Chi Tian fell in love with the previous generation's Dragon King, Princess Bai Long of our Dragon God Hall, but the Dragon Clan vehemently opposed their union. If we, the Dragon God Hall, were to leave our territory, our energy would dissipate." Resenting the clan's rules, Uncle Chi Tian and Princess Bai Long eloped under the cover of night. However, after leaving the territory, her identity was exposed, attracting countless greedy humans who sought to hunt her down. At this point, Bai Lin glanced timidly at Uncle Chi Tian, knowing it was inappropriate to bring up painful memories in front of him. Sun Chi Tian looked at the hopeful faces of the three and sighed, recalling with sorrow, "In my early years, I fought hundreds of battles, but won none. Yet, I found happiness in her company. After her departure, though I became invincible in the world, my heart was lost. I guard this place merely out of guilt for her." Chu Qingyun understood that Sun Chi Tian now resembled a living dead man, merely a shell of his former self, standing vigil in memory of his departed love. "Friends from afar, please come in." Upon hearing this familiar voice, Bai Lin, who had been tearful, was suddenly startled into silence. Sun Chi Tian patted Chu Qingyun on the shoulder, saying, "Go on, the Grand Elder invites you in. You shall not be met with hostility." Chu Qingyun turned to Sun Chi Tian, confused, "Aren't you coming in with us?" Sun Chi Tian shook his head helplessly. "I am a sinner of the Dragon God Hall. I am unworthy to enter." Chu Qingyun sighed, realizing that even a top-tier powerhouse like him was hindered by his own inner demons. Upon entering the Dragon God Hall, Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai gazed in awe at the various murals adorning the walls. Bai Lin excitedly pointed out, "These records depict the myriad races of the Dragon Clan: fish dragons, flood dragons, flying dragons, tyrant dragons, and triceratops dragons. You can study them well to seek the recognition of the ancestral spirits of those races." Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai were mesmerized by the dazzling murals, only to suddenly collide with something ahead. They turned to see, within the vast cavern, a multitude of majestic and imposing dragons. Gazing upon the dragon-headed fish fin, the colossal fish dragon king, they stumbled back in shock. Before them, the fish dragon king transformed into an elderly figure with long white hair and a beard. Wielding a dragon-headed staff, he kindly stroked Bai Lin's head, who trembled in fear. The elder leaned toward Chu Qingyun, his magnetic voice resonating. You possess the power of our kin. Chu Qingyun's heart raced with anxiety. Could he have discovered the secret behind his blue-silver Emperor Soul Ring and the Sea Dragon? In the forbidden domain of the Dragon Clan, slaying one's own kin is indeed a grave offense. Ahem. The Grand Elder, observing Chu Qingyun's flustered expression, hastily reminded him, I speak not of that vile flood dragon, whose demise is richly deserved, but rather of the 2 dragon eggs you pilfered from the valley of 10,000 dragons. Ah! Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai awkwardly produced the 2 dragon eggs they had carefully tucked away in their soul-guiding storage rings, cautiously presenting them to the Grand Elder. For these were the rightful treasures of the Dragon Clan, and being caught red-handed was undeniably awkward. However, to their astonishment, the Grand Elder pushed the eggs back, refusing to accept them. I understand your intentions. You seek these dragon eggs to gain entry into the Dragon God Tomb and seek the strength of our esteemed ancestors. Keep them for now. You will find use for them once you enter the tomb. Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai exchanged incredulous glances at the Grand Elder before them, who appeared far less rigid and troublesome than Bai Lin had described. Was this individual truly as difficult as she had depicted? The Grand Elder cheerfully continued, You may wonder how I came to know of your affairs. It was foretold by the high priest of our clan that a young white dragon would return with a human and a spirit beast. These 2 shall be the hope for our salvation. Feeling the weight of the hopeful gazes directed at him, Chu Qingyun felt a chill run down his spine and hastily inquired, where is this high priest? Surely there must be some mistake. I am but a mere 5-ring soul king. He had no desire to be thrust into the role of savior, and to be deemed the one to rescue the Dragon Clan based solely on prophecy seemed utterly absurd. The Grand Elder, unwavering in his belief, urged Chu Qingyun deeper into the cave, stating as they walked, The High Priest ascended to the heavens not long ago. If you wish to inquire further about the matter, seek answers within the Dragon God Tomb. With that, the Grand Elder gave each of them a firm kick, sending them tumbling into the Dragon God Tomb, promptly sealing the heavy tomb door behind them. Confused, Chu Qingyun turned to Bai Lin and asked, Is this the Grand Elder you spoke of? He seems rather dim-witted. Bai Lin sighed, equally perplexed. How would I know what madness has seized him today? The Dragon God Tomb is typically off-limits, yet he has willingly sent us inside. He didn't even mention my escapade with the 100 Dragons Festival Soul Pearl. This is all too peculiar. Xiong Xiaobai, trembling in fear as he gazed into the ominous tomb passage, stuttered, Could it be that something has possessed him? Chu Qingyun let deeply. Perhaps the Grand Elder is simply experiencing a change of temperament. Since we are here, let us prepare to explore this tomb. Meanwhile, the Grand Elder ambled over to Sun Qitian, remarking, Qitian, I believe that young human possesses great potential. Why not consider arranging for him to marry Bai Lin? Sun Qitian's eyes widened in disbelief as he vehemently protested, Absolutely not. I have befriended that lad. How could I allow him to wed my precious daughter? Chapter 33. The Tomb of the Dragons, as the Dragon God Tomb, lies directly beneath the Dragon God Hall. Its potent magnetic field rendered all advanced electronic detection devices ineffective. Within the tomb, the terrifying aura of the Dragon Clan caused Su Hongqi to tremble in Bai Lin's embrace. Chu Qingyun sighed in exasperation. Alas, all our detection equipment has failed, and with you, a complete navigator, leading us through this intricate labyrinth, we have yet to even locate the entrance. Bai Lin, hands on her hips, retorted angrily, You are the one who is directionally challenged. The magnetic field within the tomb is unique, continuously altering the terrain. If we can discern its patterns, we will find the burial chamber. Last time, it took me half a year to find the exit, and we are making much better progress today. Half a year, they both exclaimed in unison. The thought of being trapped in such a dull place for that long was enough to drive them mad. Thus, Chu Qingyun summoned the external soul bone bestowed by Xiong, the tyrant's claw, while Xiong Xiaobai readied a massive ice hammer, preparing to break through walls. Seeing this, Bai Lin quickly restrained both of them, firmly declaring no. The Dragon God Tomb is the resting place of the noble souls of ancient dragons and the consciousness of the Dragon God. To destroy this tomb would be a profound disrespect to the Dragon God. The Dragon God? Chu Qingyun shrugged off Bai Lin's grasp, boldly stating, I've seen the dragon god launch on you before. If he were to emerge, it would save us a great deal of trouble. With that, Chu Qingyun raised his clawed hand, preparing to breach the wall. Boom! Crack! Oh! The sharp tyrant's claw sliced through the nearly 20-meter-thick stone wall as effortlessly as cutting tofu, reducing it to rubble. However, misfortune befell Xiao. As the stone tiles beneath his feet suddenly gave way, and with a scream, he plummeted into a hidden trap. At that moment, Chu Qingyun, awestruck by the power of the external soul bone in his hand, was about to boast to Bai Lin when he suddenly noticed the absence of one person. He curiously remarked, "It seems we are missing someone." Bai Lin glanced at the ground where a tile had vanished, revealing a thorny passageway beneath, and exclaimed, "Oh no! Brother Xiao must have fallen into a trap within a dragon tomb. We need to hurry and rescue him. The prisoners below are notorious dragon aberrations." Standing at the edge of the passage, Chu Qingyun looked at the sharp thorns above and instinctively rubbed his rear end, awkwardly stating, "Perhaps we should reconsider. Not everyone has a resilient behind like Brother Xiao. If I were to slide down there, it might aggravate my decades-long hemorrhoids." Bai Lin stared at him in disbelief, exasperatedly scolding, "Are you even brothers? At a time like this, you're still fretting about your backside." Before Chu Qingyun could retort, Bai Lin seized the opportunity and kicked him into the pit, following suit immediately. Ah! Chu Qingyun's anguished scream echoed throughout the dragon god tomb, resembling the wails of a vengeful spirit from millennia past. Splash! They finally landed in the dragon prison, and Bai Lin surveyed their surroundings, but did not spot Chu Qingyun. In a panic, she called out, "Chu Qingyun! Chu Qingyun!" Suddenly, a trembling hand reached up from beneath her, weakly responding, "I am here." "Oh!" Bai Lin yelped in shock, realizing she had inadvertently sat on Chu Qingyun's face. Flushing with embarrassment, she scolded, "You pervert!" Chu Qingyun, clutching his bloodied backside, struggled to his feet, retrieving a set of clothes to toss to Bai Lin, all the while retorting, "Is it so unreasonable? Your backside landed on my face. Yet you dare call me a pervert? Though I must admit, your figure is quite commendable." Only then did Bai Lin notice that her close-fitting attire had been torn in several places during their descent, leaving her form exposed before Chu Qingyun. As she glared at him with eyes full of resentment, Chu Qingyun shrugged helplessly, signaling that having seen her, there was little she could do about it. Roar! As two anguished roars shattered the awkward atmosphere between the two, they turned their gaze towards the source of the sound. Not far away, a bloodied ice-field ghost bear was engaged in a desperate struggle against a group of ferocious dragon-shaped vengeful spirits. Upon witnessing the plight of his companion, Chu Qingyun's fury erupted as he bellowed, "You wretched insects! How dare you harm my brother?" However, just as he took a couple of steps forward, he suddenly collapsed to the ground in agony, clutching his posterior and exclaiming, "My dear hemorrhoids." Behind him, Bai Lin turned her head in embarrassment, wishing she could vanish into a crevice. Yet, Chu Qingyun's actions inadvertently provoked the vengeful spirits, who, being of the dragon kin, perceived it as a blatant insult. Consequently, a horde of vengeful spirits charged towards him with a furious roar. "Yun Yun Yi!" The bear called out anxiously, noticing the encroaching malevolence. At that moment, Chu Qingyun's hair transformed into flowing silver locks, and behind him, the moonlight shimmered as the formidable lord of the undead, Satan, wielding a colossal axe, descended and unleashed a powerful shockwave that repelled the vengeful spirits before him. At this juncture, for prominent undead sovereigns, the Mountain Corpse King, the Bloodwing Bone Dragon King, the Iron-Blooded Headless Night King, and the Hellhound, emerged in unison, their imposing presence forming an indomitable barrier behind Chu Qingyun. Feeling somewhat awkward, Satan remarked, "Boss, could we refrain from adopting such humiliating postures in the future? As fellow undead beings, your actions are rather embarrassing." Enraged, Chu Qingyun struggled to rise and kick him, but the intense pain prevented him from doing so, leading him to curse vehemently from his prone position, "If you dare to utter another word, I'll twist your head off and use it as a ball." In response to Chu Qingyun's command, Satan and the others wasted no time, roaring as they charged into battle against the vengeful spirits. Observing the peculiar looks exchanged between Bear Xiao and Bai Lin from afar, Chu Qingyun awkwardly attempted to change the subject, exclaiming, "What a thrilling clash between the undead immortal clan and the Millennium Vengeful Dragon. Isn't it spectacular?" Noting their disappointed sighs, he despaired, realizing that he had utterly lost face this time. With no other option, Chu Qingyun redirected his frustrations towards the vengeful spirits, enduring the pain as he rose with determination, gritting his teeth and declaring, "Listen closely, all of you vile spirits. If even one of you escapes today, I shall ensure you undead experience the true essence of death." Instantly, the undead were thrown into a panic, unleashing their powers upon the vengeful spirits. Hellfire Prison. At that moment, observing the vengeful spirits ensnared by hellfire, Elder Yi's voice resonated. Young man, allow me to deal with these spirits. Without hesitation, Chu Qingyun responded. Elder Yi has assisted me immensely. It is my duty to help you regain your strength with these minor spirits. Ha! Eldad Yi lafit heartily. Patting Chu Qingyun on the shoulder, and in an instant, he took control of Chu Qingyun's body. A gray light engulfed the spirits trapped within the prison. And Elder Yi's ethereal form in the spiritual realm became distinctly clearer. Excitedly, Chu Qingyun urged, quick, command your forces within this dragon prison to seek out those malevolent dragon spirits. The more you collect, the greater the reward. The terrifying aura emanating from Chu Qingyun instilled fear in the undead beings, who trembled at the thought of confronting such a demon, let alone discussing rewards. As they gazed into Chu Qingyun's wolf-like eyes, a sense of impending doom washed over them, convincing them that remaining in his presence would lead to a fate similar to those unfortunate spirits. Thus, they rushed into the dragon prison in search of the hapless souls. Bai Lin assisted Bear Xiaobai to his feet and approached Chu Qingyun, her gaze falling upon his bloodied wounds. Fists clenched in anger, Chu Qingyun placed 2 painkillers in Bear Xiaobai's mouth and said solemnly, I've discovered a dragon tomb. Follow me. Huh? Bai Lin had never ventured into the dragon god's tomb beneath the dragon prison. In her childhood, she had only heard the elders speak of this place and had never known that a dragon tomb lay below. Guided by Chu Qingyun, the trio soon arrived before a colossal tomb entrance. Under the might of Chu Qingyun's tyrant claw, the heavy door was effortlessly cleaved asunder. Indeed, within the vast circular tomb chamber lay a mountain of treasures, and at the center rested a dragon coffin measuring thousands of meters in length. Faced with such a chilling and awe-inspiring sight, Bai Lin and Bear Xiaobai hastily knelt before the dragon coffin in reverence. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun, brimming with excitement, dashed to the southeastern corner of the chamber, lit a candle, and gleefully picked up a small shovel, exclaiming, Hee hee, this is my first time touching gold. It feels exhilarating. With that, he approached the enormous dragon coffin, strewn with black donkey hooves and black dog blood, and produced a collection of yellow talismans and red threads to adorn the entire chamber. Subsequently, Chu Qingyun brandished his shovel, preparing to pry open the coffin. Bai Lin and Bear Xiaobai looked at him in confusion and asked, What are you doing? Chu Qingyun explained, opening the coffin, of course. Haven't you read the tomb raiding diaries? Anyone who opens a grand tomb must light a candle in the southeastern corner of the chamber. The black dog blood and talismans are all protective measures against the undead. How's that for true tomb raiding flair? Naturally, they had never encountered such tomb raiding diaries and were oblivious to the concept of tomb raiders. At this moment, Chu Qingyun appeared no different from a fool in their eyes. As Chu Qingyun prepared to forcefully open the coffin, Bai Lin hurriedly intervened, saying, No, this is the resting place of our dragon ancestors. Your actions are highly disrespectful. With a thud, Chu Qingyun scratched his nose, summoned his soul power, and struck the handle of the iron shovel, instantly dislodging the heavy coffin lid, while shouting, Tomb Raider, I fear no ghosts. Let them come at me. A deafening roar erupted from behind him as a colossal golden dragon let out a furious bellow. Chu Qingyun was immediately drenched in cold sweat, stiffly turning to see the enraged beast glaring at him. He awkwardly muttered, Oh no, the Tomb Raider's law of awakening the dead has come to pass. In an instant, quick-witted, Chu Qingyun splashed the black dog blood he had collected on the ground and hastily stuffed the black donkey hooves into the beast's gaping maw. However, the bloodied visage of the golden dragon seemed unfazed by these offerings and only served to enrage it further. With a thunderous roar, the furious dragon unleashed 2 scorching fireballs from its mouth. Chu Qingyun deftly dodged, but the enraged dragon's claws lunged towards him. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun met the attack with his tyrant claw, but the dragon's immense strength sent him flying. Fortunately, Bear Xiaobai caught him mid-air, anxiously asking, What do we do now? Yun Yi. Coughing up a mouthful of blood from the violent impact that rattled his insides, Chu Qingyun urgently instructed, We must flee immediately, or we shall end up as its next meal. Without hesitation, Bear Xiaobai and Bai Lin hoisted Chu Qingyun and sprinted for their lives. However, the enraged golden dragon had no intention of letting the trio escape. It radiated blinding golden light, illuminating the tomb chamber like daylight. With a resounding crash, chaos ensued. The golden roar was enveloped in a radiant light, the terrifying heat instantly melting away the chains that bound it, which crumbled to dust. It stood upon the heavy coffin lid, unleashing a thunderous roar. In an instant, its blood-red eyes ignited, and its entire form vanished from sight, darting after the fleeing trio like a flash of yellow lightning. Observing the approaching golden roar, Bai Lin lamented, "This is all your fault. Look at the mess we've created." Chu Qingyun awkwardly replied, "Who could have known that what lay buried in this dragon tomb were not your kin, but rather the very foes we sought to suppress?" Suddenly, a wave of dizziness overcame Chu Qingyun, and he collapsed to the ground. As the golden roar prepared to pounce, Bai Lin transformed into a resplendent white dragon, charging forth to engage the beast in fierce combat. Beside them, Xiong Xiaobai anxiously inquired, "Brother Yin, what has happened to you?" Chu Qingyun, felt a profound weakness wash over him. At that moment, the ethereal figure of Elder E materialized, urgently advising, "Quickly, withdraw those undead creatures. Those summoned entities do not consume soul power. They still require mental energy, and your summoning of so many to wander the dragon tomb has overstrained your psyche." Realizing the gravity of the situation, Chu Qingyun hastily retracted the undead beings, gasping for breath as he turned his weary gaze toward Bai Lin, who was at a disadvantage. Weakly, he implored, "Master, please help me." Elder E scoffed, reprimanding him. "Now you seek aid? Take a good look at the adversary you've provoked. It harbors no fear of the power of light. Had you not arrogantly splattered the blood of that lowly creature upon its face, inciting its wrath, it would have disregarded you entirely." Embarrassment coursing through him, Chu Qingyun sheepishly stuck out his tongue. He had merely emulated the actions of characters from novels he had read in his past life. Little did he realize that dousing a ferocious beast like the Golden Roar with the blood of lesser creatures was an affront of monumental proportions. A direct slap to its face. With the gathered undead swirling in his grip, Elder E hastily instructed, "Listen, this creature's corporeal form is no longer at its peak. Together, we must obliterate its physical body." Upon finishing, Elder Yi's skeletal staff absorbed the vengeful spirits, emanating a triad of gray, white, and gold light. Meanwhile, Bai Lin opened her dragon maw, her golden white tail beast orb coalescing in an instant. Boom! 2 cataclysmic strikes shattered the golden roar into fragments. Yet the cunning beast, evading the fatal blow, discarded its corporeal form and propelled its soul into Xiong Xiaobai's third eye. As Xiong Xiaobai lay lifeless on the ground, unresponsive, Chu Qingyun felt a surge of panic, while Elder E furrowed his brow and declared, "This is catastrophic. It has attempted to seize control." Chapter 34. A blessing in disguise. Watching Xiong Xiaobai convulse on the ground, eyes rolling back, Chu Qingyun's heart raced with anxiety. Though his nature was darkly mischievous, relishing in the manipulation of others, he held his benefactor, friend, and beloved in the highest regard, valuing them above all else. Seeing Xiong Xiaobai's life hanging by a thread, Chu Qingyun knelt before Elder E, pleading, "Master, I implore you, save my foolish brother." Elder E and the spectral figure of Elder Mu exchanged resigned glances, shaking their heads in unison. In the spirit of Xiong Xiaobai lies a divine soul akin to the Golden Roar. Should we intervene forcefully, we could preserve his life, but the profound trauma would render him an imbecile for eternity. Guilt-ridden, Chu Qingyun cast his gaze downward, berating himself for allowing Xiong Xiaobai to fall into such peril. At that moment, Bai Lin approached, resting a comforting hand on his shoulder. "Do not despair just yet. Perhaps the dragon god has a means to rescue him." With wide eyes, Chu Qingyun sprang to his feet, exclaiming, "The dragon god. Where is it? Lead the way." Bai Lin hesitated. "The elders have instructed that the remnants of the dragon god's soul reside within this underground prison of dragons, suppressing myriad vengeful spirits. But I am unaware of its exact location." Just as hope flickered anew, Elder Mu's voice rang out, "Hurry and carry that young bear. I sense a familiar essence nearby. It must be the dragon god." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun swiftly hoisted Xiong Xiaobai onto his back, calling out to the empty air beside him, "Indeed, Master, you are remarkable." Elder E, overhearing, retorted with a hint of bitterness, "Ungrateful brat. Was it not just moments ago you were beseeching me?" As Chu Qingyun reveled in the moment by Lin's side, "Perhaps it is best to let the dragon god examine your mind first." Navigating the winding, shadowy tomb, Chu Qingyun bore Xiong Xiaobai into the lair of the 1,000-legged centipede. As they beheld the cavern's darkness, teeming with countless pairs of green eyes, both Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin swallowed nervously. These 1,000-legged centipedes spanned thousands of meters in length, each one a millennia-old beast. Chu Qingyun forced a smile, inquiring, "Do these creatures even count as dragons?" Roar! Their terrified screams echoed throughout the labyrinthine dragon tomb as the frenzied centipedes pursued them relentlessly. After a prolonged sprint, they found themselves cornered in a dead end, gazing at the massive wall inscribed with dragon script. Bai Lin exclaimed in delight, "Those of non-dragon lineage, please do not tread here. This may very well be the fabled sanctuary of the dragon god." Facing the monstrous centipedes closing in, Chu Qingyun wielded his tyrant's claw, grumbling, "I care not whether you are dragons. If we linger here any longer, I fear we shall become a warm pile of dung for these great beasts." As expected, Chu Qingyun's reckless disregard for rules led him to inadvertently trigger a mechanism within the dragon tomb. Just as Bai Lin prepared to scold him, he urgently pulled her into the dragon god's tomb. At that critical moment, the incoming thousand-legged centipedes missed their mark. Sensing the overwhelming pressure emanating from the depths of the dragon god's sanctuary, reluctantly, they retreated after a few defiant roars. Panting heavily, Chu Qingyun could not resist flipping the bird at the retreating centipedes, while Bai Lin hurriedly bowed towards the cavern's depths. "I, Bai Lin, humbly beseech the esteemed ancestors of the dragon clan and the dragon god for forgiveness. We did not intend to intrude." Curious, Chu Qingyun glanced back to see 24 distinct dragon statues arrayed within the cavern, the one radiating authority and majesty at the center being the dragon god. Breathing a sigh of relief at finally encountering the true entity, Chu Qingyun gently placed Xiao Bai on the ground and sincerely knelt before the dragon god, pleading, "I did not mean to disturb your slumber. I only wished to ask for your aid in saving my brother." I bow in gratitude as he prostrated himself. To his astonishment, the imposing statue of the dragon god pivoted 180 degrees, turning its back on him as if to evade his supplication. Undeterred, Chu Qingyun turned to another statue to pay his respects, only to find that, one after another, several statues inexplicably shifted to face away from him. At that moment, Elder Mu's voice echoed once more in his mind. "Enough of the bowing, young one. You have inherited my divine position among the dragon kin, save for the ancestor dragon. None can bear the weight of your reverence." With this reminder from Elder Mu, Chu Qingyun was suddenly struck by the realization that Mu was indeed the instigator of the massacre in the ancient divine realm. The dragons, known for their longevity, had evaded him out of a profound fear etched deep within their souls. They were terrified. However, with these dragons avoiding him, what was he to do? At that moment, Elder Mu proposed, "Since they all fear you, why not adopt a more assertive stance?" Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun immediately grasped the intent. He rose in fury, hands on his hips and neck cocked defiantly, adopting a fierce demeanor as he proclaimed, "Damn it, I, the great lord, am attempting to negotiate with you. Yet you refuse to listen? If you don't heed my words, you shall suffer the consequences. Do you believe I 1T smash your wretched statues to pieces and torment your shattered souls?" As he spoke, 3 soul rings, 2 dark gold and 1 black and white, materialized behind him, enveloping the area in the overwhelming pressure of his martial soul. Beside him, Bai Lin gasped in alarm, hastily pulling at Chu Qingyun. "What are you doing? You will incite the wrath of the dragon ancestors and the dragon god." Unexpectedly, a magnificent golden holy dragon, radiant with various elemental laws, appeared before Chu Qingyun, nervously exclaiming, "Great lord, this humble deity can save this little bear. Please spare us." Bai Lin's eyes widened in disbelief. The overwhelming aura exuding from the dragon was undoubtedly that of a dragon god. Yet it seemed to tremble in fear of Chu Qingyun. Feigning familiarity, Chu Qingyun smirked and said, "Oh, fret not. You must be the dragon god, Lan Xuanyu. We share a familial bond, you see." The new dragon god awkwardly interrupted his attempt at kinship, clarifying, "My lord, I am the 2nd generation. The one you refer to is likely the 7th. I am a dragon that experienced the ancient divine realms battle, and I am not the same as the one you mentioned." Chu Qingyun was momentarily taken aback, rendered speechless by Bai Lin's incredulous gaze, and quickly shifted his tone, exclaiming, "Of course I know that. Enough chatter. Hurry up and save my brother." The dragon god nodded eagerly, then slowly expelled a dragon pearl that enveloped the little bear. Lifting it into the air, Bai Lin approached Chu Qingyun, a puzzled expression on her face, and inquired, "Why does it seem as if the dragon god fears you?" Chu Qingyun, naturally unwilling to reveal Elder Mu's presence, fabricated a story, saying, "It's because my bloodline exudes a pressure stronger than that of the dragon god. This is the might of bloodline suppression." Observing Chu Qingyun's nonsensical claims, Bai Lin scoffed, "You, possessing a bloodline superior to that of the dragon god? That is utterly laughable." At that moment, the dragon god interjected, "My lord, Utilize your chaotic soul core to draw the power within him. I shall assist in condensing the soul core. Chu Qingyun nodded, and the chaotic soul core, entwined in gray, white, and gold, floated to the little bear's dantian. Instantly, a surge of energy, imbued with the essence of extreme ice and necromantic aura, was drawn from the little bear's body. The dragon god summoned a terrifying psychic force, merging 2 dragon eggs hidden within Chu Qingyun and the little bear, instantly infusing the bear's power and the golden roar's soul into the egg. Subsequently, a stream of golden dragon blood surged into the little bear's body. In an instant, the little bear emanated a formidable dragon might, its soul power skyrocketing. 56, 57, 59, 60. As the little bear ascended to the rank of a soul emperor, the dragon god unleashed its terrifying might, clashing with the golden roar in a cataclysmic explosion. The dragon god's mighty strike shattered the golden roar, a fierce creature. Despite being a rare beast, its bloodline was rich in dragon essence, and the dragon god established a perfect dominance over both its bloodline and power. The unfortunate golden roar's consciousness was obliterated, its strength and bloodline absorbed into the little bear's body and soul core. Fortuitously transformed, the little bear now towered twice its original size. The protruding bone spines had vanished, replaced by a magnificent golden horn atop its head, and golden patterns spread across its pure white fur, enveloped in swirling mist, exuding an awe-inspiring presence. Witnessing the little bear's majestic transformation, the 6 soul rings, 4 black, 1 red, and 1 white gold, along with the tricolored soul core swirling around its dantian, left everyone in stunned silence. The little bear had, against all odds, become a monstrous entity endowed with the extraordinary powers of extreme ice, necromantic energy, and dragon bloodline. Suddenly, the exuberant little bear, now brimming with confidence, pounced on Chu Qingyun, slobbering affectionately as it exclaimed, "Brother Yun, what is this situation? I feel so powerful and dashing. I think I can fly without a dragon." As it spread its 6 platinum wings, resembling those of the golden roar, it flaunted its newfound abilities. Chu Qingyun, wrinkling his nose in distaste, pushed it away and pondered aloud. "With such a display, you ought to have a name befitting your majesty. How about fortune or prosperity?" Everyone was left speechless, marveling at Chu Qingyun's unique talent for naming, even managing to come up with monikers for a beast. At this moment, the dragon god could no longer contain itself and suggested, given its extraordinary transformation, how about calling it Lord Yun? Lord Yun, Chu Qingyun Muset, Klao Specian. Walking together with the Lord. It's a decent name, but it doesn't quite match the grandeur of fortune. Seeing Chu Qingyun's stubborn attachment to the name Fortune, the little bear quickly interjected, "Let's go with Lord Yun. I can't handle such a grand name." Noticing the little bear's swift acceptance, Chu Qingyun refrained from further objections, casting a pleading glance at the dragon god. Sighing, the dragon god, aware of Chu Qingyun's predatory gaze, resignedly turned to the assembled dragon ancestors and inquired, "Which of you shall accompany the great lord into battle across the myriad realms?" After a prolonged silence, none of the dragons responded, not due to any inadequacy in Chu Qingyun's qualifications, but rather because they were all from the ancient divine realm. Having witnessed Elder Mu's terrifying might firsthand, they were reluctant to engage with this harbinger of death. As a result, the unfortunate dragon god found itself awkwardly sidelined. Observing this, Chu Qingyun asserted, "I shall not relent. Without a dragon, how can I become a dragon knight? If you cannot find me a dragon, then you shall serve as my mount." Bai Lin, overhearing this, quickly covered Chu Qingyun's mouth, exclaiming, "Good heavens! To think you would consider the dragon god as a steed. Not even the god kings of the divine realm would dare to entertain such notions." At that moment, the beleaguered dragon god's eyes lit up as it looked at Bai Lin. "Little girl, what is your dragon attribute?" Bai Lin respectfully replied. In response to the dragon god, "I am uncertain why, but I have yet to awaken my own attribute. I am a descendant of the Flying Dragon clan." The dragon god, struck by inspiration, promptly appeared beside Chu Qingyun, stating, "Esteemed sir, why not allow me to present to you a 5-character battle armor that surpasses even the dragon itself? What say you?" Chu Qingyun exclaimed, his eyes widening in disbelief. "Are you truly suggesting that this dilapidated place possesses a 5-character battle armor?" The dragon god nodded solemnly, declaring, "In truth, it is a set of 6-character battle armor yet to be fully formed, specifically designed for the dragon clan. But the location of this dragon armor is fraught with peril." "Bah!" Chu Qingyun instantly lost his enthusiasm, disdainfully retorting, "I have no dragon. What use is a set of dragon armor to me? Observing his dejection, the dragon god continued to entice him. Ah, when the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally straighten out. Simply procure the dragon armor, and I shall arrange for a dragon rider for you. However, you must promise to safeguard the life of my junior. Chu Qingyun glanced at Bai Lin and reassured her. Fear not, Bai Lin is my sister. I shall ensure her safety. Thereupon, the dragon god moved aside his stone statue, revealing a dark passageway. Just as he was about to offer further advice, Chu Qingyun seized Bai Lin's hand and leapt into the abyss. Bear Xiao Bai, witnessing this, attempted to follow but was halted by the dragon god, who shook his head and said, "This is their destiny. Do not interfere. Remain here and tend to repairs for a while. May the fallen heaven ancestor dragon show them mercy." Chapter 35. Skinning the dragon hand in hand. Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin ventured into the chamber deep beneath the passage, a space thousands of meters below. Bai Lin, who harbored a natural fear of darkness, abruptly released his hand midway and halted in her tracks, trembling as she chided. "What is this place? You cannot just waltz in here. What if something lurks about? Forget it. If you wish to proceed, go on without me." Crash! As Bai Lin turned to leave, the mechanisms above suddenly sealed shut, plunging the chamber into utter darkness. The unexpected turn of events sent Bai Lin into a panic, her piercing scream echoing through the air, assaulting the senses. In haste, Chu Qingyun produced a large luminous pearl, holding it before her while gently patting her head, saying, "Come now, I didn't realize you were afraid of the dark. Since we are here, I shall carry you down." Chu Qingyun's smile seemed to possess an enchanting allure, and although Bai Lin feigned reluctance, she clung to his back, muttering, "You are the one afraid of the dark. I merely—" Before she could finish, Chu Qingyun's warm hand gently patted her back, offering comfort as he said, "In truth, I am much like you. Having never experienced the warmth of parents, I too spent countless dark nights clutching a small lamp in fear. We share a similar origin, and I understand that longing for familial affection. If you do not mind, consider me your brother." After a moment's pause, without receiving a reply, Chu Qingyun gradually ceased his steps, glancing back at Bai Lin, who seemed to have drifted into slumber. He chuckled softly, shaking his head as he carefully descended the stairs with her on his back. Unbeknownst to him, a solitary tear glistened in the corner of Bai Lin's eye. After what felt like an entire day of descent, Chu Qingyun finally arrived at the lowest level of the chamber, where a drowsy Bai Lin rubbed her eyes. Suddenly, she transformed into her dragon form, her regal vertical pupils fixating fiercely on the darkness ahead. Noticing this, Chu Qingyun solemnly retrieved a signal flare and shot it forth, illuminating the area, revealing a massive dragon thrice the size of Bai Lin, adorned with black scales and blood-red eyes, glaring menacingly at them. The terrifying pressure it exuded surpassed even that of the demon Satan, causing Chu Qingyun to swallow with difficulty. However, upon noticing a colossal chain piercing through its chest, firmly binding it, he could not help but exhale in relief. Chu Qingyun boldly addressed Bai Lin, "Oh, do not fear. The ferocious beast is securely chained and poses no threat." Roar! The dragon's thunderous roar reverberated, declaring, "Do you know who I am? How dare you insult me?" Chu Qingyun thoughtfully stroked his chin, contemplating, "Oh, I recall now, your name is Wang Kai, is it not? You insolent wretch, I shall tear you apart." The furious dragon bellowed, preparing to charge at the audacious youth and rend him to pieces. With a clatter, the struggling dragon continued to rattle its chains, producing a series of resounding clangs. Chu Qingyun stood defiantly, shaking his behind provocatively, taunting it, "Just 2 more inches, come on, give it your all." Finally, unable to bear it any longer, Bai Lin tugged at Chu Qingyun's collar, exasperatedly urging, "Let us depart. Do we not still seek the dragon armor?" Just as the duo prepared to leave, the dragon suddenly interjected, "The dragon armor lies with me. Release me, and I shall bestow it upon you. How does that sound?" Chu Qingyun, pinching his nose, scoffed, "Such trash as 5-character dragon armor? Give me 10 years, and I shall concoct it myself. I'm not interested." Enraged, the dragon roared, "This is something I have devoted my life to studying. How dare you call it trash?" Chu Qingyun flicked a booger from his pinky finger towards the dragon, continuing his insolent provocation. "Your possessions are nothing but garbage, and so are you." The dragon was nearly driven to madness. This insufferable human was simply too provoking, if not for the chains. Then, the cunning dragon turned its attention to Bai Lin, leering as it said, "Little girl, do you know that this dragon armor was crafted specifically for your mother, the White Dragon Princess? Her graceful form, Alas, she was deceived by a frail human and suffered the disgrace of our kind. Do you not know? I was the one who grievously injured her, and she was sacrificed to that wretched human. Departing from this world, haha. Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in shock. Was this not the tale of the Qitian Douluo and the White Dragon Princess? Bai Lin was indeed their daughter, and this malevolent dragon was her mother's slayer. At this moment, the furious Bai Lin had transformed into a colossal dragon, her wrathful gaze fixed upon the dragon, as she declared with each word, "Fallen heaven dragon god, you shall perish." Roar. Bai Lin's furious roar shook the heavens, even shattering the dragon pearl contained within the mouth of the chained dragon. Due to Bai Lin's unawakened attributes, her dragon flames lacked potency, thus she chose to engage in close combat. With her sharp dragon claws raised, she lunged at the fallen heaven ancestor dragon. Yet the dragon smirked wickedly. Having lost the seal of the dragon pearl, its terrifying dark aura shattered the chains binding its chest to dust. Roar. The fallen heaven ancestor dragon swiftly sidestepped Bai Lin's attack, its left claw rising swiftly to seize her throat, eliciting a pained cry from her. Seeing this, Chu Qingyun rushed forward, wielding the colossal heavenly hammer with Bear Jun at his back. 4 rings activated. Blue Silver Emperor's breaking army multiplied. 5th soul skill, Tyrant's Earth Splitter. Dance of the Chaotic Cloak. Chu Qingyun counted through the layered soul skills, unleashing a strike that rivaled the full force of a 6-ringed Soul Emperor. Yet, the fallen celestial dragon evidently held him in disdain, its colossal tail striking towards Chu Qingyun in an instant. Boom! After a mere pause of 1 second, Chu Qingyun was sent flying. The fallen celestial dragon retaliated with a punch, hurling Bai Lin over 1,000 meters until she crashed against the heavy stone wall, stopping only then. The fallen celestial dragon regarded Bai Lin as a mere plaything, exclaiming, "Ha! Ha! My innate talent from back in the day far surpassed that of the dragon god, revered as the ancestor dragon by my entire clan. Yet all this was ruined by that accursed white dragon. Just wait. Once I slay this audacious little ant, I shall ascend and eliminate your useless father, and then I will take you as my bride." Ha ha ha. With that, the fallen celestial dragon extended its sharp claws, the vast cavity in its chest rapidly regenerating as it advanced towards Chu Qingyun. Meanwhile, within Chu Qingyun's mental realm, he knelt before Elder Mu and Elder Yi, filled with anguished self-reproach, lamenting, "Why, oh why am I so weak? With my current power, I can protect no one. What is the value of my existence?" At that moment, Elder Mu revealed a faint smile, saying, "Young man, not only are you pitifully weak, but you are also exceedingly arrogant. Just now, you nearly depleted your soul power in that strike, leaving you utterly vulnerable." Chu Qingyun, with reddened eyes, beseeched Elder Mu, "Elder Mu, Bai Lin is my sister. I implore you to save her. I am willing to pay any price." Elder Mu shook his head in resignation, responding, "I have no desire to intervene for such a worthless character. However, do you truly understand the nature of your own lost soul? You possess my divine essence and the power I bestowed upon you, yet you have never truly comprehended your own strength." Elder Mu's words illuminated Chu Qingyun's mind as he slowly opened his eyes. Behind him, 2 dark golden and 1 black and white soul rings emerged. In his black flame, thunder wings unfurled. He gazed at the bloodied Bai Lin in the distance, smiling as he declared, "Little sister, call me brother, and I shall slay this trash for you." Seeing Chu Qingyun rise once more, Bai Lin was filled with both joy and panic, urgently exclaiming, "Brother, don't worry about me. Run." However, the fallen celestial dragon, noticing the dark golden pattern at Chu Qingyun's brow, exclaimed with wild excitement, "I never imagined you possessed a divinity on par with the dragon god. Truly, fortune favors me. It seems I must hold back, lest I damage your body. Ha ha ha." The corners of Chu Qingyun's mouth curled upwards as the 3rd soul ring, representing the law of chaos, illuminated. "You dare to harm my adorable sister? Watch as I flay your skin and drain your tendons." The 3rd soul skill descended. The Valkyrie Muzhua, clad in black armor and white robes, materialized from Chu Qingyun's soul ring, merging with his being. Instantly, his eyes transformed into a swirling chaos of black and white, and in his left hand, he wielded the heavenly hammer, while in his right, the blue-silver Emperor's spear stood firm, flanked by the Soul Spirit's Silver Sister and Bear Lord. He radiated an aura akin to a descending deity. Normally, one cannot wield 2 martial souls simultaneously, yet within Chu Qingyun, Muzhua's control ensured no rejection or discomfort occurred. Observing Chu Qingyun's demeanor, the fallen celestial dragon's brow twitched, sensing a complete shift in the young man's aura. A pressure unlike any other. Nevertheless, with such an alluring divinity before it, the fallen celestial dragon would not relinquish this opportunity. Its sharp claws, entwined with a terrifying dark aura, swiftly lashed out at Chu Qingyun, tearing through space. This dreadful assault met Chu Qingyun head-on, causing Bai Lin to shut her eyes in anguish. However, Chu Qingyun's right hand wielding the blue-silver Emperor Spear shimmered with a dark golden light. Activating the second soul skill of his lost soul, Immortal Golden Body. Then his left hand with the heavenly hammer blazed with golden light, and his right leg soul bone, shaking heaven, activated, propelling him skyward. Reincarnation Domain Exchange. 4 rings activated. Blue-silver Emperor Breakthrough multiplied. Chu Qingyun infused the power of the law into his martial soul, amplifying its strength manifold. The backlash of the fallen celestial dragon's previous strike, now 55 times its original power, struck its jaw, sending it hurtling away. The sudden turn of events left Bai Lin in shock. Chu Qingyun had actually repelled a divine-ranked expert with a single blow. This was utterly unfathomable. Chu Qingyun gazed in astonishment at the swirling power of the law surrounding him, never having anticipated his potential could be so formidable. At that moment, Muj's voice cut through his reverie. Don't be foolish. If not for your father secretly lending me power, allowing you to reach divine rank, you could barely contend with that God King level fallen celestial dragon. That last strike has already exhausted you. And remember, the immortal golden body has a time limit. A wicked smile crept onto Chu Qingyun's face as he replied, It seems I must hasten to ignite the flames. With that, he dashed forward. 3 Buddha's fury turmeric lotus particles detonating upon the seemingly impenetrable scales of the dragon. Roar! The fallen celestial dragon let out a pained roar. Indeed, Chu Qingyun had wounded it, and it was upon its vital reverse scale. Slowly, black dragon blood dripped from the reverse scale on the fallen celestial dragon's chest. Enraged, it stood tall, unleashing a terrifying black dragon flame aimed directly at Chu Qingyun. Black flame dragon fury. In an instant, the horrific black flames coalesced into a furious dragon, lunging towards the airborne Chu Qingyun. Boom! The terrifying dragon flames erupted, illuminating the entire dim chamber. At that moment, the fearsome black flames were absorbed by Chu Qingyun's black flame thunder wings, as a blue-silver Emperor Spear imbued with black flame shot forth. First soul skill replication. Black flame dragon fury. Blue-silver Emperor breakthrough multiplied. Indeed, in the heat of battle, Chu Qingyun had swiftly acquired a drop of the fallen celestial dragon's blood and infused the law into the blue-silver Emperor, activating the first soul skill. Whoosh! A sound of air being split echoed as Chu Qingyun, with a black flame-imbued blue-silver Emperor Spear, pierced the fallen celestial dragon's spine. Subsequently, Chu Qingyun transformed into a black and gold flash, swiftly darting to the spear lodged in the dragon's spine. Sea Serpent Dragon Tread. Instantly, the weighty stomp infused with the power of the Sea Serpent Dragon struck down upon the blue-silver Emperor Spear, rapidly descending and extracting the dragon's tendons with ease. Roar! The fallen celestial dragon emitted a heart-wrenching cry. For the dragon race, the dragon horns, reverse scales, and dragon tendons symbolize status, power, and glory. Now, with its reverse scale injured and tendons extracted, only the dragon horns remained. This was intolerable. Consumed by rage, the fallen celestial dragon flapped its wings, transforming into a multitude of black shadows in the air, raining blows upon Chu Qingyun. Although Chu Qingyun possessed wings too, he could not match the speed of the fallen celestial dragon and could only remain suspended in the air, enduring its relentless assault. Though he had the immortal golden body for defense, if this continued, time would pass, and he would inevitably meet his demise. At that moment, Bai Lin resolved to awaken. She retrieved the 100 Dragons' soul sacrifice pearl and consumed it. In an instant, countless dragon spirits emerged, infusing their terrifying energy into Bai Lin's body. Chapter 36. Dragons and Fireworks. Merging with the spirits of hundreds of dragons, Bai Lin's white scales shimmered with pink starlight, her enormous form radiating an overwhelming white light. Bai Lin removed the reverse scale, transforming it into a radiant beam of daylight that swiftly rescued Chu Qingyun from the deathly storm of the fallen celestial dragon. She presented the reverse scale to Chu Qingyun, her face adorned with a hint of joyful smile as she proclaimed, "Brother, I have awakened my powers. From this moment forth, allow me to be your dragon knight." Upon witnessing the unwavering determination in Bai Lin's eyes, Chu Qingyun comprehended her desire to stand by his side in battle. Consequently, he allowed his essence to drip onto the reverse scale, which immediately emitted a dazzling brilliance. The two forged a pact anew, binding their fates together for eternity. Thus began the sacred oath of the Dragon Knight and their dragon. In the next moment, Chu Qingyun mounted by Lin's back, his blue-silver Emperor Spear shimmering with a dark golden hue. Immortal Domain, activate. Dragon Soul Domain, commence. Instantly, a multitude of dragon spirits soared around Bai Lin, their attributes enhanced by the Immortal Domain's influence, transforming them into a magnificent dark gold. With a thunderous roar from Bai Lin, these dragon souls surged towards the fallen celestial dragon, fiercely binding it in midair. Subsequently, as Chu Qingyun completed the rotation of his blue-silver Emperor Spear, a violet light shot forth from his eyes, propelling the sharp spear in a deadly arc purple-grade, demonic eye asparagus. Ninefold convergence break. Tang San had imparted the Tang Sex techniques to him long ago, and now was the moment for Chu Qingyun to showcase his prowess. White feather dragon flame, starry morning. In an instant, a terrifying dragon flame, reminiscent of a white starry sky, erupted from Bai Lin's mouth, enveloping the blue-silver Emperor Spear. The violet-grade demonic eye momentarily slowed the fallen celestial dragon, while the white feather dragon flame, imbued with spatial laws, pierced through its thick scales, striking straight through its dark heart. Both man and dragon gasped for breath as they descended to the ground. The duration of Chu Qingyun's immortal golden body had expired, and an overwhelming sense of pain and weakness caused him to faint, his soul energy waning as Muzhua returned to his spiritual realm. Bai Lin transformed into her human form, cradling the unconscious Chu Qingyun and shedding a tear of gratitude. "Brother, thank you." Suddenly, a dark shadow flickered by. The fallen celestial dragon, though mortally wounded, was not yet vanquished. Its lingering soul surged towards Chu Qingyun with a sense of vengeance. Just as it was about to reach him, a golden light appeared, halting the fallen celestial dragon in its tracks. It was none other than the dragon god's spirit, accompanied by Xiao Wu, whose brow revealed a golden vertical eye. With the dragon god's guidance, the eye unleashed a mental force that ensnared the dragon's soul. At that moment, Yilao's figure materialized behind Chu Qingyun, wielding a crystal skull staff that radiated pure light, which swiftly converted the remnants of the fallen celestial dragon's soul into nourishment. Observing the sudden appearance of such a powerful entity, the dragon god chuckled awkwardly, realizing there was indeed a formidable presence residing within Chu Qingyun's spiritual realm. He remarked to Bai Lin, "Little one, with the combined strength of 10,000 dragons, your future is limitless. Xiong, carry this creature's corpse, we shall return." The embryonic form of the six-character dragon armor lies within its body. Thus, Xiao Wu hoisted the corpse of the fallen celestial dragon, while Bai Lin carried the unconscious Chu Qingyun towards the upper chamber. Meanwhile, the dragon god's spirit cast a glance into the distant darkness, where a pair of blood-red eyes glimmered ominously. 3 months later, Chu Qingyun awakened in a room adorned with treasures, perplexed by the crimson drapes that enveloped the space. At that moment, Bai Lin, donning a resplendent red qipao that accentuated her voluptuous figure, entered with a basin of water. Upon seeing Chu Qingyun awaken, she dropped the basin in her excitement, rushing to embrace him in tears. "Wu, brother, you have been asleep for 3 months. I was so worried." Chu Qingyun affectionately stroked her head, soothing her with gentle words. "Calm down. I am awake now, so there's no need for tears. But why does your dragon clan seem so festive? Is there a wedding taking place?" At his inquiry, Bai Lin sprang back as if jolted by electricity, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her gaze, murmuring, It's our wedding. 3 months ago, the Grand Elder insisted that I marry you." Chu Qingyun's eyes widened in astonishment as he stared at Bai Lin, stammering, I haven't done anything to you, have I? Were you to me? I have always seen you as a little sister, especially considering you have 2 elder sisters." Bai Lin glared at him, indignantly retorting, "Though I may not understand love, I still have to play the part. In your fainted state, who could have done anything to you? I merely helped you change your clothes." In an instant, Chu Qingyun snatched the bedding and hid at the head of the bed, lamenting, "Oh, the shame. My innocence is lost." Bai Lin felt a wave of nausea. Both embarrassed and infuriated, she exclaimed, "Stop being shameless. What is wrong with a sister caring for her brother? It's disgusting. I warn you, when we meet the Grand Elder, you better act convincingly, or else." Clenching her fists, she made a cracking sound, her eyes brimming with fierce threats. Seeing her demeanor, Chu Qingyun hastily nodded in agreement. "All right, I understand." A short while later, Bai Lin feigned intimacy, linking her arm with Chu Qingyun's as they approached the Dragon Hall. Faced with the neatly arranged members of the Dragon Clan, Chu Qingyun panicked, unsure of what to say. At this moment, The Grand Elder approached, gazing at Chu Qingyun with a benevolent expression. I hear you have formed a bloodline pact with little Bai Lin and have become a Dragon Knight? With a nod, Chu Qingyun confirmed. Suddenly, the Grand Elder produced a large lock, fastening Chu Qingyun's left hand to Bai Lin's right. With a mischievous grin, he declared as a Dragon Knight. The most crucial aspect is the harmony with your dragon. Though you are wed, you must cultivate your bond. From today onward, you are required to train with this soul lock. It must remain until you reach your goal. Chu Qingyun, alarmed, attempted to explain, Grand Elder, the truth is. Just as he began to reveal the reality, Bai Lin discreetly pinched his waist. Meeting her threatening gaze, Chu Qingyun swallowed hard, hearing only part of his statement. The Grand Elder inquired curiously, what is going on? With an awkward smile, Chu Qingyun responded, we thank your entire family. The Grand Elder chuckled heartily, stroking his beard. You rascal, Bai Lin is the jewel of our dragon clan. You must never bully her. The embryonic form of the 6-character battle armor and the corpse of the fallen celestial dragon will be entrusted to you as a wedding gift from the dragon god's temple. Gazing at the two treasures before him, Bai Lin fumed. I don't want it. Just looking at this guy makes me angry. I don't want his things, it's disgusting. Chu Qingyun quickly covered her mouth, whispering in her ear, don't worry, I won't let him give you anything repulsive. I will forge the dragon armor into its 6-character form and gift it to you. As for this corpse, listening to Chu Qingyun's plan, Bai Lin's eyes widened in admiration. All right, evil deeds will be repaid. Let us do it your way. Observing the two plotting, the Grand Elder felt an inexplicable chill. Upon leaving the dragon god's temple, Chu Qingyun, at Bai Lin's request, accompanied her to visit her father, Sun Qitian. As soon as he stepped out of the dragon clan, Chu Qingyun noticed from a distance that Qitian had thrown a large bone, which prompted the eager Xiong Xiaobai to rush forward, executing a graceful leap to seize the bone in his mouth. Witnessing the scene, Chu Qingyun helplessly covered his face and muttered, see, I told you to call it Wonkai. At that moment, Qitian hurled his staff, striking Chu Qingyun instantly and causing him to spit out a mouthful of blood. Observing her brother collapse on the ground, Bai Lin, filled with concern, exclaimed, Dad, what did you do to my brother? Sun Qitian, initially furious and ready to reprimand Chu Qingyun, froze in place upon hearing the word dad, stammering in disbelief. What did you call me? Could you repeat that? Bai Lin, awkwardly standing there, replied, Dad, you misunderstood. My relationship with Chu Qingyun is that of siblings. Our pretense of being a couple was merely for the elders of our clan, so please do not harm him. Tears welled up in Sun Qitian's eyes as he embraced both Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin, weeping, my brother is so wonderful. Now, I shall have a son. Chu Qingyun wore a perplexed expression, feeling as though this man's words were a deliberate attempt to take advantage of him. Sun Qitian tugged at Chu Qingyun's ear, leaning in to threaten him in a hushed tone. You, young man, I advise you to treat my daughter well. We have been friends for many years, and I know you all too well. Should you dare to make my daughter cry, I shall. Clenching his fist with a cracking sound, he continued threateningly. Chu Qingyun gazed at him in silence, realizing that the threatening demeanor was indeed a familial trait. Later that night, Chu Qingyun sat in a chair, poring over the design blueprints for the dragon armor, while Bai Lin sat beside him, visibly bored. She sighed dramatically. Brother, could you tell me about my sister-in-law? Chu Qingyun, with a blissful expression, recounted tales of Mu Zhuo and Hua Ling'er from his past, while Bai Lin, her bright eyes glimmering under the light, watched Chu Qingyun with admiration, her cheeks flushing with color. As the conversation flowed, Bai Lin suddenly inquired, Brother, how is the figure of my two sisters-in-law? Images of Mu Zhuo and Hua Ling'er flashed through Chu Qingyun's mind, causing him to blush profusely as he leered. They're absolutely magnificent. However, Bai Lin, dissatisfied, stood up, let down her lovely twin ponytails, allowing her silver hair to cascade down, and approached Chu Qingyun, whispering then, how does my figure compare to theirs? Chu Qingyun hurriedly closed his eyes and turned his head away, stammering this. This isn't right. Bai Lin grasped his right hand, seductively stating, I've seen all sorts of what you have, especially since you made me the battle armor. Her words breached Chu Qingyun's psychological defenses, and just as his sinful hand prepared to reach for Bai Lin, a voice echoed in his mind, You lecherous rogue. Instantly, Chu Qingyun fell, retracting his hand and adopting a virtuous demeanor. Ahem, young lady, your brother complex is inappropriate. You must keep your heart in check, Before he could finish, Bai Lin bit down on his right hand, her anger evident as she retorted, You're the one with the brother complex. How shameless. Observing the playful bickering between the siblings, Mu Zhuo in the mental space sighed helplessly, muttering to herself, It seems I have gained another rival in love. Half a month later, the fallen heavenly ancestor dragon, encased in a black and red mech, descended before the Grand Elder. Upon witnessing this, the Grand Elder transformed into the Fish Dragon King, soaring into the air, a furious wave morphing into a raging dragon. The fallen heavenly ancestor dragon spun sideways, and the 12 quantum thrusters on its back erupted with firepower, leaving a fleeting shadow as it appeared behind the Fish Dragon King, with quantum light blades enveloping its sharp claws. It unleashed 3 crimson claw marks aimed directly at the Grand Elder's neck. At that moment, the Fish Dragon King, surrounded by swirling water vapor, spun rapidly, summoning a massive water vortex. Tidal Fury Strike. Boom! The violent attack instantly repelled the fallen heavenly ancestor dragon, and the sounds of their fierce battle quickly attracted several powerful members of the dragon clan, who encircled the fallen demon dragon. Just as they prepared to intervene, the Grand Elder raised a massive water curtain, blocking their path. All right, you two mischievous little ones, come out at once. At that moment, the mechanical chest of the fallen heavenly ancestor dragon opened, and Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin jumped out, causing the dragons to breathe a sigh of relief. Having initially feared the return of the fallen heavenly ancestor dragon was a ruse. Observing Bai Lin in her pale pink armor dress, radiating a faint star-like glow and perfectly accentuating her curves, the Grand Elder gasped, "My goodness, is that the 6-character battle armor?" Chu Qingyun explaining, "No. It is merely the 6-character nano-dragon armor, consisting of both human and dragon forms, a unique creation of the immortal White Jade Dragon King." The Grand Elder's jaw dropped in astonishment. A golden mech stronger than the red one, and an unparalleled 6-character dragon armor, all crafted by this young man in just half a month. Beside them, Xiao Wu, brimming with excitement, rushed to hug Chu Qingyun, exclaiming, Yinga, I want one too." Chu Qingyun smiled reassuringly. "Don't worry. Once all the materials are gathered, yours will not be forgotten." At that moment, the Grand Elder, with a look of satisfaction, produced a key to unlock the soul-bound locks in their hands, waving them off with a smile. "Go on. Bai Lin has made a blood pact with you, so you can wield her power even outside the clan. Go forth and carve your own destiny. Remember to take the back door. I doubt the fellow at the front will let you leave easily." With reddened eyes, Bai Lin addressed the Grand Elder, great-grandfather. "Until we meet again." Without waiting for another word, she quickly grasped Chu Qingyun's and Xiaobai's hands, stepping onto the fallen heavenly ancestor dragon to depart. Just then, a panicked Dragon Clan guard rushed in, shouting, "Not good, Grand Elder! The rare metals and elixirs stored by the Dragon Clan have been completely looted, it seems." Boom! On that dark night, illuminated by brilliant fireworks, a sight favored by Bai Lin's mother, the White Dragon Princess, watching the fireworks and the falling snowflakes, the Grand Elder approached Sun Qi, saying, "Rest assured, little Bai has grown up." Chapter 37. The Spiritual Principles of the 10 Guardian Knights. After bidding farewell to the Dragon Clan, Chu Qingyun, along with Bai Lin and Xiaobai, returned the golden fallen heavenly mecha to the Spirit Hall base within the Devil's Triangle. After completing this task, the trio concealed their identities and reappeared at the entrance of the Dragon Knight Core. The current state of the Dragon Knight Core was one of heightened alert, the once vibrant atmosphere replaced by a palpable tension. Even the ordinary guard station at the entrance had been switched out for the unfortunate Kai'er Sa and Jianghua, thanks to Chu Qingyun. Taking a deep breath, Chu Qingyun approached the two and feigned humility, saying, "Respected seniors, I wish to join the Dragon Knight Corps." The two lazily inquired, "Do you have a dragon?" Chu Qingyun took Bai Lin's hand, and in an instant, the contract mark appeared, piquing the interest of Jianghua and Kai'er Sa, who remarked, "Your dragon can transform into human form. It must have considerable age." Huh? Chu Qingyun awkwardly scratched his head, replying, "This is my childhood companion's younger sister. Ever since we were little, we have harbored a profound admiration for the Dragon Knight Corps." As we spoke, I enveloped Chu Qingyun with my mental energy, and he exclaimed in astonishment, "A level 56 Soul King with a mental power of 6,000. Where on earth did you come from, little monster?" Chu Qingyun chuckled and responded, "I grew up among the Dragon Clan, where the elders trained me in the ways of dragons. Perhaps I am slightly more formidable than my peers. Oh, by the way, my younger brother is also a 10,000-year mutated soul beast, a level 60 assault-type soul emperor with a mental power of 4,000 in the Spirit Sea realm. He is also eligible to join the Dragon Knight Corps for training. What do you think, esteemed seniors?" Kai'er Sa and Jianghua exchanged glances, inwardly acknowledging, "What a master of Versailles. To call himself slightly stronger. Combined, we probably did not possess such monstrous talent in our youth." Both of them stood there, swallowing hard. as they observed the eager gazes of the three. It dawned on them, and they hastily led the two to the undefeated Dragon Knight, Su Jie. The remaining 6 Dragon Knights encircled Chu Qingyun and the others, scrutinizing them as they spoke. These 3 youngsters do indeed possess remarkable potential. However, who shall be entrusted with their guidance? At that moment, the sole female knight, the Azure Sea Dragon Knight Qianli, furrowed her brow and remarked, setting that aside, "Why does this boy named Chu Qingyun have such an irritating physique and voice?" Her words prompted a chorus of agreement among the others, who nodded in unison. Indeed, I also feel that this Chu Qingyun bears a resemblance to that scoundrel. At this instant, Chu Qingyun's heart raced, and cold sweat poured down his body as he thought, "Oh no, could it be that my cover is blown?" Su Jie then bellowed, "Enough! Do you wish to embarrass yourselves in front of the juniors?" Gu Ying, Qianli, clad in 3-centimeter high heels, approached Chu Qingyun with a seductive gait, lifting his chin and alluringly saying, "Little brother, why not let me mentor you? Allow me to teach you how to train your dragon treasure." As she spoke, Qianli sensuously licked her lips and cast him a flirtatious glance, instantly igniting a storm among the Dragon Knights, who began to chastise her. "Nonsense! Your twisted methods of treating your own Dragon Knight as a male pet to train are revolting. I reckon he would be better off with me, the earth-heavy cavalry." "Ridiculous! You lot, with your burly and clumsy ways, think you are fit to guide him? Come to me, the Howling Sky Cavalry." In an instant, the Dragon Knights, in their fervor to claim Chu Qingyun and his companions, abandoned all decorum and engaged in a heated verbal battle. Enough! Su Jie, the undefeated Dragon Knight, could no longer bear to watch and sternly commanded, "Chu Qingyun will be instructed by the White Feather Dragon Knight, Jianghua, while this Yunjun will be guided by the Howling Sky Cavalry, Wen Jie. Now, all Dragon Knights, lead your steeds to the Knight's Sacred Monument and accompany the 3 newcomers in taking their oaths." Chu Qingyun, Xiong Xiaobai, and Bai Lin approached a colossal stone tablet, where dense inscriptions adorned the black surface. At that moment, Su Jie, accompanied by his humanoid partner, stood solemnly before the monument and proclaimed, "These are the names of the brave Dragon Knights who have valiantly perished over the millennia in the defense of peace and safety. This is not merely honor. It embodies the tenets of knighthood. Now, each of you, loudly declare the knightly virtue you guard as a tribute to our predecessors." Su Jie and the scarred warrior stepped forward, their left fists striking their chests as they knelt on one knee before the Knight's Sacred Monument, formally announcing, "I, Su Jie, Bloodwing Dragon King, uphold the knightly virtue of justice. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. Qianli, Azure Sea Dragon Queen, uphold the knightly virtue of compassion. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. I, Yanling, Triangular Mountain Dragon King, uphold the knightly virtue of honesty. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. I, Yindao, Wing of the Void Dragon King, uphold the knightly virtue of humility. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. I, Kaiursa, Storm Tyrant Dragon King, uphold the knightly virtue of sacrifice. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. I, Jianghua, Infernal Fiery Dragon King, uphold the knightly virtue of bravery. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. I, Huku, Forest Hammer Dragon King, uphold the knightly virtue of justice. We pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. The fervent oaths of Chu Qingyun and his companions stirred their spirits, igniting a fire within them. At that moment, Su Jie's serious voice resonated. Young one, the 10 knightly virtues are humility, honesty, compassion, justice, love, righteousness, bravery, glory, justice, and perseverance. Now choose the knightly virtue you wish to uphold, and dedicate your life to safeguarding this honor. Xiong Xiaobai, with a resolute stride, mimicked the others and performed a standard knightly salute before the monument, boldly declaring, I, Yin Jun Xiong Xiaobai, uphold the knightly virtue of compassion. I hereby pledge that, even at the cost of my life, I shall never betray the knightly spirit. When it was Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin's turn, they exchanged a knowing glance and, in unison, performed a knightly salute, proclaiming, I, Chu Qingyun, and Bai Lin of the White Feather Dragon, uphold the knightly virtue of glory. We hereby pledge that, even at the cost of our lives, we shall never betray the knightly spirit. In an instant, 9 beams of colorful light illuminated the knight's sacred monument, and the sacred light from the monument soared into the heavens, casting its warm glow upon the two. At that moment, Su Jie approached the three, his left hand forming a blade as he gently struck their left and right shoulders twice, symbolizing the honor of knighthood. A rare smile broke through Su Jie's stern demeanor as he regarded the three, saying, "The last generation's compassionate knight and glorious knight both fell in battle in another realm, while the persevering knight betrayed the knightly spirit he once upheld, joining the evil spirit sect and becoming the malevolent guardian, the underworld King Hades. For a century, no one dared to inherit those 3 virtues. I am delighted that you 3 youngsters have the courage today to choose 2 knightly virtues, allowing my 2 companions to rest in peace. May these precious knightly virtues penetrate your souls and life." Subsequently, Su Jie produced 3 golden medals, adorning each of them with the insignia depicting an armored knight and a majestic dragon, symbols of their identity as dragon knights. Ha ha ha! Jiang Hua, exuberant, placed his arms around Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin's shoulders, laughing heartily. "Come, my 2 young comrades, let us head to my fire dragon cavalry. I shall thoroughly enlighten you on the matters of the Night Core." As Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin were whisked away, Xiao Bai attempted to follow but was firmly grasped by Yin-Ling. With utmost seriousness, Yin-Ling declared, "Young one, in 2 years, I will ensure you become the next generation compassionate dragon knight. I swear this by the honesty of my knightly spirit." Meeting Yin-Ling's earnest gaze, Xiao Bai nodded solemnly and turned toward Chu Qingyun, saying, "Brother Yun, let us both grow stronger over the next 2 years." Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin were warmly guided by Jiang Hua into the camp of the Fire Dragon Cavalry, where he began to explain the intricacies of the Night Core to them. In the Dragon Knight Core, the ranks of Dragon Knights are categorized into 4 levels: Dragon Knight, Dragon Rider, Dragon Master, and Honorary Dragon Master. Advancement through these ranks is achievable via military merits, which can not only elevate one's status, but can also be exchanged for resources, celestial herbs, battle armors, and other items. Fear not, my 2 little companions, for if you diligently train under me, Jiang Hua, there will surely come a time when you can showcase your prowess." Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin nodded in agreement. At this moment, Chu Qingyun pulled Jiang Hua to a secluded area and discreetly produced a golden badge inscribed with the characters for justice. This was secretly given to him by Su Jie when he was being awarded a badge. Chu Qingyun inquired, "Senior Jiang Hua, what does this token given to me by Lord Su Jie signify?" Jiang Hua, observing the badge in Chu Qingyun's hand, felt a slight tremor in his eyelid and replied softly, "It seems you will no longer be permitted to enter the combat units. After 10 o'clock tonight, take your Dragon Rider and go to Lord Su Jie's quarters. He will assign you a task. Remember, the matters concerning the token must only be disclosed to your Dragon Rider." Noting Jiang Hua's serious demeanor, an unsettling feeling arose within Chu Qingyun. In the dead of night, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin donned dark cloaks, utilizing the cover of night to evade the numerous guards, and made their way to Su Jie's office. Upon arriving at the door, they found it slightly ajar, with light spilling through the crack. They cautiously peered inside the room. "Since we are here, let's enter boldly." With a swift kick, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin tumbled into the office. Su Jie's Dragon Knights promptly assisted them and shut the door behind them. The 2 were struck by an inexplicable sense of pressure as they beheld Su Jie, who wore glasses. Su Jie fixed his gaze on Chu Qingyun and coldly remarked, "The hand of Shrek Academy reaches far, even into my Dragon Knight Core, little monster." Chu Qingyun was instantly drenched in cold sweat, fearing that his previous escapades with the Spirit Hall's treasure theft had been exposed. However, his identity remained a closely guarded secret within the Academy. How could Su Jie possibly know of it? Su Jie, with a serious expression, stated, "You may have many questions, but do not fret. Allow me to introduce myself first. My name is Su Jie, and I am the commander of the Dragon Knight Corps. My partner, the Bloodwing Dragon King, is named Haxer." As he spoke, Su Jie tossed a paper document pouch to Chu Qingyun, who was astonished to see the federal seal and the word "Top Secret" emblazoned on it. Glancing at Su Jie, he was signaled to open it. With curiosity, Chu Qingyun opened the pouch to find it contained the following information. Chu Qingyun, male, 16 years old. A new student of Shrek Academy, Martial Souls, Blue Silver Emperor, Haotian Hammer, and Mysterious Black Mist. The first individual in the history of Douluo to possess 3 martial souls, posing an extremely high threat level. As he perused the document, detailing his martial souls, mental capacity, soul ring configurations, and experiences from as far back as the Spirit Star, he felt as though he had been under constant surveillance. Fortunately, It seemed the Federation was unaware of his involvement with the evil spirit cult, holding the confidential document. Chu Qingyun queried, "What is the meaning of this? Why has the Federation classified me as a high threat?" Su Jie, with an intensely serious gaze, replied, "The Federation has infiltrated various factions with spies to monitor potential threats, known as shadow assassins. The information you possess comes from this organization. Each year, numerous geniuses are secretly investigated by the Federation to assess their danger levels." Stunned by this revelation, Chu Qingyun stood frozen. If Su Jie was not deceiving him, then this seemingly just and fair Federation was indeed terrifying. Calmly, Chu Qingyun returned the dossier to Su Jie and asked coldly, "Now tell me, what is your purpose in summoning me?" "Ha ha, you're quite astute." Seeing his intentions laid bare, Su Jie ceased his concealment. "The reason Shrek Academy has dispatched you here, I believe, is to investigate the events surrounding the three Knight Masters in the otherworldly battlefield years ago. Back then, the three Knight Masters, including one of the previous generation Shrek 7 monsters, along with the entire Pegasus Knight Corps, perished in the Doomsday battlefield, with the sole survivor, Hades, being declared a traitor by the Federation. I naturally found it hard to believe that the noble knight Hades could be a traitor to another realm. But when I requested the Shadow Assassins for documentation on this war, what I received was a file already destroyed by Hades." Furrowing his brow, Chu Qingyun interjected, "So, you suspect that the defeat in this battle stemmed from someone within the Federation deliberately eliminating threats, leading to the annihilation of the entire unit. And you seek my assistance to infiltrate the Federation and approach the Shadow Assassin organization to uncover the truth of those events." Chapter 38, The Gold-Eating Insect. Acknowledging Chu Qingyun's deductions, Su Jie nodded earnestly and stated, "I understand that this undertaking is fraught with peril. Thus, if you choose to accept this mission, the Dragon Knight Corps will do everything in its power to support you." Chu Qingyun turned to Bai Lin, and their eyes communicated their mutual thoughts. After a moment's deliberation, Chu Qingyun replied solemnly, "We are willing to go undercover within the Federation. However, I require the Dragon Knight Corps to procure a substantial quantity of gold-eating insects. The more, the better." Upon hearing the term gold-eating insects, Su Jie flinched, for these beetles, resembling rhinoceros beetles with sharp mandibles, could consume even the toughest alloys as if they were mere tofu. These insects were social creatures and posed a dire threat to battle armors, mechas, and interstellar ships, once classified by the Federation as an extremely dangerous species, leading to a significant extermination campaign. The danger posed by these gold-eating insects was thus evident. Gazing into Chu Qingyun's resolute eyes, Su Jie clenched his fists and solemnly declared, "Very well, Huku is an expert on insects. I shall have him assist you in locating the gold-eating insects. But you must not misuse them." With Su Jie's response, a sly grin spread across Chu Qingyun's face. The following morning, Huku led Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin to an abandoned mine on Tianlong Star. With a smile, Huku greeted them, "Hello, little monsters. You should really be calling me senior." Chu Qingyun, observing the amiable man clad in a green vest and a green scarf, awkwardly inquired, Justice Knight Master, do we know each other?" Huku threw an arm around his shoulder and produced a faded student ID, saying, "No need to play coy. The Grand Commander informed me of your identities and instructed me to cooperate fully with you." Suddenly adopting a serious demeanor, Huku stood before Chu Qingyun and introduced himself earnestly. "Allow me to introduce myself. My name is Huku. My partner is the Timberhammer Dragon King, Binbin. I am 62 years old, a level 99 limit Doa, and before joining the Dragon Knight Corps, I was one of the previous generation Shrek 7 monsters, affiliated with the Life School, and now serve as a guardian of the Justice Knights." Meeting Huku's sincere gaze, Chu Qingyun dropped the pretense. "Senior, I am Chu Qingyun, 16 years old, and I aspire to become one of the future Shrek 7 monsters, a guardian of the honorary knights." Hukiskiviko, Satisieth, clenched his fist and lightly tapped Chu Qingyun's left chest twice, stating, "Good lad, the gold-eating insects dwell underground at depths of 1,000 meters, subsisting on mineral veins. To locate them, we will need a piece of rare metal to lure them out." "Oh." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun promptly retrieved a fist-sized chunk of vibrating gold from his soul guide storage device and exclaimed, "How about this?" Hook gazed appreciatively at the vibranium in Chu Qingyun's hand, exclaiming, "I never expected you to be quite wealthy, my young friend. Such invaluable vibranium, and you produce it so effortlessly. However, this piece seems strikingly familiar." Observing Hook's puzzled expression, Chu Qingyun inwardly mused, "Of course it looks familiar. This is the very piece I discovered in your safe back then." Following Hook's lead, They descended into an abandoned mine tunnel, 1,000 meters underground. Upon inspection, Hook noted the remnants of the parasitic gold-eating worms that had once thrived here. After setting up their traps, Hook handed Chu Qingyun a bag of seeds, stating, "Junior, please scatter these seeds. By the way, how many gold-eating worms do you reckon there are?" A sly smile crept across Chu Qingyun's face as he replied, "At least 1,000. The more, the merrier, and I only need the dead ones." Hook stood momentarily stunned. This lad was evidently planning to take down the Federation base. It was well known that just a few hundred of these worms could devour a spaceship of the cosmic class in an instant. Had it not been for Chu Qingyun's insistence on only needing the deceased, Hook would never have dared to capture such perilous creatures. Noticing Hook's dazed state, Chu Qingyun inquired, "What's the matter? Is it too difficult?" Regaining his composure, Hook awkwardly chuckled and replied, "Not at all. Don't underestimate me. Whether it's a few thousand or even tens of thousands, I can handle it. After all, I was once part of the Shrek 7 monsters. Buzz." Just as he finished speaking, Bai Lin and Binbin's eyes widened in alarm. The dragon race was incredibly sensitive to subtle vibrations. Binbin's expression grew serious as he hurriedly announced, "They're coming, approximately around 100,000. Hook, gazing at the swarming mass of gold-eating worms approaching like a black cloud, smiled faintly. "Young one, your luck is extraordinary. Such a multitude of worms could obliterate several cosmic-class ships. Now, you two, watch closely as your senior teaches you the art of coordination." In an instant, Hook dashed out from behind the massive rock cover, his 2 purple for black and 3 red spirit rings shimmering into view. Beside him, Binbin transformed into a massive thorny dragon, adorned with flower buds and a tail resembling a colossal hammer. First spirit skill, Parasite. Instantly, the seeds they had casually scattered sprouted into tender green shoots, and the enormous flower bud on Binbin's back radiated a verdant sunlight. Photosynthesis. In a breathtaking display, these seeds rapidly grew into robust, thorn-laden vines, executing their actions fluidly without a word exchanged, perfectly anticipating each other's next moves. However, Chu Qingyun, standing there in awe, exclaimed, "There really is a creature resembling garlic-headed turtles." Bai Lin, beside him, looked at Chu Qingyun with exasperation, often wondering what could possibly be occupying his mind. 8th spirit skill, Forest Prison. The vines formed a colossal prison, encaging the gold-eating worms. The vines then released paralyzing toxins upon the trapped creatures. Sensing the danger, the gold-eating worms frantically gnawed at the prison walls, their sharp teeth tearing open a small gap through which they attempted to escape. At that moment, Binbin leaped into action, twisting in midair and curling into a ball, his sharp thorns transforming into blades. Utilizing his substantial weight, he crushed the fleeing gold-eating worms into pulp. Instantly, tens of thousands of yellow and white spirit rings materialized. The worms themselves were not particularly powerful. Their infamous reputation stemmed from their destructive capacity against metals. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun, who had been observing the spectacle, rushed forward with a massive sack, reveling in the sight of the gold-eating worm carcasses strewn about. Hook, adopting a serious demeanor, cautioned, "Junior, you must promise me that these gold-eating worms will not be misused." Chu Qingyun's grin stretched from ear to ear, his pride evident as he lifted his chin. Suddenly, Bai Lin shouted urgently, "Wait, what is that sound?" Buzzing intensified into a resounding tremor throughout the mine, as if something formidable was drawing near. Chu Qingyun slowly raised his right hand, saying, I have a suggestion, not sure if it's appropriate to share." Knowing Chu Qingyun's character well, Bai Lin retorted, "If it's just pointless chatter unrelated to the situation, kindly swallow it." Embarrassed, Chu Qingyun scratched his head and said, "I think in situations like this, it's prudent to prepare for the worst, so it might be wise for us to run." No sooner had he spoken than a colossal gold-eating worm king, towering over 5 meters, emerged from around the corner, radiating the aura of a 10,000-year-old soul beast. Bai Lin was still in shock from the sight of the gold-eating worm king when Chu Qingyun hoisted her onto his shoulder and sprinted down the tunnel behind Hook. Regaining her senses, Bai Lin struggled, saying, "Let me go. Senior Hook is still back there. This is incredibly unchivalrous of you." Smack! Chu Qingyun flipped swat Bai Lin to backseat. Countering? Chivalrous? Do you think the 4 of us combined would stand a chance against that Worm King? Observing Chu Qingyun's rapid retreat, Hook shook his head in resignation. The lad clearly understood the disparity in power. Even together, they were no match for the gold-eating Worm King. 5th spirit skill, Forest Transformation. Instantly, the vines that adorned the mine tunnel morphed, blooming into gigantic, man-eating flowers that lunged at the gold-eating Worm King. However, the corrosive properties of these man-eating flowers, combined with the paralyzing toxins from the vines, were no match for the Worm King, whose body had long since hardened like stone from consuming rare metallic minerals, augmented by its razor-sharp teeth. In no time, the gold-eating worm king broke free from the onslaught, seeking vengeance upon the humans that had wronged it. Meanwhile, Hook and Binbin had vanished without a trace. Enraged, the gold-eating worm king furiously flapped its wings, causing the mind to shake violently, and employing the principle of resonance to pinpoint the location of the fleeing quartet. At that moment, Chu Qingyun glanced back at the pursuing gold-eating worm king and yelled, "Damn it, when will this end? By the way, Senior Hook, do you even know the way? I feel like we might have circled back." Hook, leading the way, turned back with an awkward smile, apologizing while Binbin and I have a knack for getting lost. Even the paths we've traversed can slip our minds in an instant. Chu Qingyun shot him a look of incredulity, exasperatedly retorting, "If you're lost, why rush ahead like that?" Suddenly, the gold-eating worm king's wings glimmered with blinding golden light as it lunged toward the four. In perfect synchrony, they ducked, narrowly avoiding the lethal attack, leaving deep gouges in the narrow tunnel. As they beheld the marks on the tunnel wall, the four swallowed hard, the entire mine quaking ominously around them. Boom! With a resounding crash, the four individuals plummeted alongside the golden devourer emperor. In the air, Chu Qingyun's black flame thunder wings materialized behind him, instantly enveloping Bai Lin in his embrace, while the clumsy Binbin transformed into a dragon form to shield Hook within its protective body. Bang! With three thunderous roars and countless boulders cascading down, the group was buried beneath the debris, succumbing to unconsciousness. In the darkness, Bai Lin beheld Chu Qingyun before her, his figure drenched in blood. No matter how she called out to him, it proved futile. In her panic, she contemplated transforming into her dragon form to lift the massive boulder pinning him down. Yet she feared that her power might inadvertently harm the unconscious Chu Qingyun. Just as she found herself in a dilemma, an abundance of tender sprouts suddenly emerged around them, effortlessly raising the boulder off the two. A faint light illuminated the scene as Hook pulled them out. Casting a satisfied glance at the bloodied Chu Qingyun, he remarked, "With the Dragon Clan's robust scales as protection, such a height poses no threat. This is the first time I've encountered such a fool, using a human body to safeguard a dragon rider." Upon hearing this, Bai Lin's face flushed crimson as she lowered her gaze. She understood that Chu Qingyun had never regarded her as a dragon. He merely acted as a caring older brother at a critical moment. At that instant, the day's golden devourer emperor also stirred back to life, slowly ascending and relentlessly attacking the group. As the frenzied golden devourer emperor charged towards them, the three hastily bent down to shield themselves, yet the loss of support caused Chu Qingyun to topple backward, the emperor nearly grazing his scalp as it flew by. Bang! With a sharp crack, Chu Qingyun's head collided with a stone behind him, the intense pain jolting him back to consciousness. "Ouch!" he exclaimed, clutching the back of his head in agony, only to suddenly realize something far more dreadful. "Where's my hair? What happened to my hair?" In the wake of the earlier assault, the emperor's razor-sharp wings had slicked past his scalp, leaving his head bald and the lump on the back of his skull a cruel addition to his misfortune. Observing the furious and incensed Chu Qingyun, the trio exchanged knowing glances and simultaneously raised their left index fingers, pointing at the distant golden devourer emperor, declaring, "It was its doing." Chu Qingyun glared at the golden devourer emperor, the formidable clawed hammer manifesting in his mechanical left hand, while his black flame thunder wings erupted with power. For rings stacked, Blue-Silver Emperor's breaking army multiplied. Fifth soul skill, Tyrant's Earth Shatter Slash. Clang! This strike, imbued with the essence of immortal laws, crashed into the Emperor's formidable body, producing a metallic clang that reverberated through the air. The tremendous force instantly repelled both the Golden Devourer Emperor and Chu Qingyun. Boom! The dislodged Golden Devourer Emperor collided with the stone wall, crashing into a hidden chamber inside. Chu Qingyun, stabilizing himself in mid-air with his black flame thunder wings, dashed toward the Golden Devourer Emperor. As he neared the Golden Devourer Emperor, upon encountering a fragment of a ghostly green shard behind him, its once impenetrable body dissolved into a pool of blood, even its very soul drawn into the abyss. Just as Chu Qingyun was about to crash into the fragment, his pupils shifted to a dark golden hue, his soul power surging dramatically, and his black flame thunder wings unleashed a terrifying blaze, embedding him into the crevice of the cave ceiling. Chu Qingyun struggled to free his head, grumbling, "Master, surely you needn't wield such overwhelming power." Ha ha! In the spiritual realm, Old Mu chuckled heartily at Chu Qingyun's plight. As Chu Qingyun observed the gleeful expression on Old Mu's face, an unsettling sensation crept over him. Yet old Mu excitedly explained. Your luck is extraordinary. You have encountered a fragment of the shattered deity of the Rakshasa god here. Chapter 39. Infiltrating the federal headquarters. Chu Qingyun scrutinized the small shard before him, feeling an inexplicable familiarity emanating from it, akin to the aura exuded by the Pope of the evil spirit cult, Beitang Linya. Bai Lin, Hook, and Binbin approached, cautioning everyone be vigilant. This unidentified object is exceedingly perilous. I can sense the aura radiating from it, likely imposing pressure from a god-level expert. Chu Qingyun explained to the trio, this is a fragmented shard of the Rakshasa god. If my senior brother can integrate it, he might just transcend to godhood. Observing the murderous energy emanating from the shard, Hook hesitated momentarily before shaking his head in resignation, declining, I revere the power of life. The aura from this shard contradicts my beliefs. I'm unfit for it. Junior brother, with your exceptional talent and rare tri-spirit martial soul, why not give it a try? Chu Qingyun understood that among the four present, none but himself could wield such power. His earlier suggestion was merely a formality. Nodding to Hook, he stepped forward, only to be halted by Bai Lin, who anxiously cautioned, be careful. Gazing into Bai Lin's concerned eyes, Chu Qingyun smiled and patted her head reassuringly, replying, rest assured. I will be fine. He slowly approached the divine shard, as old Mu's voice echoed in his spiritual realm. Young man, do not attempt to merge with this deity. Instead, try to sense its laws of power and comprehend the principles of death within it. As for handling the shard, leave it to me. The moment Chu Qingyun reached out to touch the shard, a vivid memory surged into his mind, belonging to none other than the previous Rakshasa god, Bibi Dong. The memory unfolded her life, from meeting Yu Xiaojing, to descending into the secret chamber beneath Qianquan's domain, and eventually becoming the Pope of the Spirit Hall, culminating in the tragic defeat in the JYG battle and her subsequent demise, a tale of a remarkable woman whose life echoed with sorrow. Suddenly, a wave of suffocating dread enveloped him, as countless black souls, vengeful spirits, and malevolent entities swirled around Chu Qingyun. Bai Lin rushed forward to rescue him, but was abruptly halted by Hook, who sternly stated, if ascending to godhood bore no peril, there wouldn't be so many lamenting souls in this world. This is his destined trial. We cannot intervene. Hearing Hook's admonition, Bai Lin reluctantly retreated, her heart heavy with concern as she gazed at Chu Qingyun. At that moment, Chu Qingyun felt as if his soul had entered an obscured expanse, where he faced a strikingly familiar figure, resembling Beitang Linya, gazing down at him with an air of arrogance. In a state of sheer panic, Chu Qingyun knelt before her before she could utter a word, stammering, Mother, how come you are here? Mother? The striking figure approached, lifting his chin with a hand, her voice cold as she declared, Listen well, I am Bibi Dong, the Pope of the Spirit Hall. Chu Qingyun was taken aback, astonished that this Pope, from millions of years past, bore an uncanny resemblance to the current Pope of the evil spirit cult, making it nearly impossible to distinguish between the two. Chu Qingyun offered an awkward smile as Bibi Dong inquired, Are you prepared to inherit the shattered divine position of the Rakshasa god? Chu Qingyun hastily waved his hands, responding, Senior Bibi Dong, I already possess a divine inheritance. I am not here to inherit the Rakshasa goddess position. I seek the laws of death behind the Rakshasa and Shura gods. Upon hearing the mention of the death laws, Bibi Dong's expression shifted, for even Tang San, when he was the Shura god, had failed to perceive this. Yet this young man before her could articulate it with ease, indicating that his background must be extraordinary. Observing Bibi Dong's peculiar expression, Chu Qingyun smirked. Senior ISNT considering taking over, are you? Such a decision is undoubtedly rather foolish. As he spoke, a wheel-like mark appeared on Chu Qingyun's forehead, emanating a divine aura that instilled profound fear in Bibi Dong. Noticing that she had been sufficiently intimidated, Chu Qingyun promptly withdrew his spreading consciousness and continued to entice her. Senior, if you can assist me in comprehending the laws of death, I am willing to help you resurrect your consciousness and reconstruct your physical form. Oh, Bibi Dong studied the youth before her with a mixture of irritation and curiosity. Are you not aware of the deeds I have committed in the past? My existence is loathed by all on Douluo Continent, yet you wish to aid in my resurrection? Are you not afraid of me? Chu Qingyun spoke sincerely, without a hint of deception. I am well aware of your history and past. While you are indeed fearsome, you are equally deserving of respect. I choose to trust you, for I too am no paragon of virtue. Bibi Dong regarded the earnest Chu Qingyun, whose clear gaze seemed devoid of falsehood. After a moment of silence, she coldly replied, Very well, I shall choose to believe you this once. However, Should you deceive me, the consequences will be beyond your imagination. As soon as Chu Qingyun lifted his gaze, he saw Bibi Dong transform into a monstrous half-human, half-spider creature, lunging at him. Her sharp spider claws pierced his soul, and the abilities of the soul-eating spider queen instantly enveloped Chu Qingyun in an overwhelming sense of fear of death. Seeing Chu Qingyun struggling desperately, Bibi Dong admonished him coldly. Do not resist. Only by confronting true death can one grasp its profound truths. In that fleeting moment between life and death, as long as you comprehend the laws of death, there will be no peril. Outside, Balan and the others watched with anguish as Chu Qingyun bled from his 7 orifices. His countenance pale. Beside him, Hyuk was drenched in cold sweat, his entire being shrouded in an aura of death, resembling a man on the brink of demise. Suddenly, a torrent of crimson blood gushed from Chu Qingyun's mouth, swiftly saturating the entire mining tunnel, a scene that was nothing short of terrifying. Brother! Balan, unable to contain herself, screamed and attempted to rush towards Chu Qingyun, only to be firmly restrained by Hyuk. Little girl, even if you rush over, it will be futile. We must trust in his resolve. As soon as he finished speaking, the blood pooling around Chu Qingyun frantically surged into his body. Enveloped in blood, he resembled a fearsome demon. Chu Qingyun opened his eyes, revealing blood-red irises that exuded an alluring malevolence, a sign that his mind was succumbing to control. Before the might of such power, his psychological defenses crumbled. In an instant, a figure draped in a black robe, wielding a massive scythe, manifested behind Chu Qingyun, the ancient god of death, casting a sinister glance over the onlookers. Upon meeting the gaze of the death god, the three felt an overwhelming and suffocating energy, as if they were to be crushed. The death god swung his scythe, a chilling arc slicing through the air, and in an instant, the three were decapitated, collapsing before Chu Qingyun. At that moment, Chu Qingyun's voice emerged, feeble yet resolute. This power is indeed formidable. Death itself is not to be feared. The true terror lies in despair. Master. Following this, Chu Qingyun's soul detached from his body as he relinquished control, choosing to fight against the odds. At this juncture, he wielded a long blade, double his own height, adorned with dark golden fissures. Though seemingly unadorned, it was a weapon surpassing even the most divine artifacts. The Annihilation Weapon. I shatter the cold stars with a single blade, slicing through the heavens with unmatched prowess. Shatter the cold stars. Buzz. The blade in Chu Qingyun's hand resonated with a powerful hum, the dark golden cracks emanating a dazzling light. Swish! With a swift motion, Chu Qingyun unsheathed the blade, unleashing a brilliant arc that cleaved through the death god's scythe, a supreme artifact, rendering the once mighty deity into nothingness as despair etched across his face. As Chu Qingyun vanquished the death god, his soul returned to his body, clutching the deadly blade. He walked past the corpses of the three with a cold demeanor, uttering, Master, I have passed the 4th trial, have I not? In an instant, the surrounding scene transformed rapidly, and Chu Qingyun's consciousness returned to his spiritual space. Floating before him was old Mu, who remarked, Indeed, only by facing true life and death, in the depths of despair, can one grasp the profound truths of the laws of death and create one's martial techniques. Thus, I spared no effort to imprison the remnants of the death god's soul for your trial. Unbeknownst to old Mu, a glimmer of wariness flickered in Chu Qingyun's gaze. After a moment, Chu Qingyun slowly opened his eyes, revealing 4 soul rings, 2 dark golden, 1 black and white, and 1 blood red. At this moment, his purple extreme demon eye had reached its ultimate realm, enabling him to pierce through the terrifying illusions within the perilous trial. Beside him, Balan rushed forward, embracing Chu Qingyun tightly, tears streaming as she exclaimed, You frightened me to death. With all that blood, I thought you had fallen into madness. Observing Balan and Hyuk, who appeared safe and sound, Chu Qingyun sighed in relief. Although he had seen through the illusion, the horrifying shadow still lingered in his mind. It was only upon confirming the safety of the three that he truly felt at ease. 3 days later, Chu Qingyun and Balan embarked on a transport vessel bound for the Star Domain Federation headquarters. Su Jie had informed them that an undercover agent from the Shadow Assassins would meet them to coordinate their mission. As Chu Qingyun awaited the contact with curiosity, a familiar silhouette emerged before him. Dressed in a black lace dress, Qianli approached with an alluring gait, her unsettling gaze igniting a sense of unease within Chu Qingyun. Raising her right hand, she leaned against the couch behind him, her enticing black-stockinged leg resting upon Chu Qingyun's thigh as she seductively said, Little brother, what a delightful coincidence. Chu Qingyun's face flushed crimson, momentarily rendered speechless, while Balan swiftly pulled him to her side, glaring at Qian Li with indignation. Humph. If you have something to say, then say it without any inappropriate gestures. Noticing Balan's jealous expression, Qian Li chuckled. Oh dear, what an impolite little dragon. I think little brother should surrender her to me, so I can give her a proper education. With that, Qian Li extended her delicate hand, savoring the moment as she caressed the abdominal muscles of the Azure Sea Flood Dragon King, Xiao Qing. Her words undoubtedly provoked Chu Qingyun's ire. Before Balan could retort, he shot back. I've always regarded Xiao Bai as my own sister. Please show her some respect. Otherwise, do not blame me for being impolite. Puffed. Witnessing Chu Qingyun's furious expression, Balan felt a warmth in her heart, while Qian Li merely laughed. What delightful little beings you are. I shan't toy with you any longer. This time, you shall pose as a couple from the Qian family, with Chu Qingyun as my younger brother. I will guide you into the Shadow Assassin's Research Department. As for accessing the true core data room, that will depend on your capabilities. Upon hearing the word couple, Balan's face flushed with embarrassment, while Chu Qingyun hastily interjected. Can't we assume a different identity? This is rather awkward. Qian Li retorted impatiently. Do you think fabricating an identity is so simple? The Federation maintains strict surveillance over all factions. This is the result of my painstaking efforts. Beneath the seats, I have prepared relevant items for both of you. Hurry and get ready. A short while later, after undergoing disguises, the two emerged clad in suits and dresses, suddenly exuding an inexplicable sense of chemistry. Observing their figures, Qian Li's eyes shimmered with a hint of nostalgia. The spacecraft docked at a bustling star sector, where a magnificent crystalline metropolis was established upon a sturdy belt of meteors. This resplendent city of crystal housed the headquarters of the Interstellar Federation, employing the most advanced technological innovations and formidable defensive measures throughout its expanse. This technological marvel was the very embodiment of Chu Qingyun's aspirations. At that moment, Qian Li spoke gravely, be vigilant. We have now entered the detection range of the Shadow Sting. Apart from you, other major factions will also be conducting counter-surveillance on the Shadow Sting organization. So it is imperative that you remain discreet in your words and actions to avoid detection. Guiding the two into an office located on the top floor of the main city, they encountered a corpulent man with a lecherous demeanor seated at a desk. Qian Li approached him alluringly and said, Brother Yi, these two are my siblings, both mech designers, seeking a position in the research department. What do you think? The lascivious man slowly extended his hand to caress Qian Li's enticing thigh, leering at Bai Lin beside Chu Qingyun, and remarked, Oh, is it merely the research department? Just mention my name, and they shall welcome you there. With that, his vile hand began to inch towards Qian Li's slender waist. Tonight, I shall await you in my chambers. Qian Li disdainfully pushed him away and whispered, I understand. She quickly led the two out, her expression darkening as she said, I will take you both to report in. However, without a word, Chu Qingyun grasped her hand and boldly entered the men's restroom, casting a glance at Bai Lin to signal her to keep watch at the door. As a knight of compassion, would you truly abandon your knightly spirit to spend the night with that lecherous oaf? Qian Li shook her head in resignation and replied, For the future of the Dragon Knight Order, such a sacrifice is worthwhile. Observing the despair in Qian Li's eyes, Chu Qingyun gently lifted her chin and grinned mischievously, proposing, How about a deal? I will discreetly dispose of that lecherous man, and in return, you will investigate the tragic incident at the orphanage in Donglan City 10 years ago. Who was responsible? This was the true purpose of Chu Qingyun's visit. He had always held the memory of the orphanage that had nurtured him close to his heart. He had previously inquired with Xie, who assured him that he was not to blame for the orphanage's tragedy. Now, with an opportunity to uncover the truth, Chu Qingyun was determined not to let it slip away. Recognizing the seriousness in his gaze, Qian Li understood he was not jesting. After a moment of contemplation, she solemnly replied, Very well, I shall assist you in your investigation, and you will eliminate him. As dusk fell, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin completed their resignation procedures at the research department and were taken to an apartment. Moments later, Qian Li approached Chu Qingyun, her expression serious. The true mastermind behind the orphanage tragedy 10 years ago is Yi Huaixin of the Federation. Under the cover of night, the Federation launched a surprise attack on the orphanage because the director and Qing had once been a member of the Shadow Sting. Disillusioned with such a shadowy existence, he faked his death and withdrew from the organization. Yi Huaixin is not only repulsive in appearance, but also exceptionally ruthless. That night, he ordered in Qing's elimination and commanded the slaughter of all the orphans, framing it on the evil spirit sect. Bang! unable to contain his fury any longer. Chu Qingyun smashed the crystalline table before him, seething, "That bastard! I shall kill him tonight." Seeing the uncontrollable rage in Chu Qingyun, Qianli quickly intervened. "Do not act impulsively. Yi Huaixin is an 86-level soul fighter, equipped with a 4-character battle armor, and his home is fortified with numerous elite guards and security devices. We must strategize together to eliminate him." Chu Qingyun shook his hand dismissively, countering, "Rest assured, I have devised a thorough plan. This time, I will ensure the Federation is thrown into chaos." He then produced a box and handed it to Qianli, saying, "Tonight, I need you to impersonate me and create an alibi for my actions." Though Qianli was unaware of Chu Qingyun's exact plan, his confident demeanor suggested that everything would proceed smoothly. In the dead of night, Chu Qingyun disguised himself as Qianli and exited his apartment. A flying vehicle soon appeared to take him to Yi Huaixin's residence. Click! As he entered the vehicle, the driver suddenly produced a mini camera and snapped a photo of him. Alarmed, Chu Qingyun rushed forward to seize it. "Xie, how dare you take candid shots of me?" In the scuffle, Xie revealed the Holy Order's decree, stating, "Your Excellency, this is the will of the Pope. Please do not make it difficult for me." Upon hearing the mention of the Pope, Chu Qingyun immediately subdued, sitting back with a disgruntled expression, threatening, "Xie, if you dare show that photo to anyone other than the Pope, I will ensure your demise." Xie, glancing at the photo in his hand, wore an expression of suppressed amusement as he replied, "Rest assured, Your Excellency, Xie will always stand by your side. However, I have learned that the Holy Maiden, your acquaintance Wu Linger, has already infiltrated the Federation and seems to have ulterior motives. Additionally, the Star King has recently gone missing. There appears to be some trouble." Upon hearing the mention of the Holy Maiden, Chu Qingyun became anxious. This troubling connection could spell disaster. If Wu Linger were to discover his presence, he would not have enough lives to spare. "Xie, under no circumstances must Bei Tang Hongyu or Wu Linger learn that I have come to the Federation headquarters. Otherwise, my entire plan could be jeopardized." Xie nodded in agreement. As Chu Qingyun's trusted confidant, he might not be able to defy the Pope's orders, but he would never betray the Saint's son in critical moments. The vehicle gradually came to a halt in front of an opulent mansion. Chu Qingyun stepped out with a steely gaze, uttering, "Stay alert for signals," before entering the premises under the watchful eyes of the guards. As he crossed the threshold, the lecherous Yi Huaixin immediately embraced him, leering, "Why have you arrived so late? You've nearly driven me mad with anticipation." Before Chu Qingyun could respond, Yi Huaixin ushered him into the bedroom. At that moment, a deep voice resonated, "Come out." Yi Huaixin's face paled instantly, and he hurriedly cast Chu Qingyun aside, instructing, "Wait here for me, darling." He then swiftly closed the door and dashed toward the hall. Chu Qingyun, surprised, recognized that the voice belonged to the Star King, Kelly Feet, one of the 4 protectors of the evil spirit sect. Could it be that the Star King had clandestine ties with the Federation's shadow sting? Puzzled, Chu Qingyun stealthily crept to the door to eavesdrop. The Star King stated, "Yi Huaixin, I have heard that the star god from Tianluo Star has arrived within the star sector. Do not let lust cloud your judgment and delay the advancement of our plans." Yi Huaixin, brimming with confidence, replied, "Rest assured, my lord. I have laid an impenetrable net across the star sector. Once he steps into this domain, the star god shall not escape alive." The Star King, Kelly Feet, then produced a dossier and handed it to Yi Huaixin, saying, "This young man, named Chu Qingyun, must be eliminated, regardless of cost. He cannot be allowed to live." Witnessing the ferocity in Kelly Feet's gaze, Yi Huaixin broke into a cold sweat. He stared at the photograph of the 16-year-old boy in his hands, swallowing hard. What sort of individual could invoke such fear in the Star King? Yi Huaixin hastily replied, "Rest assured, my lord, I shall ensure this scoundrel meets his demise." No sooner had the words left his lips than a black hole materialized behind King Xingtian Kuli Feet, who promptly turned and stepped into it, vanishing in an instant. Watching Kuli Feet depart, Yi Huaixin exhaled a sigh of relief, wiping the cold sweat from his brow, and a sly grin crept across his face as he hastened back to his chamber. However, upon opening the door, he found that Qianli had already disappeared, replaced instead by the mocking gaze of Chu Qingyun. Enraged at the sight, Yi Huaixin bellowed, "You audacious wretch! Who dares intrude upon my residence?" Chu Qingyun, with a smirk, directed Yi Huaixin's attention to the documents he held in hand, silently urging him to take a closer look. Confused, Yi Huaixin glanced at the papers, then back at Chu Qingyun, and suddenly grasped the situation, pointing an accusatory finger at him as he exclaimed, "Chu Qingyun, you have the audacity to appear before me. The Lord has commanded me to eliminate you at all costs, and now you deliver yourself right to my doorstep. How delightful! Heaven offers you a path, yet you forsake it. Hell has no doors, yet you choose to enter. Since you seek death, I shall oblige. Someone, Yi Huaixin stood awkwardly, staring blankly at Chu Qingyun. Utterly speechless, not willing to accept defeat, he shouted again, "Is anyone even alive here?" Observing Yi Huaixin's foolishness, Chu Qingyun shook his head in exasperation, saying, "Cease your cries. No matter how loud you scream today, no one shall come to your aid." With a sharp snap of his mechanical right arm, a cacophony of cawing crows gathered around Chu Qingyun, coalescing into a humanoid form. The figure known as Xiao knelt before Chu Qingyun, respectfully stating, "My lord, as per your instructions, all those treacherous guards outside have been dismembered and packed away." Ye Huaixin, recognizing the figure before him as the infamous Xiao from the Federal Wanted list, gasped in disbelief. "You are Xiao? Then you must be the saint of the evil spirit sect?" Chu Qingyun looked at Yi Huaixin, disappointment etched on his face as he sighed. "It appears you truly are a dim-witted fool, incapable of independent thought." This provocation ignited Yi Huaixin's fury, and he pointed at the two men, shouting, "You are merely a super Douluo. As long as I can endure until federal reinforcements arrive, you shall not escape." With that, Yi Huaixin summoned his battle armor, wielding two sharp hammers as he charged toward them. Just as Xiao prepared to retaliate, Chu Qingyun raised a hand to stop him, grinning wickedly. "Just wait and watch the spectacle unfold." Suddenly, thousands of half-mechanical, half-organic devouring bugs erupted from the walls of the residence, ravenously attacking Yi Huaixin's armor. The reformed bugs, having shed their previous limitations of small appetites and slow digestion, now became insatiable, their razor-sharp mandibles piercing through the armor and into Yi Huaixin's flesh, eliciting agonized cries from him. At that moment, within his mental space, BB Dong's fierce voice echoed, "Brat, I despise scum like him. Utilize the power of the laws of death to ensure he meets a wretched end." Originally, Chu Qingyun intended for the bugs to consume him alive. But given the Pope's command, he seized the opportunity to test his newfound abilities. With a wave of his mechanical right hand, Chu Qingyun commanded the punk-devouring bugs to disperse. Bloodied and battered, Yi Huaixin glared coldly at Chu Qingyun, realizing that his intricate defenses within the residence had been utterly compromised. At this moment, he understood that he likely would not survive long enough to await the federal reinforcements. Thus, he resolved to fight to the death, determined to drag Chu Qingyun down with him. 7th Soul Skill, Martial Soul, True Body. 8th Soul Skill, Plum Shadow, 3 Hammers. Yi Huaixin declared vehemently, "Let us settle the score for those souls you harmed in the orphanage a decade ago." As Yi Huaixin surged forward, Chu Qingyun's lips curled into a sinister smile. A vein on his left cheek swelled dramatically, snaking toward his eye, and in an instant, his left pupil transformed into a terrifying blood-red hue. 4 soul rings appeared behind him, 2 dark gold, 1 black and white, and 1 blood-red, before the 4th soul ring ignited, summoning forth a grim reaper, cloaked in black, wielding a massive scythe. 4th soul skill, Death Judgment. The reaper slashed through Yi Huaixin in an instant, and suddenly, the world before him morphed into a mountain of corpses and a sea of blood, countless familiar vengeful spirits and bloodied corpses lunging at him, their mouths chanting, "You beast! Return my life!" These vengeful souls and bloodied corpses gradually enveloped Yi Huaixin, and as his screams weakened, his very soul was devoured. Watching Yi Huaixin collapse, eyes glazed, Xiao swallowed hard and nervously remarked, "My lord, you no longer even need to lift a finger to kill." Chu Qingyun extracted the mechanical stomach of the punk-devouring bugs, examining the precious alloy with a smile. "Xiao, dismember this scoundrel and scatter his remains across the star domain. Also, hand over your battle armor. I will help you upgrade it to a 5-word version." Xiao, upon hearing this, immediately burst into tears, clinging to Chu Qingyun's leg and lamenting, "My lord, you are too kind. I never imagined that as the lowest of the 12 offerings, I would be the first to receive a 5-word battle armor. This is truly..." Disgusted by Xiao's display, Chu Qingyun pushed him away and coldly ordered, "Enough of your prattle. Hurry and do as I say. Furthermore, inform the remaining 9 brothers that from today onward, each must take 9 punk-devouring bugs to attack the Federal Headquarters Soul Masters. Remember to only kill those associated with the Shadow Stab. The greater the chaos, the better. I will assist each of you in upgrading your battle armors." Chu Qingyun indeed intended to cultivate the remaining 10 offerings of the evil spirit sect into his own force. How he would win them over depended on Xiao's actions. Xiao, no fool himself, recognized Chu Qingyun's clear intentions. Yet the prospect of following a powerful leader was enticing. Having spent a year with Chu Qingyun, he found it far superior to his previous position in the evil spirit sect. Seizing this opportunity, he would make the most of it. Pledging his unwavering loyalty to Chu Qingyun, Xiao dragged the corpses of Yi Huaixin and others away from the residence. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun prepared a small gift for the Shadow Stab. Having arranged everything, Chu Qingyun disguised himself as an ordinary person and left the residence, stepping into the bustling streets. At that moment, two women approached, gazing at his retreating figure with astonishment, murmuring, "Have I missed him so much? Why does that figure look so much like him?" Beside her, the lively girl teased, "Sister Ling Er, who are you missing this time?" Hua Ling Er's face flushed crimson as she pushed her friend away, whispering, "Hong Yu, stop talking nonsense." However, Bei Tang Hong, you seem to have also noticed that familiar silhouette in the crowd, feeling an inexplicable sense of warmth. Inside an apartment, Qian Li, disguised as Chu Qingyun, leaned against the window, peering out cautiously, while Bai Lin paced anxiously within the room, muttering, "Why hasn't he returned yet? Could something have happened? I must go find him." Suddenly, the crystal city outside the window radiated a blood-red glow. The moment it fell, a flurry of hurried footsteps echoed, prompting Chu Qingyun to instinctively push Bai Lin onto the bed. The bashful Bai Lin gazed at the close proximity of Chu Qingyun and anxiously exclaimed, "W, what are you doing?" Qian Li, with a serious expression, interjected, "If you wish to prevent any danger from befalling Chu Qingyun, then cooperate properly." At that moment, two patrol officers, standing at the door, heard the heavy breaths emanating from within. Peering through the crack of the door, they witnessed three figures entwined in the darkness. One of them, unable to bear the scene, spoke first, "What are you staring at?" Interrupting them now would be rather rude. "We should leave quickly and let the shadow assassins deal with this villain." The other federal investigator concurred. Indeed, barging in at such a moment would be exceedingly uncouth. Let those rascals handle this evildoer. Once the two departed, Chu Qingyun climbed through the window, and upon seeing their disheveled state, he awkwardly covered his eyes and said, "I am sorry for the interruption. Please continue." Qian Li swiftly turned and yanked him closer, pinning him down as she demanded, "Stop with the nonsense, you brat, and quickly explain what happened." Chu Qingyun, blushing at their awkward position, turned his head away and replied, "Someone has died, but the situation is becoming increasingly complicated." Sisterly, could you please get up so we can talk?" Just then, a cacophony of footsteps echoed from downstairs, and this time, the shadow assassins had truly arrived. Chapter 41. The Fox and the Hunter. Without having the opportunity to clarify the operational circumstances, Chu Qingyun, hearing the approaching footsteps, anxiously asked, "Sisterly, what shall we do now?" Remaining calm, Qian Li grasped the collar of Chu Qingyun's shirt and his trousers, then pressed him against her, leaving a conspicuous lip print on his neck. Bang! At that moment, the shadow assassin investigation team kicked the door open, displaying utter disregard for others' feelings, coldly declaring, "Everyone, assemble immediately at the eternal square of the star domain for questioning." Thanks to Qian Li's swift response, Chu Qingyun momentarily evaded the crisis. However, as he was coerced by the shadow assassins, awkwardly walking out of the apartment with his trousers askew, he was taken aback when he realized the situation. Before him, tens of thousands had gathered in the grand square, and one by one, they were required to ascend the stage to substantiate their activities, needing corroboration from a second person for the truth of every word spoken. Should there be no second person to vouch for them, they would be taken into the organization for torture and interrogation. At that moment, Chu Qingyun regretted his situation immensely. Not only was he in this predicament, but he had also heard that Hua Ling Er and Bei Tang Hongyu were present in the star domain. If they were to discover him in this state, there would be no way to clear his name. Just then, a frail, deathly-looking elder ascended the stage and angrily proclaimed, "Just now, within the Sacred Federation, we were attacked by the evil spirit sect. They bloodily slaughtered Federal Councilor Yi Huaixin at his residence, killing him and his guards, dismembering them, and discarding the remains throughout the star domain. They even audaciously set up a 12-level god-slaying soul cannon at his abode. 6 members of our Federal Security Inspection were gravely injured, 2 of whom perished. And they provocatively inscribed, 'The Holy Son of the Evil Spirit was here.' This is a direct affront to the dignity of the Federation. Therefore, we ask for everyone's cooperation in apprehending this treacherous scoundrel." Below, Qian Li and Bai Lin exchanged bewildered glances at Chu Qingyun, who had deftly shifted the blame, inexplicably casting suspicion upon the evil spirit sect. With a face full of worry, He pulled the two closer and whispered, "My ancestors. I implore you to concoct some other tale. Please don't mention that matter before everyone." However, Qianli, with a mischievous grin, took Bai Lin's hand and stepped onto the high platform to address the crowd, stating, "We spent the entire night with Qian Zhuang, Chu Qingyun's alias, and never left the premises." Instantly, the crowd erupted in a frenzy of astonishment, their gazes filled with intrigue. Someone remarked, "I hear the new guy Qian Zhuang is related to one of them and married to the other. He's quite the player. Indeed, this brother is quite impressive," provoking envy among the onlookers. Meanwhile, the two federal investigators from earlier also corroborated, "Sir, we can attest that when we arrived, the three were indeed engaged in that." Laughter erupted throughout the crowd, and amidst this mortifying public spectacle, Chu Qingyun felt his face flush with embarrassment, wishing for a crevice in the ground to swallow him whole. From a distance, Beitang Hongyu rolled her eyes and muttered, "What a repulsive man." Meanwhile, Huolinger observed the familiar figure on stage, murmuring, "Strange, the person who just passed by me on the street seems to be this one. Could it be?" As the crowd continued to jeer, the elder on stage rebuked, "Enough. In such a dire situation, you can still find amusement. What a bunch of oblivious fools." Sensing the sheer awkwardness of the situation, Chu Qingyun seized the opportunity to salvage his image. He quickly raised his hand and exclaimed, "Sir, I know who the assailant of the star domain is." Instantly, all eyes turned toward Qian Zhuang as he pretended to be exceedingly anxious, stating, "When I first arrived in the star domain today, I spotted the wanted poster featuring the figure of Star King Kelly Feet. I followed him and overheard that they intend to strike against the star god in secret, eliminating him and framing the blame on the Holy Son of the evil spirit sect, thereby compelling the Federation to act against the Holy Son, who poses a threat to his position." Chu Qingyun's talent for fabrication was unparalleled. The Star King, who was meant to be eliminated, was suddenly thrust into the spotlight of public scrutiny. Observing the astonished expressions of the crowd, his heart swelled with delight. At that moment, a titled Daw from the Silver Assassins appeared before the elder, solemnly reporting, "Master Shadows, while we were searching for the assassin, the Star God has already predicted that, based on the investigation of the scene, the residual soul power is strikingly similar to that of the Star God. It is highly likely that it was his own brother, Kelly Feet, who struck the fatal blow." The crowd erupted in uproar. It was astonishing that Qian Zhuang's words had indeed come true, as one of the top 10 powers of the Federation had been assassinated. Meanwhile, Chu Qingyun was overjoyed, realizing that after learning of Yi Huaixing's demise, Star King Kelly Feet had no choice but to take action against his own brother, and the elder before him was none other than the leader of the Shadow Assassins, the true mastermind behind the Federation. The Star King's actions were undoubtedly a boon for Chu Qingyun, allowing him to achieve a twofold victory. Without delay, the elder bellowed, "Immediately seal off the star domain. Everyone must return to their residences at once. No one is allowed to venture outside without a federal order." In an instant, several members of the Shadow Assassins appeared, organizing the crowd to return, while the elder approached Chu Qingyun, extending his hand and gazing at Qian Zhuang with admiration, stating, "Young man, you possess remarkable potential, with a calm and thoughtful demeanor. Would you consider joining my Shadow Assassins?" Chu Qingyun feigned great excitement, grasping the elder's hand and replying, "This is wonderful. I just arrived in the Federation and have heard of the Shadow Assassin's renown. Joining your ranks is my fervent dream." But the elder, noticing Qian Zhuang's seemingly unspeakable hesitation, patted his shoulder and said, "Any requests you may have, as long as they do not contravene federal law, I am more than willing to accommodate." Upon hearing this, Chu Qingyun leaned in close and whispered in his ear, "My lord, given the current situation, my reputation has been tarnished. Could you perhaps arrange for my sister and wife to leave the star domain promptly, so as to prevent any potential disgrace to our Shadow Assassins?" Chu Qingyun understood that keeping Qian Li and Bai Lin here would inevitably expose them to danger. It would be far more prudent to send them away, allowing him to wreak havoc behind enemy lines unencumbered. However, the cunning old fox was not inclined to grant Chu Qingyun his wish easily. He feigned reluctance, saying, "Ah, young man, it would be most inconvenient without a woman by your side to tend to your daily needs. Perhaps it would be wiser to keep one nearby for your care." Chu Qingyun recognized the old fox's intentions, knowing full well he sought leverage over him. Thus, it seemed one of the two must remain. Just as Qianli was about to speak, Bai Lin interjected, "Sister, fret not. I shall take good care of our dear one. Moreover, if you stay here, others may gossip." Qianli gazed at the two, sighed, and feigned disappointment. "Alas, you both must take care of yourselves." Qianli was swiftly arranged for departure from the star domain under the orders of the Shadow Assassins. while Bai Lin was taken to a solitary residence under strict watch. Chu Qingyun then followed the elder into the heart of the Shadow Assassin's domain. The headquarters of Shadow Assassins resided in a spatial realm within the technological crystal city of the Federation, serving as the core of surveillance over various factions. It was an utterly clandestine establishment. As Chu Qingyun accompanied the elder, he introduced himself. I am Yu Feng, the leader of the Shadow Assassins. We operate to covertly monitor any factions that may pose a threat to the safety of the Federation citizens. However, it seems this incident has exceeded our calculations. Young man, do you possess any unique insights? Chu Qingyun, aware of the elder's machinations, seized the opportunity to elevate his stance. In truth, our swift lockdown means that Star King Colin Fei and his rabid dog mercenaries may not escape the Star Domain. My lord, are you suggesting we lure the snake out of its hole and close the door on the dog? The old fox Yu Feng's eyes widened momentarily. This young man was remarkably astute, having discerned his intentions with ease, a promising talent indeed. Yet, observing Yu Feng's gaze, Chu Qingyun discerned the elder's ulterior motive, to dispose of him once he had served his purpose. Thus, the cunning and treacherous Chu Qingyun resolved to ensnare him in turn. With a sly grin, he approached Yu Feng and whispered, My lord, might I suggest a trap where we set the dogs against each other, allowing a third party to reap the benefits? This way, we can eliminate the threat effortlessly. Yu Feng's eyes lit up with surprise as he clapped a hand on Chu Qingyun's shoulder, exclaiming, Brilliant, brilliant. Very well, we shall proceed as you suggest. You shall take my place as the commander of this operation, and the Shadow Assassins will follow your orders. He then produced a black iron token emblazoned with a sharp emblem and tossed it to Chu Qingyun, who smiled broadly and bowed. Thank you, my lord. 3 days hence, at the Eternal Square, the execution of the evil spirit saint will take place. I hope you will be present to witness the spectacle. Yu Feng waved his hand in satisfaction, signaling Chu Qingyun to depart, his expression darkening as he watched the young man retreat. Keep a close watch on him. Observe whom he interacts with over the next 3 days. If necessary, he trailed off, drawing a finger across his neck. As the shadowy figures behind him vanished in an instant, leaving a single word in their wake. Understood. Though Chu Qingyun's current mental prowess was merely at the Spirit Abyss realm with a strength of 6,000, he could vaguely sense a formidable presence tailing him. Indeed, the old fox Yu Feng was exceedingly wary of him. He understood that he must present himself as a controllable quarry in the elder's eyes to escape peril. Without looking back, he returned to the new abode arranged by the Shadow Assassins. Upon his safe return, Bai Lin, filled with surprise, was about to inquire about the situation, only to be abruptly silenced by Chu Qingyun as he pushed her toward the bed in the bedroom. Bai Lin, no fool, recognized the seriousness in Chu Qingyun's demeanor and understood the gravity of the matter. Soon, the room was filled with screams and heavy breaths. Outside, the shadow that had followed Chu Qingyun shook his head in resignation, muttering, What a pity, a mind so sharp, yet he is a fool led astray by desire. Within the confines of the room, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin nestled under the covers, illuminating the darkness with a flashlight as they feverishly scribbled notes. Bai Lin inquired, I heard that the Federation plans to execute the evil spirit saint in 3 days. Is that true? With a proud grin, Chu Qingyun replied, Do not worry. In 3 days, only one of either the Star King or the Shadow Assassins will meet their end. Bai Lin understood that Chu Qingyun had set another trap for them. Meanwhile, on the other side, Beitang Hongyu paced anxiously in her room, fretting, Master Hades, do you think Brother Qingyun has truly been captured by the Shadow Assassins and is facing public execution? Hades, the god of the underworld, merely scoffed. Dismissing her fears, rest assured, my lady, given the cunning of the saint, it is the Star King and the Shadow Assassins who will become the prey. Despite Hades' reasoning, Beitang Hongyu remained unconvinced. No matter what, I cannot allow Brother Qingyun to be in danger, regardless of whether it is a trap or not. I must be prepared to rescue him. Meanwhile, Hualing and Ning Rongrong deliberated strategies within their quarters. Aunt Rongrong, do you think the Shadow Assassins have truly captured that evil spirit saint and are preparing for public execution? Ning Rongrong, being the rational one, analyzed the situation calmly. I suspect that the Shadow Assassins have likely set a trap to lure him in. However, this presents a prime opportunity for us to act. Noticing that Hualing had been silent for a while, lost in thought, Ning Rongrong affectionately ruffled her hair. My dear Ling are you thinking about that scoundrel again? Hualing, her cheeks flushed, shook her head in denial. No, I just feel that the lecherous man at the Eternal Square today seemed so familiar. He really resembled Chu Qingyun. Ning Rongrong teased. It appears you are lovesick. The real Chu Qingyun has been assigned to the Dragon Knight Corps for training. How could he possibly be here? Furthermore, If you were capable of such deeds, I would need to teach you the ways of taming your husband. Hu Lingye, blushing deeply, shyly replied, What are you saying? If you have time, you should focus on organizing our actions instead of teasing me. Chapter 42. The prelude to the grand performance 3 days later. The expansive Eternal Square was filled with a throng of onlookers. Atop the execution platform, 2 executioners wielding long knives stood behind a man clad in a black robe. Indeed, this was the scapegoat brought in by the Shadow Assassins, the evil spirit saint, slated for public execution. In the distance, Yu Feng sat comfortably in a grand chair, savoring his tea, when suddenly, a dark silhouette appeared behind him, causing his accompanying personnel to instinctively recoil in shock. The Shadow Assassin spoke in hushed tones. My lord, in recent days, that Qian Zhuang has been preoccupied with his romantic entanglements with his wife, and aside from arranging assassins to set traps, he has exhibited no suspicious behavior whatsoever. Yu Feng snorted disdainfully, then waved his hand dismissively, saying, It appears he is yet another fool, akin to Yi Huaixin, blinded by his own desires. Very well, let him linger a while longer. What the others? The Shadow replied, coldly. Upon hearing of the activities from various factions, such as the War God Temple, Shrek Academy, and the Evil Spirit Church, he was so frightened that he retreated to the headquarters of the assassins, claiming he would direct operations from the shadows. Chu Qingyun's fear of death and infatuation was vividly displayed, even ensnaring the usually astute Yu Feng, who cursed angrily. This cowardly rodent. Very well. Let him hide away and direct from the rear. Beneath the execution platform, Beideng Hongyu conversed with Hades. Master, do you think the person above is my brother Qingyun? Hades replied with a piercing gaze. No, that individual is the star god, Xiang Tian. Beideng Hongyu widened her eyes in disbelief, asking, Impossible. Wasn't the star god, Xiang Tian, slain by our protector, the Star King? How could he possibly be here? Hades, the king of the underworld, spoke sternly. We have grossly underestimated the means of the assassins. The incapacitated star god, Xiang Tian, was undoubtedly rendered powerless by the hands of the assassin's leader, Yu Feng. It is laughable that such a dignified star god would meet his end at the hands of his own. The time for execution had arrived. As 2 executioners raised their long blades, poised to strike, a tremendous explosion erupted within the assassin's realm of the Federation's Crystal City. Boom! Yu Feng, the Shadow Master, instantaneously tore through space to appear before the execution platform, roaring, What is happening? At that moment, a disheveled member of the assassins rushed over in panic, exclaiming, My lord, trouble. The assassins' headquarters has come under a fierce assault from Star King Caliphate, and our brothers are suffering heavy casualties. Upon hearing this, Yu Feng was consumed by rage. He had been watching the spectacle from outside, only to find his own stronghold invaded. This was a profound humiliation. Without hesitation, Yu Feng commanded, Gather, everyone. We must return to the base and eradicate the intruders. Just as Yu Feng was about to lead the charge, over 20 death warriors, all at the level of Soul Douluo, appeared to block their path. These were the merciless death warriors trained by Star King Caliphate, devoid of emotion and pain. Known as the Mad Dogs, they were prepared to sacrifice their lives to obstruct Yu Feng and the other assassins, buying time for Caliphate. Observing the blockade, Yu Feng cursed, Damn Caliphate, I shall ensure your end is far from pleasant. Meanwhile, within the assassins' headquarters, Star King Caliphate had just detonated 2 world-ending spirit-guided artillery shells, inciting considerable panic within the base. Seizing the chaos, Chu Qingyun feigned death to escape, disguising himself as another identity to infiltrate the core information repository with Bai Lin in search of intelligence. Upon entering the repository, they were greeted by billions of electronic documents, evidence of the Federation's surveillance over the world, leading Bai Lin swiftly to the Dragon Knight data section. Chu Qingyun's eyes fell upon a conspicuous red document titled Doomsday Land Plan Detailed Record. He retrieved Yu Feng's Shadow Master token and hurriedly examined the classified information contained within. However, upon reading the recorded details, his worst suspicions were confirmed. In the year 763 of the new Douluo era, due to the rapid development of forces such as the Pegasus Knights, Shrek Academy, and Dragon Knights, which posed a severe threat to the Federation status, a plan was devised to weaken them in conjunction with the alien insect race of Doomsday Land. In this battle, the majority of participants perished, with only the tenacious knight Hades escaping the battlefield, intending to expose the truth of the conflict to the Federation. To prevent exposure, it was decided to frame Hades as a spy, attributing all blame to him, thereby allowing for a legitimate elimination. However, The Pope of the Evil Spirit Church seized the opportunity to attack the base, rescuing Hades, who subsequently inherited the title of King of the Underworld and became one of the 4 guardians of the Evil Spirit Church. Yet, as the sole survivor of this battle, he remained a threat to the Federation, marked for extermination. Chu Qingyun gazed blankly at the archival records, unable to fathom how the Federation could devolve into such a dark organization, willing to sacrifice millions of innocent lives to diminish threats to their power. At that moment, Bai Lin's attention was drawn to a hidden text beneath the electronic documents. Curiously, she opened the text, which ominously proclaimed, "The aliens are rising, and Doomsday is upon us." Upon reading the content of the plan, both their pupils trembled violently, their bodies shaking with shock. In the year 780, one of the new Douluo era, various factions posed a severe threat to the Federation, prompting the decision to reopen the passage to Doomsday Land, formerly Pegasus Star, and the Douluo world, sacrificing all combat strength of the Heavenly Dragon Star to summon the ancient Insect Emperor to weaken the factions. Ultimately, when both sides were left in ruin, the Federation would deploy their hidden strength to subdue the ancient Insect Emperor, thereby controlling the Doomsday Insect Army. Staring at the contents, Chu Qingyun was astounded. The Federation's machinations were terrifying, their actions more ruthless than the Evil Spirit Church. Suddenly, an alarming realization struck Chu Qingyun as he glanced at the date inscribed above, exclaiming, "This is bad. The date of the plan is today." Bai Lin also recognized the gravity of the situation and urgently inquired, "What should we do? If all else fails, I will return to the Dragon Clan for assistance." Chu Qingyun shook his head helplessly, without a contract. The Dragon God Guardian clan could only exert their power within their territory. Moreover, this fighting force would certainly fall under the Federation's calculations and monitoring. The only way to break the deadlock was to seek support from a faction the Federation had not accounted for, and that could only be. Grasping Bai Lin's shoulders, Chu Qingyun spoke with solemnity. "Xiao Bai, amidst the chaos, you must blend with the crowd to evacuate the Star Domain and immediately summon all combat forces of the Spirit Hall to support the Dragon Knights in Doomsday Land." Bai Lin looked worriedly at Chu Qingyun, asking, "What about you?" Chu Qingyun smiled gently, ruffling her hair. "Do not worry, I will not remain here. I, too, will seek a powerful ally." After parting ways with Bai Lin, Chu Qingyun donned a new disguise, weaving through the throngs of retreating individuals, and abruptly intercepted Beidang Hongyu and Hades. "Esteemed Dragon Knight Master, please follow me." Hades regarded the unfamiliar figure with suspicion. However, his curiosity about the spirit of the Guardian Knights compelled him to follow, bringing Beidang Hongyu along. Chu Qingyun led them to a dim alley, where he promptly shed his disguise. Upon seeing the familiar faces, both were taken aback. "Your Highness, Brother Qingyun," Beidang Hongyu exclaimed joyfully, rushing forward to embrace Chu Qingyun, who quickly extricated himself from her embrace, solemnly saluting Hades with a knightly gesture. "As the honorary Guardian Knight, I pay my respects to the steadfast Guardian Knight." This gesture moved Hades to tears, igniting long-buried memories of knighthood within him. He excitedly returned the salute to Chu Qingyun, saying, "Steadfast Knight Hades honors the new honorary knight. What command do you have for us, Your Holiness? Please instruct." Chu Qingyun stepped forward to assist Hades, promptly projecting the data copy from the Shadow Stinger's core database before him without further ado. "Ha ha ha!" As he gazed upon the information, Hades' eyes brimmed with tears of joy as he exclaimed, "After all these years, I can finally prove my innocence." Seizing the moment, Chu Qingyun remarked, "Congratulations, Lord Hades. Your long-standing grievances have been vindicated. However, I wonder if you would be willing to once again embrace your former identity as a devoted Dragon Knight to rescue the Dragon Knight Core?" All three understood that Chu Qingyun required Hades' strength to save the Dragon Knight Core from peril, while Hades nostalgically yearned for the glory of his past as a Dragon Knight. Without hesitation, he struck his left chest with his right fist and knelt before Chu Qingyun, resolutely declaring, "I, Hades the devoted knight, shall follow the esteemed knight Chu Qingyun into the apocalypse to defend the honor of the Dragon Knights." Elated, Chu Qingyun helped Hades to his feet and prepared to depart. However, behind them, Beidang Hongyu, filled with indignation, intercepted the two, exclaiming, "Brother Qingyun, Master, you both have been chatting for ages. Leaving me behind is utterly uncivilized. I won't allow you to abandon me. Wherever you go, I shall follow." Observing Beidang Hongyu's unwavering determination, the cunning Chu Qingyun had already devised a plan. He pulled her aside and whispered, "Hongyu, you must remain here. I have an important and arduous task that only you can accomplish." Beidang Hongyu's eyes sparkled with excitement as she inquired, Brother Qingyun, please tell me. I promise to complete whatever I can. With a mischievous grin, Chu Qingyun replied. With the chaos caused by Star King Corifit, the Pope will undoubtedly be observing Shadow Stinger's movements from shadows. You need to stay here and assist the Pope in taking the opportunity to create havoc at the heart of Shadow Stinger. Upon hearing such a daunting assignment, Beitang Hongyu's face lit up with delight as she declared, Brother Qingyun, rest assured, leave this to me. I promise to accomplish the task. Chu Qingyun sat the feet, affectionately ruffled her hair, causing her to blush profusely. The evil spirit sect would never dare provoke Shadow Stinger, although its members would undoubtedly make an appearance to stir trouble. Large-scale combat was out of the question. Thus, Beidang Hongyu's presence here would be entirely safe. Meanwhile, as Chu Qingyun and Hades departed the Federal Star region, Ning Rongrong and Hua Linger stealthily infiltrated the core database, preparing to deploy the Doomsday Soul Guidance Cannon to obliterate the data repository. Ding! Click! Just as they activated the cannon, the doors of the core database swung open. Astonished, they beheld Star King Corifit striding towards them. I never expected to find two little mice hiding here. Before either could respond, Yufeng appeared at the entrance of the core data room, furiously declaring, Corifit, you three scoundrels will not escape today. I will make you wish you were never born. Star King Corifit, taken aback, stammered, impossible. How could you arrive here so quickly? Did the 50-odd death warriors not stop you? With a cold laugh, Yufeng retorted, it seems you are quite familiar with Shadow Stinger's capabilities. But who told you that there's only one shadow in Shadow Stinger? As he spoke, 4 or 5 shadowy figures resembling ninjas emerged, radiating the pressure of limit Douluos. Seeing this, Ning Rongrong quickly shielded Huolinger, sternly stating, no matter what happens, I will ensure your safe escape. Do not look back. Huolinger, choking back tears, replied. No, aunt. If we leave together. However, Corifit coldly interjected, Yufeng, why did you kill my brother? Yufeng sneered. It appears that your brotherly bond is not as strained as the legend suggests. Blame it on your opposing allegiances. His affiliation with the Tiando Star surely fired upon the evil spirit sect. When the forces clash, I will be able to execute my plans without hindrance. Alas, your scheme is bound to fail. Suddenly, a voice echoed out, startling everyone. Someone else was hiding here, completely unnoticed. A mysterious figure clad in a black cloak emerged, slowly producing a warm roasted sweet potato and offering it to Huolinger. Stunned, Huolinger gazed at the steaming sweet potato, exclaiming in shock, You are Chu. Before she could finish her sentence, the mysterious figure tore through space with a swift motion, pushing both Ning Rongrong and Huolinger inside and vanishing without a trace. To be able to tear through space within such a minor dimension, this could only be the work of a deity. The onlookers regarded this individual warily, nervously inquiring, Who are you, and what is your purpose here? The mysterious figure loosened his cloak and coldly declared, I am from the Spirit Hall, here to kill you. Chapter 43, The Land of Doom. Star King Corifit stared in shock at the figure before him, who bore an uncanny resemblance to the evil spirit's son, Chu Qingyun. Yet, this individual was rugged and weathered, his eyes devoid of light, emanating a terrifying aura that made Corifit tremble. Confused, Corifit hesitantly confirmed, You are Chu Qingyun. Boom! Before he could finish his sentence, the figure moved with imperceptible speed, suddenly appearing before Corifit and delivering a powerful blow, the dragon rising fist, crashing into Corifit's chin and sending him soaring into the ceiling. Witnessing the unexpected turn of events, Yufeng and the 5 shadows stared at this figure like they were facing a formidable foe. A mere infusion of soul power in a standard strike had sent a divine-level master flying, showcasing the terrifying might of this individual. As the oppressive figure approached them, the experts from Shadow Stinger swallowed hard in trepidation. Boom! At that moment, the 13th level Doomsday Soul Guidance Cannonball set by Huolinger and Ning Rongrong exploded. The tremendous shockwave sending everyone flying, and the entire core database was engulfed in a mushroom cloud, turning to dust, covered in dust and dirt. Yufeng glared at the remnants of his life's work being obliterated before him, roaring in fury, You scoundrels, kill him. Meanwhile, a battered Corifit struggled to rise from the rubble. Due to the forceful strike, his tongue had been bitten off, rendering him speechless. However, he had confirmed from their close encounter that this person was indeed Chu Qingyun. Though he could not fathom how this individual had become so powerful in such a short time, one thing was certain. He and Shadow Stinger were in grave peril. Indeed, behind Chu Qingyun, 8 soul rings, black, 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 red, red, gold, and crimson, materialized, the pressure of an 80th level soul, suffocating the limit Douluos and divine level masters alike. The slumbering king awakens, the lion stirs. Roar! As Chu Qingyun's voice resonated, a roaring flame lion manifested behind him, igniting the heavens in a terrifying blaze. As he loomed before them like a ferocious beast, undeterred, the shadows charged forward, but Chu Qingyun's fists, engulfed in flames, transformed into a fiery apparition as he surged forward. His first soul skill, Flame Descends. A blazing fist of fire surged forth, instantly piercing through the shadow's chest. Even the formidable 5-word battle armor was no match for a single strike from Chu Qingyun. The sheer terror of it was palpable. With the activation of his 5th soul skill, Judgment of the King, the fiery lion behind, Chu Qingyun unleashed a soul-stirring roar, exuding a regal pressure that rendered the 4 shadows immobile in midair. In an instant, flames erupted from Chu Qingyun's back, transforming into a pair of imposing fiery wings. Entwined with flickering purple lightning, he propelled himself towards the 4 adversaries, metamorphosing into a terrifying amalgam of crimson and violet brilliance. In his wake flowed the blood of fallen powerhouses. In the blink of an eye, Chu Qingyun had annihilated 5 limit Douluo-level shadows, leaving Yu Feng and Ka Li Fei Te in sheer astonishment at his terrifying prowess. Could this individual truly be merely an 80-level soul Douluo? Yu Feng coldly addressed Ka Li Fei Te beside him. We must join forces. If this continues, none of us will survive. Ka Li Fei Te, observing Chu Qingyun's slow advance towards them, clenched his fists and nodded in agreement with Yu Feng, though this man was the sworn enemy of his brother. In the face of such a monster, he could not afford to dwell on past grievances. 7th soul skill, Martial Soul Avatar, they exclaimed in unison, unleashing a cataclysmic surge of soul power. Faced with such a formidable foe, holding back would be tantamount to courting death. Ultimate Soul Skill, Météorique Destruction. As a summoner-type Battle Soul Master, the Star King launched the initial assault, sending a torrent of fiery meteors, imbued with horrific soul power, hurtling towards Chu Qingyun. Boom! Thousands of fire meteors erupted before Chu Qingyun, the terrifying explosions momentarily engulfing him. Yu Feng, feeling a sense of unease as he beheld the inferno, summoned his martial soul. The Destruction Heaven Halberd, activating his purple-black 10th soul ring. Tant Soul Skill, Destruction Evenslaughter. Behind Yu Feng materialized an immense, 3-eyed, purple-black golden giant, wielding a colossal halberd alongside him, charging towards Chu Qingyun amidst the explosions. Boom! This earth-shattering strike obliterated the ground for 10 miles around. Witnessing this apocalyptic onslaught, Ka Li Fei Te swallowed hard, dreading the realization that if he were to confront this old monster directly, he would undoubtedly be the one to perish. What are you staring at? A hoarse voice emerged from behind Ka Li Fei Te, sending a chill of dread coursing through him. 4th soul skill, Comet Manifestation. Ka Li Fei Te summoned a comet into his being and, without looking back, shot forward like a streak of white light. The 2 warriors turned in astonishment to see Chu Qingyun, unscathed, standing precisely where Ka Li Fei Te had been moments before. A wicked smile adorning his face as he fixed his gaze upon them. Yu Feng and Ka Li Fei Te exchanged shocked glances, realizing the futility of their earlier efforts. We completely missed. Both men were consumed with rage. As prominent figures among combatants, they felt utterly humiliated by this scoundrel's mockery. You insolent wretch! Do you truly believe yourself invincible? Yu Feng bellowed, producing a spherical crystal. After dropping his blood into it, he shattered the orb in an instant. In that moment, the atmosphere shifted dramatically, tempestuous winds howling as bolts of lightning crackled. A humanoid specter coalesced in the skies, exuding the terrifying aura of a level 2 deity. Observing the descending avatar of the god, Chu Qingyun maintained his composure, a smirk gracing his lips as he taunted, "An avatar dares to flaunt itself before me? Utterly ludicrous." His derision incited the level 2 deity's avatar, which radiated purple-black light as 6 angelic wings unfurled behind it. This was the Archangel John Hiller from the New Divine Realm, channeling 50% of the angel strength. The oppressive aura it emitted sent shivers down the spines of all present. The Archangel coldly declared, "Gods cannot be insulted. Today, I shall deliver divine judgment upon this insolent ant." With that, 5 divine rings appeared behind the angel, who raised its staff high, emanating blinding light. Meanwhile, Yu Feng and Ka Li Fei Te, unwilling to let Chu Qingyun's arrogance go unchallenged, activated their soul rings, preparing for a counterstrike. Chu Qingyun then drew forth the world-ending divine weapon, Rule Blade, coldly proclaiming, "One slash, and all gods shall weep." A dark, golden blade of light cleaved through the heavens, shattering the very fabric of space as it swept forth. Yu Feng realized that even with both him and the Archangel, they could not hope to withstand such an unstoppable blow. Thus, he enveloped himself in the six-character battle armor, channeling all his soul power to thrust the unprepared Star King, Kali Fei Te, forward to absorb the brunt of the lethal strike. Boom! This breathtaking strike decimated the landscape, sending shockwaves throughout the vicinity. As the smoke cleared, Yu Feng, battered and bloodied, staggered to his feet amidst the ruins of the Shadow's assault, surveying the devastation with a dazed expression. The avatar of the Level 2 deity, the God-class Star King, and a significant portion of the Shadow base had all been reduced to nothingness by that single blow. As he gazed at the now-vanished figure of the mysterious man, Yu Feng's heart trembled, and he spat blood before collapsing into unconsciousness. At this moment, the entire Federal Star territory resounded with crimson alarms. Observing the chaos from afar, Chu Qingyun sighed, "All of this is but fate." Meanwhile, in the land of Doom, formerly known as Pegasus Star, the 7 Dragon Knights, led by the noble Dragon Knight Yu Jie, commanded their respective dragon riders to mobilize, following his orders to intercept the advancing Doomsday Insect Legion at various borders. The first to confront the vanguard of the Doomsday Insect Legion were Jiang Hua and Kai Sa, who faced the terrifying Thunder Beast and Corruptor factions. The former was renowned for its heavy armor, with robust flesh and sharp bone sides serving as relentless assault vehicles, while the latter wielded the infamous corrosive cannon, capable of spewing forth a terrifyingly corrosive liquid from their agile tail stingers, transforming them into mobile artillery on the battlefield. The 2 insect kings leading the swarm derisively mocked. "Once again, it's you so-called Dragon Knights. Have the lessons from our previous encounters not been enough? Do you dare obstruct us again?" Recalling the past, the previous generation's compassionate knight had been a beloved figure, caring for everyone with warmth, yet had met such a grim fate. Enraged by these memories, the 2 knights promptly commanded their forces to launch an offensive against the detestable insect horde. In an instant, the Flame Dragon Knights and Thunder Dragon Knights commanded their dragons to unleash torrents of terrifying dragon flames upon the ground forces of the insect army. The sky erupted with countless colorful soul rings as the Dragon Knight's soul skills, infused with the ferocity of dragon flames, descended. Yet, the Thunder Beast's formidable carapace rendered the Dragon Knight's assaults nearly ineffective, while the Corruptor's tail stingers fired corrosive venom, forcing the airborne Dragon Knights to evade incessantly. At that moment, some resourceful Dragon Knights resolved to dive down upon their dragons, executing close-range assaults against the Thunder Beasts to breach the defenses of the insect army. However, these insectoid creatures, having undergone the pinnacle of biological evolution, have refined their anatomical structures to a state of perfection. As the Dragon Knights approached, the Corruptor emitted a dizzying cloud of toxic mist, obscuring the Knight's vision. Coupled with the razor-sharp bone spines of the Thunder Beast, it unleashed lethal projectiles that swiftly felled the unsuspecting Dragon Knights, rendering any hope of retreat futile. Witnessing the continuous fall of their comrades, Jiang Hua and Kai Sa were engulfed in anxiety. The tactics employed by this insect race were utterly impeccable, presenting an offense that was equally capable of defense, leaving them with little recourse. Observing the retreating army of Dragon Knights, Jiang Hua and Kai Sa exchanged a glance, each understanding the unspoken resolve of the other. They prepared to sacrifice themselves to create a breakthrough in this battle, hoping to turn the tides of this harrowing conflict. Sizzling. Do you require assistance, everyone? Just as the 2 were poised to dive down and self-destruct the path forward, they abruptly halted and ascended. Jiang Hua heard the voice of Chu Qingyun crackling through his communication device, prompting a wave of excitement among the others. "Kid, Brother Yun, that's fantastic. Hurry and request reinforcements from the major factions to the apocalyptic land. Listen up." Chu Qingyun calmly conveyed the situation to all. This operation was orchestrated by the Federal Shadow Assassins, aimed at weakening the other factions' threats to the Federation. Therefore, the major forces are undoubtedly under the Federation's control and plan, making it impossible for these dominant factions to come to our aid. Despair enveloped the group. They had never anticipated that the Federation would offer them up as sacrificial pawns in their scheme, leading each individual to feel disheartened. At that moment, Chu Qingyun added, "Do not lose hope. I have assembled a formidable support team that was not accounted for by the Federation, and they should arrive at the battlefield in the apocalyptic land within approximately 3 days. If you trust me, I shall take command of the battle and initiate a comprehensive counterattack. After a moment of silence, Jiang Hua spoke first. Kid, I, Jiang Hua, believe in you. What are your specific instructions? A mischievous smile crossed Chu Qingyun's face as he replied earnestly. Everyone, share the details of your respective battle conditions and the enemy's capabilities with me. I will devise a strategy. The Dragon Knight leaders relayed the situations of their battlefields to Chu Qingyun, who, upon grasping the entirety of the conflict, began to rapidly formulate a counteroffensive plan. Moments later, he stated with grave seriousness, in that case, we shall use the Vanguard's battlefield as our breakthrough point. Brave Dragon Knights. Sacrifice Knights, heed my command. Jiang Hua and Kai Sa responded in unison. Brave Knight Jiang Hua. Sacrifice Knight Sa. We shall obey the orders of the glorious knight Chu Qingyun. Chu Qingyun articulated each word with precision. Listen well. Sacrifice Knight Kai Sa. Organize all Thunder Dragon Knights for a full dive, preparing for close combat. When the Corruptor releases its toxic mist, immediately charge upwards. At this moment, Brave Knight Jiang Hua quickly organized the Flame Dragon Knights to unleash a torrent of dragon flames. This highly corrosive neurotoxin would undoubtedly trigger a violent explosion. At that time, the insect army's formation would be thrown into chaos, and you two shall join forces to annihilate them. Upon hearing Chu Qingyun's meticulous battle plan, Jiang Hua and Kai Sa exchanged sly smiles, coldly declaring, Then let's do it! Chapter 44. The Desperate Battle of the Knight of Mercy, Part 1, Kai Sa. Alongside his partner, the Thunderstorm Tyrant brandished the soul-crushing spear, clad in a 5-character battle armor, and led the Thunder Dragon Knights into a charge against the Thunder Beasts and Corruptors below, observing the army of Thunder Dragon Knights crackling with purple lightning. The Corruptors mistakenly believed they were prepared to sacrifice themselves in a self-destructive charge. Consequently, they unleashed a vast quantity of yellow mist, attempting to obscure the Knight's vision. However, under Chu Qingyun's precise calculations, Kai Sa led the Thunder Dragon Knights to soar skyward before the mist could envelop them. Seeing Kai Sa and his companions burst forth from the toxic fog, Jiang Hua wore a victorious grin as he bellowed, Flame Dragon Knights. Stand with me to safeguard the glory of the brave knight. Savant Soul Skill, Martial Soul Manifestation. 9th Soul Skill, Fiery Haze of Destruction. In an instant, Jiang Hua transformed into a colossal black hound encircled by flames, the divine beast Huidou. With a roar, the Huidou transformed into countless fiery shadows, intermingled with terrifying dragon flames, cascading downward. Boom! As anticipated by Chu Qingyun, the mist from the Corruptors harbored a significant amount of flammable gas. Even a mere spark could incite a cataclysmic explosion. The horrific detonation erupted at the heart of the insect army, igniting flames and black smoke amidst the countless bodies of the fallen creatures. Jiang Hua, clutching his waist in triumph, laughed heartily. Now you've blown up, haven't you? At that moment, Kai Sa interjected with annoyance. Brothers, let's not allow the Flame Dragon Knights to steal all the glory. We must charge forward together and eliminate them completely. After the fierce bombardment, the once vibrant insect army had lost all semblance of resistance. The Thunder Dragon Knights, known for their rapid combat prowess, transformed into myriad phantoms, delivering the finishing blows to the wretched insect horde. As the ground became awash with the eerie green insect blood and severed limbs, a sense of pride swelled within the group. This seemingly impossible battle had culminated in total annihilation of the enemy under Chu Qingyun's distant command. His crackle. Chu Qingyun's voice resonated once more, urgently inquiring, Jiang Hua, Kai Sa, how goes the battle on your front? Gasping for breath, Jiang Hua and Kai Sa proudly responded. As expected, we have annihilated the enemy forces. Instantly, the communication device burst into jubilant cheers. After a moment of silence, Chu Qingyun cautioned, Everyone, do not celebrate too soon. This is merely the first step in reversing the tide of battle. Jiang Hua, you will lead the Flame Dragon Knights to support Senior Hook and Senior Yindao at the Grave Autumn Plains battlefield. Kai Sa, please guide the Thunder Dragon Knights swiftly towards the one-line sky direction to search for the missing Knight of Mercy, Xiong Xiaobai. The strategic prowess displayed by Chu Qingyun left everyone in awe, and they dared not show any signs of complacency as they responded. Understood. Chu Qingyun viewed the entire battlefield of the apocalyptic land as a grand chess game, with the opponents being the Doomsday insect race, the ancient insect emperor, and even the federal shadow assassins. The victor of this game would hinge upon the strategies employed by each side. At the core fortress of the apocalyptic land, before the one-line sky, The Knight of Mercy, Xiao, had become separated from the main force led by the honest knight, Yin. He found himself carelessly wandering towards the one-line sky direction, inadvertently encountering the lurking infiltrators of the Doomsday insect race, poised to launch a surprise attack on the rear of the Dragon Knights. These creatures could burrow underground, only to erupt suddenly from below at the opportune moment, using their retractable stingers to pierce through the enemy. Although these insectoids were of relatively low cultivation, around the 5th or 6th ring Soul Emperor level, their sheer numbers, amounting to thousands, would present a formidable challenge for the Knight of Mercy, Xiao, who would have to face a 1,000-strong army alone in a desperate fight. Wielding a massive ice hammer, steam swirling around him, Xiao embodied the spirit of a single warrior standing against an overwhelming tide. However, this battle would demand the ultimate sacrifice of his life to defend the rear flank of the Dragon Knights. As the advancing infiltrators drew nearer, Xiao let out a bitter smile and sighed, reminiscing, "Brother Yun, I'm sorry, but it seems I won't be able to embark on any more adventures with you." Suddenly, the pupils of Xiao transformed into a blood-red hue as he brandished an enormous ice hammer, roaring fiercely as he charged toward the army of infiltrators. Behind him, 6 soul rings, dark, red, and platinum, materialized. Utilizing his 6th soul skill, Golden Roar of Destruction, Xiao stomped the ground, enveloped by a misty cloud, as a colossal phantom of Golden Roar emerged behind him, crashing down upon the heart of the infiltrator forces with his massive hammer. Boom! Boom! With the thunderous sounds of devastation, the sky above trembled violently, and boulders on either side of the cliff began to plummet, sealing Xiao's retreat with their weight. This mighty blow obliterated dozens of infiltrators, whose slender forms burrowed underground during combat, relying on retractable, sharp stingers to ambush their foes, thus possessing little defensive capability. Initially, the infiltrator army, believing they could overwhelm a single adversary, intended to surge forward and slaughter him. However, they were utterly unprepared for the sheer destructive power he wielded. Consequently, the infiltrators dared not underestimate him, hastily burrowing underground to await their moment to strike Xiao. Bang! A cunning infiltrator erupted from the ground in an instant, its sharp, retractable stinger lunging towards Xiao's back. Roar! The searing pain ignited a furious howl from Xiao, who transformed into his bear form, swiftly snapping the neck of the infiltrator that had dared to ambush him, the stinger shattering against his back. At that moment, 2 more infiltrators emerged from the earth, immediately piercing his left arm. Yet Xiao gritted his teeth against the agony and crushed them with a swift strike. First soul skill, Rampage. In an instant, Xiao's physique radiated an overwhelming heat, the effect of this soul skill amplifying all attributes by 50% for a brief period and nullifying pain. However, the repercussions of its use were evidently severe. Xiao understood that once the infiltrators dove underground, he would be at a disadvantage. Thus he resorted to sacrificing his own well-being to eliminate the ambushers as they surged forth from the ground. Yet, once the rampage effect wore off, his fate would be sealed. Observing the infiltrators leaping from the earth like flying fish, Xiao roared, "Come at me." 5th soul skill, Ghost Bear Roar. The 5th soul ring behind him illuminated, and countless sharp bone spikes shot forth from the ground, impaling the charging infiltrators midair, followed by Xiao's massive ice hammer, which reduced them to mere remnants. Bang! Just as Xiao vanquished this wave of hundreds of infiltrators, another wave burst forth from the ground, swiftly driving their stingers into his body. Roar! Blood gushed from Xiao's wounds as he turned to dispatch the infiltrators embedded within him, then faced the next wave of attackers head-on. After a quarter of an hour, the effects of his first soul skill, Invulnerability, began to fade. At this moment he stood, breathless, wielding a battered, blood-soaked hammer, gazing intently at the ground strewn with spikes and the countless corpses of infiltrators, standing atop the mound of their bodies. Xiao allowed a flicker of triumphant glee to escape his lips. Plop! Exhausted, Xiao finally succumbed to unconsciousness, his eyes rolling back as he collapsed into a pool of blood. The infiltrators, now terrified by the devastation he wrought, surged forth from the ground, uniting their efforts to strike him down. After some time, a torrential rain of blood began to fall upon the skies of the narrow passage. As the late sacrificial knight Kair Sa and the Thunder Dragon Knight Kor solemnly reported, "Report from the front line of the narrow passage. We have just endured a desperate battle. Here, aside from the mountain of infiltrator corpses, there are only the white fur and blood of the merciful knight. Nothing else remains. On the other end of the communication device, a profound silence enveloped the others. The merciful knight Xiao had sacrificed his life to safeguard the rear of the Dragon Knight Core, leaving not even a corpse behind. Damn it, I swear. In the cosmos, the enraged Chu Qingyun unleashed a torrent of curses, only for the communication devices to suddenly lose signal. Clenching his fists, he bellowed, "Is the heavens intent on annihilating the Dragon Knight Core?" At such a critical moment, all communication devices had inexplicably ceased to function. The departure of Xiao plunged Chu Qingyun into profound sorrow as he slammed his fist against the mobile communicator, painfully closing his eyes. At that moment, Hades, mounted upon the bone dragon king of the underworld, spoke gravely. "My lord, do not despair. I suspect we have encountered an electromagnetic storm in the cosmos, causing all soul-guiding devices to fail." Chu Qingyun, puzzled, turned to Hades and asked, "An electromagnetic storm?" Hades nodded, elucidating, "Indeed. An electromagnetic storm is a supernatural phenomenon resulting from violent movements within cosmic magnetic fields. Being caught in an electromagnetic storm renders all soul-guiding devices ineffective, and spatial techniques cannot extend. The only way to escape is to discern the direction of the magnetic field's movement within the storm before our soul power is exhausted, and swiftly break free." Upon hearing Hades' analysis, a spark of inspiration ignited within Chu Qingyun, and he solemnly declared, "Guardian, I possess a skill that may aid our rapid escape, though the destination remains unknown." Observing the seriousness in Chu Qingyun's eyes, Hades understood he was not jesting. He placed his hand on Chu Qingyun's right shoulder, infusing him with profound soul power, and coldly stated, "Then let us stake everything on it, with the support of the Lord of the Underworld." Chu Qingyun nodded earnestly, his gaze icy as he proclaimed, "Xiao Bai, I promise I will eradicate the entire Doomsday insect clan for you, to accompany you in death." In an instant, a golden light radiated from Chu Qingyun, enveloping a radius of several hundred miles. Chaos Realm Spatial Jump. Subsequently, Chu Qingyun, Hades, and the Bone Dragon King of the Underworld vanished within the interstellar storm, leaving behind only a trace of lingering soul energy. Kit, Kaier Sa and the others, witnessing the sudden loss of contact with Chu Qingyun, broke into a cold sweat, realizing that losing their strategist amid battle was akin to losing their commander on the front lines. As Kaier Sa repeatedly called out for Chu Qingyun, awaiting the next orders, the communication device crackled with the solemn voice of the undefeated Dragon Knight Master, Su Jia. All Dragon Knights on the Doomsday battlefield immediately abandon all positions and retreat to the headquarters on Tianlong Star. The ancient insect emperor has reappeared in the Dragon God Temple. Everyone gasped in disbelief. With the front line so precarious, how could another god-level leader appear from nowhere in the rear? If they retreated now, it would be akin to being caught in a pincer attack, rendering them even more vulnerable. At this moment, Yin Dao, the vice commander of the Dragon Knight Corps, clenched his fists tightly, resolutely deciding to address the others with a commanding tone. "Retreat. Even if our entire Dragon Corps perishes, we will drag that damned ancient insect emperor down with us to the grave." Yin Dao's declaration warned all Dragon Knights that this battle was undoubtedly a fight to the death, yet the indomitable spirit of the Knights did not deter them. They roared defiantly as they charged back toward Tianlong Star. Kill! At that moment, a towering figure, the ancient insect empress, adorned with countless blades and possessing 100 eyes and hands, clashed fiercely with the remnants of the ancestor dragon Soul, the Grand Elder, and the undefeated knight Su Jia among the dragonkind. Bang! In the aerial realm, Su Jia, caught off guard, was abruptly struck down into the depths by the Blade Empress. He clumsily rose from the rubble, one hand sweeping away the dust before him, while the other wiped the blood from the corner of his mouth. He cursed vehemently, "Cough, Great Elder." At such a critical moment, there's no need for that old scoundrel Sun Qiqian to hide away. Urgently summon him to take action. We can still manage the situation until the Knights of Glory arrive. The Great Elder, with a grim expression, replied, "Su Jia, your face pales instantly. For how could anyone dare to charge into the enemy's stronghold alone at a time like this, with the entire battlefield collapsing?" Boom! Suddenly jolted from his thoughts by a resounding explosion nearby, Su Jia noticed that even the Great Elder had been struck down by the Blade Empress. The Blade Empress, with a colossal hand, seized the dragon-shaped remnant soul of the ancestral dragon god, her sinister grin widening as she sneered, "Surrender your power to me." With that, She opened her gaping abyss-like mouth, preparing to devour the ancestral dragon god's residual spirit for her own use. Not good. The Great Elder and Su Jie rushed forward to intervene, but to their astonishment, the Blade Empress effortlessly split herself into two, blocking their advance. Witnessing the ancestral dragon god's strength dwindling, he furiously exclaimed, "You wretched fiend! If I still had my corporeal form, how could you, who lack even a divine position, dare to grasp me in your hands? Today, let me show you what true ancient divine power is." Roar! With a thunderous sound that resonated through the heavens, the ancestral dragon god detonated with a fraction of his peak strength. This terrifying explosion spread like daylight, the immense shockwave propelling the Great Elder, Su Jie, and a host of Dragon Clan warriors hundreds of meters away. This dreadful force rendered all in its path into nothingness, as the ancient divine warriors sacrificed their lives to ensure a mutual destruction with the Blade Empress. As the smoke cleared, only the upper half of the Blade Empress remained, her malevolent smile still evident. "Haha, such a pity you were so close." Subsequently, she swiftly began to restore herself, and in the blink of an eye, her severed form was fully healed. Yet, it was palpable that her power had significantly diminished. With several resounding dragon roars, the Great Elder's expression turned grave. For the dragon warriors suppressed in the dragon prison emerged due to the recent cataclysmic explosion. They arrogantly declared, "Did you think we wouldn't come, little whelp? This time, we shall aid the Empress and annihilate your dragon clan." The Great Elder instinctively clenched his fists. Without the protection of the ancestral dragon god, the situation grew increasingly dire, with the formidable foes now free to assist the Blade Empress. Roar! As the dragon warriors charged towards him, they were suddenly pierced through the chest by the Blade Empress's razor-sharp blades, leaving them in shock. Their life essence began to drain rapidly as they gazed in disbelief at the Blade Empress, who disdainfully remarked, "Humph! How dare such lowly creatures like you think you can aid me? You shall become my nourishment." Instantly, blood-red patterns spread across the Blade Empress's entire form, the terrifying crimson aura enveloping her sharp blades. Having absorbed their strength, she regained her power to its peak, casting the sky in an eerie blood-red hue. Witnessing the Blade Empress's sudden surge in power, Su Jie and the Great Elder gulped nervously, realizing that these foolish imbeciles had inadvertently bolstered their enemy, restoring her full strength. Meanwhile, on another front, Sun Qingyun, wielding a black iron staff, single-handedly stormed into the heart of the Doomsday insect tribe stronghold. As he faced the remaining nuclear bombers, he disdainfully scoffed, "Come out. Stop hiding. I still have time to return for reinforcements." With that, Sun Qingyun hefted the black iron staff onto his shoulder, glaring into the darkness ahead. Sizzle. Crack. A few nuclear bombers let out shrill cries as they rapidly surged towards Sun Qingyun in the air, their abdominal sacs glowing ominously with a brilliant green light, signaling the imminent explosion of their formidable energy. Boom! With a swift motion, Sun Qingyun swung his staff, sending the self-destructing nuclear bomber flying away. Moments later, a massive mushroom cloud erupted miles away. Should such a suicide squad be unleashed upon the battlefield, they would surely be unstoppable. However, one nuclear bomber, determined to eliminate the audacious human before him, rallied hundreds of his comrades under the command of their leader's roar to launch a concerted attack. Observing the swarm of nuclear bombers approaching, Sun Qingyun let out a resigned sigh. Behind him, 10 soul rings appeared, black, red, 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 gold, gold, platinum, and platinum, manifesting in their entirety. It was time for the first among gods to take action. Third soul skill, Fire Dance Whirlwind. Sun Qingyun gripped the black iron staff, spinning rapidly in midair, creating friction with the air that ignited a towering fire dragon ring. This terrifying fire ring engulfed the surrounding nuclear bombers, resulting in a cacophony of explosive sounds. Crackle. Boom. As the fire dragon ring passed, devastation ensued, leaving only a fraction of the original tens of thousands of nuclear bombers standing. Finally, Sun Qingyun gradually came to a halt, leaning against a nearby boulder, panting heavily as he cursed. "Damn it. How can there be so many dead bugs? Are they trying to wear me down?" At that moment, from the depths of the dark green insect nest, billions of insect eggs began to hatch. Witnessing the rapid replenishment of enemy forces, Sun Qingyun's eyes glinted coldly. He concentrated his soul power, lifting the black iron staff high above his head, infusing it with terrifying energy that radiated a dazzling golden light. With a cold voice, he declared, "Apologies, but I'm in a hurry and have no time to waste playing with you." 8th soul skill, one stick to break the heavens. Boom! Sun Qingyun hurled the staff, and in an instant, the strike, infused with overwhelming soul power, detonated within the massive insect nest. As the golden light illuminated the sky, the vast insect mound was obliterated into nothingness. This was the might of Sun Qingyun. The first among gods. Merely a casual strike was sufficient to dismantle the Doomsday insect tribe's stronghold, a feat utterly terrifying. At that moment, a raspy voice echoed through the air. As a mortal, you are the strongest I've seen in 100 billion years. Following the sound, Sun Qingyun looked up to see a figure clad in black and silver armor, with 6 black feathered wings, descending from the heavens. The overwhelming divine power and the 5 divine rings radiating from this being made Sun Qingyun's excitement palpable as he licked his lips. This fallen angel, J. Harrington, had been secretly arranged by Shadow Dagger to intervene after both sides had suffered considerable losses, intending to control the Blade Empress. Although the fallen angel's strength was formidable and he descended in his true form, Sun Qingyun's keen senses were not so easily deceived. Seeing the murderous intent in Sun Qingyun's eyes, the fallen angel lazily waved his hand, saying, "Given the difficulty of your training, I advise you to retreat quickly. Do not let your arrogance cost you your life, insect." Upon hearing the fallen angel's disdain, Sun Qingyun revealed a wicked smile and coldly retorted, "But today, I intend to slay a god." The words of the arrogant Sun Qingyun, declaring that God cannot be insulted, undoubtedly provoked the haughty fallen angel. With a mere gesture into the void, a sword as dark as the night materialized in his hand. "Arrogant human, today you shall learn what it means to face an insurmountable chasm. The judgment of the angel has fallen." Chapter 47. The First Among the Gods, Part 2. The fallen angel, J, concentrated the terrifying power of his fall upon the divine artifact, the angelic holy sword. In an instant, the sword's radiance surged forth, and J, wielding the artifact, swiftly charged towards Sun Qingyun below. Clang crack. Unperturbed, Sun Qingyun raised his black iron staff to shield his chest. Yet the disparity between a mere mortal weapon and a divine artifact was as vast as the heavens and the earth. In a moment, the black iron staff cracked and shattered into numerous fragments. As he saw the blade of the sword racing towards his neck, Sun Qingyun executed a backward kick, sending the fallen angel flying and narrowly evading the attack. Observing Sun Qingyun, who faltered after just a single probing clash, the fallen angel laughed derisively. "An ant is but an ant. Even your martial soul is shattered. What you possess to slay a god?" In response to the fallen angel's taunts, Sun Qingyun scoffed. "Who said this was my martial soul? It is merely a broken stick I picked up." No sooner had he spoken than a wave of unease surged within the fallen angel J. Sun Qingyun reached into the void, and a staff over 3 meters long, adorned in red and gold with cloud patterns, appeared in his grasp. Roar! A resounding dragon's roar echoed through the heavens as a colossal white dragon's ethereal form surged into the staff, merging with it. Sun Qingyun's mutated martial soul. The white dragon cloud staff emerged into existence. With a grand sweep of his hand, the 6-character battle armor, the white dragon Qingyun armor, materialized around him. The golden armor and crimson cloak gleaming in the golden divine radiance, rendering Sun Qingyun akin to a descending deity, surveying all beneath him. In this moment, Sun Qingyun exuded an overwhelming pressure, a stark contrast to his previous self, causing the fallen angel to break into a cold sweat. The domain of the white dragon surged forth, 7th soul skill, true form of Qingyun. Instantaneously, a soaring white dragon erupted from the white dragon cloud staff, encircling Sun Qingyun to form a realm of pristine whiteness, where countless dragons soared. The white dragon cloud staff in Sun Qingyun's hand expanded exponentially. With a might to shake the earth and prop up the heavens, Sun Qingyun hefted it, and the 9th soul skill immediately activated. 9th soul skill, the return of myriad dragons. The immense white dragon cloud staff, guided by the white dragon, surged forth with the momentum of a tidal wave towards the fallen angel J. J, witnessing the impending attack with trepidation, dared not underestimate it, and summoned forth the angelic divine armor. The artifact, the fallen angel holy sword, shimmered with a dark light. The angelic domain descended. A gigantic 6-winged angelic phantom materialized behind the fallen angel, brandishing its gleaming sword. 5 soul rings ignited behind J as he bellowed. Divine technique. Holy judgment of angels. The fallen angel J and the angelic phantom behind him raised their holy sword in unison, unleashing a terrifying wave of fallen power that surged towards Sun Qingyun's onslaught. Boom! The cataclysmic collision dimmed the very heavens and earth, and under Sun Qitian's formidable assault, even an entity as powerful as a second-level god was instantaneously overwhelmed. As the thunderous roar subsided, the subsequent sound was the agonized scream of the fallen Angel J. As the smoke cleared, a massive crater spanning thousands of meters had formed where the ground once lay flat, at the center of which lay the fallen Angel J, bloodied and grievously injured. His emblematic 6 wings were left in tatters, and as he watched Sun Qitian approach, he instinctively recoiled in desperation. Stay back. As Sun Qitian advanced without halting, Jay strained to flap his damaged wings and fled into the distance. Seeing the fallen angel's panicked retreat, Sun Qitian revealed a sinister smile, crushing the already battered angelic holy sword beneath his foot, raising the white dragon cloud staff to deliver a finishing blow when a multitude of voices echoed through the air. Bold one, do you dare to slay a god without fearing retribution from the divine realm? Sun Qitian glanced towards the voices and beheld the seraphim, the virtue archangel, the powers, the dominions, and the remaining archangels gathered in the skies. Confronted with this threat, Sun Qitian rested the staff on his shoulder, disdainfully remarking, with mere fragmented souls, do you dare threaten me? What audacity empowers you? Boom! Sun Qitian thrust the staff into the ground, and in an instant, a terrifying force of law enveloped the 5 angelic avatars. In that moment, the 5 angels were taken aback, realizing why the mightiest fallen Angel J had fallen to this human. He had mastered the supreme law of strength, the foremost among the 10 laws of the divine realm. As the adage goes, one strength breaks 10,000 laws. Before absolute power, all else becomes naught. The virtue archangel, his countenance darkening, declared, this situation is becoming dire. How can there be one capable of comprehending the supreme laws in this Douluo realm? At this juncture, the virtue archangel spoke solemnly. He is not the only one to grasp the supreme laws. Previously, in the star domain, an 8-ring soul, Doa, wielding the power of flame, law obliterated a fragment of my essence imbued with half my strength in an instant. The assembly of angels fell silent. Without the status of a deity, no matter how high their cultivation, they could not shake a true god. However, should these mortals grasp the supreme laws, they could forge their own divine positions and even trample upon the exalted gods. Observing the murmuring angels, Sun Qitian impatiently interjected, hey, can you stop chattering? I'm pressed for time. Hurry up and take action. The angels were instantly incensed. While individually they might not match him, they were indeed true second-level gods. If they united, who could stand against them? This audacious human dared to provoke them. Beings infused with half of their power. Such hubris was beyond measure. The angels exchanged glances, and in an instant, they released their divine might, deciding to join forces to eliminate this potential threat. 5 beams of brilliantly colored angelic light shot skyward, and a colossal, resplendent angel descended from the heavens, radiating sanctity. Originally, this was a 6-way fusion technique, but the fallen angel, stripped of his fighting spirit, had long since fled from sight. Though lacking the fallen angel's strength, this strike would undoubtedly rival that of a god skilled in a single technique. The divine angelic judgment descends. The enormous divine angel raised the holy sword in hand, aiming to strike down upon Sun Qitian. As the massive blade approached, Sun Qitian licked his lips, and his 10th soul ring ignited. Chapter 48, The Knightly Spirit of Unyielding Defense, Part 1. Sun Qitian lifted the white dragon cloud staff with one hand, the golden law of strength enveloping it in an instant, transforming the staff into a luminous golden beam that surged upward. 10th soul skill, a staff to shatter all laws. Boom! In that moment, the diminutive golden brilliance met the colossal holy sword, and the sky was instantly rent asunder by the terrifying energy. The angels were taken aback, for the first-ranked law of strength was indeed capable of withstanding a strike from a first-level god. No, it was not merely a defense. The cracks in the holy sword began to proliferate rapidly. Clang! With a crisp sound, the colossal divine angel shattered instantaneously, transforming into a cascade of starlit fragments that gracefully descended from the heavens. Sun Qitian's assault surged forth, unrelenting, towards the 5 angelic avatars suspended in the air. Boom! As a resounding roar echoed, the 5 angels, far away in the new divine realm, abruptly opened their eyes, spewing forth blood. Their faces ashen as they regarded one another, their expressions laden with terror. At this moment, within the dominion of the Dragon God clan, the Grand Elder and the indomitable knight Su Bubi, known as Su Jie, were both marred with ghastly wounds. Countless dragon warriors lay slain around them, and as they surveyed the carnage, their fury erupted. Scoundrels! So many lives wasted without even touching a hair on the Blade Empress. How could this be? It was not that they had failed to injure the Blade Empress, but rather that her terrifying self-repairing abilities were simply too formidable to contend with. Coupled with her fearsome combat prowess and the bizarre tendrils that devoured the strength of others, such an adversary could only be vanquished through overwhelming power. Otherwise, they would be exhausted and ultimately defeated by her. Reborn! As a series of resounding dragon roars reverberated, Su Jie and his comrades gazed in exhilaration at the approaching legion of dragon knights. A kaleidoscope of soul techniques intertwined with the dread dragon flames surged toward the massive form of the Blade Empress. The dragon knights executed a meticulously coordinated guerrilla offensive, darting around the imposing figure of the Blade Empress, causing her to be momentarily bewildered and unsure of where to strike. For a fleeting moment, as the Blade Empress found herself momentarily restrained, Su Jie exhaled a sigh of relief. If they could hold her at bay for 3 days through sheer numbers, by the time reinforcements led by Chu Qingyun arrived, they would be poised to launch a full counteroffensive. However, Su Jie's hopes were soon dashed by the sight of the approaching insectoid army, which outnumbered them several times over. The Grand Elder spoke with a cold glint in his eyes. What shall we do? We are completely surrounded. Gritting his teeth at the sight of the various insectoid creatures before them, Su Jie clenched his fists and spoke into the communication device linked to the forces stationed at their base. Dragon Knight Core, heed my command. Unleash every last ounce of firepower we have accumulated over the years upon the coordinates I provide. Leave not a single shot unspent. Understood, came the affirmative response from the base personnel. Whoosh! In an instant, the air was filled with the sounds of projectiles slicing through the sky, as tens of thousands of soul-guided artillery shells poured down like rain upon the location of the impending insectoid horde. Witnessing the inferno erupting before him, the Grand Elder clapped his hands in delight. Now, this is truly exhilarating. Meanwhile, Su Jie's heart bled internally, for this was the hard-earned fortune he had painstakingly accumulated over decades. Now, in order to combat these infernal insectoid forces, he was forced to burn through his reserves. The overwhelming barrage resulted in countless casualties among the insectoid horde. As she watched her kin being mercilessly slaughtered, the Blade Empress was consumed with fury, roaring, "Fools! You lowly ants dare to massacre my subjects! I shall annihilate you!" The aura of her wrath exploded forth, repelling the dragon knights surrounding her. Not to be deterred, the indomitable knight Su Jie mounted his Bloodwing Dragon King and addressed the Grand Elder. "It seems we two old fools must take control of the situation ourselves." The Grand Elder transformed into a colossal ancient fish dragon, igniting the remnants of his life force, and cackled. "Control? I intend to see this scoundrel dead." With that, the ancient fish dragon surged forward, conjuring a tumultuous wave as it charged at the Blade Empress. Su Jie, realizing the gravity of the situation, shed all restraint, manifesting his dragon-patterned golden armor. The mutated martial soul, the blood soul spear of the war god, manifested its 10 soul rings, black, red, crimson, and golden, unleashing a terrifying power akin to a crimson comet hurtling towards the Blade Empress. 7th soul skill, martial soul avatar. 9th soul skill, iron blood-piercing strike. In an instant, Su Jie and the Bloodwing Dragon King spun rapidly, and just as the Blade Empress broke through the tumultuous waters, they pierced through her chest with devastating force. Screech! The Blade Empress emitted a cry of agony, her powers surging forth to hastily mend the gaping wound in her chest. The Grand Elder scoffed derisively. "Humph, dream on." Instantly, the Grand Elder, as the ancient fish dragon, summoned torrents of water to envelop him, and sharp droplets began to rain down from the sky, penetrating the Blade Empress's tough exoskeleton. Field of ancient judgment. Torrential dragon water. A vortex of water materialized beneath the Blade Empress, and an enraged dragon erupted from below, engulfing her. This water dragon, born of hydromancy, held the Blade Empress captive, voraciously consuming the egg sacs she had prepared for her bodily repair. Seizing the opportunity, Su Jie turned and activated his 10th soul ring. 10th soul skill, Endless Roar. Instantly, the Bloodwing Dragon King unleashed a deafening roar, enveloping the battlefield in a blood-red domain as Su Jie's blood soul spear glinted ominously, hurtling toward the Blade Empress. In that moment, both man and dragon transformed into countless phantoms, darting back and forth around the Blade Empress. Meanwhile, the ancient fish dragon unleashed its ultimate technique. Torrential Dragon Break. Boom! The water column that ensnared the Blade Empress erupted in a cataclysmic explosion, followed by a blizzard of crimson light that shredded her into a shower of flesh and bone. As they beheld the reigning remnants, the Grand Elder and Su Jie could not help but breathe a sigh of relief. Surely, she could not revive again. Chapter 49. The Knight's Spirit to Defend to the Death, Part 2. The relentless bombardment persisted for a full day and night. As they surveyed the obliterated insectoid army and the now silent remains of the Blade Empress, the Grand Elder and Su Jie exhaled in relief. At that moment, Su Jie felt a twitch in his right eyelid, a surge of intense unease rising from deep within him, just as a cacophony of screams crackled through the communication device. Oh! Anxiously, Su Jie inquired. Base, what is happening over there? Crackle. The voice from the headquarters was filled with anguish. Report, Commander. The headquarters has suffered a fierce ambush from the alien dragon faction of the insectoid horde. Our brothers have suffered heavy casualties. We are down to our last line of defense. Seething with rage, Su Jie replied. You must hold on. We will return to provide support immediately. Little did they know that the cunning insectoid horde had prepared 2 ambush teams in advance, seizing the opportunity to strike at the rear and command center of the battlefield. As the reinforcements prepared to depart, they were stunned by the scene before them. Before their eyes, the dismembered remains of the Blade Empress melded with the fallen insectoids, coalescing in the sky to form a massive egg. Crack! As the egg shattered, the Blade Empress re-emerged, now an even more colossal figure, augmented by 4 wings that blotted out the sun. Witnessing the resurrection of the Blade Empress, Su Jie erupted in fury. Damn it, this is never-ending. Crackle. At that moment, a low voice emanated from the communication device, filled with dread from the personnel stationed at the base. Commander, the final line of defense at the base is on the verge of being breached. It is our incompetence that has failed to protect our collective. Thus, we are determined to activate the base's self-destruct mechanism and perish alongside these aberrant dragons. We implore your approval. Upon hearing the resolute determination of the knights at the base, who are willing to sacrifice their lives for their ideals, tears welled in the eyes of every dragon knight and dragon rider present. Before our departure, Su Jie had instructed the younger knights of slightly lower rank to remain behind. And while they had initially grumbled about not being able to fight on the front lines, none could have anticipated that our forces would be the first to be entirely annihilated. Su Jie felt tears welling in his eyes as he clenched his fists, resolutely declaring, each and every member of the Dragon Knight Order has remained true to the chivalric spirit they protect. Therefore, let us pay the ultimate price with our lives to ensure that these accursed Doomsday insectoids understand what true knightly spirit entails. Indeed, came the unanimous reply from the gathered knights. Bang! Crash! As the core doors of the base shattered, and witnessing the approaching horde of aberrant dragons, smiles crept onto the faces of all. Hand in hand, they exchanged glances filled with reluctance, before resolutely activating the self-destruct mechanism. Boom! As they beheld the cataclysmic explosion in the distance, accompanied by the rising mushroom cloud, the hearts of the knights shattered. They were not mourning the loss of the Dragon Knight Order's base, but lamenting the bright futures of the young knights therein. At that moment, the Blade Empress in the sky opened her abyssal maw, furiously siphoning the life force from the direction of the Dragon Knight Order's base. Upon absorbing the essence, the Blade Empress perfectly inherited the formidable physique and control over lightning from the aberrant dragon lineage, causing thunder and lightning to erupt, accompanied by a raging tempest. All members of the Dragon Knight Order and the Dragon Clan warriors prepared themselves for a desperate battle. However, as the Blade Empress opened her blood-red eyes, she soared past the gathered knights, flying southward. Stunned, the knights watched her retreating figure, while the wise Grand Elder swiftly grasped her intentions and urgently shouted, "This is bad. We must stop her. She intends to head to the dragon's graveyard to absorb the residual powers of our dragon ancestors, thereby transforming into a true deity." The crowd gasped in shock at the Grand Elder's words. If what he said was true, and the Blade Empress were to break through the dimensional limits and become a true deity, it would spell catastrophe for the world. Su Jie spoke coldly. "Knights of the Order, heed my command. We must stop the Blade Empress at all costs, even if it costs us our lives. Kill." Under Su Jie's leadership, the Dragon Knights surged toward the dragon's graveyard. Upon witnessing the Blade Empress, who was absorbing the powers of the dragon's graveyard not far away, they noticed her form beginning to exhibit draconic traits. Without hesitation, Su Jie commanded a full-scale assault as the sky filled with vibrant dragon flames and soul rings, each flickering with brilliance. At that moment, the Blade Empress, wielding the power of the Doomsday insectoids, instantaneously divided her strength, creating a doppelganger. This doppelganger conjured 2 spheres of dark energy, while thousands of arms sprouted from her back, launching the dark energy spheres like cannonballs toward the knight's attacks. Boom! Boom! As the sounds of explosions and cries of anguish echoed around him, the humble knight, Yin Dao, who served as second-in-command, turned to the compassionate knight, Qian Li, saying, "Xiao Li, cover me as I break through this doppelganger's blockade." Qian Li nodded, and behind her, silver light transformed into a colossal gate. Suivant soul skill, martial soul manifestation. 9th soul skill, otherworldly descent. In an instant, a massive summoning gate materialized, and a 3-headed chimera burst forth, followed by a gigantic golden baiman beast appearing in an instant. Observing the emergence of these 2 extraordinary beasts, Qian Li, overwhelmed, coughed up blood. Yet she understood that retreat was not an option now. 5th soul skill, frenzy. Instantly, the 2 ferocious beasts erupted with terrifying life force, charging madly toward the Blade Empress. As the Blade Empress struggled to maintain her composure, Yin Dao swiftly evaded the doppelganger's attacks atop his Skywing Dragon King. The speed of the compassionate knight earned her the title of the leader of the Dragon Knight Order. As she reached the body of the Blade Empress in the blink of an eye, Yin Dao, with his partner, the Skywing Dragon King, radiated a terrifying soul power. Smiling as he said, "Old partner, I am eternally grateful for your care in this life. If there is a next life, let me be your Dragon Knight." Suddenly, a familiar figure shot forth from Qian Li's summoning gate, a massive wave crashing upon them, sending Yin Dao and the Skywing Dragon King hurtling away. The Grand Elder transformed into the ancient Fish Dragon King, radiating dazzling light, and reassuringly stated, "This old fellow is still here. It is not yet your time to sacrifice yourselves, youngsters." Boom! Chapter 50, Dawn Knights, Part 1. The Grand Elder's self-sacrificial explosion successfully thwarted the Blade Empress's plan. The might of a super god-level being's explosion inflicted significant injury upon her. Reluctantly, she had no choice but to abandon her absorption of the energies from the dragon's graveyard, hastily recalling her doppelganger to restore herself. As they beheld the reformed Blade Empress, now exuding a demigod-level aura, the crowd was thrown into a panic. This was a being just a half-step away from true divinity. If she were to achieve this level even a moment later, the consequences would be unimaginable. At that moment, the Blade Empress was completely covered in dragon scales and horns, having transformed into a half-draconic humanoid. Witnessing such an unfathomable transformation, Su Jie solemnly spoke into his communication device, issuing his final command. "Young one, if you can hear me, lead the reinforcements back. I am powerless. The severity of this situation has exceeded my control. Even if you arrive with reinforcements, it may be futile. Thus, I implore you to ensure the Dragon Knight Order is rebuilt, and the chivalric spirit is passed down for future generations. We thank you once more." Crackle. The signal from the headset was abruptly cut off. Su Jie and the 6 dragon riders, alongside the knights of the various Dragon Knight Orders, stood resolutely before the Blade Empress. The terrifying soul power coalesced instantly as they prepared to self-detonate, intending to severely injure the Blade Empress and buy time for the other factions to prepare to face her. In this battle, not a single Dragon Knight faltered. In the face of despair, they did not choose submission, but rather opted to confront their fate head-on, willing to pay the price of their lives. This epitomized the invincible path of the knightly spirit. Observing the desperate struggles of these mere ants, the Blade Empress sneered, "You lowly carbon-based beings, no matter how you struggle, you cannot halt the advance of the Doomsday insectoids toward world domination. Ha ha ha. This great fleshworm is quite audacious." Suddenly, a familiar figure emerged with the rising sun, as Chu Qingyun and the transformed White Jade Dragon King appeared first. Much to the delight of the onlookers, as they beheld the army of the Spirit Hall and the golden-armored fallen ancestor dragon blotting out the skies. At that moment, Jiang Hua squinted and suddenly exclaimed, "Oh my goodness, isn't that the Spirit Hall's treasure-hunting team and those interstellar pirates? Could it be that Chu Qingyun is indeed the mysterious figure who has provoked us on multiple occasions?" Upon hearing Jiang Hua's exclamation, the crowd quickly recognized the situation. Astonished and overjoyed, "Isn't that the very Spirit Hall treasure-hunting team, that insufferable brat?" Chu Qingyun smirked, addressing the Blade Empress. "That monstrous creature has slain my brother, Bear Xiao Bai, harmed my kin, annihilated my comrades, and laid waste to my homeland. It is high time we settled this score." Observing the audacity of this mere ant, whose power is but that of a soul king, daring to provoke my authority, The Blade Empress could not help but burst into boisterous laughter, witnessing her unrestrained mockery. Chu Qingyun gritted his teeth and spat. "Satan, crush it for me." "Yes, Master Lord." In an instant, a colossal crimson demon wielding a massive axe materialized before the Blade Empress, and with a single swing, the terrifying force severed both of her hands. At that moment, as a skilled pilot of a divine mech, Xiao Hongri commanded the fallen heaven ancestor dragon mech, appearing abruptly behind the Blade Empress. With a swift motion, the razor-sharp mechanical dragon claws cleaved her in two. The onlookers, filled with trepidation, swallowed hard, realizing that the might of the Lord of the Undead, Satan, was only a hair's breadth weaker than the Blade Empress. Coupled with the world-destroying Golden Mech, the strength of the Spirit Hall's treasure-hunting team posed a significant threat to the Federation. As the Blade Empress's body rapidly regenerated, a sinister smile crept across Chu Qingyun's face. He waved his hand, and countless punk-devouring insects surged forth like a dark cloud, swarming towards the Blade Empress to feast upon her. Isa! These thousands of punk-devouring insects, with their razor-sharp mandibles, pierced through the Blade Empress's formidable scales, gnawing at her massive form and entering their own abdomens. This spectacle left the insect experts, Hook and Lin Mu Chue Long Wong, utterly dumbfounded. They could hardly fathom that even the pests which plagued the Federation could be wielded in such a manner. Impressive. Enough. The Blade Empress's bisected body swiftly reformed, and she roared, gathering formidable power to obliterate these incessant provocateurs. Insect Emperor S. Dark. 10,000 Dragon Domain, Soul Manifest. Blue-Silver Emperor Breakthrough, Amplification. Immortal Law, 4th Soul Skill. Blue-Silver Angry Dragon Spike. Before the Blade Empress could fully harness her energy, Chu Qingyun and the White Jade Dragon King, by Lin, flashed before her. With a roar from the White Jade Dragon King, the spirits of countless dragon warriors were awakened within the ancient burial of 10,000 dragons. As Chu Qingyun wielded the blue-silver Overlord Spear, it transformed into an enraged sea serpent, leading a multitude of divine dragons charging madly at the Blade Empress. Chu Qingyun's strike tore through the blood-red sky, illuminating the hearts of all with the dawn of hope. The sharp blue-silver Overlord Spear pierced through the Blade Empress's left eye, and dark green blood trickled down her cheek. The Blade Empress clutched her left eye in agony, incredulously questioning the ant she had underestimated. Why can't my left eye be restored? With a cold smirk, Chu Qingyun cracked his neck audibly and replied, "That was a strike imbued with the unparalleled power of supreme laws. How could a demigod like you hope to dispel it?" He continued coldly, "This is the true power of divinity. The energy within is beyond the reach of any false god. That strike was retribution for the fallen elder and the dragon ancestors who perished in this battle. Next, I shall repay your sins on behalf of my foolish brother, the compassionate knight Bear Xiaobai." "Brother Yin Yun." Just as Chu Qingyun finished speaking, a familiar yet weakened voice called out. The crowd turned in astonishment to see two figures standing atop the Bone Dragon King of the underworld. One was Hades, the traitorous knight wrongfully accused by the Federation, and the other was the valiant, compassionate knight, Cloud Lord Bear Xiaobai, who had bravely fallen in battle. Chapter 51, Dawn Nights, Part 2. Seeing the two figures, tears welled up in the eyes of Chu Qingyun and the other dragon knights. Chu Qingyun leaped forward and embraced the battered Bear Xiaobai, exclaiming, "You rascal! Why didn't you come back sooner? You nearly gave me a heart attack." Bear Xiaobai, with a sheepish grin, scratched his head and awkwardly explained, "Cough. When I was in the sky of one line, I had already exhausted myself after eliminating nearly half of the infiltrators. Just as I was about to faint, the Heaven Douluo appeared in the nick of time and wiped out all the hidden infiltrators lurking underground. However, it seemed the Heaven Douluo was rather busy. He casually tossed me into a safe spot before disappearing. After regaining consciousness, I tried to find my way back while recovering my strength, but the battlefield was littered only with corpses, and I was fortunate that this senior found me and brought me back. It wasn't intentional." Looking at the pitiable Bear Xiaobai, Chu Qingyun helplessly glanced back at Hook, bemused at how their vast knightly order could harbor two such hopelessly, directionally challenged individuals. Noticing Chu Qingyun's peculiar gaze, Hook awkwardly hung his head. His reputation as a directionally challenged individual was well known throughout the order, and now, with a second little lost soul emerging, the eyes of the others seemed to blame him for the contagion. At that moment, Hades approached, patting Chu Qingyun on the shoulder, explaining, "I mentioned before that I sensed a faint soul power. I never expected it to be our newly appointed compassionate knight." Just then, Su Jie erupted in fury, leaping forward and delivering a punch that sent Hades crashing to the ground. The Bone Dragon King of the underworld roared in anger, positioning itself protectively before Hades. Its dragon flames poised to strike. Stop! As Su Jie approached, Hades raised a hand to halt the Bone Dragon King's protective instincts. Everyone had assumed there was enmity between the two, and just as they thought, Su Jie was about to unleash his wrath upon Hades. He extended his right hand and coldly remarked, "You scoundrel, you've arrived rather late." Hades' eyes trembled as he seemed to recall the days when he was at the tail end of the Dragon Knight Core, chastised by the previous compassionate knight. Vivid memories flooded back. With a glistening eye, Hades extended his left hand and grasped Su Jie's right hand, smiling as he said, "Look at you, you big fool. Still lively and standing here. It seems it's not too late after all." With a firm grip, Su Jie hoisted the fallen Hades upright, enveloping him in a tight embrace, tears streaming down his face as he declared, "I never imagined that heaven would grant us two stragglers the opportunity to fight side by side. This time, we must win at all costs. Dark Insect Emperor, annihilation." At that moment, while the others reminisced, the Blade Empress stealthily gathered a terrifying amount of energy, preparing to launch a surprise attack to obliterate them all. A colossal dark energy sphere, as large as the sun, hurtled towards the Dragon Knights, its immense gravitational pull rendering escape nearly impossible. If caught within, they would likely be disintegrated into cosmic dust. With no other choice, the Dragon Knights braced themselves to withstand this formidable blow. Whoosh boom! Suddenly, a piercing sound sliced through the sky as golden light struck the dark energy sphere before them, resulting in a cataclysmic explosion. The powerful shockwave instantly sent the crowd tumbling in all directions. Dazed and disoriented, Chu Qingyun widened his eyes, realizing that the previous strike was undoubtedly unleashed by a master rivaling the Blade Empress. The inherent power of law within it suggested that Shadow Sting had orchestrated a contingency plan to control the Blade Empress and the Doomsday Insect clan, acting in advance. At that moment, the crowd's expressions hardened as they beheld a figure with 5 divine rings on their back, a second-tier deity materializing before them. Observing the panicked expression, the multitude of wounds adorning his body, and his disheveled appearance, it appeared as though he was evading the relentless pursuit of some malevolent force. Su Jie felt a surge of alarm within. Could there truly exist a being capable of threatening a second-tier deity? Originally, he had steeled himself for the worst, when suddenly, Sun Qiqian, clad in resplendent golden armor and a crimson cape, descended in an instant. The Blade Empress, confronted by this unexpected figure, was enveloped by an overwhelming aura of terror, prompting her to involuntarily retreat a step. The fallen angel, too, was rendered utterly paralyzed, trembling as he pointed at Sun Qiqian and exclaimed, "In no way. Even the combined might of those angels could not halt you?" A chilling smile graced Sun Qiqian's lips as he retorted, "Did I not promise to slay you?" In that moment, the fallen angel's trousers became damp with fear. As a lofty second-tier deity, it was profoundly humiliating to be so intimidated by a mere human. Sun Qiqian, witnessing this abject display, shook his head in resignation and addressed Su Jie. "Do you require assistance? I can help you vanquish that monstrous creature." As he spoke, the white dragon cloud staff pointed towards the Blade Empress, causing her heart to quiver with trepidation. This audacious human posed a significant threat. For Sun Qiqian, dealing with an additional Blade Empress was merely a trifling endeavor. Yet Su Jie, with an unusually serious demeanor, firmly declined. "We appreciate your kind offer, Senior. But this vendetta is one that the Dragon Knight Core must resolve on our own." Recognizing Su Jie's resolute expression, Sun Qiqian comprehended their determination. Thus, with a sweep of his staff, he cleaved the earth with a beam of golden light, gazing into the abyss that seemed like a chasm from the heavens. Su Jie coldly stated, "Then let me draw a boundary. We shall each deal with our respective foes. Should the lines be crossed, do not blame me for intervening." Sun Qiqian's actions were motivated by a concern that the Dragon Knight Core might falter against the Blade Empress, giving him a pretext to step in if necessary. At that moment, the fallen angel, overhearing Sun Qiqian's words, scuttled hastily towards the Dragon Knight Core, sensing that perhaps they might offer him a glimmer of hope. Oh no! Sun Qiqian swiftly detected the fallen angel's furtive movements and pressed his foot against its back, coldly warning, "Do not rush. Once they eliminate that monstrous creature, you will be next." The fallen angel, overwhelmed with despair, felt as though it were a turtle in a pot, destined to be cooked sooner or later. The agony was unbearable. Meanwhile, The indomitable Dragon Knight Su Jie addressed Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai with grave seriousness. Now that our 10 knights have gathered, we can finally unleash the unified technique of the Dragon Knight core. Knights and a martial soul fusion technique? Chu Qingyun and Xiong Xiaobai exchanged puzzled glances, to which Su Jie responded with a mysterious smile, explaining, upon your oath, you gained the recognition of the first-tier deity of knights. However, the most crucial condition for activating the martial soul fusion technique is unity. With our 10 knights assembled, working in concert, we shall surely awaken the slumbering knight deity. Hence, I appoint our esteemed knight of glory, Chu Qingyun, as the primary attacker. As the others gazed at him with trust, Chu Qingyun nodded resolutely, then ascended upon the white Jade Dragon King, positioning himself at the heart of the 9 knights. He raised his arm and proclaimed, "Brothers, let us unite in battle." Behind Chu Qingyun, for soul rings, 2 dark gold, 1 black and white, and 1 blood red, manifested as the laws of death instantaneously tinted his pupils a deep crimson. The 4th soul ring shimmered into existence. Purple Extreme Demon Eye. 4th soul skill, Death Judgment. Chu Qingyun combined the Purple Extreme Demon Eye, imparted by Tang San, with his 5th soul skill's Mental Assault, unleashing a purplish-red spiritual attack that surged toward the Blade Empress, a colossal figure clad in a black cloak. Wielding a scythe surrounded by countless specters, rampaged through the Blade Empress's mental realm. At that moment, the compassionate knight Qian Li, commanding 2 three-headed chimeras and a golden bi-monster, swiftly constrained her movements. 8th soul skill, Surge. The honest knight Yin Ling and the triangular mountain dragon king amplified their powers 100-fold, causing the solid earth to coalesce. And the sharp triangle struck the Blade Empress with the force of a battering ram. The searing pain compelled the Blade Empress to roar. Breaking free from the grasp of the 2 massive beasts, her razor-sharp blades piercing through the summoned creatures. From a distance, Qianli coughed up blood, collapsing upon the back of the Azure Sea Dragon King. At that moment, the just knight tossed a seed into the Blade Empress's mouth. The Treant Dragon King surged forth, executing a powerful tail swipe that collided with her chest. Following this, Huka's 9th soul ring ignited. 9th soul skill, Sigh of Life Withering. Instantaneously, the Blade Empress knelt in agony, clutching her heart, as the seed lodged in her mouth frantically consumed her flesh to grow at an alarming rate. The self-healing abilities she possessed were rendered futile by the decaying toxin emanating from the vines and thorns. In that instant, the humble knight Yindao and the Winged Dragon King dashed beneath the Blade Empress. 9th soul skill, Arrow of Broken Arrows. Yindao knocked an arrow, its sharp tip infused with countless wind blades, instantly sending the Blade Empress soaring into the sky. Awaiting her in midair, the sacrificial knight Kai Ursa and the brave knight Jiang Hua launched their assault. Martial Soul Fusion, Thunder Flame Dual Slash. In an instant, thunder and fire converged, forming an X-shaped slash that erupted in a dazzling display of sparks. At this moment, the just knight Su Jie called out to his partner, the Bloodwing Dragon King. "Brother, let us strike together. Knight's Domain, activate. 10th soul skill, Infinite." In an instant, the Bloodwing Dragon King unfurled its razor-sharp wings, joining forces with the indomitable Dragon Knight Su Jie, wielding the Blood Soul Spear of Destruction, unleashing countless slashes and stabs upon the airborne Blade Empress. At that moment, the Blade Empress seemed suspended in the air, surrounded by a myriad of blood-red lights. Then, the resolute Knight Hades and the Bone Dragon King compressed the very fabric of space into a beam of darkness. Space Domain, activate. 9th soul skill, Spatial Decomposition. Hades' ray pierced through the Blade Empress's heart, transforming her into particles of dark matter that devoured her very essence. The excruciating pain rendered the Blade Empress nearly lifeless. At this juncture, the compassionate knight Xiong Xiaobai, riding upon a cloud, transformed into a platinum cloud roar, igniting his 6th soul ring. 6th soul skill, Golden Roar shattering the heavens. Xiong Xiaobai concentrated the golden soul energy at the tip of his massive horn, charging into the Blade Empress's shoulder, causing blood to spill forth. In that instant, a divine light descended from the heavens, and Chu Qingyun and the White Feather Dragon King, Bai Lin, radiated a celestial glow, akin to deities descending upon the mortal realm, sacred and inviolable. The remaining 9 knights simultaneously coughed up blood, their soul powers plummeting, as they temporarily sacrificed their energies through the unified martial soul fusion technique to empower the Knight of Glory. At that moment, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin's powers surged to the realm of demigods. As they beheld the current form of Chu Qingyun, tens of thousands of dragon knights collectively cried out, "Esteemed Knight of Glory, wield your blade of honor to carve forth the faith and dignity of the knights." As he spoke, tens of thousands of dragon knights pounded their chests with their left fists, kneeling on one knee, their eyes filled with unwavering determination as they gazed at the Knight of Glory soaring above. At that moment, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin felt their blood surge, as if the honor of the knights ignited a fire within their hearts. Just then, Su Jie nodded to the Dragon Knight leaders, who one by one performed the knightly salute towards Chu Qingyun, proclaiming loudly, "The just knight Su Jie, Bloodwing Dragon King. The tenacious knight Hades, Bone Dragon of the Nether. The humble knight Indao, Skywing Dragon King. The fair knight Hook, Timber Hammer Dragon King. The benevolent knight Qianli, Azure Sea Serpent King. The honest knight Yinling, Triangular Mountain Dragon King. The sacrificial knight Kai Ursa, Rampaging Thunder Dragon King. The brave knight Jianghua, Inferno Flying Dragon King. The compassionate knight Xiong Xiaobai. May the spirit of the guardianship of the knights be embodied within the blade of the Knight of Glory. And may this supreme divine power eradicate all evil in the world." In an instant, 9 beams of light illuminated the blade of the world-ending divine martial law wielded by Chu Qingyun, its originally dark golden surface now dazzling with 9 colors: red, black, blue, green, yellow, purple, orange, and white, each representing the essence of the night spirits. At that moment, the golden light of glory shone brightly, illuminating the entire blade, as the 10 knightly spirits fused into one, awakening one of the 10 supreme laws, the law of faith. The re-emergence of this supreme law caused Sun Qitian and the fallen angel to tremble with disbelief. Something that could make even the divine realm envious was manifesting right before their eyes. A true miracle. The white Jade Dragon King transformed into a golden meteor, carrying Chu Qingyun as it surged towards the Blade Empress. Feeling the overwhelming power of the law, the formidable Blade Empress sensed the impending aura of death. Unwilling to perish beneath the assault of mere ants, she, a supreme being aloof and invincible, a powerful entity only a step away from divinity, considered it the greatest insult to be slain by such insignificant creatures. Thus, she gathered her terrifying might, resolved to fight to the death. Swarm of souls explode. The countless vengeful spirits of the apocalyptic insect race were coalesced and compressed by the Blade Empress into a colossal black cloud, hurtling madly towards Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin. However, those who comprehended the power of the law of faith were not limited to Chu Qingyun alone. The transcendent white Jade Dragon King erupted with a dazzling radiance akin to the sun, transforming into a golden sacred dragon, immediately clad in the immortal 6-character dragon armor. Leap of faith. At once, Bai Lin unleashed the power of faith as 10 differently colored dragon flames converged, enabling her to break through the Blade Empress's assault in an instant. Ascending rapidly, Chu Qingyun drew his sword with his right hand, and the golden blade light instantly tore through the sky. The faith of the knights, the golden glory, with a strike that carried the hopes of all. It shattered the fabric of space as it surged towards the Blade Empress. Boom! In an instant, a violent explosion erupted like daylight above the valley of the dragon's tomb. Golden snowflakes rained down from the sky, and when the dawn light illuminated the hearts of the onlookers, they knew they had triumphed in this battle. In that moment, Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin lost their strength, the overwhelming sense of depletion rendering them unconscious as they plummeted from the heights. The dragon knights surged upwards, rushing to catch their saviors. Just as a golden light swiftly swept past, catching the falling duo, the one who acted was none other than Sun Qitian, who had been observing the battle for a long time. He smiled at Bai Lin and said, "Well done, Xiaobai." Suddenly, the formerly gentle father's expression shifted dramatically, and he hurled the white dragon cloud-stamping staff, piercing through the chest of the fallen angel who had attempted to escape amidst the chaos. The unfortunate fallen angel was impaled against a mountain wall, blood gushing forth. Though severely wounded, the vitality of a deity is remarkably resilient. Death would not claim him so easily. Sun Qitian led the others to confront the fallen angel, demanding, "Who sent you here?" Before Sun Qitian could finish his inquiry, the fallen angel, Jay, began to fervently divulge all he knew. I am Jay, age 3,250 years. Rank below average on the 2nd-tier divine combat power list in the divine realm. I came here to execute a plan devised by our leader and shadow assassin Yufeng. The objective is to control the Blade Empress and the apocalyptic insect race under her command to bolster our Federation's reserve forces, and to seize the core of the Dragon Star for our own use. Our leader is, suddenly, the fallen Angel Jay's veins bulged. His eyes rolled back as he clutched his throat, his body engulfed in black flames. Witnessing this, Sun Qitian exclaimed in alarm, "Not good. Everyone, retreat immediately. He has triggered a self-destruct mechanism." Upon hearing this, no one dared hesitate as they swiftly retreated. The explosion of a second-tier deity was not to be trifled with. Boom! In that instant, every inch of land on the Dragon Star trembled violently. Gazing at the colossal pit leading to the underground core, everyone broke into a cold sweat, swallowing hard. The magnitude of power was simply too immense. Nearby, the hot-tempered Jiang Hua and Kai Ursa, filled with fury, exclaimed, "This damned Federation, I must settle the score with them today. Brothers, let us go." As they spoke, the two prepared to lead the Dragon Knights to seek retribution against the Federation. At that moment, the undefeated knight Su Jie clenched his fists, gritting his teeth as he admonished, "Enough. The Federation can casually dispatch even second-tier deities. There must be a first-tier deity pulling the strings behind them. Do you wish to lead the entire knightly order to their doom?" Jiang Hua, unwilling to relent, roared, "Are we to let the deaths of so many dragon brethren and knights go unpunished?" Gu Yesiket, a glint of cold determination flashing in his eyes as he replied with a smirk, "We will settle this score with the Federation sooner or later, but first, we must wait until our hopes have matured." With that, Su Jie cast a hopeful glance towards the compassionate knight Xiong Xiaobai, the knight of glory Chu Qingyun, and Bai Lin, assuring everyone that these three young ones would undoubtedly rise to greatness in the future. 2 months later, the battle in the Land of Doom spread throughout the world. The MVP of this confrontation, Sun Qitian, was feared by major factions and was dubbed the dreadful name of the human god. Due to the face-saving pressure, the Federation mandated that the deeds of the Knight of Glory Chu Qingyun, Bai Lin, and the compassionate knight Xiong Xiaobai be included as essential teachings in the Soul Master Academy. At that moment, in the ruins of the former Dragon Knight core base, thousands of Dragon Knights and their steeds gathered around a towering monument, holding a ceremony to bestow titles. The 10 knight leaders encircled the sacred knightly monument inscribed with the names of brave and fallen knights, bowing their heads in solemn mourning. After the mourning ceremony concluded, the just knight, Su Jie, proclaimed loudly, "Due to the outstanding performance of the compassionate knight and the Knight of Glory in this battle, it has been decided to bestow the title of Glory Knight. The title of Guardian of the Cloud Lord is conferred upon the compassionate knight Xiong Xiaobai. The title of Dawn Dragon Knight is conferred upon the Knight of Glory Chu Qingyun and Bai Lin." Su Jie stepped forward to award medals to the three, and in that moment, tens of thousands of Dragon Knights bowed to the trio, collectively exclaiming, "May the light of the Knights illuminate the world." Meanwhile, on the other side, Bei Tang Lin Yi coldly regarded the Blade Empress before him, who, in her dying moments, had split her remaining power to create a queen bee the size of an ant, escaping death's grasp. Severely wounded and on the brink of demise, it had initially sought a place to recuperate slowly, waiting for the opportune moment to return and exact vengeance. Little did it expect to encounter the malevolent pope of the evil spirit cult, Bei Tang Linya. Gazing at the figure before her, the Blade Empress, in a state of panic, implored, "Please spare my life. I vow to serve you unto death." With no further ado, Bei Tang Linya conjured a colossal scythe, swiftly ending the life of the Blade Empress. As the golden blood ascended, revealing a myriad of soul rings glowing with ancient brilliance, Bei Tang Linya broke into a wicked smile and remarked, "Chu Qingyun, I never anticipated you to be that wretched individual. In that case, let it be." Chapter 54. The 3-Year Pact, Part 1. The agreed 3 years had drawn to a close. At the age of 19, Chu Qingyun, accompanied by Bai Lin and Xiong Xiaobai, made their way to the command center of the undefeated Dragon Knight, Su Jie, to formally resign. Upon entering, the trio found the remaining 8 Dragon Knight leaders gathered together. Their initial intention to slip away unnoticed now seemed doomed to culminate in a heartfelt farewell. We three wish to," before the words could escape. Su Jie raised his hand to halt them, his voice low and firm. "No need to elaborate, I already understand. You are about to return to Shrek Academy to prepare for the Soul Master competition. Fear not, we shall manage things here." Observing the resolute expressions of his comrades, tears of reluctance brimming in their eyes, Chu Qingyun let out a sigh, bowing deeply to the 8, expressing his gratitude for these 3 years. "I'm eternally grateful for your guidance and care. Regretfully, we must part. With that, the trio, their eyes glistening, hastily exited the operations room. As silence enveloped the space, Su Jie quietly opened his eyes, whispering, "Have they left?" The collective response echoed, "They've gone, they've gone." Finally, they are gone. In an instant, anguish erupted among the group, with the valiant knight Jiang Hua leading the lamentations. "Oh, they're finally gone. Those three little rascals consumed far too much. One of them could devour the rations of the entire squad in a single day. Now I understand why the Spirit Hall-S treasure raiders ravaged all the supplies." "Hook," irate, retorted old Jiang, "eating is trivial compared to my laboratory, which Chu Qingyun's incessant experiments have blown up 5 times in a month. My life's work has been reduced to ruin at his hands." Yin Ling, displeased, pointed an accusing finger at Hook, exclaiming, "Little who if you put it that way. We must also account for Xiong Xiaobai, who, being directionally challenged, takes 3 days to find his way back after we've obliterated the enemy in an hour. Eventually, fearing he'd get lost, I had the Triangle Mountain Dragon King accompany him, only for him to mistakenly lead our little mountain into a catastrophic explosion at my residence." Ha! The audience erupted in laughter at the misfortune of their own apprentice. At that moment, Deputy Commander Yin Dao, wearing a mournful expression, lamented, "What you all experience pales in comparison to my plight. The rare metals and jewelry I painstakingly collected have all been seized by that little rascal Bailin. Each time I sought to reclaim them, I was met with the terrifying gaze of Qiqian, leaving me no choice but to dig into my own pockets to meet my quotas." Bang! As the fervent discussion reached a fever pitch, Su Jie, incensed, slammed his hand on the table, shattering the bulletproof glass window. Soaring above the Dragon Knight regiment, he jubilantly proclaimed, "Ladies and gentlemen, our illustrious knight Chu Qingyun, the compassionate knight Xiong Xiaobai, and Bailin returned to Shrek Academy to partake in the Soul Master competition. From this day forth, let the entire regiment revel in 3 days of celebration. Moreover, unleash my fireworks and illuminate the night sky." Woos, bang! Resplendent fireworks illuminated the inky expanse, as the 8 Dragon Knight leaders danced joyously amidst the spectacle. However, after a prolonged celebration, they noticed a profound silence enveloping the regiment, leaving them awkwardly staring at one another. Su Jie, perplexed, inquired, "Are you not pleased? Come now, let us celebrate." Just then, a familiar voice emerged from the crowd, sheepishly declaring, "Sorry, we're leaving now. We truly apologize for interrupting your celebration." Indeed, it was Chu Qingyun, with Xiong Xiaobai and Bailin standing beside him in astonishment, witnessing the awkwardness unfold. The scene was undeniably mortifying, a veritable social faux pas. 7 days later, on a bright morning, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion congregated above Shrek Academy, chuckling, "Surely, today marks the return of those little prodigies. I wonder how much they have grown." At that moment, a striking figure clad in a fiery red jacket emerged, revealing Ma Hongjun, alongside an exceptionally handsome companion with chiseled features that seemed sculpted by the gods. Wherever they went, gasps of admiration followed. Yes, this was the now slimmed-down idol, Su Sansuan, as the two strolled through the grand avenue of Shrek's outer courtyard, basking in the envious gazes of onlookers. A small golden piglet the size of a fist bounded up to Su Sansuan. Shortly thereafter, a white-haired girl with twin ponytails sprinted over, breathless, scooping the piglet into her arms, angrily chastising, "Su Hengqi, why do you keep wandering off? Aren't you afraid someone will stew you in a braised pork?" Hengqi. The poor Su Hengqi lowered its head in dismay. At this juncture, Su Sansuan awkwardly confirmed, does it go by Su Hengqi?" Bailin, hands on her hips, replied, "Indeed, that's the name my brother bestowed upon it, though it's not particularly appealing. I had no choice but to comply with his insistence on naming my treasure-hunting beast so inauspiciously." Upon learning the truth, Su Sansuan felt tears welling up, begrudgingly affirming, "Is your brother named Chu Qingyun?" Bailin nodded with curiosity, asking, "Yes, do you know him?" Su Sansuan sighed, taking the chubby Su Hengqi into his arms, pointing at it. "I am Su Sansuan, and Chu Qingyun is my elder brother. In the past, I was as plump as this treasure beast. Hence it was recognized as my little brother by Chu Qingyun." Ha ha ha! Unable to contain herself, Bailin collapsed in laughter, realizing Chu Qingyun's wicked sense of humor. This was not merely a brotherly acknowledgement, but a playful reminder of her past self. How delightfully mischievous. Hengqi. Naturally, Su Hengqi discerned that Bailin was mocking its name, and it struggled fiercely to break free and charge at her. Xu Zhangkun, feeling awkward, inquired, "So, where's brother Yun?" I haven't seen him for ages. Where's he gone? Bai Lin, fuming, retorted, that scoundrel, as soon as we arrived at Shrek Academy. He vanished without a trace, claiming he was off to find my sister-in-law, and told me not to be a third wheel. What a despicable man. Realizing that after all these years, Chu Qingyun remained unchanged, his character as consistent as ever. At that moment, a pair of students clad in white Shrek Academy uniforms approached them, admonishing, "You two, we are representatives of the Shrek Student Council. Your failure to don the school uniform while causing a ruckus here is in serious violation of the Academy's regulations. Please accompany us for an investigation." A group of self-righteous upperclassmen, seizing the opportunity to show off in front of their junior peers, had come to stir trouble. Chapter 55, The 3-Year Pact, Part 2. Observing the group of provocateurs approaching, Su Sansuan let out a disdainful snort and politely addressed them. "Esteemed seniors, we have just completed our mission for the Academy and need to report to the Sea God Pavilion. Kindly step aside." Laughter erupted throughout the crowd, with Xiao Jun, the president of the Student Council, mockingly retorting, "You, reporting to the elders of the Sea God Pavilion? Do you truly consider yourself one of the Shrek 7 monsters?" Beside him, Ma Hongjun gently patted Su Sansuan on the shoulder, advising, "Just handle it. Don't go overboard." With that, the melancholic Ma Hongjun turned and disappeared into the crowd. As Su Sansuan watched Ma Hongjun's departing figure, a mischievous grin crept upon his face. "What a coincidence. I indeed am one of the Shrek 7 monsters." Suddenly, a piercing cry echoed as a white-feathered mythical bird, surrounded by the ethereal flames of 3 distinct hues, materialized behind Su Sansuan. The terrifying pressure emanating from the divine beast caused Xiao Jun to stumble and fall. Gradually, the 5 soul rings of black, red, and crimson emerged behind Su Sansuan, and the overwhelming aura of a level 57 agility-type battle spirit sent shivers down the spines of the seated 5-ringed soul kings. Witnessing the once arrogant individuals reduced to such a state, the onlookers erupted in laughter. Xiao Jun, realizing that Su Sansuan was indeed a formidable opponent, unwillingly shouted to the members of the student council behind him, "Retreat." With a mixture of reluctance and derision, Xiao Jun and his fellow council members vanished from sight. High above, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion had witnessed the entire spectacle, engaging in excited discussions. To intimidate a 7-ringed soul sage with merely 5 rings is remarkable. Moreover, the once powerful divine beast spirit seems to have undergone a second mutation, rivaling even the phoenix. This little fellow has undergone significant transformation in just 3 years. While the elders marveled, the pavilion master, Dong Lingyu, conveyed a mental message to them. "Esteemed elders, the 7 little monsters have returned home. Please gather at the Sea God Pavilion to discuss the examination topics." Upon hearing Dong Lingyu's message, the elders broke out in a cold sweat, realizing their master was up to something once again. Sure enough, moments later, the voice of Dong Lingyu resonated through all communication devices at Shrek Academy. "Attention students. Shrek Academy has just been invaded by 7 unidentified individuals whose intent seems to be disrupting tonight's Sea God matchmaking conference. To ensure the safety of our academy, a bounty has been placed on these 7 individuals. Anyone who captures any one of them will be rewarded with a 10,000-year soul bone and an opportunity to cultivate at the core of the life ancient tree. The Sea God matchmaking conference, the core of the life ancient tree, and soul bones. These 3 prizes were the cherished dreams of every Shrek Academy student. As the saying goes, under heavy rewards, brave men will emerge." With such enticing rewards, the students erupted into a frenzy, eagerly beginning their search for the wanted criminals featured in the announcements. Watching this scene from a corner, Chu Qingyun shook his head in resignation, saying, "What a grand game. But I have no time to indulge in such childish antics." At this moment, Su Sansuan and Bai Lin were seated in the outer courtyard cafeteria, indulging in fried chicken. Su Sansuan sighed in satisfaction. This is truly gratifying. I waited 3 years for the fried chicken from this cafeteria, and today I finally get to enjoy it." Tears of joy streamed down his face. Noticing this, Bai Lin, her cheeks stuffed, nudged him with her elbow and mumbled, "Look at those wanted posters. Don't they resemble us?" Su Sansuan squinted at the television in the cafeteria, and upon recognizing 2 individuals on the screen as themselves, he choked and began to cough violently. Instantly, all eyes in the cafeteria were drawn to them, and the students approached like hungry wolves, their hearts filled with delight. Well, how fortuitous! Suddenly, an impatient agility-type student raised a dagger, transforming it into a gust of wind that darted towards Su Sansuan. However, Su Sansuan, having honed his speed through rigorous training, evaded the attack effortlessly, pinning the assailant down onto the table before leaping into the air and executing a perfect arc, dislodging a bone that had lodged in his throat and sending it into the mouth of another student charging at him. The unfortunate student immediately knelt on the ground, clutching his throat and coughing. As Su Sansuan prepared to retaliate, the cafeteria staff's stern voice rang out, startling everyone. Enough. This is the school cafeteria. Take your fights outside. Instantly, the formidable aura of the cafeteria staff, known for her iron-fisted discipline, froze everyone in place. Could it be that today, as cafeteria supervisor, is none other than Aunt Sheen, the legendary Iron Fist Douluo's wife, nicknamed the Gluttonous Empress? With her presence, the students dared not act recklessly and swiftly pulled Su Sansuan and Bai Lin out of the cafeteria. Once outside, Su Sansuan shrugged off their grasp, scoffing, "That's enough. No need to go to the arena. Just a few seconds will suffice." The onlookers erupted into laughter, retorting, "You? Just a few seconds? Let me remind you, this is Shrek Academy, and we are all monsters. First soul skill, Fire Shadow." In an instant, Su Sansuan produced numerous afterimages, moving at an astonishing speed, transforming into fiery phantoms that swiftly circled around the crowd. By the time they realized what was happening, Su Sansuan's scorching fists had already struck each student. Boom! With a resounding explosion of flames, the outer courtyard students fell unconscious in an instant. The agility-type battle spirit practitioner emphasized speed and lethal precision, showcasing the fruits of Su Sansuan's intense training. Just as Su Sansuan celebrated his victory, Bai Lin transformed into the white Jade Dragon King and hurriedly took flight, leaving Su Sansuan perplexed. Turning around, he saw thousands of outer courtyard students frantically rushing toward him, causing him to gasp in shock. He quickly fled, muttering, "How utterly ungrateful. Couldn't you at least give me a heads up?" Su Sansuan raced after Bai Lin, waving his arms wildly below, signaling for her to pick him up. However, being Chu Qingyun's sister, Bai Lin had been influenced by his mischievous personality over time. Gazing down at the desperate Su Sansuan, Bai Lin smirked, "Goodbye. You're on your own now. Do remember to stay safe." As Bai Lin accelerated and vanished from his sight, Su Sansuan was left utterly speechless. Chapter 56, The Sea God Matchmaking Conference, Part 1. Watching Bai Lin ascend into the sky and disappear from view, the pursuing students shifted their focus entirely onto Su Sansuan. The unfortunate Su Sansuan, seeing the throng of students closing in, dove headfirst into the familiar depths of the Seven Sacred Abyss. As the prey entered the perilous Seven Sacred Abyss, some timid students hesitated at its edge, pacing back and forth. The Seven Sacred Abyss was a haunting nightmare that lingered in the hearts of every Shrek student, and they dared not venture in carelessly. Consequently, most opted to block the entrance and wait for their chance. Of course, a few daring souls boldly plunged into the abyss, continuing their pursuit of the quarry. As Su Sansuan plunged into the abyss of the Seven Saints, he glanced back at the throng of pursuers, over 1,000 strong, the majority of whom were at the 4th and 5th rings of cultivation. This predicament was indeed quite formidable for him alone. At that moment, a robust figure with a bald head emerged on the plains before the distant forest. Su Sansuan's heart soared with joy as he exclaimed, "Brother Haydn, let the soul masters specializing in the sensory and control systems enter. I'll leave the rest to you." Indeed, the figure was Ji Zishi, who had undergone a transformative leap in power after 3 years of rigorous training. Su Sansuan noted the prominent scar on his left eye, a testament to the harrowing trials he too had endured. With a cold smile, Ji Zishi cracked his knuckles and replied, "Very well, then we shall split the responsibility evenly." As another wanted criminal darted into the thicket and reappeared before them, the crowd erupted in excitement. Yet, Ji Zishi's commanding words instantly hushed them. "Aside from those specializing in sensory and control systems, none shall cross the threshold of my fists." 6 grand soul rings, 3 black and 3 red, materialized behind Ji Zishi, emanating an aura of terror that sent shivers down the spines of the onlookers. At that moment, a clever student raised his hand and chuckled, I'm a level 50 sensory system battle soul master. Can I go in?" The crowd fell silent, realizing the absurdity of negotiating with the enemy. To their astonishment, Ji Zishi indeed turned aside and gestured, "Enter." The student boldly strode into the forest behind Ji Zishi, prompting a flurry of students to dispute their own soul master classifications, and Ji Zishi permitted them all to enter. Meanwhile, a group of aggressive and defensive soul masters huddled together, whispering conspiratorially, "This fellow is clearly a tough opponent. Why should all the benefits go to them?" I propose we fabricate our own claims and seize the opportunity to deal with that individual in the forest. Precisely, let us do just that. Thus, a gaggle of clever tricksters approached Ji Zishi and implored, we too are from the sensory and control systems. Could you possibly let us in? Ji Zishi let out a chilling laugh as the formidable Ba Ding demon rabbit manifested behind him, both displaying sly smiles. However, if I let you all in, I would be dreadfully bored here. So, I kindly ask you to remain and entertain me. With that, the Ba Ding domain activated. First soul skill, Demon Seed. In an instant, Ji Zishi and the Ba Ding demon rabbit transformed into demons, and with a single, ferocious punch, he sent a level 53 defensive soul master flying hundreds of meters away. The unfortunate soul lay on the ground, foaming at the mouth. Unconscious, merely a casual strike from Ji Zishi. But that was just the beginning. Ji Zishi and the Ba Ding demon rabbit, moving with uncanny speed, darted among the students. In half a minute, Ji Zishi found himself seated atop a mound formed by the bodies of his peers, sighing, alas, how easily they crumble. Those pinned beneath the mound, still conscious, lamented, you monster, how can you be a defensive soul master? With such speed and strength, it makes us want to go home. Meanwhile, the group that had slipped into the forest reveled in their false sense of security, hearing the cries of their peers outside. Clearly, this fellow inside is much weaker than that monstrous figure outside. Unbeknownst to them, they had already entered Su Sansuan's domain of assassination. With a piercing scream, chaos erupted among them. Just as they were on high alert, a red shadow flashed past, and a student fell to the ground. A ghost. Panic spread like wildfire, and the students scattered in all directions. Yet, the labyrinthine abyss of the Seven Saints was not a place they could easily escape. Concealed in the shadows, Su Sansuan chuckled darkly. Now, let the roles reverse. The hunt begins. In an instant, the ghostly red flame surged through the area, leaving a trail of screams in its wake. Adhering to the assassin's creed of striking true, Su Sansuan ensured that none of his classmates would have a moment's respite to re-engage in battle. Meanwhile, in the air before the ancient life tree within Shrek Academy, Bai Lin and Xiong Xiaobai found themselves cornered by a cadre of flying soul masters from the inner academy. Dressed in white uniforms, the six-ringed soul masters surrounded them, sneering. Dare to intrude upon Shrek Academy? Today, you shall find no escape. Sixth soul skill, Return of the Feathered Sparrow. Third soul skill, Eagle Strike. As the soul masters swooped down upon them, Bai Lin and Xiong Xiaobai exchanged knowing glances and shouted in unison, Dragon Might. The bloodline pressure diminished the potency of their opponent's attacks, while Xiong Xiaobai enveloped the area with his earthy domain. Gravity field, 10,000 times. After 3 years of cultivation, this was the result of Xiong Xiaobai's comprehension. He could now impose 10,000 times the gravity upon his foes. The sudden weight bore down on the flying soul masters, crashing them to the ground as if under a mountain's burden. Coupled with Bai Lin's bloodline suppression, only those with considerable strength and impressive martial souls could muster the will to rise against them. At that moment, Xiong Xiaobai grinned mischievously as he conjured a colossal ice hammer, bringing it down upon the advancing soul masters with a resounding thud. 80. The unfortunate victim was struck, bloodied and battered, spiraling back to the earth. Of course, such reckless bravado was not unique to him. Xiong Xiaobai swung the massive hammer with abandon, akin to a game of whack-a-mole. Thus, the battles on both fronts extended into the night, while the remainder of the academy's students searched in vain for Chu Qingyun, Hu Lingar, On Yuan and Ting Ting. With no other recourse, the weary students resigned themselves and headed to the once every 5 years Sea God-S Fate matchmaking event to partake in the grand festivities. Chapter 57. The Sea God-S Fate matchmaking event. Part 2. Before the Sea God Pavilion, the vast Sea God Lake, shaped like a crescent moon, shimmered with twinkling starlight. Illuminating its surface, the rippling waters reflected upon the ancient life tree, creating a scene of breathtaking beauty that captivated all who beheld it. At that moment, a host of sea god maidens, adorned in white veils and wide-brimmed hats, descended from the heavens, gracefully alighting upon the lotus flowers at the lake's center, floating effortlessly upon the water's surface. Hundreds of sea god maidens stood in formation at the heart of the lake, leaving the students from both the inner and outer academies utterly spellbound. Among the onlookers, Chu Qingyun, eager to join the excitement, stood on a hillside by the shore, munching on fried chicken while gazing at the lake. Suddenly, the throng surged, causing him to drop the half-eaten drumstick. Sighing in regret, Chu Qingyun picked up the fallen chicken leg, brushed off the dirt, and complained, "Hey, watch where you're going." A fellow student clad in a muddy green outer academy uniform looked at the mysterious figure sporting a duck-billed cap and black mask with an apologetic tone. Sorry, my friend. But while the fried chicken is indeed tempting, don't you think those sea god maidens are even more alluring? Your perspective is rather misplaced. Chu Qingyun sighed, resting his oil-stained hand on the student's shoulder, smudging his pristine uniform. With a mischievous grin, he continued, in life, one must remain grounded. Just look at your level 42. Third ring prowess. You won't even cross the sea god lake, so don't harbor delusions. Better to admire from afar. In an instant, the student was on the verge of exploding with rage, for his freshly laundered attire had been used as a mere handkerchief. A scathing reminder of his audacity to aspire beyond his station. Had it not been for the prohibition against personal duels, he would have lunged at the insufferable scoundrel before him. At that moment, a melodious voice resonated throughout the sea god pavilion, Ning Rongrong. Adorned in a gown of white silk and shimmering diamonds, gracefully approached the ancient tree of life and proclaimed, Dear classmates, the Sea God Fate Blind Date Festival, held once every 5 years, is now entering its first phase, Divine Fated Encounters. I invite all of you to approach your desired sea god maidens and unveil their veils. With her words, a frenzy erupted as all the students surged forward. Yet, the barriers set by the academy proved to be no trifling matter. Some, upon stepping into the sea god lake, were immediately incapacitated by the fierce currents, plummeting into the waters. Others, quick-witted soul masters, employed their soul power to traverse the surface, while some simply flew above the lake, showcasing their diverse abilities. Chu Qingyun, initially drawn into the commotion, was swept along with the tide of students into the sea god lake. Realizing that retreating now would draw unwanted attention, he slowed his pace, feigning exhaustion, and gradually slipped to the back of the crowd. His intention was to blend in and be quietly eliminated without notice. However, a sudden gust of wind swept through, dislodging his hat and mask, and a glaring spotlight honed in on him, drawing the gaze of the entire assembly. Chu Qingyun stood frozen in awkwardness as Ning Rongrong, with a mischievous grin, announced, Next, I am pleased to introduce this individual. A student from Shrek Academy who enrolled in the outer court 3 years ago, Chu Qingyun. He has faced all the new students and was exceptionally admitted to the outer court. Having taken the battle god Ao Yin as his adoptive father, he single-handedly turned the tide against the elite inner court master, Ji Zishi, with 2 rings against 6, and overcame the crisis of the Elven Star, inflicting severe damage upon the god-level undead army, slaying the god-tier heavy Swordbone King. Later, in a moment of despair, he rescued the Dragon Knight Corps from peril, safeguarding the lives of millions of citizens in the Federation, earning the illustrious title of Dawn Dragon Knight. He is none other than the esteemed knight of the current 10 great Dragon Knights, Chu Qingyun. A wave of astonishment rippled through the crowd. He bore an uncanny resemblance to the young hero heralded by the Federation. And was not this the very intruder ranked first on the Academy's wanted list? At this moment, Chu Qingyun's face paled. Should Huolinger discover that he had come here to indulge, his fate would be dire. Thus, he awkwardly raised his hand, feigning innocence. That person you mentioned is my brother. I am merely his cousin. We just happen to look alike. Misunderstanding, haha. The students regarded him in silence, his flimsy excuse only amplifying the awkwardness of the situation, as it appeared no one was convinced. Suddenly, a classmate exclaimed with fervor, Everyone, let's capture him. As he beheld the throng rushing toward him alongside the sea god maidens, Chu Qingyun could only smile bitterly. You all just won't let up, will you? Instead of enjoying the celebration, you all come charging at me. With that, his mechanical right arm unleashed a terrifying shockwave, and under the influence of the law of force, the black, vibrating gold prosthetic was transformed into a brilliant gold. Boom! A wicked smile crept across Chu Qingyun's face as he thrust his left fist into the sea god lake. A tremendous force erupting that sent thousands of meters of water soaring into the air, along with the unfortunate students caught in the blast. With a single punch, he carved out a vast expanse of space in the lake. A display of sheer power that no student from either the inner or outer courts could rival. This was absolute strength, as the fallen students landed clumsily in the water. All but one sea god maiden, who remained with her veil intact, were stripped of their coverings. Chu Qingyun removed his damaged prosthetic, sighing, alas, what a waste of such rare metal. Yet Ning Rongrong, known for her mischievous spirit, seized the opportunity to provoke further. Congratulations to you, Chu Qingyun, for single-handedly unveiling so many sea god maidens' veils. You have earned your place in the next round. Chu Qingyun realized that Ning Rongrong was merely toying with him. He needed to make a hasty exit. Just as he turned to leave, the one sea god maiden who had not lost her veil raised her hand to stop him. Wait! Chu Qingyun turned back in confusion. Her voice sounded so familiar. First soul skill, soul explosion. In an instant, a blue ray of light surged into Chu Qingyun's mind, causing a tremor within him. Suddenly, the sensation of attributes awakened him, and he gazed up at the golden-eyed spirit manifestation in the sky. Tears of joy welling in his eyes. It was the one he had yearned for over the past 3 years. Thud! Overcome with emotion, Chu Qingyun knelt on the ground, channeling his soul power as he shouted, Huolinger, I love you. Chapter 58, Monsters and Prodigies, Part 1. Chu Qingyun's declaration echoed across the sea god lake, and upon realizing that the two were not intruders, but rather students of Shrek Academy, the crowd relaxed their tensions and erupted in cheers. Oh! In the air, Huolinger blushed at the scene, gradually descending before Chu Qingyun, her heart aching at the sight of his empty left arm. Seeing her eyes glistening with tears, Chu Qingyun quickly rose, smiling as he comforted her. Don't cry. On such a joyous occasion, we should embrace. Come, let us share a hug. With that, Chu Qingyun closed his eyes, pouting in a rather cheeky manner as he leaned in. Suddenly, he felt a sharp pain in his ear as Huolinger yanked him upward by it. Rong, Andy. He is my man, so I shall be taking him with me. With that, she transformed into a streak of blue and pink light, vanishing from the sight of the crowd, while fireworks illuminated the sky above the sea god lake. Ning Rong joyfully declared, the fate of 3 lifetimes is complete. Instantly, the entire assembly erupted in applause, yet no one noticed the lone sea god maiden, who had not removed her veil, gently lowering her hand and murmuring in disappointment. I wish you both happiness. In the distance, atop a towering mound of earth, Bai Lin glowered with envy. That scoundrel Chu Qingyun, forgetting his kin in the face of beauty, leaving his sister behind to frolic. Nearby, Xiong Xiaobai, observing Bai Lin's envious gaze, swallowed hard, thinking to himself, this brother complex is truly terrifying. Yingo, you better take care of yourself. As the forlorn sea god maiden prepared to leave the sea god lake and exit the Fate Blind Date Festival, a comet of flame streaked across the sky. Su San-kun, cradling a fiery red rose, knelt before her and earnestly professed, Original N-Ting, I, Su San-hun, was deeply captivated by your fiery temper when I mistakenly consumed your beef noodles years ago. For years, I have buried my feelings deep within, but today, I wish to seize this opportunity to sincerely confess my love. I hope you can accept my affections. The assembly of students, both male and female, murmured amongst themselves. This guy's confession is so straightforward. He will surely be rejected. Alas, I think he speaks from the heart. You just fancy her looks. You're love-struck. As the crowd buzzed with speculation, Yuan and Ting removed her conical hat and veil, revealing her cascading crimson locks and a visage that had been rendered enchanting yet tear-streaked. Su Sansuin felt a sudden jolt of surprise. Could it be that he had moved her tears? Yet, her choked reply swiftly dispelled his notion. I'm sorry, but my heart belongs to another. Even if we cannot be together, I shall find solace in witnessing his happiness. If I am destined not to marry him in this lifetime, I would rather embrace solitude for eternity. With those resolute words, Yuan and Ting departed from the sea god lake, leaving Su Sansuin frozen in place, a portrait of forlorn despair. Ning Rong, observing the scene, murmured softly, Oh dear, my little Linga may have her hands full in the future. Huolinger, gripping Chu Qingyun's ear, led him to a branch of the ancient life tree, where they sat side by side, basking in the tree's resplendent beauty. Chu Qingyun cautiously extended his right arm, gently wrapping it around Huolinger's delicate, jade-like shoulder. Leaning in closer, suddenly, Huolinger pouted, her eyes narrowing in indignation as she glared at him. Startled, Chu Qingyun swiftly withdrew his hand, his face a mask of confusion. Huolinger, her expression filled with melancholy, inquired, Does your hand hurt? Noticing the glimmer of tears at the corners of her eyes, Chu Qingyun understood her concern. He pulled her into an embrace, assuring her, Fear not. Even if I were to lose a hand, I would still hold you close. With that, he puckered his lips and leaned in to kiss her soft, rosy mouth. Suddenly, a flash of blue light enveloped them, and Chu Qingyun found himself tumbling down, landing headfirst into the soil below. Alarmed, Huolinger hurriedly descended, pulling him out of the earth. Dazed and seeing stars, Chu Qingyun asked in bewilderment, What just happened? Huolinger, her head bowed in embarrassment, revealed, My father has placed a restriction on you, fearing you might not be honest with me. My mother told me that my grandfather Tang San did the same with him, but My mother insists that my father's restriction is far stronger. Chu Qingyun inwardly cursed. Does he need to be so petty? My dear father-in-law, you face your own trials, yet you impose this upon me. How unfair. Suddenly, a sly grin crept across Chu Qingyun's face as he turned to Mu Lao in the spiritual realm, awkwardly rubbing his hands together, pleading, Master, please. Oomph. After following you for so long, I can see you want me to intervene and lift Hui Yuhao's restriction so that you can engage in your mischief. But Mu Lao would not use his power to assist in such unsavory endeavors. With a cold snort, he declared, Dream on. I will not tarnish my reputation for your nefarious actions. Seeing Mu Lao's resolute demeanor, Chu Qingyun shifted his gaze to Mu Zhua, who rolled his eyes and turned away, dismissively uttering, in your dreams. Undeterred, Chu Qingyun placed his last hope in Yilex. Upon noticing Chu Qingyun's eager gaze, Yilex sighed, Alas, Hui Yuhao, your father, is my disciple. And you too are my disciple. Assisting my disciple in wooing his daughter is a delicate matter. Chu Qingyun, sensing his opportunity, continued to persuade, Elder Yilex, your disciple's daughter is my wife, and I am your disciple as son-in-law. How can this be a problem? This is merely strengthening familial bonds. After a moment of silence, Yilex thundered, Get lost. Frustrated at his thwarted plans, Chu Qingyun clenched his fists, a wicked smile forming on his lips. I refuse to believe it. I shall test whether your restriction is stronger or if my resilience prevails. With that, he lunged at Huolinger like a ravenous tiger. The next morning, a battered and bruised Chu Qingyun gingerly grasped Huolinger's slender, delicate hand as they entered the Sea God Pavilion. Upon seeing the statue of Hui Yuhao enshrined on one side, tears of anguish streamed down his cheeks. One must admit, Hui Yuhao was indeed formidable. The restrictions imposed last night left him questioning his very existence. At that moment, Chu Qingyun noticed Su Sansuan, appearing dazed and hollow-eyed, standing nearby. While Bai Lin glared at him with a mixture of resentment and concern, and Yuan and Tingting cast furtive glances in his direction, a peculiar expression on her face, igniting a sense of unease within him. Just then, an elder of the Sea God Pavilion approached with a smile, but upon seeing the disheveled quartet, Ao Tian snapped. What is the meaning of this? After an entire night, the famed 7 monsters have become a pig-headed fool, a hothead, a corpse-like figure, and one devoid of spirit. What disgrace! Observing their sorry state, it was clear they lacked the bearing befitting those who would inherit the illustrious name of the Shrek 7 monsters. Chu Qingyun, Sapata, replied, Uncle, spare us the lectures. What new trial have you devised? I've endured a night of beatings, and my mental state is on the verge of collapse. Huolinger could not help but chuckle. Had it not been for Chu Qingyun's incessant provocations, her father, Hui Yuhao, would not have personally imposed the restrictions that had led to his relentless punishment through the night. You, Chu Qingyun's lethargique, demenor infuriated, Aoqian, who detested lifeless youth. Is this the caliber of those vying for the name of the 7 monsters? You call this worthy? At that moment, a group of 7 students clad in white academy uniforms strode in with an air of arrogance. These were the promising talents nurtured by the elders of the Sea God Pavilion, here to compete with Chu Qingyun and his companions for the coveted title of the 7 monsters. Tang Erden, level 64, an assault system soul master wielding the spirit of the horned golden salamander. Yu Bin, level 65, an agility system soul master wielding the spirit of the blue lightning tyrannosaurus. Dugu Binbin, level 63, a control system soul master wielding the spirit of the azure scale serpent king. Gaoing, level 66, a control system soul master wielding the spirit of the 9-tailed spear fox. Wang Tuo, level 67, a defense system soul master wielding the mutated spirit of the shield angel. Pei Yuan, level 66, an assault system soul master wielding the mutated spirit of Zhu Yan. Yi Xintian, level 65, a support system soul master wielding the spirit of the 9-heart begonia. Upon hearing their haughty self-introductions, Chu Qingyun scoffed disdainfully. The Academy has indeed invested heavily in nurturing you prodigies, but the chasm between genius and monstrosity is one you will never bridge in your lifetime. Chu Qingyun's words struck a nerve, provoking the leader, Tang Erden, to charge forward, furiously pointing at him and shouting, What right do you have to be so arrogant? You mere 5-ring soul Zun. Why indeed? Chu Qingyun's eyes shifted to a blood-red hue as he combined the laws of death with the demonic eye of self-extremity. In an instant, the once cocky 7 felt a paralyzing fear of death wash over them, collapsing to the ground in an instant. Observing the trembling forms of the 7, Chu Qingyun disdainfully retracted the shroud of the law of death took hold of Hua Linger's hand and sauntered to the side, remarking, "Ah, such opponents truly evoke no desire for a contest. Would any of you be so kind as to teach these naive juniors a lesson?" At that moment, Su Sansuan spoke fiercely, "Boss, I have a bellyful of anger that needs venting. Leave it all to me." Ji Zishi retorted with a displeased expression, "That simply won't do. They are, after all, students of our inner academy. As the eldest brother, it is my duty to guide my juniors." Seeing that the two were treating them with such contempt, Tang Erden erupted in fury, pointing at them and rebuking, "Do not underestimate us. In terms of effort, we are no less diligent than you." Chu Qingyun smirked with disdain, thinking to himself, "What you call effort, we call risking our lives. You sheltered blossoms have never witnessed the brutality of the battlefield." At that moment, a diminutive soul master named Pei Yuan approached Yuan En Tingting, bowing sincerely and pleading. "Senior Yuan En, I am a member of the Yuan En family's external clan. Today, I wish to seek guidance from the family's foremost talent. I hope you will graciously teach me." Hearing Pei Yuan's intentions, Chu Qingyun narrowed his eyes slightly, sensing ulterior motives. Without hesitation, Yuan En Tingting nodded in agreement to Pei Yuan's request. Then, the master of the Sea God Pavilion, Dong Lingyu, declared, "Let Jizishi Yuan En Tingting and Su Sansuan battle against Tang Erden and his group." Soon, the crowd gathered at the arena, marking the commencement of a battle featuring 3 versus 7, dubbed the Shrek 7 Monsters Contest. Begin. With Ao Tian's command, Tang Erden and his companions swiftly charged at the trio. As Tang Erden and Yubin approached Su Sansuan, the latter summoned his soul rings, readying himself for a counterattack, eager to demonstrate to Yuan En Tingting that he was no longer the person he once was. However, the cunning duo unleashed a flash of blue lightning, swiftly redirecting their target to attempt to eliminate Yuan En Tingting first. Furious at this turn of events, Su Sansuan was about to pursue when he saw Pei Yuan's slender form rapidly inflate, golden fur sprouting with a tuft of red, transforming into the fearsome beast, Zhu Yan. Boom! The transformed Pei Yuan, now as Zhu Yan, sent Tang Erden and Yubin flying with a single swipe of his hand. The sudden shift left everyone in shock. Tang Erden, regaining his composure, furiously exclaimed, "Pei Yuan, have you lost your mind? We are your teammates." With blood-red eyes and a hoarse voice, Zhu Yan replied, "I have always been small and frail, deemed the disgrace of the Titan lineage, abandoned by my parents and scorned by my kin. In stark contrast stands the esteemed Yuan En Tingting, who has been the focus of admiration and nurturing within the family. From a young age, I've been consumed by jealousy. I cannot comprehend the disparity between us, so today, I seek to personally validate our differences. This is our duel, and anyone who dares intervene shall be considered my enemy." Chapter 60. The Contest for the 7 Monsters, Part 1. Witnessing the strange aura emanating from Pei Yuan, Hua Linger's gaze intensified, her eyes gleaming with golden light. She quietly advised Chu Qingyun beside her, "If things take a turn for the worse, you must act immediately." Chu Qingyun too sensed the faint aura of law surrounding Pei Yuan, recognizing it as the Law of Desolation, one of the 10 supreme laws. Though not fully formed, it was still quite troublesome. As they spoke, both summoned their soul rings. Pei Yuan with 1 purple for black and 1 red, while Yuan En Tingting bore 3 black, 1 red, 1 blue gold, and 1 red gold. In terms of soul ring configuration, Yuan En Tingting overwhelmingly surpassed Pei Yuan. However, when her innate spirit manifested, the crowd erupted in astonishment. The once massive Titan giant ape had morphed into a diminutive white-haired monkey, a mockery of the Titan lineage's first test of strength. Now, Yuan En Tingting's spirit had taken such a form. Even the Titan Douluo, Yuan En Yunqing, trembled at the sight. This petite soul would undoubtedly become a subject of ridicule within the entire Yuan En family. Seeing the frail spirit, Pei Yuan roared in fury, "You dare look down on me? Reveal your Titan giant ape spirit and face me." Unfazed by the crowd's peculiar gazes, Yuan En Tingting replied, "I have no second spirit. This is indeed my Titan giant ape spirit." Pei Yuan, naturally incredulous, could not believe that such a majestic Titan giant ape could have devolved into such a frail existence. Convinced that this pampered young lady was deliberately humiliating him, gritting his teeth, he declared, "Fine. Since you are so arrogant, I shall crush your feeble monkey." With that, Pei Yuan transformed once more into the enormous beast Zhu Yan, retrieving a black iron staff adorned with cloud patterns from his ear, this being a rare, innate weapon of some soul spirits. First soul skill, Heaven-Shaking Strike. The massive Zhu Yan wasted no time, and swung the staff down towards Yuan, Ting and her small white monkey. In response, the little white monkey summoned a staff of ice and fire. The pair, one human and one monkey, deftly evaded Zhu Yan's assault by leaping apart, simultaneously executing a flanking maneuver. First soul skill, Cloud Vortex Fire Fist. In an instant, Yuan, Ting's left fist compressed the air, igniting with fierce flames that culminated in a terrifying explosion. Meanwhile, the small white monkey wielded its ice fire staff, now enveloped in intense flames, unleashing tremendous power as they attacked Zhu Yan from either side, sending the colossal beast flying hundreds of meters away. Boom! With a thunderous crash, the propelled Zhu Yan landed before the onlookers, stirring up a cloud of dust. Tang Erden, witnessing the spectacle, mocked, "My goodness, I thought they were formidable contenders. Turns out they're just here to serve as a punching bag. But even this bag doesn't withstand blows very well." Ha ha ha! Tang Erden's words sparked uproarious laughter among the other 5 prodigies. Observing the cold indifference of the 7, Ji Zishi and Su Sansuan clenched their fists, believing that those who mocked their companions were undeserving of mercy. Roar! At that moment, a pained roar erupted from the dust, as Zhu Yan, wielding the black iron staff, charged forth, his blood-red pupils and the surrounding ominous gray aura startling Chu Qingyun. In this altered state, despite the manifestation of the law's power, Pei Yuan had completely succumbed to its influence, losing his rationality, much like Chu Qingyun had once experienced himself. Third soul skill, sweeping the 8 wildernesses. The black iron staff swept through countless phantoms, striking Yuan, Ting and the little white monkey, sending them sprawling. Then, Zhu Yan leapt high, raising the massive black iron staff above his head, as the 6th soul ring ignited. 6th soul skill, sky-dominating demon-breaking strike. Observing the gray primal law enveloping the black iron staff, Chu Qingyun surged forward, ready to intervene. Just then, a voice echoed within his spiritual realm. "Kid, leave it to me." Instantly, Chu Qingyun's pupils transformed into a dark golden hue, and he shouted to Yuan, Ting, "Fire embodies the essence of Yang, while water represents Yin. The interplay of Yin and Yang, with their mutual dominance and generation, knows no bounds. In un instant, Yuan entend une expérience de profond enlightennement." With a smile, she nodded at Chu Qingyun, and together with the little white monkey, they summoned the ultimate powers of ice and fire from within their beings, manifesting them in their hands. Subsequently, Yuan and Ting astonishingly began to merge these 2 opposing forces, a sight that left everyone present utterly astounded. She continuously infused the clashing energies, and just as this concentrated force in her hands reached its critical point, on the verge of uncontrollable explosion, she propelled the condensed energy sphere towards Zhu Yan's assault. In that moment, the world dimmed, and a fearsome energy unleashed a tempest. Within the primordial laws of power lies the capacity to render all into nothingness. This primordial force is the pinnacle of dark energy. Observing the black iron staff in Zhu Yan's hands, radiating terrifying might as it gradually nullified the energy sphere, Yuan and Ting exhaled deeply, her eyes gently closing as she murmured, "Yin and Yang generate life, transforming the heavenly mysteries. Yin and Yang clash, yet my heart remains singular." In an instant, the energy sphere, which had been on the brink of being consumed by primordial power, transformed into the dual essences of black and white, swiftly devouring and assimilating the overwhelming primordial force. At this juncture, Chu Qingyun discreetly gave Old Mu a thumbs up, exclaiming in awe, "Impressive." Old Mu, with a discerning gaze, had recognized the clash of energies within Yuan and Ting at first glance. Yet, he discerned that the unique vortex energy of the Titan lineage within her was the solution to the dilemma. With his words, he completely illuminated Yuan and Ting's bottleneck, as he witnessed the 2 extreme attributes within her dissipate and transform into the peculiar dual energies of black and white. Titan Yuan and Yunqing's blood pressure surged, his legs buckling beneath him as he plopped down onto the ground, a mournful expression on his face as he lamented, "Why, oh heavens, must you treat my Yuan and Ting this way?" Beside him, Dong Lingyu and Ao Tian shot him a disdainful glance, coldly retorting, "Ignorant old fool. Your daughter has received an immense opportunity, and you still dare to mourn. Indeed, the mastery of laws is an existence envied even by deities. In the world of Douluo, it is a truly monumental fortune." As Zhu Yan observed his assault being swiftly consumed by the strange yin-yang energy sphere, panic-stricken, He executed a backflip to evade the attack aimed at him. At this moment, Yuan Intingting had already prepared her next move to eliminate the foe. With the yin-yang energy entwined around her, her fourth soul ring illuminated, her powerful left foot struck the ground, and both fists were simultaneously unleashed. Fourth soul skill, yin-yang vortex feast. As Yuan Intingting's fourth soul skill was unleashed, two strands of black and white laws spiraled rapidly towards Yu Yan. During their flight, these strands continuously coalesced the soul power present in the air, and in the blink of an eye, the minuscule force of the laws expanded hundreds of times. Boom! In an instant, the terrifying punch force struck against Zhu Yan, sending a tempest of sand and debris swirling across the arena. The fearsome soul power radiating outward, causing everyone to retreat hastily to avoid being engulfed in the onslaught. At that moment, Yuan Intingting executed the ghostly shadow step, swiftly dashing into the swirling dust, and with a firm grip, she pulled the bloodied Pei Yuan, who had reverted to his original form, out of the fray. Under the watchful eyes of the crowd, she unceremoniously dropped him to the ground, retrieving a lollipop from her storage ring, and forcefully placed it into Pei Yuan's mouth, smiling as she said, "Yuan, when did you change your name?" In that instant, a long-buried memory awakened within Pei Yuan's consciousness. In a time when he was weak and scorned, he would sneak into the training room of a Yuan In family, where a little girl with red hair trained fiercely against dozens of solid iron dummies every night. The timid Yuan would hide in the corner, secretly watching this pride of the family. However, one fateful night, when Yuan Intingting did not appear, he mustered his courage to approach the iron dummies, mimicking her movements. Just as he was getting into the rhythm, a sudden voice echoed from behind him, "Strike straight, and try to sense the soul power in the air." The unexpected voice startled the timid Yuan 1, causing him to tumble to the ground. He trembled as he looked up at the girl hailed as a sorceress by the family, Yuan Intingting. When she extended her hand towards him, he shut his eyes in fear, bracing himself for a beating. Yet, instead, Yuan Intingting presented him with a strawberry-flavored lollipop, the sweetness being the first taste of joy he had ever experienced. Returning to reality, Pei Yuan embraced Yuan Intingting, tears streaming down his face as he choked out, "Sister, it was only after my martial soul awakened, and I lost that most crucial memory, that I came to see you as an enemy. It was my fault. I'm sorry." Witnessing Pei Yuan tightly clutching Yuan Intingting, Su Sansuan's jealousy ignited as he clenched his fists, thinking to himself how fortunate it would have been had he been the one to be beaten instead. Yuan Intingting gently reached out to stroke his head, understanding Pei Yuan's plight. To him, she had been a beacon of light in his darkest moments. Yet he had lost that memory due to his pursuit of power, inadvertently causing her harm. This guilt weighed heavily on her heart. She vowed to remain steadfast and not let power cloud her judgment. Softly, she advised Pei Yuan, who wiped away his tears, resolutely replying, "Rest assured, my only purpose from now on is to ensure your safety." He understood his strength paled in comparison to Yuan Intingting's, yet to him, she was his very lifeline. Titan Yuan In Yunxing observed with satisfaction as his daughter interacted with the young successor of the family. At that moment, the arrogant Tang Erden mockingly remarked, "Oh dear, what a touching reunion between siblings. However, Pei Yuan, you've been eliminated, so hurry and get off the stage. Don't hold us up." Upon hearing this, Yuan Intingting was infuriated by his lack of camaraderie, clenching her fists, ready to confront the rogue. Yet, Ji Zishi raised her hand to stop her, coldly stating, "No need. I detest such unteam-oriented brutes. Leave dealing with these fellows to me." Yuan Intingting nodded in agreement, then turned to support Pei Yuan, making her way to Chu Qingyun's side. When she caught sight of his familiar visage, her cheeks flushed as she lowered her head, softly expressing her gratitude. "Thank you for your guidance, kidney-deficient man." Beside them, Hua Linger observed the peculiar exchange, her hands twisting in a 180-degree turn. While on the surface, she cheerfully said, "No need to be polite, Sister Tingting. Congratulations on reuniting with your brother." Noticing Chu Qingyun's pained expression, Yuan Intingting quickly added, "And congratulations to you all as well. May your love remain sweet until the end." Pei Yuan, witnessing the scene, immediately grasped the dynamics among the three, and sensing the awkward atmosphere, he hastily changed the subject. "Sister, why does this lollipop taste a bit strange?" Only then did Yuan Intingting suddenly recall, awkwardly responding, "This one seems to be from 7 or 8 years ago." Gulp! As soon as the words left her lips, Pei Yuan felt a sharp pain in his stomach, hastily clutching himself and dashing out of the arena. Meanwhile, Bai Lin observed the scene with a peculiar expression, exclaiming, TSK, TSK, TSK. In my view, my philandering brother is destined to encounter this tribulation of romantic entanglements sooner or later. Beside her, Xiong Xiaobai gazed at her in silence, inwardly reflecting, it sounds as if you possess the gift of prophecy. If your benevolent sister-in-law were to hear this, it would surely be enough to drive Yin Gu to drink. Meanwhile, Ji Zishi, who had just sent Yuan in Tingting down, turned around and spotted the unscrupulous Su Sansuan, who seized the opportunity to charge forward. First soul skill, Fire Shadow. A flicker of flame dashed by, and Su Sansuan's white feather bifong instantly appeared before the agile attacker Yubin. This terrifying speed astonished everyone, as Yubin, the agile attacker, quickly reacted, his soul rings illuminating. Second soul skill, Thunderstrike. Yubin did not choose to evade. Instead, he transformed into a streak of lightning, rushing towards Su Sansuan. As the thunder surged past Su Sansuan, Yubin panicked, realizing that the Su Sansuan before him was merely a lingering shadow, while the true body had already appeared behind him. Third soul skill, Cloud Piercing Strike. In an instant, the white feather bifong erupted into flames, leaving behind a fiery shadow that sent Yubin soaring into the sky. Thud! Amidst a cloud of dark smoke, the once pristine Yubin fell from above, now a charred figure. Sixth soul skill, Return of Light. Third soul skill, Heavenly Dew. In that fleeting moment, the peerless healing martial soul, Nine-Heart Begonia, manifested its powerful auxiliary soul skill. Within seconds, Yubin's wounds vanished, and his soul power returned to its peak state, albeit only temporarily. Observing Su Sansuan suspended in the air amidst the crowd, Tang Erden's martial soul, Golden Salamander, suddenly leaped forth alongside the others to launch an assault on the encircled Su Sansuan. Chapter 62. The Battle for the Seven Monsters, Part 2. As the prodigies surged forward, Su Sansuan wore a disdainful smile. A white fireball encircling the white feather bifong, igniting with a third soul skill, Indomitable White Flame. Third soul skill, Meteor Fire Rain. Sixth soul skill, Fire Fist. Watching the white flames raining down like a torrential storm, mixed with Ji Zishi's terrifying Fire Fist, they swept towards them. Boom! With a series of thunderous roars. The group that had intended to besiege Su Sansuan was instantly engulfed by a sea of flames. Su Sansuan leaped next to Ji Zishi, complaining, Brother Haiden, why do you need to intervene? Just leave everything to me. Ji Zishi smirked, replying, if I leave it all to you, how will I have any fun? Sixth soul skill, Return of Light. Third soul skill, Heavenly Dew. As the smoke cleared, the battered Wang Tuo, with his martial soul, Shield Angel, stood protectively before Yixintian, while Yixintian's powerful recovery instantly revived the charred Tang Erden and the others. Naturally, the soul skill previously used on him by Yubin would have no effect now. Observing the unconscious Yubin, who was emitting smoke, Tang Erden coldly kicked him off the competition stage, stating in a chilling tone, I regret to inform you, you have been eliminated. Witnessing Tang Erden treat his companions as mere tools, the crowd clenched their fists in fury, while Chu Qingyun chuckled coldly. Calculating something in his mind, Tang Erden approached Yixintian, wiping the blood from the corner of his mouth, and said coldly, in a one-on-one fight, we truly cannot match you. But suddenly, Tang Erden's golden salamander roared forth, and at that moment, Yixintian's Nine-Heart Begonia and Wang Tuo's Shield Angel simultaneously radiated golden light. This was a triad martial soul fusion technique. The three martial souls merged, instantly transforming into a vast golden ocean, surging with waves, from which a colossal golden kun leaped skyward. Witnessing this aquatic and aerial behemoth, the crowd's eyes brightened, and Ji Zishi and Su Sansuan exchanged smiles. It seems they possess some merit after all. Ha! Even a seven-ring soul sage cannot obstruct the path of my giant kun. Surrender the title of the seven monsters. Crack! Ji Zishi clenched her fists, smiling at Su Sansuan beside her. This big catfish is mine. Leave the remaining two control-type soul masters to you. Before Su Sansuan could respond, Ji Zishi leapt upwards, her soul rings glowing. First soul skill, Demon Seed. Third soul skill, Berserk. Fourth soul skill, Dominating Power. Fifth soul skill, Duel. With all four rings activated, Ji Zishi transformed into a blood-purple demon, her demon wings unfurling as she struck towards the Kunpeng's illusory form. Limitless Ocean Illusion. In an instant, the unstoppable Ji Zishi pierced through the massive form of the Kunpeng, crashing into the ground. Below, Dugu Binbin and Gao Ying had long awaited this moment. 5th Soul Skill, Azure Scale Poison Dance. 4th Soul Skill, Enchantment. Instantly, a green poisonous mist enveloped Ji Zishi, blinding her vision, followed by Gao Ying's nine-tailed spirit fox's mental assault, rendering her unable to attack, standing frozen in place. At that moment, the Kunpeng's form transformed, shifting into a bird-like shape. 10,000 divine feathers transformed into sword rain. The Kunpeng flapped its wings, and in an instant, thousands of divine feathers rained down like blades upon Ji Zishi. Su Sansuan, who had been watching the spectacle, charged forward. Noting Su Sansuan's attempt to rescue, Tang Erden scoffed. It's too late for rescue now. However, to his surprise, the previously incapacitated Ji Zishi suddenly rose, igniting her fiery fists once more, brushing past Su Sansuan, and charging straight for the Kunpeng. 1st Soul Skill, Fire Shadow. Indomitable White Flame. 5th Soul Skill, Flame Shadow Flash Explosion X-Type. Boom! The flame surged past the 2 Control-type Soul Masters, carving an eye-catching X-shaped fiery shadow on the ground. Boom! Ah! With a resounding explosion, the 2 Control-type Soul Masters instantly lost consciousness, blown out of the arena amidst clouds of black smoke. As Su Sansuan descended from the sky, he confidently stroked his hair, casting a stiff, flirtatious glance towards Yuan and Tingting below, though no one paid attention to his earlier antics. At this moment, the fierce fire fist shot into the sky, illuminating the dark arena with a brilliant glow, as countless divine feathers were incinerated to nothingness. The airborne Kunpeng was struck by the ambushing, dominating magic rabbit, delivering a heavy blow, while Ji Zishi's fire fist struck from above and below, instantly penetrating the massive Kunpeng illusion. Thud! Thud! As the battle concluded, Ji Zishi shattered the trio's proud martial soul fusion technique with a single punch. The 3, falling from the sky, found Wang Tuo severely injured and unconscious. Yi Xintian battered and bruised, staring at Ji Zishi with a mixture of disbelief and resentment, while Tang Erden spat blood, roaring, "It's impossible. Why? When our strengths are clearly similar, can we not withstand even a single blow from you? Our efforts are no less than yours. Yet we cannot defeat even one of you." Overwhelmed with emotion, Tang Erden shed tears of frustration, while Ji Zishi coldly replied, "Because you have never believed in your companions. To you, perhaps the weak are merely burdens. Yet, it is you who fails to trust your partners. That is the true waste." The words of Ji Zishi pierced his heart like a sharp sword, and instead of continuing to shout in agitation, he collapsed to the ground, tears streaming down his face as he reflected on the missteps of the battle. Suddenly, Tang Erden cried out loudly, "I apologize, everyone, it is my fault." The other prodigies were taken aback. In their memories, the formidable Tang Erden had never deigned to apologize to anyone. Yet, his heartfelt contrition pulled back those who had lost their way. The remaining 6 prodigies approached Tang Erden with smiles, extending their hands in unison as they proclaimed, "Let us strive together." A warm sensation surged into Tang Erden's heart. He wiped away his tears, grasped the hands of his companions, and rose to his feet. They all turned sincerely towards Chu Qingyun and the others, bowing in gratitude. Indeed, Chu Qingyun and his companions had imparted a profound lesson to these proud prodigies. Clap, clap, clap. In an instant, the elders of the Sea God Pavilion erupted into thunderous applause. The pavilion master, Dongling Yu, expressed his satisfaction. "Congratulations, young ones, you have successfully passed the Academy's assessment. From today onward, the title of the Shrek 7 monsters belongs to the 7 of you." In this moment of jubilation, Dongling Yu added, "Due to the exceptional performance of Su Sansuan, Xiong Xiaobai, and Bai Lin during their training, they have been specially promoted to inner court students." The trio was instantly elated. The eccentric teachers of Shrek Academy were known for taking pleasure in tormenting their students, and the opportunity to directly enter the inner court was indeed monumental news. At that moment, Chu Qingyun awkwardly raised his hand to remind, I believe you seem to have overlooked someone." Upon hearing this, Dongling Yu cast a sly smile at Chu Qingyun, and a wave of unease surged within him. Dongling Yu said solemnly, "Ahem," in light of Chu Qingyun and Huolinger's outstanding performance during their trials. The elders of the Sea God Pavilion propose to include the 2 of them as members of the Sea God Pavilion. However, the assessment for Chu Qingyun's South promotion to inner court will be conducted personally by a member of the Sea God Pavilion at their strong insistence. Fuming, Chu Qingyun stomped his feet. Who was it that was intent on making things difficult for him? If he were caught by that person, Dragon Whisker Needle, Shadow Curve. In an instant, Hundreds of sharp shadows lunged towards Chu Qingyun's neck. With a slight twitch of his left ear, he embraced Hua Linger's delicate waist, twirled in midair, and with a flick of his left arm, magnetized the hidden weapons containing dark energy, causing them to fall harmlessly to the ground. Bah now! At that moment, the restrictions on Hua Linger erupted, forcefully propelling Chu Qingyun into the wall, rendering him unable to break free. Puff! The crowd turned towards the sound, revealing Tang San clad in blue hair and white attire. Upon witnessing Chu Qingyun's dire state, memories of his treatment of Hua Yuhao flooded back to him. Seeing Tang San's familiar figure, Hua Linger excitedly rushed forward, while Chu Qingyun incredulously confirmed, "The one assessing me couldn't possibly be you. Could it?" Tang San nodded and replied gravely, 16 years ago, we left a match unfinished. Now, let the two of you join forces and allow me to test your growth." Gazing into Tang San's resolute eyes, Chu Qingyun let out a bitter laugh. In the past, he had been ignorant, so he bore no blame. Now, if he were to win, the vengeful Tang San, along with Hui Yuhao and Hua Linger, would undoubtedly seek retribution. If he were to lose, then... With this thought, Chu Qingyun, without further ado, pulled out a white cloth and waved it, declaring, "Your talent is unparalleled. I am well aware that I am not your match. I, Chu Qingyun, here raise the white flag in surrender." Hey, Hua Linger, exasperated, seized his ear and dragged him to a corner, scolding, "How embarrassing. Surrendering before the fight has even begun?" Chu Qingyun, looking helpless, replied, "You want me to fight my father-in-law as father? That truly is filial piety." At that moment, Tang San, noticing Chu Qingyun's predicament, tugged at his collar and pulled him aside, whispering, "Listen, if you can defeat me, I will speak on your behalf with your father-in-law, Hui Yuhao. Moreover, I can see that the restrictions on Hua Linger were also devised by Hui Yuhao. As long as you can best me, I will help you resolve it. What do you say?" Chu Qingyun, half convinced, looked at Tang San and asked, "Really?" Tang San revealed a mischievous smile, responding, "Of course. The tactics Hui Yuhao employs were those I used against him. If he refuses to listen to others, would he dare disregard me?" First soul skill, Blue-Silver Emperor Spear. In a mere second, Chu Qingyun summoned the Blue-Silver Emperor Spear and thrust it towards Tang San. The onlookers barely had time to react to the unfolding events. Even Tang San was caught off guard by his sudden move. 8 Spider Lance's defense. Ding! A resounding chime echoed throughout the arena. Fortunately, Tang San promptly summoned the 8 Spider Lances for defense, countering Chu Qingyun's unexpected assault. First soul skill, Soul Shock. Hua Linger, having grown up alongside Chu Qingyun, reacted almost instantly, launching an attack against Tang San. The crowd watched in bewilderment as the two seemed to unleash a terrifying ambush without warning. One moment they were waving a white flag, and the next they were brandishing weapons. Tang San, a cunning old fox, calculated rapidly, countering Hua Linger's Spirit Shock with his purple extreme magic eye. However, he completely underestimated Chu Qingyun's prodigious talent. Fourth soul skill, Law of Death, Death Judgment. In that instant, Tang San found himself trapped within Chu Qingyun's domain as countless deities he had vanquished surged forth, consuming him in a frenzy. Seeing Tang San ensnared, the duo rushed forward to deliver the final blow. Fourth soul skill, Fate's Grief. Blue-Silver Emperor's Rampage. Fourth soul skill, Dragon of the Sea's Assault. In an instant, golden spiritual rays shot forth from Hua Linger's spirit eye, colliding with Chu Qingyun's ferocious dragon as they lunged at the stationary Tang San. As the two attacks were about to strike Tang San, astonishingly, they passed directly through his form. The Tang San that had been hit by their attacks transformed into countless blue-silver grasses, vanishing from sight. Feeling a sense of impending doom, the two turned around only to find themselves frozen in place, unable to move. Time domain stasis. Though Chu Qingyun's body was immobilized, his spirit remained unaffected. He was astonished to discover that Tang San was employing the power of the time law. Tang San, equally wary, regarded the two with caution. This was their first formal collaboration, yet their synergy was unexpectedly seamless. Had it not been for his steadfast resolve, he might have been overwhelmed had he not bitten his tongue to stimulate his spirit and utilized his purple extreme magic to break free from the environment, deploying his fourth soul skill to evade the attack. Observing the terror in their eyes, Tang San suddenly conjured a blue-silver Emperor Spear, sneering as he proclaimed, "Remember, during battle, it is imperative to safeguard the support soul masters within your team, for they're the linchpin of your victory." In a sudden burst, the blue-silver Emperor Spear surged forth with the ferocity of a tempest, hurtling directly towards the suspended figure of Hualing. Upon witnessing this, Chu Qingyun felt an intense urgency. He had initially intended to conserve some hidden cards, but it seemed he could no longer afford such reservations. As the sharp blue-silver Emperor Spear neared Hualinger, Chu Qingyun resolved to deploy one of his concealed trump cards, Cloud Spirit's Exquisite Show. In an instant, the dark golden 5-character battle armor enveloped him, its formidable energy breaking free from the constraints of time itself. With a swift maneuver, he positioned himself before Hualinger, and his second soul ring radiated brilliance. Second soul skill, Eternal Golden Body. Without hesitation, Chu Qingyun intercepted the incoming blue-silver Emperor Spear. Wrapping his arm around Hualinger's slender waist, and with a graceful spin, he redirected the spear back towards its origin. Observing Chu Qingyun clad in the black and gold nanofiber battle armor, all present cast envious glances in his direction. Noticing the exquisite armor adorning Chu Qingyun, Tang San revealed a faint smile and remarked unexpectedly, "The divine forging of Silver Mother, the divine forging of Golden Vibrance, and the divine forging of the Ice Crystal Essence. To amalgamate such rare metals, and for your battle armor to resonate with life itself, synchronizing with your own soul power, you truly are an unparalleled prodigy of the ages." At that moment, Hualinger grasped Chu Qingyun's hand, and the white-blue-silver Emperor vines gradually entwined with his dark golden-blue-silver Emperor vines. In an instant, the two merged, emitting a dazzling radiance. The Chaos Goddess Muzhua manifested, her ethereal beauty captivating all present. The realm of chaos descended. With a mere wave of her hand, the Chaos Goddess enveloped Tang San within her chaotic domain. Inside this black and white chaos, Tang San's formidable time manipulation would be rendered ineffective by the chaotic force, though if one were to wield comparable supreme laws, they would remain unaffected. The abrupt turn of events left Tang San astounded. Witnessing the fusion of their martial souls and the summoning of the Chaos Goddess, he decided to test his true strength. He reached into the void, transforming his martial soul into the enormous Haotian hammer, a terrifying aura of one of the supreme laws permeating the chaotic realm. Third soul skill, Sun's incandescent torch. The overwhelming force of destruction coalesced upon the Haotian hammer, forming a colossal black sun that advanced towards the Chaos Goddess. The majestic Chaos Goddess slowly raised her right hand, and a holy sword entwined with the principles of chaos materialized in her grasp. Judgment of Chaos. Boom! A massive sword hurtled from the sky, colliding fiercely with Tang San's Haotian hammer, unleashing a cataclysmic energy that engulfed the arena. The onlookers were filled with trepidation. Could the contest between these three truly be within their grasp? As doubts about their own capabilities arose, the clash of the two revealed the victor. Tang San staggered backward several paces, finally stabilizing himself only when the 8 spider lances embedded into the ground behind him. Conversely, Chu Qingyun and Hualinger were forcefully repelled from their martial soul fusion, hurtling backward from the overwhelming impact. In that moment, Chu Qingyun unfurled his black flame thunder wings, a streak of dark flame illuminating the space as he swiftly caught Hualing. Meeting her gaze, he clasped her hand and surged towards Tang San. Third soul skill, Full Moon. The pure white, blue, silver Emperor vines connected with Chu Qingyun, and in an instant, silver moonlight enveloped them, rejuvenating his soul power and tripling his movement speed. Hidden weapon unraveled. True to his title as the Thousand-Hand Azura, Tang San, now possessed of the Xian Jade Hand, unleashed a veritable storm of concealed weapons upon the duo. Fourth soul skill, Indestructible Diamond. A golden celestial herb. The Jin Luo Xianji enveloped Chu Qingyun, significantly enhancing his defensive capabilities. Hualing's support abilities, while not as potent in healing as Yi Xintian S9 Heart C Tang, boasted an unparalleled amplification power, making her the finest support soul master of all time. With Linger's assistance, Chu Qingyun deftly evaded the incoming concealed weapons, and for those he could not dodge, he braced himself against them with sheer physical strength. Sixth soul skill, Petal of the 100-leaved Chrysanthemum Amplification. The hundreds of petals from the 7-colored white-leaved chrysanthemum fell into Chu Qingyun's body, delivering a 5-fold enhancement across all attributes. A veritable game-changer. Recognizing they could not match Tang San in strength, the two resolved to take a bold gamble. First soul skill, Entanglement. Eternal Law. Fourth soul skill, Dragon Breaking the Sea Kill. Destruction Law. Sixth soul skill, Evil Demon Wrath Whale Annihilation. The blue-silver Emperor Spear. entwined with white, blue, silver emperor vines, swelled to several times the size of Tang San's spear, a historic clash of 3 blue, silver emperors. Boom! The sea god Douluo and the iron fist Douluo rushed forward to erect a barrier, preventing the terrifying energy from dispersing. Crack! A blinding flash of energy erupted, and the barrier conjured by the two-limit Douluo began to show signs of cracking. Witnessing the monstrous energy unleashed by the trio, the sea god pavilion elder's eyes quivered with concern. As the energy dissipated, the elders lowered their barriers, and the thick smoke gradually cleared, revealing Huolinger and Chu Qingyun supporting each other, blood trickling from the corners of their mouths, while Tang San remained composed, standing resolutely in place. Comparing the injuries of the three, it appeared Tang San emerged victorious from this battle. Although Tang San had exerted considerable effort, the extent of his power remained uncertain. Nonetheless, the prowess of the two far surpassed that of the 5 minor monsters. Finally, Tang San spat out a mouthful of blood, shocking everyone. Could it be that the 2 youngsters had genuinely wounded him? Wiping the blood from his lips, Tang San approached the duo with a warm smile, saying, "Do not be disheartened. In a battle of equal caliber, I would undoubtedly stand no chance against either of you. Thus, while I may have gained the upper hand in our skirmish, your growth is truly remarkable." He then retrieved the 24-bridge Minjuai from his waist and presented it to Chu Qingyun, speaking earnestly, "This was a coming-of-age gift from my master, Yu Xiaojiang. Now, as your mentor, I pass it on to you as a token of my acknowledgement of your remarkable progress."